Chapter 401, Entering the Game. Rodell Underground Cemetery, as I said before, is the first cyberghost wall for young people in the circle of law. Even the sons of evil omens living in this sewer chasing thieves and breaking into it will be trapped in it, and difficult to escape. Even if they escape inexplicably in the end, they will still leave some psychological trauma. But who am I, A. Tiling? But he is a super intelligence agent who has mastered 80% to 90% of the maps of the circle of law. This cemetery can basically be divided into 3 layers. The first layer gives people a basic impression of the cemetery structure. After passing the boss room, first find a room with a pool of water. Look up, and you can see the second floor and the mechanism to open the boss door. Then go around half a circle and encounter the flame-breathing gargoyle pillar. Go up to the second floor from the door in the middle of this passage. Go around half a circle again and jump back into the pool. The structures of the second and third floors are almost identical to the first floor. But when you find the second pool and jump down without the door mechanism you saw before, the person exploring the maze actually steps into the Mobius loop. No matter which way you go, you will seem to return to the same pool. Even walking back from the second pool, you can find a fake boss door, which is exactly the same as the first floor. In the game, Atai can also find the flaws through the different distribution of monsters. After I stepped into this ghost place, I found that these immortals can be said to be everywhere, or wandering around casually, or lying on the ground pretending to be dead bodies, and when they see people, they will rush up to hug them, or spray them with poisonous water. It is already impatient enough to go around in circles in the maze and not get out. When these guys toss, they will naturally break the defense, get angry, and frantically look for a way out, and finally wait until the adrenaline subsides, and they will step into the despair of immortality and not being able to get out. The key to breaking the situation is actually hidden in the fire-breathing stone pillars encountered the second time. Going up from this side, you can find the real way out, and you can return to the real first floor. It's like people think that the first, second, and third floors of the pools here will be neatly arranged like the buildings. But in fact, the maze staggers them. The second and third floors stand side by side, but the first floor is turned 180 degrees, and there is a secret path connecting them. Moreover, for someone like me who is familiar with the map, there is another way to skip class. That is, when you are at the first floor pool, just throw a rope around the stone pillar on the second floor, and then climb up. Reverse the maze cemetery. This way, you can easily avoid the mechanism of the fire-breathing stone pillar, and you don't have to worry about being attacked by the old 6 stone statues. Of course, the door of the final boss room in the cemetery. There is no need to rush to open it. After all, the task that Tron gave me was to find the sons of evil omens who were lost here, not to deal with the final boss. I took Melina to explore the cemetery in reverse. Even she couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect that this underground cemetery would be so complicated. And Lord Ling, can you remember the roads on each floor clearly? Well, to be honest, this is still relatively simple. There are various hidden doors in the future. The passages are hidden in the floor, or under the elevator. I just remember a few key locations, I said with a smile, relying on the knowledge in the game. In the blink of an eye, Melina and I have found 4 sons of evil omen trapped on the second and third floors. The statue of the young son of evil omen given by Tron is indeed useful. When the big guys saw it, they were all grateful, and almost hugged my thighs, and called me boss. But when they met each other, they felt a little awkward. Not as excited as when they saw me, an outsider. Perhaps, in this cycle that cannot be escaped, a lot of things happen to the sons of evil omen. With a group of people, I walked out of the second and third floors of the Mobius loop through the secret passage, turned around, and went to find the son of evil omen hidden in the mechanism of the first floor of the fire-breathing stone pillar. The other party was guarding the holy relic he had taken back, the furnace scale amulet. According to the son of evil omen, after he took back the holy relic, the blood believer disappeared, and he was also worried that he would go back to the maze. So he chose to wait for rescue here. But brother, you can get out in just a few more steps from your position. Well, I'm afraid it took too long. The son of bad omen himself lost the will to find a way out. As soon as he saw the pool, fear arose from the bottom of his heart, just like the only fallen evil omen encountered on the road. According to the son of evil omen standing beside him, in the search for a way out day after day, he lost his mind, slaughtered those immortals crazily, and even fought with his companions, as if only fighting, only pain, could keep him motivated to live. But in the end, the guy couldn't stand the torture, found a quiet corner, and ended his life. It's hard to imagine how difficult it is for a person blessed by Queen Marika to commit suicide. He has to do it again and again until the runes in his body are completely dissipated. It's long and painful. So, when I led this group of people to open the door of the final boss room in the cemetery, the blood sacrifice Iskar who was hiding in it, the thief who stole the holy objects of the sons of evil omen, was so desperate, the bleeding dog didn't even dare to bark. Iskar emerged from the pool of blood, and was saying contemptuously, "Wow, foolish man. Thanks to you, I was able to escape from this prison." Prison? 4 or 5 sons of evil omen rushed in immediately, and before Iskar could react, he was rushed by these resentful guys and chopped into pieces. So why do villains talk so much nonsense? If I were Iskar, I would have taken advantage of the moment the door opened and escaped in the dim environment in the form of a pool of blood. Where are the people? Where is that bastard? Brother Zero, that son of a bitch ran towards you. Huh? Is he really here? I quickly drew out the Night Star fire, but even with the lantern and the molten flame power of the knife, I still couldn't find the pool of blood that Iskar had turned into. He ran away. A son of evil omen shouted, and everyone rushed over immediately. And I, who was like a blind man, could only turn around and run out the door. Since he was trying to escape, he must have gone outside the Rodel underground cemetery. I hurriedly chased him outside. But next to the golden light of blessing, Tron's tall figure, like catching a chicken, grabbed Iskar's neck and lifted him up from underground. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of me. Tron said with a smile, "Brother Zero, well done. I've been looking for that bastard for a long time. Tron, you son of a bitch. Give me my furnace scale. If you really want it, tell Munger to get it himself." Tron brought the blood sacrifice Iskar in front of him, and the horns on his head were poked by someone's forehead and bleeding. A son of evil omen who was following me hurriedly said, "Boss, I have taken back the holy object." "Oh, really?" Tron smiled crookedly. "Then you are useless." Then, there was a crack sound, and Iskar's neck was broken, and Tron threw it under his feet, and the blood splattered with one foot. Then, Tron turned around and opened his arms. "Brothers, you have worked hard. Welcome back, boss." The evil omens I led out of the cemetery rushed towards Tron one after another with crying voices. Even Tron couldn't resist the enthusiasm of his brothers. He was squeezed in the middle and almost huddled into a ball. "Ha ha ha, you guys, are you crying? You can escape from this hellhole, you should smile more, ha ha." "Boss, you are right, yes, you should smile. Don't say I poured cold water on your touching reunion. Cry when you need to." The evil omens cried bitterly. They all had bitter faces, but they had to force themselves to smile. Instead, they looked like they had been constipated for a long time, and were about to defecate, but were stuck. It was really not a good sight. "Brother Zero," Tron suddenly called me, "and Sister Melina, I was indeed offended by you before, and I was not polite to you too. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay after all. It was because I didn't understand what Mr. Mungard said, and put the mask on my face, that made a big mistake. The other party was sincere," I smiled, "and didn't pursue it anymore. Besides, I'm used to the unlucky physique of the Fated One, who is hated by everyone." "Fated One? Oh, look carefully, you are indeed a person without light." A ball of golden light condensed in the palm of Tron's hand, and threw it to me. "I just took some things from this bastard, brother. You can take it, as an apology and thank you. The amulet, the pleasure of the Blood King, and there are 50,000 runes. I remember that Iskar in the first game probably couldn't give so much. It should be that Tron himself also paid a little. He was quite generous. Of course, I accepted it without hesitation. By the way, you said before that you still need my help?" "Ah, that's right." Just when I was about to have a good talk with Tron about the matter of the mad fire, suddenly, I heard a burst of hurried footsteps from the corridor. Boss, Tron, no, it's bad. The rat shit hunter named Zero is really lying to us. The evil omen hurriedly ran upstairs, but the moment he saw me, he couldn't help but stop. "Huh? Why are you here again?" Melina and I looked at each other, and the conclusion was self-evident. The mad fire Zero is here. Chapter 402, The Temptation of Going Home, Part 1. Looking at his men in a panic, and talking nonsense, Tron frowned impatiently, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you panicking? What happened? Tell me." Yes, boss." The evil omen swallowed a few times, looked at me and explained. "After the boss left, We who stayed up there did suddenly run into rat shit again. And injured several of our brothers. Impossible, Brother Zero has been in this underground cemetery, and just brought Dahe and the others out. Although Tron was furious, he paused for a moment, and then turned to ask me, could it be, Brother Zero, what you are talking about, is related to what is happening now? As expected of the King of the Underground, Tron's reaction is still quite fast. I nodded, and quickly said, let's go back and help first. I will explain to everyone about the Mad Fire cult. Tron accepted my suggestion and waved his hand. Brothers, go catch that bastard who is looking for trouble. And chop him up for me. Oh! The sons of evil omens who were liberated from the underground cemetery immediately passed through the passage in a heroic and vigorous manner, and returned to the underground road. At the same time, Melina simply explained to Tron, the Mad Firemen are a group of lunatics who want to get their hands on the power to destroy the world. And one of them has a similar appearance to Master Zero, and always uses this to cause trouble for us. In the deepest part of this sewer, there are 3 sealed fingers of Mad Fire. If you want to obtain the full power of Mad Fire, you must go to see the fingers. I also helped to explain. Teacher Mungert and I originally planned to jointly rule this area with you. Set up a trap for that guy, and completely defeat him. But, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you all this earlier. Tron shook his head, TSK. It's no one's fault. I was also very angry at the beginning. Even if you explained it at the time, I probably wouldn't bother to listen. I couldn't help but sigh a little. Maybe what Tron said was true. But if there had been no misunderstanding from the beginning, it is possible that Crazy Fire Ling would not have found such a loophole. However, I did not expect that Tron would be waiting to greet us at the blessing point in the underground cemetery. After all, after a fight, although he was not as good as Mr. Mungert, he was also on par with me. When I came here, I noticed that the doors to the sewer area were all open for the first time, which means that Crazy Fire A Ling had not come here yet. So before entering the underground cemetery, I thought that even if I went to complete Tron's commission first, I should be able to explain everything in time. During this period, even if Crazy Fire A Ling appeared, Tron could at least hold him back until I arrived. But unexpectedly, Tron actually came down. Perhaps he was eager for his brothers to get out of prison, so he would stay here. When we returned to the underground avenue, we only saw the sons of evil omens falling to the ground one after another. But there was no trace of Crazy Fire. However, the traces he left behind were indeed everywhere. Especially on the body of the son of evil omen, several blood holes were still emitting gray smoke, and the wounds were also faintly flashing with burnt yellow flames. Fortunately, their brains were not damaged, which means they can be revived through blessing. I think Crazy Fire Zero also realized that I might have entered this sewer and joined forces with the son of evil omen. So he only dealt with the guys who blocked the way and left in a hurry. Ahem. Old boss. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the side. Tron immediately went to help the wounded guy lying on the ground, and asked in a low voice, where are those people? Sorry, boss. We are not his opponent. He ran down the ladder over there. There is only one person. I also asked. When the evil omen saw me, he became excited. Old boss. He calmed down. Brother Zero has been with me all the time, and he didn't do anything to you. Tron explained for me. The evil omen swallowed his saliva and nodded in response to my question. Got it, you should have a good rest. Tron helped the other person to lean against the wall. Lord Tron, let me help treat this one. Melina walked forward, chanting a prayer, and a golden glow shone in her hands. She put the glow on the ground, and a golden tree grew under the dark ground. Pray for the little golden tree. Seeing this, Tron directed other evil omens to carry the unconscious brother to Melina's prayer. Taking advantage of this time, I said to him, Tron, the biggest difference between the Crazy Fire and me is probably the eyes. He was infected with the crazy turbid fire, and his eyes would be red with turbid yellow. If you meet him again, just take action. Brother Zero, you said that the guy was going to the deepest part of this sewer, right? Tron asked. Well, after all, the 3 fingers of Mad Fire are sealed there. Okay, I'll go with you. That bastard actually dared to break into my territory and hurt my brothers. This account must not be let go. Tron gritted his teeth and said angrily, and then said to his remaining brothers, You heard it too. Stay here to guard first. When these brothers come back to life, tell them that if they meet a bastard with red and yellow eyes, just chop him up. Yes, boss. The sons of Evil Omen responded in unison. Let's go. Brother Zero. Tron put on his sword and jumped down to the ladder tunnel beside the avenue. Melina and I looked at each other and hurried to follow each other. To be honest, it is reassuring to get help from Tron. As long as we act together, we can avoid the situation being messed up by the crazy Fire Zero in my name to the greatest extent. Moreover, if we meet other sons of Evil Omen in the sewer, there will be no conflict. In addition, to be honest, even in the game, I entered the Rodel sewer 10 times and got lost 10 times. One of them might be the kind of wrong way that I would get even if I followed the guide. After all, this is the hometown of the old thief Miyazaki. That's why I was guilty before and didn't dare to say that I knew the map 100%. Now that we have a local guide like Terran, we won't get lost or go around in circles in the sewer. Lastly, Terran's fighting ability is pretty good. He can also see through the Blood Dynasty's underground sneaking trick, and will undoubtedly be a great helper against Crazy Fire A Ling. Get out of my way. Don't get in the way. Bang. You see? With just one cut, Terran chopped off the stone statue imp that suddenly appeared and sent it flying, falling from the pipe to the bottom, turning into a ray of golden light and floating back. However, his physique is so huge that the entire pipe can only accommodate him alone. I put on the finger holy seal and the crossbow, followed Terran, and gave him long-range support. Gah! Watch out, Tron! In the darkness, a little devil suddenly fell from the sky, but I had foreseen it, and shot the opponent's head directly with a sword, which also reminded Tron, and asked him to chop the opponent away with a knife. At the same time, I also said to Melina, Melina, you should also be careful of your feet. Those guys may be hiding on the side of the pipe, and wait until we pass by, then they will pop up and attack. I will pay attention, Master Zero. Alas, the stone statue devil is really difficult to deal with. And unlike the game, the Evil Omen and the others would only chase after Atai and beat him up. In reality, they might be the guard weapons sent here by the Rodel dynasty, and they would not even let go of the approaching Tron. However, how could the stone statue imp be a match for this underground king? Cutting the Gordian knot, Tron led us to find a staircase and walked up. Boss, you caught up with that bastard so quickly. Did you get rid of him? In front of him, the son of Evil Omen, who was patrolling on the avenue according to Tron's order, asked in surprise. Tron was silent for a moment, and angrily said loudly, Damn it, that bastard didn't come from this side? I thought I could catch him. Wait, why do I suddenly have an ominous premonition? Chapter 403 The Temptation of Going Home Part 2. Dead end. Dead end. It's still a dead end. I finally found a smooth road, and after a lot of twists and turns, I actually returned to the main road at the bottom, and the sons of Evil Omen guarding here looked at each other, and I looked at each other, and after a long pause, I managed to say, Boss, you are back again? Damn it, which damn bastard built so many water pipes? They are useless, and they just make me go around. Tron broke his defense, punched the door with one fist, and cursed angrily. By the way, Tron, aren't you the king here? How come you are not familiar with the terrain at all? I said the biggest question in my heart. And Tron explained casually, even if you are a king, who would go into those pipes every day for no reason? You are not a little kid. By the way, Brother Zero, didn't you say that you knew everything about this underground? I didn't say that. At most it's most of it, I quickly argued. Especially this underground sewer. Even if you ask the designer to come by himself, he may not be able to find the way. TSK, Tron seemed to agree, and there was nothing to say. After a pause, he angrily scolded. Markit should have come by himself. Damn it. That guy used to bring his brother with him all day, and he insisted on dragging me in. If we talk about the most familiar things, they are the only ones. And Melina persuaded, Lord Zero. Lord Tron, don't be too anxious. Since we always get lost inside, I guess the Mad Fire Cult is the same. Melina is right. If it doesn't work, we can only use the marking exhaustive method. I sighed, and took out a few pieces of relic stones from the blessing backpack. I forgot when I collected them, and how long I had hidden them. I broke them into pieces that I could hold in my palm. Tron asked with a little confusion, marking exhaustive method? I squeezed the relic stone tightly, injected rune magic into it, and made rainbow stones. While explaining, no matter what, there is a limit to the number of forks in the pipeline. Put a stone like this at each fork as a mark to indicate that you have passed it, so that you won't go around in circles inexplicably. But after all, this is the dumbest method. I didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. First, I made 10 rainbow stones, which should be enough. After the preparations were completed, I, Melina, and Tron returned to the entrance of the sewer pipe and jumped in. Did we start from the straight road on the right? I asked. Tron was not happy. Who remembers this? Damn, we go around and around, so people can't even remember where we've been. Melina also shook her head. Forget it, put down a stone first, go to the other side, and come back later. I was also worried about my memory, and walked deeper into the pipe with Tron and Melina. Just like in the game, these pipes should have been abandoned for a long time, with dry wood and branches piled up everywhere, or some bones, and on the pipe walls, the moss has dried up, and it feels a layer of dust. After walking a few steps, we came to a fork in the road, and I threw a rainbow stone on the ground. Come this way first, and remember the color of this stone first. Red. Continue to move forward. Except for some large slugs in the passage, there is nothing else. I was bored, so I asked curiously, by the way, Tron, I want to ask you something. Before, that blood priest Iskar used blood to sneak through you. Right? How did you catch him? The blood nobles used this trick to escape from me many times. The only way I can think of now is to kill the opponent before they fall. But Jinhua Ailing also learned this trick from Nelius. If he intends to use this trick to escape, he will not give me a chance to catch the flaw. Therefore, it is better to find a way to deal with it after the other party uses it. Tron responded calmly, that is just a trick of the rats. They hide themselves in the black blood shadow. But the bloody smell on their bodies will not disappear. I don't have a good nose like you. Moreover, the stinking smell of the sewer has already damaged my nose. Tron pondered for a moment, and then said, brother, you can try to release the rune magic power from the soles of your feet. If you feel that some of it is disturbed, the blood shadow is hidden there. The guys inside basically have no ability to resist. You can just grab them and pull them out like rats. Speaking of rats, there has been a faint squeaking sound in the pipe since just now. However, it seems that due to Tron's oppression, they dare not show their heads. After listening to Tron's method, I thought, in that case, if I use gravity magic, or that kind of fighting skills, can I also pull them out? Of course. That's why I said that it's just a trick used by rats. Oh! It seems that I have to find an opportunity to learn skills from Senior Exotopia. In addition, I remember that fighting skill of his. It seems to be a ninja view. A seashore near the ancient ruins of Panghai. You can get it by defeating a White King. However, it's not worth going back to get it now. Master Zero. Be careful of your feet. There is a pit. Melina suddenly pulled me. And Tron immediately shouted, I have seen this pit. At that time, was there another guy who attacked Brother Zero? When Tron said this, I also remembered it. I was the first to jump down at that time. And just as I was about to continue walking forward, someone's hand was put on my shoulder. However, before I could counterattack, Tron jumped down and sat on the opponent to death. However, there are many pits in the pipeline, and it is not certain whether they are the same. Let's jump over first and see where the other side leads to. I suggested so, and my friends and I jumped over the pit. We continued forward, turned a corner, and saw a red stone at the intersection in front. We are back. Then we could only jump down that pit and see. Lord Zero. Lord Tron. Well, jump. We jumped down from the pit. And as Tron said, we found the guy who was crushed by him. Brother Zero. Look! The damn thing is back again. Tron kicked him angrily. Melina pointed to the other side and said, I remember. We went from this iron gate, and went all the way back to the underground road. But we haven't been here yet. Anyway, mark it with a rainbow stone first. Even if we go the wrong way again, we can change it. I put down the rainbow stone, and smiled to comfort Tron. Don't worry, Tron. That fire maniac should also be circling here. Your men are all fine. Right? TSK. I'm just tired of walking around in this broken pipe. It's better to just tear it down, Tron said angrily. But he continued to move forward with Melina and me. After turning 3 or 2 corners along the pipe, a ladder leading down appeared at the end. I suddenly recalled the knowledge in the game and shouted excitedly, "Got it! We should be almost here. The deepest part of the Rodel sewer." "Really?" Tron was skeptical. And he was too lazy to climb the ladder. So he just jumped down. In front of him, it was indeed the pot room. From the elevator outside the pot room, he could reach the deep sewer, which was the cathedral where the evil omen was abandoned. But unlike in the game, the big and small warrior pots here were all broken and cracked, and the bodies of the warriors inside were mixed with mud and scattered all over the ground. And the elevator had been put at the bottom. So it seemed that the guy had been here before. Crazy Fire A Ling. Chapter 404, The Great Battle. Part 1. Waiting for the elevator to return, looking at the messy pot room, Melina stepped forward and asked, "Master Ling, could this be?" "Yes, it must be him, the Mad Fire. After all, in reality, it shouldn't be like in the game. After launching an attack, the warrior pot will definitely not stop just because the opponent leaves the room and steps on the elevator. If you run too slowly, the pot may get on the ladder together and fight you for 300 rounds. It is also to prevent accidents that Mad Fire A Ling will deal with the big and small pots here first." And Tron stared blankly at the area below, seemingly thinking about something. "Tron." I walked forward. "Be careful. That guy has a black dagger that can bring certain death. Also, his crazy fire is so powerful. If you get too close and have too much contact, your brain will be corroded and burned by the power of the fire. After all, Evil Omen has thick skin and flesh. I am worried that Tron will not take the opponent's attack seriously, and after enduring the fire, he will accumulate too much epilepsy value and go crazy. Besides, I really don't know, in reality, what would happen if the Black Knife Dagger used the destined death to take away the life blessed by eternity. Anyway, I would definitely die." Are you talking about that bastard Brother Zero?" Tron snorted coldly. "Don't worry, he made my brother suffer. I will give him everything back." I still said it earnestly. "Anyway, be careful. I saw that you were a little dazed, so I said a few more words. Just remembered some past events." Seeing the elevator in place, Tron stepped on it first. He continued to look at the ominous cathedral and said, "The sons of bad omens, after being abandoned in this hellhole, naturally, they will no longer have any connection with the people on earth. But that woman, although it was only that one time, but I saw it, the woman crying while holding the sleeping twins. TSK, they were obviously the children that he abandoned with his own hands, and he put them in prison, pretending to be so. It's disgusting." Looking at Tron's expression, I didn't dare to say it directly. He was not disgusted, it was more jealous and lonely. The Golden Dynasty hates bad omens. But for Queen Marika, Munget and Mung are also her children. So abandoning the twins may be something she has to do. Marika has been burdened with too many things she has to do. So will she go crazy and smash the magic ring in the end? I have no way of knowing. After all, this is not the time to dwell on these things. Entering the outer door of the church that abandoned the bad omen. Before passing through the staircase, the surging hot wind has already told us that a battle is taking place inside. Entering the main door, I saw that the whole church was dazzling with red light. And on the ground and walls, large pieces of blood were splashed. Blood King Mung waved his trident and attacked continuously. The opponent was like a butterfly, dancing lightly in the air, and fighting back with the black and red flames of the destined death. Sure enough, he looks a lot like you, Brother Ling. After seeing Crazy Fire Ling, Tron couldn't help but sigh. I also said casually, "Then don't mistake me for that guy in the battle and hurt him by mistake. Let's see what happens." Tron raised his sword and strode into the church like a meteor and roared, "You bastard, how dare you hurt my brothers? Give me your life. Melina, you stay here and be careful." I also drew out the Night Starfire. Melina bowed her head and blessed. "I understand, Lord Ling. I wish you and Lord Tron good luck in martial arts." "Well, leave it to me. My first target was naturally the same as Tron, and I went straight to Crazy Fire A Ling. But I didn't expect that. After sensing another person breaking in, Munger suddenly turned around and clenched a ball of blood in his hand and splashed it towards me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and rolled to the side. His blood was like a flame. After it was spilled on the ground, red light rose up and gray smoke came out. "President, what are you doing, President? I am here to help you. This is the forbidden area of the Holy Land. You are not allowed to go in and act recklessly," Munger said in a serious tone. I also quickly explained, "I am here on the orders of Mark Hitt, your brother." "Mr. Munger, to help you fight against this crazy fire. This is a forbidden area of the Holy Land. Don't go in and act recklessly. Munger repeated his words again. On Tron's side, his sudden attack was dodged by the crazy fire Ling, who immediately danced with the flames of doomed death, forcing Tron back, and it just happened to fall into the corner of Munger's eyes. He waved the trident without hesitation, and smashed it directly at Tron's back. Tron, watch out behind you, Tron reacted, and quickly crossed his machete, and after trying his best to block the attack, he pushed Munger out with all his strength. And at the same time, he stepped back to distance himself. TSK. This is the forbidden area of the Holy Land. Don't go in and act recklessly. Munger, you little brat. Don't I recognize you? This is the forbidden area of the Holy Land. Don't go in and act recklessly. You are stupid. Why can you only say this one sentence? This is just his clone phantom. Munger himself is not here, so he is just like a repeater, and can only say one sentence. I guessed. Of course, we have to add that guy Munger, who is now in Michaela's trap, and is spending the night with the Son of God in his blood dynasty. So he doesn't bother to care about this. Otherwise, he should be able to be like the evil omen teacher. Even if he is in Rodel, he can still control the demons of Stonewall to fight and talk with me. If that's the case, maybe we can beat Crazy Fire Ling 3-1. Ha ha ha. Zero. You are here as expected. You have the same plan as me. To meet Lord Three Fingers. Crazy Fire Ling, who was standing aside, tried to get close to me as soon as he found an opportunity. I said with disdain, I will go with you. I came here to settle the account of the Volcano Mansion. That's a pity. Well, it's expected. Ling spread his hands helplessly. On the other side, the Blood King Mung, seeing that Tron and I were getting closer to him, swung his trident and swept towards us. I just dodged backwards, and in my peripheral vision, a red flame of turbid yellow light shot straight at my forehead. Pray, the fire streaks across the sky. I was caught off guard, and almost leaned back, so that the fire only streaked past me, slightly burning a few strands of hair. Oh, you were pretending just now, like you were going to shake hands and make peace, but you're going to use a move on me the next second. Right? Tron, I leave Munger to you. I held the Night Star in both hands, and quickly bypassed the Blood King Munger with the pace of a hound, and rushed straight towards the Fire Ling. Hey, wait a minute, tisk damn it. And the Fire Ling also had a hideous smile on his face, and the fire in his eyes ignited, and suddenly splashed out. Pray, the fire. I found a few vacant positions, and penetrated them directly like lightning, although it was inevitable that a few sparks would fall on my shoulders, but the Night Star also ignited blood, and suddenly penetrated towards the Fire Ling. He was slightly startled, and quickly jumped back, but blood spurted out in the direction of my thrust, and the blow pierced through the opponent's shoulder, causing Ginhua Ling to stagger. I immediately seized this tiny flaw, and the blade turned to disperse ice and snow, and slashed at the opponent in the air. Combat skill, Ice Crystal Pyroxene Slash. Ginhua Ling didn't have time to dodge, and could only ignite the flame of death in the dagger in his hand, and slash with my frost blade. But he was preempted by me after all, and the moves he made in a panic could not completely resist my attack. The frost blade faced the flame of death, and after breaking, it turned into glass-like fragments, and then smashed towards Ginhua Ling's head and face. As long as I suppress it for a moment, I can break his defense, and expose a bigger flaw, and I will have the opportunity to use all my strength to end the battle. Brother Ling, be careful. A red light flashed in the corner of his eyes, and Tron's shout came to my ears. I quickly interrupted the attack, and stepped aside, and Munger's blood was scattered all over the ground again. But Crazy Ling failed to dodge in time, as if he had been slapped, and fell to the side. Half of his shoulder was stained with blood, as if a flame was burning on his body. But it was also a good opportunity. I immediately drew my sword and charged forward. However, Ginhua Ling suddenly hugged his head and screamed loudly, "Ah!" Along with the sound waves of his shout, a wave of burning red and yellow air also spread out in all directions, forcing me to stop and avoid it first. Pray for Xia Balalai's roar. If I take the full effect of this move, it will also trigger my epileptic state. And, for some reason, his move has a very large range. Even if there are 7 or 8 steps between us, I feel as if I am affected, my heart is being grabbed and squeezed. Even before in the corrupted church, it should only be effective against people within a range of 3 or 2 steps. Ha ha ha, you should know this, Zero. Even after finishing the prayer, Dianhua Ling's whole body was still rising with red and yellow flames. This is the anger and crying of the entire nation that was annihilated under this sinful land. Let me try to see if you are really qualified to accept this experience. Chapter 405, The Great Battle. Part 2. The aura released from Crazy Fire A Ling was really scary, like a flower from the other shore that was so red that it turned yellow due to the fire, proudly blooming. The air around him became hotter and hotter, making people feel as if they could hear the indignation and pain of the entire wandering nation that was imprisoned, annihilated deep underground. Oh, it really makes the hair stand on end. I couldn't help but hold the night star fire tightly. But in the corner of my eye, a black shadow suddenly appeared, like a rock from a collapsing mountain, crushing me. I subconsciously dodged, but the other party also braked and knelt on the ground. It turned out to be Tron, who was repelled by the halberd of the Blood King Munger, and couldn't stop breathing heavily, holding his bleeding head with one hand. Are you okay, Tron? I asked with concern. Tron gritted his teeth. Damn it, don't yell in my ear. Tron? Ah, it's Brother Ling. Tron turned his head, and after seeing me, he stood up. Sorry, Munger is much stronger than before, and it's a little tricky to deal with him. While we were talking, Munger didn't chase us, he actually threw a halberd directly at Crazy Fire A Ling, and after the other party dodged, burning red blood gathered in his hand and splashed it away. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to deal with the mad fireman together? After all, he is the most dangerous opponent, I suggested, asking. Tron also nodded. That's fine, Brother Ling. You just focus on dealing with that chattering guy. If Munger comes to interfere again, I will find a way to deal with him. We briefly discussed countermeasures, and then rushed towards Mad Fireman Ling together. Somehow, Munger also regarded Mad Fireman Ling as the first target. After taking back the long spear, he let blood stain the weapon. Every time he swung, a scarlet mark was splashed. Mad Fireman Ling was not to be outdone. His eyes had already burned red and hot, and even his eye sockets seemed to be unable to withstand his power and cracked slightly. The blood vessels around him were bulging and exposed, just like the white eyes in Naruto. This guy even invented a prayer. The flames of the evil god rose up like a red sun, stained with the muddy yellow of the mad fire, and suddenly exploded, splashing this frenzy everywhere. Therefore, on the ground of the cathedral, blood and fire were also fighting each other. It was really hard to set foot, just like returning to the volcano mansion. And with every step, the burning heat would burn the soles of people's feet. Prayer, Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder Protection. Combat skill, Hound Step. While Munger attracted the attention of Fire Zero, I swung my sword at the opponent from the side at my fastest speed. Fire Zero reacted quickly and dodged to the side, with a ferocious smile on his face. Ha ha. Zero. Shut up. I had expected that Night Starfire would pause for a moment, and then turn to Fire Zero and sweep across with a knife. Now, he had no time to dodge, so he could only bend his arms and fall to the side at the cost of a wound. Unfortunately, it was a change of tactics in the middle of the fight, so the strength was naturally insufficient, and he could not cause serious damage to the opponent. I secretly groaned, and Munger's halberd smashed down on my head from the side. I quickly dodged, but the blood from the trident still stained my body. It stung my skin like a needle. Oh, is this a new phase? How come every move is like a weakened blood slash, making people bleed? On the other side, Dianhua A Ling had just retreated after being knocked down by me, and was chased by Tron. He kicked his small body with his big foot, and he hit Dianhua A Ling directly on the pillar of the church, vomiting turbid yellow blood. Damn bastard. This is my brother's return to you. Shut up. Facing Tron holding a machete high, Dianhua A Ling actually smiled slightly. His eyes lit up, and Tron was like a noisy demon, laughing and rushing towards the big guy in front of him, forcing Tron to retreat. I don't know what happened to Munger's phantom clone. Seeing this, he sprinkled a stream of blood on me, forced me away, and then ran straight to Crazy Fire A Ling with the trident. It seemed that something was wrong with Tron. After being beaten back, he covered the wound on his head with his hands. After a while, he slashed around in extreme anger, as if he was entangled by something invisible and intangible. Could it be that this abandoned church of evil omen had other effects on their sons of evil omen? I had no idea. At the moment, I had to deal with Crazy Fire A Ling first, just as I was about to do what I did just now. while Munger was suppressing Crazy Fire A Ling. I would find a way to go around and give him the last blow. Suddenly, Tron roared loudly, "I told you." "Shut up." I saw him suddenly raise a black object, squeeze it hard, and blood spurted out from his palm, accompanied by a faint golden light. Then, is that Munger's prisoner? How come it is on Tron? By the way, Tron just said that he has a way to deal with Munger, which is to use prisoner. It makes sense. After all, Tron is the king of the underground evil omen, and the treasures in his jurisdiction will naturally fall into his hands. Tron slapped the prisoner on the ground. And suddenly, the golden light sprouted and grew like a seed, extending to the soles of the feet of the Blood King Munger. And then the vines scattered, turning into a circle of prayer runes of the golden tree. The next second, it was like a heavy hammer smashing down from the sky, pressing Munger to the ground. Ha ha ha. I knew that thing would be in your hands. Dianhua A Ling was ecstatic and rushed towards Munger in front of him. No, he couldn't kill Munger now. I don't know why. The alarm in my heart kept ringing, and I rushed forward. But after activating the prisoner, Tron beside me couldn't stop roaring in anger. The cursed souls were born from the fire of the furnace, one after another, and they rushed towards me, which made me slightly stunned. I stopped rushing towards Crazy Fire A Ling and avoided the cursed souls that hit me one after another. Oops. I should have noticed it earlier. I glanced at the Crazy Fire A Ling, while Munger was pinned to the ground. He ignited the black and red flames of his doomed death with his black knife dagger, and stabbed him directly from the center of his forehead. Munger roared, exerted all his strength, and slapped the prisoner's restraints. However, Crazy Fire A Ling grabbed the horns on his head, forced Munger's eyes to look at him, and then the power of Crazy Fire poured out, pouring directly into the other's eyes. Pray and spread wildly. In just a moment, Munger's phantom clone suffered a severe blow, and his whole body was ignited by this crazy and turbid fire, burning into a ball of gray smoke. Before I could come to my senses, Tron suddenly raised his machete high and smashed it down on my head. I didn't have time to dodge directly, so I had to cross the Night Star fire to block it forcefully. But I was pushed away by the opponent's force like a surging tide, and hit the wall behind me. Why? Why? I have to suffer such torture? Father. Tron's eyes were completely dull, as if covered by a mist, with only a little fire flickering in the mist. And Crazy Fire A Ling walked over quite complacently, and said to me with a smile, "Half-body? Next. We are the only ones left." Chapter 406, The Great Battle. Part 2. A mistake? A big mistake. The sins buried deep in the sewers by the royal city of Rodel are not only the wandering people, but also the son of evil omen, who was born without blessing, and was also directly abandoned in this place without sunlight. When Tron was not mentally normal, I should have realized that it was the Crazy Fire whispering in his ear, constantly calling out his unwillingness to be imprisoned underground, and his revengeful anger against the golden man on the ground. At the moment, Tron seemed to have been tortured to the point of losing his own mind, and only the ethereal light of turbid fire remained in his eyes. Didn't expect it? Zero. Zero raised his mouth proudly. The helpers I brought with me will turn to my side. Oh, this is the first time I feel that my face is so annoying. It's no wonder that people are beaten when they see people, and dogs hate dogs when they see dogs. What should you do next? Why don't you just join me like him, and go to see Master Crazy Fire Finger together? I came here for only one purpose, which is to stop you. I held the Night Star tightly, and stepped forward with a knife. What a pity. Dianhua A Ling also pointed at me and said, "Kill him." Tron swayed a few times in confusion, and suddenly roared, raising his broadsword high, and rushed over to chop me. The machete fell, and I directly used the high-speed movement to dodge the attack. Then, the combat skill Wolf Attack Blood Dance. Dianhua A Ling saw me rushing towards him again, and hurriedly lowered his body to avoid my slash. He raised his eyes and smiled crookedly. Is this going to use the almost instantaneous Mad Fire Prayer again? I can't give him a chance. I quickly turned the blade, and chopped at the guy's cassock again. But at the same time, footsteps came from behind. Tron had already chased after me, and was rudely trying to destroy everything in front of him. I couldn't take care of Dianhua A Ling, so I had to dodge to the side first. Then, there was another burst of fire, and it came like raindrops. Damn, this is really tricky. After I barely avoided Crazy Fire A Ling's attack, I brushed off the flames on my body, prepared to distance myself and recover a little blood then summoned Brother Teardrop, so that it would be 2-on-2. But Crazy Fire A-Ling seemed to see through my thoughts, and immediately followed Tron to chase. It's not to mention that the cooperation between the two of them, one far away and one close, was quite reasonable. Tron continued to attack with great force, and Crazy Fire A-Ling would occasionally shoot Crazy Fire in the air, or the black flame blade of doomed death. I was a little suppressed and retreated step by step, and I couldn't spare my hand to drink the medicine. Damn it. Let's see if your Crazy Fire is stronger, or my molten flame is more powerful. The Night Star fire ignited in my consciousness, and after standing firm, I suddenly waved it upwards, causing the storm to roll up and cast a wall of flames. Crazy Fire A-Ling and Tron couldn't help but retreat. Now! I quickly took out the Dewdrop Holy Grail bottle with one hand and drank it violently. But just as I was about to take out the soul summoning bell, I shook out the simulated teardrop. Suddenly, I heard the wailing and cursing of the wandering people again. Oh, why must we be slaughtered like this? Flames, then melt everything, may chaos fill the world. When I came to my senses, I saw that the raging fire of my combat skill, Molten Flame Hurricane Dance, actually began to be stained with that turbid yellow from the top, and then, like a virus, it quickly eroded and spread downwards. The flames of crazy revenge. Could they even devour the molten flames of combat skills? I was stunned and subconsciously interrupted the output of runes magic. But the already infected Crazy Fire did not dissipate. After losing the wind, it turned directly into a large splash of water, pouring down on my head. Before I could perform the hound steps and find a way to retreat, Tron had already killed me again, dragging up the big knife and slashing with all his strength. I could only block it with the knife, and then with his strength, I was thrown out, rolled several times, and then stopped. Although my hands were numb from the pain, at least I avoided the tide of Crazy Fire. TSK. But it would not be good to continue like this. That fellow, Gianhua A-Ling, deliberately used Tron as a human shield, and exchanged injuries with me. Moreover, he also had the resentment of the wandering tribe below him. Even if it was one-on-one, it was really difficult to deal with him. Don't struggle, my half-body. The fire in Gianhua A-Ling's eyes became more and more intense, and the burning flames on his body continued to spread. You should know what happened in this underground. Such a dynasty. Such a crazy world. Is it really worth saving? I swallowed my saliva, holding the knife, and got up from the ground. I never thought about saving the Golden Dynasty. Then why are you so desperate? Come on. Merge into the flame with me. With our strength, we will definitely be able to overturn the whole world. What about them? Those brothers who believe in you, place their hopes on you, and wait for you to return. After we support the whole world, they will naturally merge with us, and everyone will return to the original flame of this world together. Shut up. I'm not talking to you, I yelled angrily. Tron, wake up. Even if you want to take revenge on the people on the ground, relying on this power that hurt your brothers, is it really reliable? TSK. Crazy Fire A-Ling twitched his eyes impatiently. I had already raised the Night Starfire, and rushed towards Tron, shouting, even I know that if I want to protect others and save others, I have to rely on my fists. Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection wrapped around the blade at the moment I jumped up. My whole body seemed to have turned into a thunder, and I slashed down at Tron, who was holding up the blade stupidly and trying to block. Boom! Thunder exploded. Tron's whole body shook involuntarily, and he couldn't withstand my thunder slash, and knelt on the ground. At almost the same time, the Crazy Fire A-Ling who turned around was stabbed firmly in the chest and abdomen by a dagger, which made all the crazy fire in his body dissipate. Melina. He gritted his teeth and looked at the woman in front of him, and in his eyes, a flame of incomparable resentment was ignited. Success? When Gianhua A-Ling's attention was on me, Melina imitated Heido's silent steps and had already moved towards him. Although, he seemed to have noticed it at the last moment, but Melina had already made a move, and he had no time to dodge. My heart, which had been hanging when I swallowed my saliva just now, was only half relieved now, but I also hurriedly reminded, Melina, be careful of his flames. Melina had expected it, and before Crazy Fire A-Ling tried to grab her arm, she let go of the dagger without hesitation, and stepped back directly. The Crazy Fire burned nothing, and this execution wound also made Crazy Fire A-Ling's body shake. Good, very good. The shadow under his feet also shook slightly, and began to turn into a pool of blood. It was the stealth combat skill of the Blood Dynasty. Don't try to escape. I rushed to the opponent, but Crazy Fire A Ling fell faster, and fell into the pool of blood. Brother, you can try to release the rune magic from the soles of your feet in a large area. If you feel that some of it is disturbed, the blood shadow is hiding there. I immediately recalled what Tron had said before. I calmed down, and rune turned into the most familiar wind power, and spread along the ground. Got it. When I felt the magic of the wind forming a vortex somewhere, I quickly chased after it, raised the Night Star Fire and stabbed it. Instantly, a stream of warm blood splashed on his face. And that Crazy Fire A Ling was nailed to the ground by the Night Star Fire. Chapter 407 Crazy Fire, not extinguished. 0. The Crazy Fire A Ling, who was nailed to the ground, had a ferocious face, gritting his teeth and squeezed out my name from his mouth full of blood foam. In his eyes, anger, reluctance, hatred, all of these things were integrated into the red and turbid yellow flames. His hands also subconsciously tightened the blade of Night Star Fire, trying to pull it out. Seeing this, I couldn't help but exert a little more force. How could I let you escape again, and again with the same trick, asshole? I still have to settle the account with Leia. As I spoke, Night Star Fire absorbed my magic power, and began to ignite flames from the hilt, burning towards Crazy Fire A Ling. Master Zero. Melina couldn't help but call me out. Not good, not good. I almost got too angry. This guy can't die yet. For Melina, he has to be thrown into the cauldron of the volcano. I couldn't help but sigh. I stopped the fire, tooted my mouth and said, "Go to hell." After that, I kicked the head of Dinhua A Ling directly, making him faint completely. Before rune floated over, I injected rune magic into the pyroxene at the end of Night Starfire. After a while, the blade of the sword was covered with ice and snow, freezing the wound on Crazy Fire A Ling's body and stopping the bleeding. I had to use a piece of cloth to bandage him up. I confiscated his black knife and holy mark, and found a rope from my backpack, tied Crazy Fire A Ling like a dumpling, and carried him on my shoulder. Oh! I have to wake up Tron. After Crazy Fire A Ling was successfully attacked by Melina, he knelt on the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Hey! Tron! Tron! Wake up! Don't sleep anymore. I went up and called a few times. Hey no. This guy was like a dead sleeper. No response at all. Even when I patted his face, he couldn't wake up. You can't let me carry such a big thing back. Right, although, with my current strength, it's not impossible to carry it. Just when I was worrying about how to deal with the matter of Tron, suddenly, there was a loud bang in front of the church. Turning around, it turned out that Melina had triggered the mechanism in front of the hall, which opened the hidden door. She was so scared that she retracted her hand and looked at me. It's okay. There shouldn't be any danger inside for the time being. I walked over. But it's better not to go there. There is the greatest sin of the Golden Dynasty hidden. The massacre of the Wandering Tribe? Melina asked softly. Melina? Do you remember it? These? Melina shook her head and explained. I read it in the stone tablet records in the Queen's boudoir. After the death of Prince Godwin, the turbulent situation also caused the Guide of Civilization, Lord Finger, to begin to have differences. In an unknown corner of the border, a battle for civilization took place. And finally the 5 fingers were cut into 2 fingers. And the wandering people who followed the other 3 fingers were massacred on a large scale. As she spoke, Melina walked towards the hidden passage in front of her. I couldn't help but follow her footsteps. At the end of the passage, there was an old man sitting on the ground in ragged clothes, with a red complexion as if he had been burned. However, his body had turned to stone, and he had lost his breath of life. At the corner, just like in the game, a golden seal covered everything inside. If you don't defeat the King of Blessing Mongot, you can't enter this area. The same is true for the snowfield in the north. However, I suddenly noticed that there were some slight cracks in the seal here, and there were a few golden threads scattered on the cracks. The seal. Is it loosening? Is it because we defeated Mongot, who was guarding this place? Or, I suddenly had a bad feeling. Let's go back first. Melina. I shrugged the Crazy A Ling on my shoulder. While this guy hasn't woken up yet, find Mr. Mungert and put him in jail, so that he won't cause trouble again. That's right. Master Ling. Let's go. Melina took her eyes away from the seal. However, I always felt that Xiao Mu's eyebrows seemed to be frowning together, and his face was darker than before. Could it be that she had already passed through the seal and saw the miserable situation inside? I had no idea. Anyway, my eyes were blurry, and I could only see a blurry picture. By the way, Master Zero, I'll give this to you. Melina suddenly handed over a golden amulet, on which was engraved the image of Queen Marika holding a kettle and pouring golden dewdrops. I just found this in a box. It should be useful to you. Oh, it's the Golden Tree's Favor Plus one. A good amulet that improves energy, health and weight. In the 8th round of the game, I still like to use this item. The corresponding item in reality should be to comprehensively improve the strength attribute points. Not bad. Now, it was easier for me to carry the still unconscious Tron onto my shoulders. Although, it wasn't too far to walk back to the underground road from here. After all, we had opened almost all the doors in the sewer area. But with Melina here, I'd better choose to teleport directly. I asked Melina to do so, closed my eyes, and after a slight shake, I returned to the blessing point beside the underground avenue. We are ordered by Lord Mungert, the King of Blessing, to come to this filthy place to capture the wanted criminals. We advise you to get out of the way quickly. If you dare to continue to stop us, don't blame us. You are a dog-raised earthling, you look down on people. Right? Why, want to fight, will we be afraid of you? As soon as I came back, the noisy voices could not wait to squeeze into my ears. The situation outside the room seemed a little bad, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder. Moreover, this conversation sounded like déjà vu. I put Troon down, continued to carry crazy A Ling, and walked out carefully. What's going on? Ah, Brother Ling, you're back? Several sons of Evil Omen were immediately overjoyed. But the people standing on the opposite side were either surprised, happy, or angry. The surprises were of course the familiar faces I saw. Ishtopia, Millicent. They were indeed sent here by the Evil Omen teacher to conduct a search. The angry ones were Rodel's soldiers. The leading knight immediately pointed at me and shouted, "You said you didn't harbor any criminals. Isn't this guy the one who contradicted the King of Blessing and is wanted and rewarded?" Wait, my brother. There is actually a misunderstanding. It wasn't me who contradicted the King of Blessing, but a guy who looks very similar to me. If you don't believe me, look. I picked up the crazy fire A Ling on my shoulder and showed him his face. The knight looked at me, then looked at the crazy fire A Ling, and was obviously a little dizzy by the situation in front of him. And Ixodapan immediately stepped forward to speak for me. I know that it was not done by Brother Zero. Why don't we go back and ask the King of Blessing about the matter? Okay. Arrest them all first. The knight commander waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him were ready to take action. This is my territory. I want to see who dares to touch my people. Suddenly, we heard Tron's voice behind us. Although he seemed not to have fully recovered, he held the door frame with his hands. But Tron's voice was deep and powerful, and the unique aura of the Lord of Evil Omens on him forced Rodel's soldiers to stop. Tron, are you okay? I couldn't help asking. He nodded. I'm sorry to have asked Brother Zero to worry. I didn't expect that I would be fooled by this bastard and almost lost myself. Then, he threatened Rodel's soldiers, if you want people, tell Markit to come to me yourself. Markit? The knight commander could feel his confusion through his helmet. I was so scared that I stood up quickly. Stop, forget it, Tron, I'll go with him. After all, I have to clear my innocence myself. Are you sure, Brother Zero? Tron's face showed a subtle expression, as if to say, my buddy is dying in battle. Why are you surrendering first? I nodded, changed the subject, and said, Tron, please pay more attention to the church over there. I am a little worried that the Mad Fire one is hiding some tricks. As for the Blessing King, I can handle it. After all, this whole thing was originally discussed by Teacher Momgit and me. Okay, seventh brother, you go and see the guest off. Tron pointed at an Evil Omen casually, meaning to protect me. As for the Rodel soldiers, although they had some concerns, they were indeed confused by the persuasion of Ishtopia and the appearance of Mad Fire A Ling, so they just looked at me and were wary of my every move. Of course, Melina had already hidden her figure, so I asked her to go back in advance and report to Momgit. Soon, I walked out of the sewer, said goodbye to the son of Evil Omen, and climbed back to the ground. The piled-up ruins nearby were actually cleared to create a path, and there were many Rodel soldiers guarding nearby, who drove away the Platinum Sons, or Immortals, who came to get in the way. It seems that although there were less than a dozen people entering the underground, the actual number of guards deployed for this operation was quite large. just as we left the lower city and returned to the main city avenue across the terrace. Suddenly, the entire Rodel Royal City blew a horn. There was a hint of unrest in the air. A soldier ran past us quickly, shouting anxiously, "Hurry up and go to the Golden Tree Cathedral for support. The blessed king has been assassinated." Chapter 408 Storms and Clouds. The King of Blessing was assassinated. This news suddenly reminded me of the underground seal that I saw just now, which was slightly loose. And the bad premonition at that time actually came true. No matter what, all of us chased the Rodel soldier and ran to the Golden Tree Cathedral. Here, many Rodel knights had already gathered, and several noble-looking people wearing golden masks. And there was indeed a missing figure in the cathedral. The Phantom of Gufule, who is now the King of Blessing, was indeed defeated. What happened? The knight leader who led the team to the underground waterway found a colleague to question. It seems that those damn faders did it. They sneaked in when no one was paying attention. The other party's golden eyes swept over us, and he tooted his lips. In short, the king was defeated. And before we arrived, the bastard had already escaped. Any eyewitness testimony? I couldn't help but step forward to ask. Who did it? Don't you faded ones know what's going on? The guy suddenly raised his voice. In the borderland, you are the only ones who are not blessed. You all have evil intentions and want to seize the throne of Eldon. The king shouldn't be merciful and recruit you. A bunch of wolves with ambitions. Into Rodel. For a moment, the knights around were also filled with righteous indignation. Yes, it was these guys who did it. They must have used some tricks to defeat the king. Catch them all first, and then ask about the whereabouts of their accomplices. Yes, catch them. Revenge for the king. Suddenly, weapons were drawn one after another, pointing directly at me and everyone at the round table. And Isotopo immediately drew out their weapons and surrounded me. Gunpowder filled the air, and the situation was tense. The golden eyes were like arrows, piercing us like hedgehogs. I was afraid that if only one person took action first, the others would rush forward and tear us into pieces. But at this moment, a roar came from the front of the church. Stop it! Everyone turned their heads in unison, and saw a tree furnace knight, who was walking over with one of the original knights of the Round Table Hall. White Wolf Warrior Ghost. The tree furnace said loudly, "The king is fine. We all know that the shadow of blessing is just an illusion of the king, so there is no need to worry. Now, block the city gate immediately, and search for a person wearing silver beast armor." Beast armor? Bernard. I couldn't help swallowing. It's true that I should be suspicious. When they were in the mansion on the fire, Bernard was obviously colluding with Crazy Fire A Ling. But when they were in the sewer, only Crazy Fire A Ling showed up. Unexpectedly, they actually acted separately. If Bernard really succeeded, Crazy Fire A Ling could go down directly to meet Crazy Fire Three Fingers. Coincidentally, many of Rodel's soldiers were sent to the lower city today to clean up the ruins and clear the way to the sewer, which gave Bernal a good opportunity to sneak in. White Wolf War Ghost also confirmed my guess, as far as I know. The man is called Bernal, who was originally a rebel in the Volcano Mansion and hated the Golden Law. We in the Round Table Hall must do our best to arrest this man, to repay the King of Blessing. Everyone was silent. The tree furnace suddenly asked again, "Is the fated one named Zero here?" "I'm here," I responded loudly. "The king wants to see you. Please go as soon as possible." Melina should have gone to tell Teacher Mumgert that we are back. In the confused, puzzled, angry, and alert eyes, I carried Crazy Fire Zero through the crowd, went up to the second floor of the cathedral, and went to the throne of King Eldon. There, Mongit was sitting under the prayer of the little golden tree used by Melina, healing his wounds. "Zero, you really brought the person back. Well done, Teacher Mongit. Are you okay?" I asked with concern. Mongit stood up. "No problem. Is that man called Bernard? Although the shadow of blessing was defeated by him, it is not a wise choice to fight continuously. However, I didn't expect them to act separately. I thought the Mad Fire followers would go to the sewer together to meet the Mad Fire Three Fingers." I sighed and put Mad Fire Zero in front of Mongit. "This is the guy. He has been pretending to be me, intending to infect the Mad Fire followers." Mongit walked up and saw him lowered his body, put his hairy big hand on Mad Fire Zero's chest, and then pressed it. Suddenly, a circle of golden runes of the ancient golden tree spread out under the body of Yinhua A Ling, and then slowly shrank to his chest. This process seemed quite painful. Mangit peeled off a large ball of golden runes from the other party, so that Dianhua A Ling could not help but groan even though he was still unconscious. I will temporarily seal all his abilities, and then I will have him imprisoned. Wait until the giant flame pot in the snow mountain is useful. Right? Mangit stood up. I also said indifferently, the Dianhua should be able to see the phantom of fire and guide the giant flame to the golden tree. Even if it doesn't work, at that time, we can let this guy receive the Dianhua 3 fingers and burn him. Mangit nodded. By the way, Ling, this is for you. As he said, he threw the ball of golden light in his hand over. I reached out to take it. Oh my god, 250,000 runes, a set of blood sacrifice equipment, 2 memory stones, crack pot, ritual pot, all kinds of messy equipment. Props were stuffed into my blessing backpack at once, making my brain ache slightly when the receiving items popped up. Rune alone is enough for me to level up 3 or 4 times. This is really an unexpected harvest. Ha ha ha, old ding, gold coins are popping up. Just when I was laughing so hard that my mouth was about to break to my ears, Mongot suddenly said, Zero, you should leave the royal city of Rodel for a while. Huh? Why? I was quite surprised. Why are you suddenly sending me away? It will take time to recruit a team to the northern snowfields. And because my blessed body was shattered, the situation in Rodel may be a little turbulent. Mongot paused. But don't worry, I will find a way to deal with it. It just takes some time. Then, I should stay in Rodel. I can help you a little bit. Right? Mongot still shook his head. Here, you fated ones are in a similar situation to the son of Evil Omen. Now, staying in the royal city will not benefit you, but a danger. I have sent people from the Round Table Hall to capture Bernal. If you are willing, you can go with them. Mangit's words suddenly reminded me of the abandoned branch line about the son of Evil Omen in the game, that is. After he exposed his true identity, the hero was spurned and looked down upon by the people in the royal city. Those nobles. Right, teacher. You are also the son of Evil Omen. They will definitely make things difficult for you in every way. If you are willing, I can help you. I lowered my voice, silently revealing a fierce look. And Mangit was silent for a moment, but couldn't help laughing. I don't want you to get involved in such filthy things, Zero, after all. Anyway, I still have some merits, you don't need to worry. Besides, the law you want to create is still missing an important link. I was slightly stunned. In my memory, I should not have mentioned that matter to Mangit. And the other party seemed to have read my mind, and continued, exiling the evil god. I am afraid that this is not only the 2 restoration laws you mentioned before that can achieve it, so take advantage of this time to find it. If you want to go to the snowfield, I will help you open the secret passage. No need to delay here. This is not necessary. I responded in a daze. However, Mangit's words reminded me, by the way, teacher, how about taking this opportunity? Rodel goes to reunite with the royal family of Kalia and Stonewell of Ninjafu? I can be your middleman, so that Rodel's situation can be stabilized to some extent. And the Burning Tree immigrants will have a place to go afterwards. Mangit raised his eyes and thought for a moment. This is indeed an idea. However, during the Broken War, Rodel's relationship with Kalia was completely broken. I'm afraid. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let me figure it out. Teacher, you just stay in the royal city and wait for my good news. I smiled slightly. Although there is no specific idea now. There must be a way to get there. If I can really achieve the idea in my mind, I can clear the dark clouds covering the border and see the dawn again. Maybe it will be just around the corner. Chapter 409 Lord Two Fingers, Moving Still. I captured Crazy Fire A Ling and spent a lot of gold coins on him, and promised Munger to find a way to reconnect Rodel with the Kalia royal family. Storm City. Stonewell. So I took Melina and left the royal city temporarily. Next, I should continue the branch line of Lonnie, I hope. The Moon Princess has not waited impatiently. But before that, I have to go to a place. The Round Table Hall. Of course, I also went to the Hall of Rodel Royal City. Alexander, Millicent, Ishtopia and others have been staying here since they said goodbye to me at the Volcano Mansion last time. I told them that Mungert had the intention to open the snowfield and go to conquer it. Not only was Millicent overjoyed, even Rogue Magician Weller joined our conversation halfway and expressed his interest in the closed snowfield. But at this moment, because the illusion of the Blessed King was shattered, Munget's true identity would be exposed sooner or later, which would inevitably cause turmoil in the royal city of Rodel. The king turned out to be a despicable son of Evil Omen who cursed and blasphemed gold. Those corrupt nobles would never allow such a thing. So, I also reminded my old friends to pay attention to their own safety. Before leaving for the snowfield, what is needed more is time to wait. After saying goodbye to everyone, I found a hidden corner, and asked Melina to take me to the round table hall in the gap of time. With a faint shake, when I opened my eyes again, the golden blessing was still standing tall and graceful, but it seemed that because it was getting more and more deserted recently, the light was also dimmed a little, not as bright as before. As always, I went to find the blacksmith Shiogu first, and gave him the night starfire for repair and maintenance. In addition, when I was circling in the sewer, I also picked up the lost forging stone 7 and 8, which was just right for a level up. Ah, my Roderica hasn't come home yet? It seems that the upgrade of the ashes will be postponed again. Baiji is in the study as always. I went to say hello briefly. Talked about the mad fireman and Bernard. Asked him to help find someone. And then walked towards the room in the center of the round table hall, which was the audience room of the Two Fingers. Just like in the game. After the fated one found that the golden tree was full of thorns, and could not go in to repair the magic ring, Two Fingers stood at attention like a summer camp soldier. I recalled the last time Two Fingers chased me out, and whispered, "Hey, long live Queen Marika, little brat. What are you doing?" An old and vicissitudes voice suddenly came from the shadow of the room, which scared me a little. "Ah, Granny Inya. You are here. What's wrong with Lord Two Fingers?" Although I asked knowingly, even after hearing the word Marika, Lord Two Fingers still did not move. Granny Inya looked at Two Fingers with her hollow eyes, and said slowly, "Zero, the golden tree rejected you." Right. This unexpected situation happened, and Master Finger was also confused. He is communicating with the Supreme Will. When it's over, he will naturally guide you again. Really? Granny's words are not much different from those in the game. Well, as far as I know, Master Two Fingers didn't communicate well until the end of the story, when Atai became the King of Eldon. I don't know what he communicated about. Or maybe it just crashed. However, what interests me more is, mother-in-law. How did you know that the golden tree rejected me? After all, only Mungert, Melina, and I should have seen this with our own eyes. Even if the Fingers sent an undercover agent to follow me secretly, I really didn't notice it. Not to mention that I am a bit careless. The meticulous teacher Mungert should have discovered something. It's okay to tell you now, Zero. Granny Inya turned her head and looked at my hand. Mr. Finger is the symbol of the civilization of the borderland. Therefore, if the Lord wishes, he can sense what everyone's finger touches. When you touch the golden thorn, Mr. Finger will know about it and become motionless. Huh? Can sense what everyone's finger touches? Doesn't that mean that hand sweat can also sense it? Mr. Finger is so perverted. You little brat, are you thinking about something boring? Ah, I was seen through by Granny Inya. I quickly shook my head like a rattle. No, I think the finger is so powerful. Of course, it's not a trivial matter, Master Finger will sense it. Although the last time, Zero mentioned Queen Marika, which caused Master Finger to be furious, he still thinks highly of you, and therefore he will know at the first time that the golden thorn refused you to enter. Grandma Enya paused, and then continued. Speaking of which, this is the second time I have seen someone carrying 2 half-god runes. No wonder Gideon always says that the young are formidable. Take this. It's also a token of my appreciation. After speaking, Grandma Enya took out a leather amulet bag and handed it over. Thank you, Granny. I looked at the leather bag in my hand, and raised my head and asked again. By the way, Granny Inya, have you ever thought about leaving here? Leave here? Why? Granny Inya asked back in confusion. I did not hide it. In order to repair the magic ring, the only way to enter the golden tree now is to burn those spikes. What? Granny Inya naturally understood what I meant. Little ghost, that is something that a son of man must never do. Burning the golden tree is the most primitive felony, not to mention pursuing the power of the death rune. But there is no construction without destruction. Granny. I interrupted this familiar dialogue. The world and life. Fate is getting worse and worse. And the order of the border continues to be in chaos. Who knows what will happen in the future? Just like if it weren't for me, Master Finger would not know about the golden thorn. Such an unexpected thing has happened. How long do we have to wait for Master Finger to communicate? 1 day. 2 days. Thousands or tens of thousands. The border can't wait that long. Well, although I said it very well, These are the lines of the mother-in-law in the game, which is also her inner thoughts. After the other party's empty eyes stared at me for a long time, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up, and smiled. I finally understand why Gideon thinks so highly of you, Zero. Yes, the world order has collapsed, but the Supreme Will has never appeared in person to save us, and now even Master Finger is at a loss. How can we say that? A serious crime is still a serious crime now. And looking at your eyes, I guess I don't need to say anything more. You have already made up your mind, right? I nodded, and continued, if my plan succeeds, then, this golden building, the power of the tree, the hall created in the cracks of time will also be affected and collapse. So you asked me if I ever thought about leaving? You are such a gentle person, Zero. Grandma Enya smiled, and shook her head. She looked at the 2 fingers again, and said slowly, but it doesn't matter, I have lived too long. Accompanying Lord Two Fingers is also our mission and responsibility to unlock the fingers. If this hall is really going to collapse, then you will definitely be only one step away from becoming the King of Eldon, and the guidance will end here. Go, and do what you want to do. The winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. The right and wrong of today are just passing clouds. If there is a future, it will be decided. So go and do what you think is right, Zero. Whether it is the blacksmith Shiogu or Granny Enya, they seem to have been imprisoned in this hall by their respective missions. I also have a premonition that the road ahead is still long, so, no matter how nice the words are, if they are actually dragged down, they will be let down. I have to move on. One day, when I have enough strength, and the ability to truly become a king, I will persuade them again. Those who have treated Atai well, I don't want to let go of any of them. After all, it was them who helped Atai to the throne step by step, isn't it? Chapter 410, I have a complete set of chemotherapy techniques. Leaving the room of Lord Shuangji, Shiogu had just completed the upgrade and maintenance of Night Starfire. Originally, I planned to leave and go to find my dear Princess Lonnie. For Lonnie, I turned into a werewolf. But a voice suddenly stopped me from afar. Hey, people over there. Slowed down. I couldn't help but retract my hand that was about to be put on the table and teleported away with a great blessing, and looked in the direction of the voice. A fly-like insect suddenly flew past my eyes. I saw that on the left side of the finger room. In the deep room, a red shadow fell in the corner. There were many bones and debris piled there, but he sat on them as if nothing had happened. The feces eater Lao Ba. I remembered that Roderica was unable to communicate with spirits because of this guy. So she went to the Eternal City near Noklongan to find the ancestral spirits and learn about the technology of spirits. In other words, the Dung Eater indirectly caused my teardrop brother to still be at level 1. It's just right. I should go meet him now. Thinking of this, I walked towards the depths of the room. Just like the bandits, the sons of Evil Omen, who roamed the border of the Yatan Plateau. The armor this guy wore was exactly the same as their bodies with their horns cut off, with pits and bumps everywhere, and a large badge with a sun face on his chest. Even through the helmet, I could hear the Dung Eater take a deep breath, as if a plate of delicious food was served on the table. And just smelling it made people linger. You can sense the curse? The moist smell of old diseases is really overwhelming. Sure enough, in the hall of the royal city, the person suffering from tuberculosis. You are the one who did it. I recalled that before coming here, when I went to collect the curse of the hotbed. The scene I saw was different from the game where you can get it as long as you walk over. The man was tied to a bed with his hands tied up, and he was weak like a repeater, repeating intermittently, "Take it out. Take it out. Please. Take that thing out of my body. With such a curse, I can never return to the tree. Take it out." Perhaps seeing my confused expression, Ishutopia explained at that time, "This is the uncle who helps clean the sanitation hall. I don't know what happened to that damn bastard, who buried something in his body, causing him to suffer like mincemeat." I couldn't help but get closer, and saw that the uncle's body, especially his stomach, was like a bad omen, with long and short sharp horns growing directly from inside, piercing his belly. Alas, poor sanitation uncle, Ishutopia continued. Moreover, the vitality of that thing is extremely tenacious. Brother Ling, you also know that even after the death of the Golden People, they can be resurrected through the eternal blessing of the Golden Tree. But the curse seemed to have tied up the uncle's soul, and even if he died once, he returned to this miserable body again. Dr. Rodel, who looked like a perfumer, also shook his head and sighed. This is the first time I have seen such a cursed disease. At least after the Queen's blessing. The Golden Dynasty has never recorded the same symptoms. Then do as he said? And take out the things in the body? I asked curiously. It's just a temporary solution, the doctor said, and suddenly stabbed the uncle's chest with a knife, which frightened me and Isotopia. The uncle's groaning, however, did stop. Is this considered paralysis? After all, with eternal blessings, even if a person dies temporarily, he can be reborn. But this method is too heroic, which completely dispels my expectations of the medical skills in this world. Anyway, unless it is absolutely necessary, don't go to the doctor. If you say that your hand is cramped, you may not know whether they will stomp on you directly, and then say that you should wait for the blessing to rebuild it for you, or something like that. Then, the doctor chanted a prayer, and used a knife to cut open the uncle's stomach, and dug out the curse of the hotbed from it. As Isotopia said just now, the vitality of this curse is extremely tenacious. A whole piece of tumorous rotten meat covered with spikes was taken out, and it was still wriggling like a worm. I swallowed hard and asked, "Isn't it taken out?" "Curse. No. The curse has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. I just took out the tumor. After this person is resurrected, the same thing will continue to grow. At that time, the same method can only be used to delay it." I took the curse of the hotbed out of the blessing backpack and threw it to the dung eater. Speaking of which, when I heard that I was going to take this thing away, Ishtopia showed a look of surprise, confusion, and even extreme fear, and his eyes almost popped out. It is still vivid in my mind. The dung eater held the curse of the hotbed, just like holding up his son in the dark night, and shouted excitedly, "Oh, this is it. Finally. It's finally ripe. Ha ha. Ha ha ha," he laughed loudly, and suddenly threw a key to me. "Hey, although I don't know who you are, come to release. Let me go, in the sewer prison under the city of Rodel. You don't even know who I am, why should I help you?" I couldn't help but sneer. "Old 8, you are too familiar," and the other party also responded cunningly. "Didn't the round table hall say that we would play house, help each other, and seek the so-called blessing in this chaotic world to become the king of Eldon? As long as you can help me escape from prison, although the blessing of the eternal Queen Marika cannot be done, I can also defile you reluctantly, so that I can also count your contribution on my way to becoming king." This guy really deserves a beating. Defilement? I swallowed my anger, and held Service's bottle tightly in my heart, but I sat down in front of the dung eater, and said slowly, "Although you don't recognize me, I know a little about you. You are born as a human, but your heart is bent on the evil omen of the twisted." The dung eater. The other party remained silent, but the murderous aura on his body rushed towards me without any concealment. However, this level of, let alone frightening me, does not make me feel the slightest bit of emotion. I asked calmly, "Why are you so obsessed with curses? You should be thankful that fighting is not allowed in the round table hall." The other party's reply was really irrelevant. "Listen to me. What is a bad omen? What is a curse?" I continued. "Growing horns? It's nothing more than a reversion to one's ancestors. In the age of the Crucible, it was a normal feature, but now it is labeled as barbaric. A curse, and it is abandoned. This is too unfair. Too arbitrary. Isn't it? Oh, so, you are determined to let everyone feel this injustice, this tyranny. Let them know that the so-called bad omen is just a lie of the Golden Dynasty. This is not a curse, but a kind of blessing. You are? Quite interesting." Seeing the dung eater stunned by my words, I couldn't help but smile slightly, and then change the subject. "If that's the case, why don't you want to accept this blessing?" "Me? Yes, you are wearing armor that looks like the son of bad omen, but you yourself don't accept this blessing that can turn into the son of bad omen. Isn't it very strange? Or are you just deceiving yourself, to cover up that your actions are just another tyranny and another lie with the Golden Dynasty?" As I said, I took back the hotbed curse from the other party's hand, and stood up. The red spirit of the dung eater did not stop him, and his eyes, which had been calm and even slightly surprised, revealed their ferocity again. "I will go to Rodel's sewer to save you. But before that, think about it carefully. Is this thing a curse or a blessing to you?" After saying that, I left the stinky room and closed the door. Chapter 411. The Moon Princess Who Can't Be Awake. After leaving the room of the dung eater, through the transmission of the Great Blessing, I returned to the Lani Magician Tower in the back mountain of Kalia Castle. Munger was right, The perfect law I wanted to create was still missing an indispensable key link, that is, Lonnie's star law. Think carefully, aren't all the messes in the border area closely related to the advent of various foreign gods? There are the Beast of Eldon, the Scarlet Corruption, and the extremely crazy madness. Each of them can cause trouble. Therefore, when the law is reshaped, it is necessary to keep out those who come from unknown places, and Lonnie's star law has such an effect. Of course, the shortcomings of this law are also quite obvious. That is, Lonnie doesn't care about things. After reshaping the law, she took Athai on a honeymoon. Whether the border area is alive or dead, and how it will develop, it doesn't matter to her, and she can't fundamentally solve the problem of the border area's decline and collapse. Therefore, finding a way to convince Lonnie to stay is also a key part of creating my perfect law. But the most important thing now is, I can finally come back to be with this Dark Moon Princess. The last time we met, I was before I was going to the Eternal City Noklon. Lonnie should not be waiting impatiently. Right? Humming a little tune. I took the elevator, and ran all the way to the top floor of the Magician Tower. As for what little tune it was, don't ask. It's Pray to the Buddha. When I went upstairs, I saw Lonnie sitting upright in the chair as usual, with her 4 hands on her knees, and the big wizard hat almost covering her upper body. Lonnie, you're back. I smiled and greeted her in the tone of Crayon Shinchan. But after half a day, I didn't even have time to complain. I walked forward cautiously, and got under the wizard's hat to find out what was going on. Ah, sure enough, Lonnie was still sleeping with her eyes tightly closed. That soul face was even more ethereal than what I remembered, so faint that it seemed as if only the lines were left. Lonnie, get up, Lonnie. I patted her shoulder carefully. The Dark Moon Princess still didn't move. Ah, what a sleepy little princess. If you don't get up, I'm going to play a prank. Laugh. For example, take all the 4 books on your chair. Just like playing Jenga, I quickly took out a book, making Lonnie's whole body tremble. But she was still as steady as a rock, and didn't move. I took out the hunting finger knife from the blessing backpack, and shook it in front of Lonnie. Hey, Lonnie, wake up. The treasures are all in front of you. How can you still sleep at this stage? But Lonnie still slept soundly. No, Lonnie, are you going to leave? I appealed to her emotions, knelt on the ground and pulled at Lonnie's chair, crying and shaking her gently. Don't leave me alone, in this cold border, Lonnie. This was a sitcom, but Lonnie still didn't respond, which made my face a little hot. Then I'm leaving. Are you really not going to get up? I had no choice but to walk towards the door. I'm leaving, Lonnie. Don't miss me. After walking out of the door, there was no response. I'm really leaving. After going down 3 steps, there was still no response. This time, I'm really leaving, Lonnie. Lord Zero, what are you doing? Wow, Melina, you scared me. Melina suddenly appeared in front of me, who was looking back every few steps. Scared me so much that I almost fell down the stairs. That's right. I grabbed her hand and brought Melina back to Lonnie's room. Melina, you should be able to touch Lonnie's other face. Go wake her up. After all, strictly speaking, Melina is also a spirit. And I actually tried it just now, but I couldn't touch the other half of Lonnie's face at all. Melina sighed slightly, walked forward, and gently stroked Lonnie's spiritual face with her hand. Excuse me, Princess of Dark Moon. Lord Ling, I have something important to discuss with you. Please wake up. How is it? Princess Lonnie seems to be still asleep. No, I'm asking about the other half of Lonnie's face. How does it feel? Lord Ling. Melina turned her head, speechless and cold, and then disappeared. No, Melina. Ah. Perhaps she sensed an outsider, so she came to check the situation. When I pretended to cry, a roar suddenly came from outside the magician's tower, and the wind that came from the door made me stumble back a step. It was the pyroxene dragon Adura. I smiled and walked out the door. Say hello to it. Adura, long time no see. Ah! This guy flapped his big wings twice, and suddenly bit me. I was so scared that I quickly retreated into the magician tower. When Adura saw this, he flapped his wings and flew away. This guy, did he recognize me? But that bite scared me, and I thought we were going to fight. But it was just a greeting? By the way, who taught it to say hello like this? It almost swallowed me with one bite. I sighed and turned around. Hey. Miss. You are too sleepy. You are so noisy. But you still don't react. I was bored. So I took the magic book under Lonnie's, but and flipped through it. The dense words made me feel like a heavenly book just by looking at it. I read a few sentences roughly, and I knew every word. But when they were put together, I couldn't understand them at all. I closed the book in giving up, and turned around. Lonnie still showed no signs of waking up. Do I have to stay here forever? That would be too boring. Oh, by the way, since we are here now, let's go and install a new body for Teacher Saren. I still remember the last time I met Master Yazler. Even Saren in the form of Source Stone. It was a tossing and turning. She must have been holding it in for too long. When I thought of this, I said goodbye to Lonnie temporarily, and trotted down the stairs. That guy, Adura, flew away, and then laid down in the ruins downstairs to sleep. You two, master and servant, are really the same. I found the hidden basement of service with ease, and lit the portable lantern. Inside, puppets stood around like statues, with their heads bowed and their eyes dull. It looked like a scene from a puppet horror movie. If it were accompanied by some eerie music, I would doubt that the puppets would turn their heads in the next second and imprison my figure in these lightless eyes. Moreover, were there more of them than in the game? However, they were all members of the Cuckoo Corps. Forget it. I didn't care about the old man's bad taste, and found the hidden door in this room. Just like in the game. A puppet statue of Teacher Salien, like the guys outside, stood listlessly beside a small bed. As expected, I should go and give service a good beating. I sighed and took out Teacher Salien's Source Stone. However, how should this thing be used? Is it enough to just put it there? I tried to put the Source Stone on the heart of the puppet. The Source Stone trembled slightly in my palm, and then it gave off a warm feeling. I let go of my hand, and saw that it had attached to the puppet, and began to automatically construct magic runes. After it was completed, it was like a stone sinking to the bottom of the water, and the Source Stone also merged into the body of the puppet. Teacher Salien? I called out softly twice. But Salien did not respond. Another young lady who can't be awakened? Just when I was confused, and didn't know what to do, slow footsteps came from outside the basement. Chapter 412 Puppet Shock. Oh no! Just when I put Celian Source Pyroxene into the new puppet body, footsteps sounded on the stairs in the basement. The person who came could only be Service. I felt a little guilty, and now I couldn't just carry Celian away, so I had to find a corner to hide. Luckily, Service's house was quite big. In addition to books and puppets, there were also large pieces of pyroxene stored everywhere, so there were quite a few places to hide. I quickly found a place to hide. Just then, a vicissitude's voice sounded in the basement. My dear babies, are you all okay? It seems that the damn dragon has touched the seal again. I have told it several times. Don't come this way. I carefully poked my head out. But unexpectedly, I saw not the Selvies wearing a wizard hat and a dark blue wizard robe, but an old magician who looked like a wandering dignitary. However, his cloak had the emblem of Kalia. The old man sighed and came to the side of a puppet of the finger which, oh my God, look! The dust has fallen on my baby. How pitiful. Let me clean it for you, my Saralina. As he said that, he suddenly held the other's cheek, stretched out his tongue, and licked Saralina again and again. Oh, it's so disgusting. At the same time, I also remembered who this old guy was. Biddy. From the gap on the side of the cliff where Service was located, he could jump all the way back to the fortress. From here, he could find the old servant who had served the royal family of Kalia for many years, claiming that he was keeping the cuckoo puppets guarding the fortress for others. Of course, according to many studies, this old servant Biddy has a close relationship with the famous magician Service. For example, the love for puppets. For example, when Lonnie is about to embark on the crusade against the two fingers that control her fate, she will eliminate Service, who has two hearts towards her, and the old servant Biddy will also die at the hands of his own puppet at the same time. Now it seems that Biddy and Service are the same person, which is almost a sure thing. Alas, looking at the wretched look of the old man, I want to take out the soul summoning bell, call out Saralina's soul, and order him to slap a few times. But now is not the time to have a bad relationship with Service. After all, I haven't given him a delicious surprise gift yet. Fortunately, Biddy stopped licking Saralina's puppet at this time, and suddenly turned his head to look at me. I was so scared that I quickly shrank back. And then I heard the footsteps approaching this side little by little. If it really doesn't work, we still have to tear our faces apart. I stretched out my hand and pressed on the Night Star fire. And beside my ear, Biddy's footsteps stopped on the other side of the pyroxene pile. Wow. It looks like these Douan soldiers haven't completely turned into puppets yet, Biddy said, as if he had taken off the helmet of a puppet. The turbidity of the eyes is not enough. It seems that the mixture of pyrophyllite is not pure enough this time. TSK. That damn fader actually took my most precious potion, but still hasn't done anything until now. And I don't have enough medicine. That idiot. Waste. Ah. Nepheli. My Nepheli. My friend. You are still thinking about that thing. Okay. Okay. When I go back to the Royal City Rodel next time, I will definitely bring you something good. There was a sound of banging in my ears. Biddy seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. He couldn't help but kick over 3 or 2 of Douan's puppets. Then he gasped and calmed down. Huh? How come the door inside is open? He finally noticed that the hidden door of his bedroom was opened, and walked over in confusion. I curiously poked my head out again. From the back, I could see that Biddy was relieved after seeing Saren's puppet. But is Teacher Saren still turning on the machine? It's been more than 10 minutes since the Source Stone was put into his body, and he still looks down and frowns. It makes people a little worried that this old guy will do something to Saren like Saralina did. Ha, I'm so exhausted. There are so many troubles every day, especially that Latin. I said that the godhood of a demigod is difficult to be compatible with ordinary puppets, but he has to cause me all kinds of troubles every day. Biddy talked about the bitterness of working, and at the same time waved his hand. And the queen? How come you look so stupid again? Wasn't she the one who created that puppet? Manage it well for me. As Biddy was talking, Cerulean's puppet swayed and sat on his bed. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. And old Biddy also lay on the puppet's thigh without any hesitation, and was complacent. Look at me, the puppet I created is perfect, it is the treasure of this world. Ah, if I can find the amber starlight again, even the moon princess Lani can surrender to me. Say Lien, don't you think so? Damn, I haven't even enjoyed the teacher's lap pillow. The puppet naturally couldn't speak, but she stretched out her hand, and gently rubbed Biddy's cheek that was as old as tree bark. Biddy was still praising. Oh, this touch is indeed the same as the real person. It's a pity that I couldn't get the real you, wow. Just when I couldn't bear it any longer, suddenly, the puppet grabbed Biddy's neck, making the old guy like a turtle with its shell turned over, struggling with his hands and feet, and suddenly fell off the bed to the ground. Ahem. Ahem, what's going on, you? Biddy stood up in shock, but the Saren puppet still maintained the same action as before, with no other reaction. Biddy turned his face into confusion, and waved his hand again. The puppet of Celian slowly stood up, and then suddenly picked up the magic wand, and in the other party's surprised eyes, he directly fired a pyrotechnic swift magic gravel at him. Biddy subconsciously shrank his body, and the magic gravel brushed past his ear, and smashed the bookshelf behind him. Did Teacher Celian turn on the machine? But then, she stopped attacking again, and the action was stuck at the time when the magic gravel was shot. Ah, the network is not good. It turned on, but it is not fully turned on. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Biddy was obviously panicked. After all, he could never have thought that his puppet had been installed with Celian source pyrotechnics by me, and had become the real her. He also took out the staff, lit up the magic light, and pointed it at Celian. But whether it was because he was unsure, or he was worried that he would destroy the puppet, Biddy just concentrated his magic but did not release it. And he was still looking Celian up and down. I was a little worried that he would really attack. So I quickly rang the soul-calling bell. Saralina, go beat him up. The sound of the bell naturally attracted Biddy's attention. Turning around, his face was distorted with fear, as if he had seen the end of the world, and his mouth was unconsciously trembling. No. 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 You can't do this to me. I am your master. You? Bang. Saren's puppet suddenly used a pyroxene magic gravel on Biddy's back. Although it didn't hit, it scared Biddy so much that he howled and stumbled out of the basement. My eyes couldn't help but follow his figure. But I suddenly realized that all the puppets in the outer room had stood up, and their dull eyes watched Biddy leave, and immediately looked at me. What the hell? My heart was also tightly grasped. I quickly pulled out the Night Starfire, and was on guard against all the puppets. And at this moment, a gentle voice came from behind me. You have worked so hard, apprentice. Chapter 413 The Heart of Seeking Truth in Origin. Teacher Celian. Hearing the familiar call, I happily ran back to Celian's side, and asked with some curiosity. Teacher, when did you wake up? Just when service came over. When he mentioned this name, Celian's tone also had a hint of disgust. But I really didn't expect that under the disguise of the magic professor, Service turned out to be the son of Platinum. Huh? So in the game, Biddy does look like the son of Platinum. But those guys, except for the chubby generation, shouldn't they all be born with disabled legs? But just now, I saw that old man Service was walking quite fast. Celian seemed to see my confusion and explained. The son of Platinum has a different sensory ability than ordinary people. So he is indeed quite talented in magic. I'm afraid that Service has found a way to rebuild the magic circuits of his legs, so that he can barely walk like an old man. Staggering? He looks like he is crawling and tumbling. It's better to say that he is in a panic. Forget it. Let's not talk about the topic that will spoil the fun. Teacher Celian folded his arms as usual, and said again, "Thank you for your hard work, apprentice. Fortunately, you can find a new body for me, let alone Service himself. In terms of the construction of puppets, he is indeed second to none. This body is young, healthy, and it is also very compatible with my source pyroxene. In this way, the abominable restriction will no longer exist. In this way, I can finally go back to the academy and revive the Origin School. As for the academy, you should take it easy." I thought about the current configuration of the academy in reality, and couldn't help but advise. "Why, oh, the hunter is there too, right? After all, after General Redden was rescued by you, your disciple, he did not stay in the castle of Kalia, but must have gone to the Ria Lucalia Academy." Celian also quickly understood the implication of my words. That is indeed a bit tricky. And I pondered for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. "Teacher Celian, to be honest, I don't want you to fight with the City Lord, because in Galat, the City Lord Julian has done me a favor. And you are my teacher who taught me magic and knows rune. It is hard for me to choose between you two." Celian was silent for a moment, and then said slowly, "It's okay, disciple. When the time comes, you just need to follow your heart, and I won't blame you. After all, on the road of exploring the origin, it is inevitable that the master and the disciple will have differences." Exploring the origin, is it really that important? I blurted out almost subconsciously. In my mind, I also recalled that day, being trapped in the universe, and the fear of being swallowed by the torrent that Master Azrael had discovered. In addition, another origin master, Lissert, also let everything he had collapse at the moment of seeing the destruction of a huge star cluster in the universe. I really don't want Teacher Saren to repeat the mistakes in the game in order to explore the so-called origin of the starry sky, and become a magician ball who stutters when speaking. For a moment, the basement was filled with silence. Boom boom boom, the dull heartbeat made me come back to my senses suddenly, and then I realized that I said the wrong thing. "Ah yes, I'm sorry, teacher, Apprentice, you are really not suitable for our path of origin magician." Celian suddenly reached out her hand, and stroked my cheek. Although there was a stone cover between us, I seemed to see her smile, helpless, but with a little relief. "In such a world, you are too gentle. If I can nominate the King of Eldon, I will definitely let you ascend the throne." "Old Master. However, your teacher. I can no longer turn back. Exploring the origin, exploring magic, is my life's mission. As long as I master the deeper mysteries, I may be able to control a person's fate, or even the fate of the border then." Celian paused, retracted his hand and changed his words. "As the saying goes, if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. In this universe, there are too many mysteries. Even if you spend your whole life exploring a corner, there is nothing more to ask for." Said, Celian walked out the door. Looking at her back, I knew that Saren had already decided to fight with Julian. But reality is different from games. In today's Ria Lucalia, even if there are still many factions among the magicians, they may not necessarily stop Saren. But if we only talk about the royal family of Kalia, although the queen is still demented, she is still awake, the Night Mug Rem is still guarding the door of the library, and Julian is not alone. He is also accompanied by the reborn Latin. Although, according to what Service said, the general is making trouble every day. It is very likely that the new body cannot adapt to the general's high-intensity training, so he has to make a lot of adjustments. This time, Saren will definitely be in danger. But I don't have enough reason now to refute the other party. Even if I told her directly about the teacher's final outcome, I don't even need to mention whether she is willing to believe me. A magic rookie, even if she really believed it, I think, someone who has decided to devote himself to magic, will not stop because of such a small matter. It's hard to say. Teacher Celine herself thinks that becoming a magician ball is the essence of the starry sky, and it is the goal she pursues. Unless I have enough ability to prove that she is wrong, where she is wrong, and then give a completely correct point of view. But I can only use simple magic. How can I refute the genius student girl in such a professional and academic issue? But anyway, I still can't help shouting to Celine's back. Teacher, no matter what, when you decide to return to the academy, please tell me. Celine seemed to pause slightly, but in the end, still left this basement without hesitation. Alas, I couldn't help but sigh, and also planned to leave here. Oh my god, why are these puppets still staring at me? So scary. Teacher, you are gone, and you still don't disconnect the magic connection? Being stared at made me a little scared. I couldn't help but speed up my pace and leave the hidden basement of service. It was only a short while ago. But Celine had already disappeared. Adura, the stupid dragon, was even still sleeping, and had not noticed the teacher's presence at all. So, what should I do next? If Lonnie didn't wake up, there was no need to go underground for a while. Otherwise, I should go to Ria Lucalia first. Or Stonewell. To lobby for the evil teacher and discuss the alliance? But I always feel that it may not be good for me to move too fast. If I am not careful, it may aggravate the turmoil in the royal city of Rodel. It will be used by people with ulterior motives, saying that the teacher maliciously sent an alliance, intending to suppress the opposition with tyranny, and thus arouse the complete resistance of the old nobles, which would be bad. Forget it. No matter what, I should go back to Lonnie's room first. If Lonnie wakes up, it would be a good idea to discuss it with her, the current head of the Kalia royal family. Thinking this way, I walked back to Lonnie's magician tower and climbed to the top floor. The moon princess is still sleeping. Baby, the sun is about to set. How can you still sleep? Wait. Suddenly I found that there seemed to be a book missing from the table, the book that I had pulled out from under Lonnie. I stomped my feet, walked around Lonnie, knelt down, and counted on her chair. 1, 2, 3, 4. My princess, you are pretending to sleep. Wake up. I couldn't help but put my hand on my forehead, sighing and saying, and Lonnie really raised her head, put on her dignified princess look again, a pair of hands folded on her legs, and the other pair of fingers pressed together, making a listening gesture. She smiled and greeted. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It's Zero. Long time no see. What do you mean it's you? You must have woken up a long time ago. You know it's me. I sighed. I didn't expect that Princess Dark Moon also likes to joke. Let's not talk about this for now. We have a new guest. Lonnie turned her head and looked towards the door. New guest? Who else? I also followed Lonnie's gaze, but I didn't expect that the person who came was completely beyond my expectations. Dark blue magic robe, a pyroxene head mask with a woman's face on her head. It turned out to be Teacher Saren. Chapter 414, which versus which? Unexpectedly, after me, Celine actually followed me to the magician tower of Lonnie. Teacher, why are you here? I couldn't help but widen my eyes and asked curiously. Celine's voice was as kind and smiling as always. Since we have visited Kalia Castle, it would be unreasonable not to meet the owner here. Also, we should thank the Moon Princess for scaring that service away. Right? Scare service away? Ah, could it be that? Lonnie helped us out of the group of puppets outside just now. I thought it was Celine who controlled them. No wonder the puppets were still staring at me after the teacher left. So Ronnie must have woken up a long time ago, but when exactly? Ronnie also responded to Saren with a smile. Since you are here to thank me, then, Zero's magic teacher, would it be considered sincere if you don't take off your hood and tell me your name? Unexpectedly, Saren did not say much, and did as Renee said, took off her hood, and bowed slightly and said, I am the Origin Magician, Saren. I have heard of the name of Princess Renee of the Moon for a long time, and it is a great honor to meet you today. Origin Magician Saren. Ah, you are the genius that my mother said is rare in a century, also known as the Magic Cube which. Zero, you really have an extraordinary person as your teacher. I don't deserve it, but it is a great honor to be remembered by the witch who is a little girl of Kalia, who met the dark moon of fate early, and set up many shadows, and took away the life of the first demigod. The two of them were smiling and greeting each other. Why, I felt a strong smell of gunpowder? Ah, speaking of which, wasn't Teacher Saren banished and sealed during the period when Full Moon Queen Rhaenyra ruled the academy? The teacher wouldn't come back to cause trouble for Lonnie. Right? My eyelids trembled slightly. And Lonnie also snorted coldly, and asked bluntly, Tell me. Magic Cube which Saren, I wanted to let you leave the fortress, But why did you come here again? It's simple. I want to do a favor for the Princess of Kalia. Oh. Huh? Not only Lonnie, but also I widened my eyes. And Celian then explained, right now, it should be a critical moment for your Kalia royal family. I am willing to lend a hand, help you embark on the road of destiny. And in return, I would like to ask the princess to agree to a small request of mine. Is it about Jirian? Sure enough, since she can manipulate the puppets. It means that Lonnie heard everything that the teacher and I said. Lonnie responded coldly, if that is the case, I am afraid I cannot agree to it. Although Jirian was indeed a guest general of the Kalia royal family. Now, he is just a follower of General Latin, and has no relationship with the royal family. And I cannot command him. No. Celian shook his head. My request is only for your Kalia faction. Please do not intervene in that battle at that time. After all, the current Ria Lucalia Academy is still dominated by your faction. And I heard that the general is also recuperating and practicing in the academy. Celian glanced at me and continued to analyze. To be honest, if I rely on my own strength, I naturally cannot compete with so many people. And my foolish apprentice insists on witnessing that battle. The situation will certainly become quite complicated. In addition, as far as I am concerned, I don't want it to evolve into a struggle between the Origin School and the Kalia School, but a simple battle for survival between a witch and a witch hunter. Teacher Celian actually considered that level because of what I said just now, however. Thinking carefully, Celian does have some truth. If she were to return to the academy to fight with Jirian, not to mention other magicians, General Redden might favor Jirian and attack, which would lead Full Moon Queen and Kalia's faction to fight against her. After all, Magic Cube Witch is notorious, and people's hearts must be against the Scarlet and corrupt Lord of Red Lion City. In this way, the teacher is weak, and I don't want to watch her being surrounded by people, and if I help, I will have to fight with Kalia, and it will be difficult to be caught in the middle. Lonnie pondered for a moment. Nodded. I can agree to this. But it is unexpected that you, who are called a witch, would choose to fight with that Jirian in an open and dignified manner? Celian explained lightly. If the hunter knew that I had broken free from the restraints, he would definitely stay in the academy and wait for me. In addition, his cautious character would not give me any chance to attack by surprise. If you want to avoid fighting, I can also help you choose another place in the fortress to continue your research. After all, you are indeed Zero's teacher, and he obviously doesn't want that to happen. Ronnie helped me speak out my true feelings. But Saren shook his head. As a magician, you should know that if you want to delve deeper into a subject, you have to return to the academy. And that is also the only way to revive the Origin School. So, I appreciate the princess's kindness. Saren, it seems that we are all people who are not destined to walk on the bright road. Ronnie sighed slowly. And then she turned to look at me. Zero, did you bring the secret treasure of Nokron? Ah, yes. Because everything happened too suddenly. I was stunned for a moment before I reacted to what Ronnie said, and quickly took out the hunting finger knife and handed it over. Thank you. In this way, all the conditions have been gathered, and it's time to leave. Lonnie put away the hunting finger knife. Then, she took out an inverted image and handed it to me. Zero, I know you have been exploring the secret of that night. Although it may not be useful, please accept this as a small gift. It is the inverted image of Kalia, which can reverse the internal structure of the library, so as to climb to the rooftop where there was no way to go, find the dead half of Lonnie, and collect the half of the centipede of death on her body. Thank you. It will be very useful. I accepted the inverted image with gratitude. And Lonnie nodded, and turned to Saren and said, Magician, since you are willing to work for me, I will not be polite. In the Ansel River Basin underground, my shadow of disaster is lurking. Go and destroy him. In this way, I will also inform Kalia's military advisor of your request. And Kalia will never show any favoritism in the battle with the hunter. Thank you. Saren nodded in response. Then, Lonnie turned into an illusory shadow and disappeared. I was still a little dazed. According to the plot, Teacher Celian was actually going to sneak into the underground with me, to help Lonnie solve the last disaster. Wait, if we were to go to the branch line, would we have to climb the moonlight altar together? Apprentice, what are you still doing? Celian had put on the hood again. Your princess has spoken. As a knight of Kalia, why don't you hurry up and clear the obstacles in her way? Teacher, don't make fun of me. I couldn't help but complain. Look at me. Do I look like I'm making fun of you? It's hard to say. Who knows what expression you have under your hood? I sighed, but it's okay. I followed Teacher Celian's footsteps and headed to the Ansel River Basin together. Chapter 415, Accompanying the Witch. Part 1. To solve the shadow of disaster that blocks Lonnie's path, you must first go to the Ansel River Basin. The fastest way is naturally to go to the top floor of the nearby Rena Magician Tower, and go through the portal there. But until I walked down from Lonnie's Magician Tower, I still found it hard to believe. Teacher Saren, how did you suddenly come back? You said you wanted to do something for Lonnie. I thought you would go directly to the Yatin Plateau to find Now I'm not sure if Saren has any memories of when she was Source Stone, so for now, I'd better not tell her the location of Master Yazler. Celian smiled and said, Are you going to find Master Yazler? His body has already crystallized, and he should stay in the hermit village. There is no need to rush to find him. Besides, although this body is quite compatible with my Source Stone, it also takes time to adapt. Therefore, selling it to Princess Kalia is a favor, which is also killing two birds with one stone. The teacher still has her memories of the Source Stone. What's wrong? A princess? Your tone seems to say that you don't want me to go with you. How is that possible? I quickly caught up with Celian's footsteps. Traveling alone is too boring. It is my honor to have the teacher with me. However, I really didn't expect that things would develop like this. The world is changing rapidly, and no one can completely control the development of any situation. So we need to find the right time to seize it. Celian seemed to be in a very good mood, so he talked more than usual. Just like if it weren't for you, apprentice, I might have been imprisoned in that restrictive seal forever, and it would be impossible for me to temporarily board the Moon Princess's ship. However, teacher, I heard that you astronomical magicians can read a person's destiny from the stars. Right? Isn't this similar to predicting the future? I also asked with a little curiosity. As for this topic, Celian was obviously familiar with it and could blurt out the answer. Destiny is not a predetermined future. It just tells you the general direction to move forward. For example, most of you faders, your destiny is to become the king of Eldon, but isn't there only one person who can really succeed? Or not even one person can do it? It makes sense. While chatting, we came to the Rena Magician Tower, climbed up the ladder inside to the second floor, and there was indeed a treasure chest. I habitually went around and opened it. As expected, it was a complete set of Snow Witch. Apprentice, it's not good to touch other people's wardrobes. Celian saw at a glance that this set of equipment was no different from Lonnie's, and reminded him, this is a spare for Lonnie later. Just in case she and Two Fingers fight, and her clothes get torn or something. I was quite embarrassed and quickly found an excuse. I couldn't say, I want to wear couple outfits with Lonnie. However, I didn't expect that the teacher would be a bit nagging sometimes. After putting away the Snow Witch suit, we walked up the stairs to the top floor, where the portal was rotating with a glowing light. I squatted down and put my hand in it. I felt a little dizzy. When I opened my eyes again, I found that Saren and I had been transported to the Ansel River Basin. The river water flowed slowly under my feet, between the dark and gloomy trees. The blessed light flickered like a candle. Celian went upstream along the river, and after a few steps, she reached the end of the forest. There, the fire was bright, illuminating a whole ancient ruins. The dynasty of the old humans. You? I didn't expect there were such ruins here. Celian couldn't help but say. But she soon realized something and turned her head. Apprentice, what are you doing? Teacher, have you seen little Lonnie? I was still searching hard in the jungle. No. I remember clearly that in the game, little Lonnie should be placed in the sarcophagus near the blessing point. Why is it gone in reality? It can't be taken away by the mud people here. Little Lonnie? Celian walked back curiously. Well, how should I put it? It should be a token left by Lonnie. Looking at Teacher Saren, I suddenly had an idea in my mind. In the game, wasn't the first use of Petite Lonnie to ask Atai to help her solve the shadow of disaster? But in reality, she had already entrusted this matter to Teacher Saren, so there was no need to keep Petite Lonnie as a task guide. Besides, with Lonnie's proud personality, she would never expose herself like that to Saren, who was only a temporary appointment with her. Is this the so-called fish and bear's paw? Can't have both? Woo. Lonnie. My Petite Lonnie. Disciple. Why are you crying suddenly? Does the teleportation magic make you feel uncomfortable? Say Lian asked with a little concern. I shook my head with tears in my eyes. No. It's just sand in my eyes. Let's go. Teacher. Forget it. Let's cherish the trip with Teacher Say Lian. After all, this is the only experience in this world. Following Teacher Say Lian, we crossed the gloomy river area and headed towards the ancient ruins of the Uru dynasty. Under the firelight, the figure swayed. On both sides of the gate, there was a huge sculpture of an old man, holding a stone tablet in his hand, wearing a cloak, and vines wrapped around his body. In between the two sculptures, like the molting of some insect, a huge pale monster was hanging upside down. As soon as it sensed the approach of a strange force, the monster suddenly curled up slightly as if doing a sit-up, and a purple aura of gravity magic emerged from its body, like the roar of a giant beast, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Teacher. This way. I quickly grabbed Celian's hand and hid under a nearby stone wall. The next second, like hail, there was a crackling sound on the other side of the stone wall. The monster summoned stones with gravity magic and launched a machine gun-like attack. Is that the Dark Star guest? St? Celian recognized the monster. I also shared my combat experience. Unless you get too close, that guy will only use this kind of attack. And the interval is quite long. Wait a little while, and you will have a chance to counterattack. Speaking of which, apprentice, you seem to have learned Master Yazler's unique magic from him. Right? Celian suddenly asked. Although I don't know why I'm talking about this now. I still nodded honestly, yes. But my intelligence is not enough to perform such high-end magic. Do you remember the specific runes? That magic. Comet Azrael doesn't seem to have magic runes. At that time, I only remember a beam of comet light appeared in front of me, like a torrent, suddenly shooting from the end of the dark universe. After that, wasn't it you? Teacher. Who helped me? I asked back with curiosity. Then, I really did remember it right. Celian picked up the magic wand, while thinking, walking outside. Teacher? When St saw us popping out from behind the earth wall, she immediately activated the gravity magic again. The purple glow gathered the stones and sand on the ground into a ball, floating in the air. Even several clay figures of the Uru dynasty were involved in the magic. Celian was still beating the magic wand, looking down and thinking, I remember, the feeling at that time should be like this. Swoosh. Swoosh. The next second, the gravity meteorites, under the control of St, all smashed towards Celian. Teacher? I saw that Celian was still immersed in his own thoughts, with no intention of dodging at all, and quickly drew out the Night Starfire and rushed forward. Prayed for Lansanx's Dragon Thunder protection. The sword is attached with red thunder, and it slashes at the flying meteorites. It's so heavy. Although the first piece was successfully split, the quality of this attack is comparable to the sparks of Mr. Mungert's heavy hammer. I gritted my teeth, but, after blocking 4 or 5 flying stones in succession, my hands were trembling with pain, and I couldn't hold the weapon anymore. Thank you for your hard work, apprentice. Suddenly, while Lian's words rang out behind him, a torrent of surging magic suddenly rushed out, crushing all the flying meteorites into slag in an instant, and then hitting St. The monster couldn't resist this powerful force at all. Just like the vampire in Western legends hitting the sun, following the comet torrent, it quickly turned into a wisp of gray smoke from bottom to top and dissipated. This is Magic Comet Azrael. Chapter 416, Accompanying the Witch. Part 2. With just one meeting, you actually constructed a complete magic formula, reproducing the unique skill of the origin magician Azel. Comet Azel. Did you? Teacher Say Lian, you are indeed a rare talent in a century. Watching St turn into ashes easily, I couldn't help but sigh silently in my heart. However, then, there was a slight sinking touch from behind, and the back of my head was hit hard. Teacher? And Say Lian was still reflecting on his magic performance. It seems that the output of magic power has been strengthened too much, and the loss per unit time is more severe than I thought, and there is still room for optimization and adjustment. Sorry, disciple, let me rest for a while. Teacher. Why are you the same as me? Your disciple. When using a new trick, don't you think about your total amount of magic power? Of course, it may also be that the new body is not adapted yet. But no matter who saw the comet just now, Azrael would break out in a cold sweat, not only St. The surging torrent magic was like an indestructible sword, piercing through the monster directly, and even causing the underground rock wall behind it to leave a huge crack that crossed half the sky. Ah, there are also guys who don't know what fear is. The clay figures in the ancient ruins are rolling one after another like dung beetles' dung. I quickly carried Céline on my back and ran to the cave behind the ancient ruins. The sound of splashing water attracted the attention of the giant ants in the cave. 3 or 2 guys were flapping their wings, like bees, pointing their butts at us and shooting corrupted formic acid water. I was too lazy to get entangled with these bugs, using the hound steps, and walked directly out of the cave. A row of towering walls appeared in front of me, like the gate of a canal. I quickly ran into the building next to it, and then closed the door with my backhand, blocking the giant ants chasing us outside. Going out of the other door, in front of me, there appeared a silver-gray building complex like that of Noklong. In the night air, the floating glow was like countless fireflies, and even the plants and trees here seemed to be metallized, shining with silver light. Eternal City. Nox Stella. I found the blessing point at the entrance, put Céline down to rest, and handed the blue dewdrop holy grail bottle to the teacher to restore his mana. I didn't expect that you would come here. After Céline drank a few sips of blue dewdrops, her energy was restored. She looked at the thousands of silver-white bright spots in the sky and sighed. It's really an unimaginable miracle. The Nox people actually created a whole starry sky underground. Apprentice. It's the same in Noklongan. And there are also red nebulae. I also smiled and chatted with Céline. When I first saw it, the romance of this underground starry sky was indeed amazing. But, speaking of creating the starry sky, I remember that you can also create the star rain. Right? Although it does have the same effect. But my magic can't compare to the great deeds here. Céline stared at the night sky for a long time, then sighed, slightly shook his head. However, the artificially created starry sky is still false. Apprentice, you see, the sparks are all solidified in the air, motionless. If you really want to realize the seemingly irregular, but actually fixed trajectory of the stars, the amount of calculation and magic power required are immeasurable. Well, after all, in the operation of real galaxies, the most basic thing is that it is affected by gravity, so there are roughly fixed rules, but because of too much force, there will be some changes. I replied casually. Universal gravity, is this also some kind of magic? Céline asked me with a little doubt. Ah, I let it slip. In this world, physics does not exist. However, I can't explain to Céline what universal gravity is. After all, let alone that I only have a high school physics level, and there is also a magical power like magic in this world. Who knows whether physics is the same as my original reality? Ahaha, this is just the power of some supreme will. I heard it from the people in the royal city. I can only laugh awkwardly. At the same time, I quickly changed the subject. Suddenly, the changes of the stars are very similar to the fate of people. They all have a predetermined path forward, but during the journey, there will always be unexpected changes. And no one knows, when will it enter destruction? Maybe it will be the next second. Céline took over my words smoothly. Well, there's no need to say it so horribly, teacher. Hee, so, we need to explore the origin of magic, apprentice. Céline turned the topic to her direction with ease. By studying the origin of the universe, we can know where we come from, where we should go, what the process of evolution is, and why it develops like this. All of this, maybe it was decided before the birth of the universe. Teacher, but what exactly is magic? I asked through the topic. If I could understand Mr. Céline better, then I would be more confident in preventing him from turning into a ball in the future. And Céline asked back, Disciple, in your eyes, what is magic? Magic. I only know the most basic pyroxene magic gravel and pyroxene bending arc taught by the teacher before. If you force me to explain, I can't say it. In fact, as a warrior, some of the combat skills you use, prayer, are also a kind of magic. Disciple, don't worry about the limitations of pyroxene. If you want to say that, imagination? I asked carefully and tentatively. After all, after learning to control runes and performing different combat skills, developing new combat skills, on the one hand, is to combine your own skills, on the other hand, is to imagine what effect it will have after using it. Well said, disciple. Céline nodded in appreciation. In fact, magic is a kind of imagination that can be realized. After we study the origin of a thing, magic will realize it through your cognition. And this is the basic law of magic. However, since the Ria Lucalia Academy was led by the Full Moon Queen, many people have lost the original intention of learning magic, and used it as a tool for fighting. And the spells they cast have gradually become the same. Therefore, in this regard, you can say that your apprentice is quite talented. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. It's a pity that your personality is really not suitable for my path. It is consistent with the Queen's idea of tolerance of everything, Cerulean said, and seemed to smile lightly. If Rhaenyra hadn't lost her mind, I would be happy to introduce you to her, and she would definitely treat you like her own child. You know what? Queen Rhaenyra is really calling me like a child now. The teacher is very perceptive. I think the princess also saw this in you, and was willing to trust you so much, and even loved you and didn't make things difficult for me in the basement. But the path she chose herself, it seems, is not easy. Celine under the hood seemed to be smiling at me, paused, and suddenly stood up. Time is running out. Let's talk about these topics later. Apprentice, let's go find the shadow of disaster first, and save your princess the trouble. But where is that shadow? In this Nox Stella. Ah, as for that calamity shadow, I know his approximate location. I also stood up. Explore. Eternal City. Nox Stella, let's wait for a chance to come back later. I walked quickly with Cerulean. We didn't meet many enemies on the road, so we avoided them if we could. Like the slow teardrop slime, we ignored them if they couldn't catch up with us. The slightly more troublesome ones, which we only met occasionally, were the Nox Knights riding giant ants. But when Cerulean waved his staff, the ants suddenly became like wild horses, breaking away from the Nox people, and even fighting with them. What's going on, teacher? I was extremely confused. Cerulean responded lightly. It's very simple, they use magic to hypnotize the ants, and I just untied them. So, aren't those ants domesticated? If I use a charmed branch or something, I can also grab the ants and ride them? Soon, I took Saren through the bottom floor of Nox Stella, found an elevator, and went down, passing through the cave in the pool on this side. The air was filled with a red and rotten mist. In my ears, Lonnie's voice sounded like in the game. Without anyone noticing, Shadow, you are the last one. Go tell Shuangji, which Lonnie will carve a scar for you. A destined scar that will never heal. As soon as she finished speaking, I saw, from the other side of the stream, a figure like the half-wolf knight Blaze, dragging a huge sword, slowly walking towards us. Chapter 417, Shadow of Disaster. In the crimson dust, Lonnie's Shadow of Disaster, in the form of half-wolf Blaze, walked towards us step by step. He gently waved the royal giant sword in his hand, and suddenly, it was wrapped with a black and red flame. Destined death, that was a flame that could kill even gods and men. So it's just the shadow of the red spirit. Cerulean took out his staff and was ready for battle. I was a little confused. Hey, this guy is not pretending to be Wolf Brother. But Red Spirit? But didn't you say that Red Spirit will only appear when a person is on the verge of death? Because of the drastic fluctuations in emotions? But Wolf Brother's real body should still be imprisoned in the sealed prison on the other side of Lake Yacker. And I have already convinced him that he will not run around. And he will only do so if there is danger. I heard that Shuangji will place shadow beasts as surveillance around the gods to prevent them from escaping from their control. Now, since it is not the real body coming, I am afraid that your Wolf Brother is suffering from inhuman mental torture until he is on the verge of death. Cerulean casually said a shocking inference. Be careful, apprentice. He is coming. With a shadow of disaster raised the royal giant sword. Black flames burning, and followed by a wolf leap. In the blink of an eye, the opponent invaded in front of me, raised the giant sword, and chopped down on me. I couldn't take this move head on, so I quickly rolled to the side to avoid the attack. Unexpectedly, the opponent seemed to have expected me to dodge. After hitting the ground with a knife, he immediately jumped high into the air, predicted the location of my dodge, and stabbed the royal giant sword straight at me. Is this Blaze's exclusive fighting skill wolf attack? I subconsciously dodged to the side again, causing the opponent to stab the riverbed with a sword, and the attack failed. But the next second, the black and red flames exploded, and the strong impact made me unable to hide, and I was thrown out at once. The flames of the doomed death covered most of my body, burning hot, as if scraping off a layer of human skin, and at the same time, the flames would absorb the temperature in the human body. The flesh was burning, but the heart seemed to fall into a cold cellar. It was really weird. I can't be passive any longer. I saw the shadow of disaster pull out the giant sword from the ground and rush towards me again. The night star fire floated up the cold moon frost. I quickly swung several ice crystal pyroxene slashes at the Shadow of Disaster, but the opponent dodged it with a nimble posture. However, the continuous slashes made it difficult for the Shadow of Disaster to get close for a while. He roared in anger and leaped into the air again. Is it going to be a wolf attack again? But jumping into the air, it will be difficult to dodge. Before the opponent fell, I slashed the Shadow of Disaster with another pyroxene slash, and was also ready to use the Hound Step to quickly dodge after the greedy blade. But I didn't expect that the moment the ice crystal cold blade flew out, the Shadow of Disaster actually turned around and threw his hand, and smashed the Royal Master like a missile. The flames of the destined death instantly broke through my slash, and before the person could stop, the giant sword was about to hit his face. I had no choice but to put away the knife and use all my strength to block the flying giant sword. But the next second, the wolf attacked. While I was blocking the giant sword, it used its claws to directly leave 3 bloody marks on my shoulder. If I hadn't reacted quickly and stepped back in time, I would have been grabbed and my throat would have been torn apart. How brutal! The fighting style of this Shadow of Disaster is even more wild than that of Half-Wolf Blaze. I can only say that it is worthy of being the product of Brother Wolf's madness. The extremely strong aggressiveness, coupled with the destined death that burns when touched, makes it a little tricky to deal with. While the opponent was trying to pick up the Royal Giant Sword, I quickly drank a sip of the Holy Grail bottle to recover. I was about to use Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection to prepare. On the side, I suddenly heard Sei Lian's call, "Apprentice, come to me." "Teacher?" In this underground sky eroded by scarlet rot, only Sei Lian was still like Noxtella. The dark night was everywhere, and it was even spreading quietly. A little bit of starlight, like a firefly, drifted into the scarlet rotten dust. "Awooh!" The Shadow of Disaster howled again, and rushed towards me with the Royal Giant Sword. Although I didn't know what the teacher was planning, I decided to trust him, and ran towards Sei Lian with the pace of a hound. Well, I should go over and cooperate with her. I would attract firepower in front, and then let Sei Lian output from the side. But I didn't expect that after I went over, Sei Lian actually said, "You are standing too far forward. Apprentice, come behind me." I was a little confused, but I saw that the Shadow of Disaster had raised the giant sword and was about to attack. I subconsciously clenched the Night Star Fire, ready to block the opponent's attack. But I didn't expect that the magic gravel stars that the Shadow of Disaster brushed against suddenly exploded on him one after another, catching him off guard and stopping quickly. As a result, right where he landed, a circle of magic runes lit up on the ground, and the next second, a large pyroxene magic gravel suddenly shot out into the sky, like a fierce uppercut, which directly hit Shadow and forced him to continue to retreat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few more scattered magic gravel stars shot back from behind the Shadow of Disaster. The Shadow of Disaster was so angry that he raised his giant sword and swept it behind him with all his strength. The raging fire of doomed death instantly engulfed the magic gravel stars. But the next second, from the sky and the ground, several more stars smashed towards the Shadow of Disaster one after another. What kind of magic is this? It felt like the Shadow of Disaster was a beast imprisoned in a cage. Every time it moved, it would be attacked by a dozen magic gravels. Even though this guy was wearing a tight Kaliao armor, after a few rounds, he was tortured by various magics and gasped, and fell to the ground. To deal with wild beasts, there must be a way to deal with wild beasts. The glow on Sei Lian's pyroxene magic staff was always shining. You can't escape the reign of creation by brute force alone. The reign of creation? Is this the origin magic? The reign of creation, but how does it look like? It looks more like a splash of emerald water with a radius of 20 meters. Teacher, are you also a stand user? No wonder I said that there were many opportunities to attack the Shadow of Disaster just now, but Sei Lian didn't make a move. It turns out that the teacher was setting up the field magic. Right? Ouch. The Shadow of Disaster could no longer bear the torture, and roared in anger. He stood up again with a shake, and raised the Royal Giant Sword, which burst out with the most vigorous black flame of doomed death so far. Disciple, watch this. Sei Lian raised the pyroxene staff calmly and elegantly, and the condensed magic power made the pyroxene on the top shine even more. When the beasts are exhausted, and the prey is in sight, what stupid choice will they make? The black flames burned, and the Shadow of Disaster rushed towards Sei Lian at full speed. And the star reign of creation was triggered almost at the same time, and one piece of magic gravel star after another kept hitting the Shadow of Disaster. Ouch. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, Seeing that there were only a few steps left, the shadow of disaster gathered all his remaining strength, and suddenly leaped up. But Celian was obviously waiting for such an opportunity. Look, isn't this the best target? Origin Magic Comet Azrael. The torrent that runs through the entire star creation universe. Swallowed the shadow of disaster in an instant, and the opponent had no ability to resist at all, and was played around by Celian. Enemy felled. Chapter 418 Swimming in the Corruption Lake. Watching the shadow of disaster turn into a red light, and dissipate in the agitation of the magic. Comet Azrael. In my ears, Ronnie's voice sounded again. What an elegant and beautiful magic battle. Thank you for bothering you. Thank you very much. In this way, I can finally see him. Ah, the limelight was all taken by Teacher Saren. Even Ronnie's dialogue was changed. Right. The contract has been reached, Magic Cube which. If you want to return to Ria Lucalia College, the people of the Carlia royal family will not face you at that time, including my brother Latin. Teacher Saren nodded and bowed slightly. Thank you. Then, it's time to say goodbye you two. Lonnie paused, and then said, 0. Wait a minute. At the same time, I also hurriedly stopped the other party. Lonnie, can you still use magic now, and communicate with Iggy or anyone else? When you go to find Two Fingers, he will also send Black Knife assassins to assassinate Blaze and Iggy. You have to remind them to pay attention. In addition, Brother Wolf is now imprisoned in Nimgyufu, in a sealed prison on the south bank of Lake Yacker. If possible, let Stonewell send some people to watch over him. But be careful that he loses his mind and walks in. Okay. Since it is your request, it is not too late to realize it now. Lonnie agreed. If there is anything else. I don't know if you have solved Service. Lonnie. If you haven't done it yet, please spare his life for now. I have something to do, and want him to help. The implication is, I still have several puppets that I haven't exchanged with him. And that old dang can't die yet. Lonnie was silent for a moment. Sighed. And agreed to my request. 0. You really have expected everything. If it is a step later, Service will indeed be tortured to death by his own puppets. Anything else? My ally? There should be nothing else. I thought about it carefully. Oh, that's right. Go for it, and teach those stinky twins a lesson. Thank you for your blessing. May the dark moon also guide you in the future. Lonnie seemed to smile softly, and a breeze swept around, and then it became completely quiet. I shouted to her invisible back, don't worry. I will come to you again. Wait for me. Lonnie! I don't know if she can hear me. A princess. Celine suddenly called me, turned around, and saw a silver-gray key thrown to me. This key should have been left to you by the Moon Princess. Take it well. Oh! It's the abandoned royal key, which can open the treasure chest in the Great Library and find Lonnie's Dark Moon Ring, which is the wedding ring in the mouth of the Star Kings. Okay. The contract is completed. Let's go back too. Celine put away the magic wand, turned around and prepared to go back. Looking at the key in my hand, I stopped him. Teacher, can you walk with me for a while? Are you worried about the princess? Celine saw through my thoughts at a glance. I nodded. However, since it is a battle between her and the two fingers that control the god, actually, we can't help much. Celine reminded. I know. But, after the battle, I think Lonnie will go to a place, the deepest part of this underground. I said sincerely. I want to find her. I can't leave her there alone. Alas, my disciple, you are sometimes nosy. Celine sighed. Okay. After all, I have to thank you for helping me find a new body and letting me get rid of the annoying constraints. I will help you again. That's great. Thank you, teacher. With a teacher's company, I feel more at ease. After all, Celine in reality is obviously much stronger than in the game. Moreover, the intensity of the star rain is obviously different from the drizzle in the game. It makes people feel that this is the origin magic that can be as famous as the destruction meteor and the comet Azrael. I continued to move forward into the scarlet wrought dust with Celine, took the elevator at the end of the river, and landed on the bottom floor here. As soon as I went out, the large areas of scarlet corruption immediately made people's eyes red. The underground lake of corruption. It is said that in ancient times, the outer god scarlet corruption descended and slaughtered most of the borderland. In this situation where everyone is likely to become a petri dish for corruption, all living beings united to fight against this murderous god. Finally, a blind swordsman among humans created the flowing water sword technique, and completely defeated the goddess of corruption and sealed her under the ground. And this lake of corruption must have been the last battlefield at that time. Teacher, is there any magic in your magic that can remove the erosion of corruption? I touched the blessed light beside the lake, and turned back to ask curiously. Lian thought for a moment, and shook his head. Then how about I teach you a practical prayer, and see if you can remember it? As I said that, I found the bamboo tube that Lian had given me before from the blessing backpack, and took out the parchment with the prayer fire healing drawn on it. Lian took over. It seems that, apprentice, you have indeed followed my request to memorize magic and prayers. I smiled and replied, I dare not forget the teacher's teachings. Next, we have to cross the corrupt lake filled with rotten dust. Although it was a little blurry. On the shore, you could still see the shadow of the stone tablet in the lake. As long as you step on it and trigger the mechanism on it, a stone platform would rise for people to move forward. I rubbed my ankles by the lake, did some warm-up exercises, and found the direction of the stone tablet. I said, Teacher, why don't you wait on the shore for a while? I'll go and open the mechanism first, and then you can follow me. Combat skills hound step. Start. Go straight ahead at full speed. Although the corrupt water is as thick as glue, it can't stop me. Cross the finish line in 9.58 seconds. My speed is faster than Bolt. But it's so hot. The damn corrupt lake water is like stepping on magma. The corrosive pain almost makes people cry. After stepping on the mechanism, a stone slab rose on the road ahead in a short while. I breathed a sigh of relief, and patted myself with a flame, then turned around, and was about to wave my hand to call Lian over. But I saw that Lian had spread a large circle of light mirrors on the corrupt lake surface, and walked over slowly and gracefully from above. What's wrong? Apprentice? She asked casually. Probably because she saw my dumbfounded look. What is this? I pointed at her feet. Oh! This is just a slight imitation of the magic realm's technique, canceling the ability to increase the power of magic, and using pyroxene for simple construction to form a floating platform. Lian used the most calm tone to describe something that I could not imagine. But it's just a little fragile. Bang quack? Before she finished her words, suddenly, a cursed frog in the corruption lake jumped onto Lian's original plane realm without knowing what was good for her, and the entire platform immediately shattered like glass. Lian herself did not stand firmly, and fell into the lake with a splash. Teacher, I hurried forward and helped Lian up. Teacher, are you okay? I was careless. The technique I created in a flash of inspiration was too unstable. Lian's slightly gnashing voice came from the hood. Puff. Disciple, if I heard correctly, are you mocking the witch? Facing Lian's accusation, I quickly tightened my face and shake my head. No. I just recalled that when I used Comet Azrael before, teacher, I also lost the chain. You are very brave. It's time to let you see why I am called the Magic Block Witch. Lian picked up the pyroxene staff and poked me on the head. It hurts. I quickly apologized again. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Quack. The dead cursed frog, come to ruin the atmosphere at this time. I just waved my knife, ice crystal pyroxene slash, and split it in half. I walked to the raised stone slab with Lian, and the cursed frogs lurking in the lake jumped up one after another. However, they were no match for us. We dealt with them in no time. However, Lian seemed to have a new body. He took a few steps in the lake of corruption. His skin was too delicate, and the corrosive poison accumulated much faster than mine. The last section of the road across the corruption lake has no traps, so you can only walk directly across it. What should I do? I suddenly had an idea. Teacher, I will carry you across, and you can help me with the healing of fire at the right time. How about it? This is a good idea. I'll leave it to you. Disciple. Lian accepted my suggestion. Division of labor and cooperation. Although carrying a person will naturally slow down the hound's pace, it is still much faster than Lian walking slowly by himself. Moreover, I don't need to shoot fire myself, and I can even swim in the lake to maintain a good blood volume. Ah, disciple, can you run faster? When I ran almost halfway, Lian suddenly asked me. It's already full speed. After all, I was carrying a person on my back, and I had to avoid the cursed frogs that suddenly appeared. The cursed death fog they sprayed, and the thick swamp water made it difficult for me to move. What's wrong? It seems we have to be prepared to fight back. Lian seemed to roll up his sleeves. Watch out to the left. The big guy is coming. Big guy? My heart skipped a beat. And I turned my head. And saw the scarlet tide surging. And riding on the tide, as Salian said, was a behemoth as big as a hill and a giant ship. Ah. The cursed frogs are fine. But you? A dragon soldier. Why don't you sleep well over there? You're not here to join in the fun. Asshole. Chapter 419 Dragon King Kong vs. Treeloss. Ah. Accompanied by roars, the scarlet tide came one after another, rolling in. On the corruption lake, I ran as fast as I could, while the dragon soldiers behind me, who were like hills, beat the lake water and chased me relentlessly. Why? I don't understand. Why would this dragon soldier chase us? Is it because of Atu's dog-shy constitution? Dragon soldiers are from ancient times, created by the underground Nox people after obtaining samples of the ancient dragon clan, to deal with the guards of scarlet corruption. It's not surprising that such monsters exist in such a place. Teacher Salian said, while waving his staff and throwing out a pyroxene demon gravel, hitting the dragon soldier's head. The other party roared, and chased even more anxiously. Thank you for the science popularization, teacher. I had to run faster, and at the same time I shouted in anger. But this kind of guy, doesn't it usually sleep? We didn't provoke it before. Maybe it sensed our magic power and regarded it as an invader, or someone woke it up. Salian paused. There seems to be an ancestor spirit on the back of that dragon. Ancestral spirit? Ah, I remember. In the game, there is indeed an ancestor spirit near the position where the dragon soldiers are sleeping. Defeat him, and you can drop the amulet. Immune horn ornament. It seems that this guy regarded us as invaders and awakened the dragon soldiers. Right. Ah. Fortunately, we had already run across most of the corruption lake. And the giant statue of the old man holding the stone tablet on the shore was clearly visible. As long as we ran into the large corridor, this guy should be quiet. As it turned out, I thought less. Ah! The dragon soldier slapped his claws and slapped me on the head. Seeing me dodge and get into the corridor door, he followed without hesitation. Although his huge body was stuck in the narrow entrance, he struggled a little and squeezed in. Is my hatred value so high? Well, I could only continue to run with Teacher Salian on my back. Even if I passed the blessing point, I just kicked it. After the trigger status was cleared and restored, I continued to run directly to the side stairs, not daring to stop at all. But I didn't expect that the next second, my whole body shook with the ground, and I landed on empty ground. No way. The platform here couldn't bear the weight of the dragon soldier and collapsed, because the grand corridor was built to divert water to the corruption lake. The center of the building after entering it was hollow, and it was difficult for the dragon soldier to step on it. So this guy actually chose to fly directly towards me. The platform with the blessed light had no support underneath, and as a result, it was hit hard by the huge monster with its entire body weight, and the entire platform collapsed. Ah! Fortunately, I didn't hesitate to stop just now. Before the platform collapsed, I suddenly flew to the wall and grabbed the edge of the protruding eaves. Teacher, you climb up first. When Teacher Salian stood in a safe position first, I also climbed up, and then I was slightly relieved. And the bottom of the big corridor was in chaos. Ah! This place, originally, was a place where a group of corrupt followers worshipped the sealed scarlet corrupt goddess. Now this monster created to deal with corruption suddenly broke in, and the two sides naturally fought fiercely. Countless silk threads flew towards the dragon soldiers like chains. But this huge monster was full of brute force. It shook its body casually, and tore the silk threads apart. It raised its hand, and slapped the corrupt followers, who had no time to dodge into a puddle of pulp. The scene was extremely chaotic, and many corrupt followers were rushing over here. In this case, could I go to the sacrificial hall at the end of the great corridor, and steal the weapon Scorpion Tail Needle? It is said that this is a relic of a sealed external god. In other words, it may contain the power of the corrupt goddess, although it is not very useful in the game. In reality, it may have special abilities. Just as I was thinking this and preparing to continue to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, a fierce roar echoed in the great corridor. Even the dragon soldiers seemed to sense the crisis. So they let the corrupt followers go for the time being and turned around. Scarlet corruption fell from the sky, and I saw a corrupt tree spirit with its mouth wide open, suddenly pounced on the dragon soldier, and even pressed the opponent directly to the ground. Roar. This guy was very rude at the beginning. His body glowed with a faint scarlet light, and his big mouth spewed out a bright red flame directly at the opponent under him. But the next second, in the flames, a dragon claw with pale electric arc suddenly stretched out, and directly shut the big mouth of the corrupt tree spirit. In terms of strength, the dragon soldier seemed to be stronger than the corrupt tree spirit. After grabbing the opponent's head, he twisted it a few times, and threw the tree spirit that was pressing on him away. Oh! Teacher! Look! Look! The fight has started. I couldn't help but get excited. This is a cricket fighting session suitable for all ages. Moreover, we are in a high position, and the guys below can't touch us at all, and they don't notice us. It can be said to be the best viewing place. Apprentice, are you just going to watch it now? Say Lien seemed to be uninterested in the battle between the compatriot monsters, and his tone was flat. After all, this is a rare sight. That's true, but don't let it delay anything. It's okay, teacher. After they have a good fight, we can reap the benefits. As he spoke, the two giants below had already wrestled to the vicinity of the stone pillar where we were. It seems that the dragon soldier has the upper hand, suppressing the corrupt tree spirit against the wall and tearing the opponent's vines. After all, the dragon soldier is the orthodox boss monster in the corruption lake, and the corrupt tree spirit is just a large elite monster. But in the corridor, there are also many corrupt followers. The worms either summon Silk to attack or twist their bodies to run to the heels of the dragon soldiers and stab them with insect spears. As for the ancestor spirit that was theoretically on the side of the dragon soldier, it was solved at some point, and its corpse floated in the water channel in the center of the corridor. The corrupt followers are like a group of fleas, always itching on their bodies, which makes the dragon soldier furious. After shaking off the corrupt tree spirit, he turned around and swept away the followers under his feet. The corrupt tree spirit seemed to realize that it was difficult to fight the dragon soldiers head-on. It stood up, roared, and suddenly began to climb up the wall in a hurry. Are you a spider? And are you planning to use the same trick as at the beginning to suppress the opponent? But, disciple, it's coming, Lien reminded him. Yeah, I knew it. Although it was not coming for us. The huge size of the corrupt tree spirit still took away our viewing area. Moreover, a scarlet light flashed inside this guy's body. It was about to use the corrupt breath. Teacher, follow me quickly. In order to avoid being affected, I quickly took Lien to jump down from the stone pillar according to the path in the game. Behind him, after the dragon soldier was covered with a thick corrosive flame, he condensed a cold and pale thunder spear in his hand and threw it at the opponent. Roar the corrupt tree spirit was shot, roared angrily, and had to pounce on the dragon soldier again, taking advantage of the momentum of falling. It once again briefly suppressed its opponent. However, soon, the dragon soldier came to his senses and once again wrestled with the corrupt tree spirit. But you guys can fight if you want. Why do you have to roll towards us like a huge rockfall? I really felt. What does it mean when monsters fight? Mortals suffer. It can only be said that the large corridor is not wide enough, and it can't even accommodate these two monsters standing shoulder to shoulder, so they can only roll around when they fight. What bad luck. What bad luck. Why don't you roll to the other side? I complained angrily. In this way, wouldn't it be difficult to get the scorpion tail needle? It's easy to be blocked inside. Teacher, come this way. I got in from the corner of the large corridor, and avoided the space where the two monsters were fighting and rolling. With a loud bang, the corrupt tree spirit was kicked away by the dragon soldier. At the end of this side is a waterfall that drains the corrupt water, and there are several stone coffins placed on the side. In order to prevent the night from getting too long, if the two monsters hit this side, it will be troublesome. I took Lien with me, and entered the stone coffin at the waterfall, and followed the game's instructions, and quickly left the large corridor. Chapter 420 Stars and Darkness Part 1. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Disciple. Disciple. It was like slowly floating out of the water, and the call in my ear became clearer and clearer. I slowly opened my eyes. In the deep and vast darkness, there was only a little blue starlight, shining like a gem, making people want to reach out and hold it in their palms. Disciple, disciple, great, you're awake. A warm feeling wrapped my hand, and then a big plaster head came in front of me. I have to say, Teacher Lien, your hood sometimes ruins the atmosphere. Although the woman in the hood is indeed beautiful, but she always has that closed eyes, a calm expression, and your voice is so anxious, which makes people feel quite pretentious. I sat up and shook my slightly dizzy head. Where is this? Have you forgotten? disciple, Lian explained. We came from the great corridor of the corruption lake, took this sarcophagus, and drifted all the way here along the underground river. Ah, it worked after all? I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I am so impressed. In the game, the screen just went black, and then, you have reached your destination. In reality, it was so exciting, especially when you fall from the waterfall at the end of the large corridor. It was just like the elevator you were riding suddenly lost control and falling straight down. Then you heard a splash of water outside in the darkness, and because you and Lian were squeezed in a small sarcophagus together, you couldn't move at all, and the overweight almost crushed your skeleton. That's not enough. Then, there was a torrent of water, like a bumper car, running around, making you dizzy in the darkness. I vaguely remember that, at the end, it seemed like we encountered another sharp turn. My head suddenly hit the pyroxene stone cover of Lian. Then it bounced back. The back of my head hit the sarcophagus again, and then... Damn, it's the stone cover again. All in all, we arrived at our destination safely, and I drank half a lip of the red holy grail dewdrops to recover a little. After all, the next step is the highlight of the Lonnie branch. Challenging the dark abandoned child Esti. By the way, teacher, are you injured? Do you need to recover? I handed over the holy grail bottle. Lian shook his head and asked in return, Apprentice, you said it was successful. In other words, you knew from the beginning that the magic on the sarcophagus would send us here? Hey, is there magic on this sarcophagus? This is really the first time I know this. Seemingly because he saw that I changed the subject. Lian sighed and explained, if it weren't for the gravity magic attached to it, how could the stone carry people and float on the water? And it doesn't completely follow the flow of water, but can sail automatically like a boat. In addition, this magic seems to be only usable once. Turning around, I saw that the sarcophagus that sent us here had been shattered on the riverbed. And Lian continued, except for us, this place should have been visited by no one for a long time. How do you know this place? And use such a strange method? Apprentice? I swallowed my saliva. But I soon found an excuse. In fact, it was told to me by Lonnie's military advisor before. He knew the temperament of his princess. So he told me the secret at the bottom of the Ansel River and asked me to find Lonnie after the battle with the two fingers and help her embark on the destined path of the gods. Really? Lian was silent for a moment, but still chose to believe me. She stood up and asked, Then, the next is the last hurdle? I nodded. Let's go. I'll help you find the princess, so we can leave here. Lian took out his staff and complained softly. I'm also beginning to get bored with this seemingly endless darkness. To be precise, it can't be considered completely dark. In this huge cave, on the rock wall, there are many glowing moss and fungi, which look like faint sparks in the night sky. But in another cave we entered, all the light was taken away by the darkness, and you couldn't see your fingers when you stretched out your hand, like a black hole in the universe. Only on the other side that was out of reach, there was a little bit of light flickering. This should be the venue for the final battle. But strangely, where is Esti? The cave was silent, with only the footsteps and heartbeats of Lian and me, and no trace of the dark mosquito at all. Is it that it has not yet awakened and is hiding in the darkness? It can't be that someone has already solved it. Right? Just as I was wondering, Lian suddenly shouted, Disciple, be careful behind you. But a large circle of purple light suddenly bloomed from the darkness behind us. And then a huge pale skeleton hand came directly towards us from inside. I could only say that thanks to Lian's reminder, I quickly rolled to avoid it. At the same time, I cursed in my heart, you dead mosquito. You don't play by the rules. You just throw a fatal throw. I'm already prepared. I won't summon the ashes first, so as not to be killed by the first shot. I didn't expect that you would come to me to play dirty. Seeing that the sneak attack was perfectly avoided, Esti turned her body in the air, and purple gravity magic balls condensed on the 3 arms on the left, and slapped them on the ground. Suddenly, like ripples in water, 3 layers of impact quickly surged. Jump! Teacher, you can dodge it by jumping, I quickly reminded Lian, and when I saw the first wave of impact coming, I jumped hard. I did dodge the attack, but I didn't expect that the impact would bring a gust of wind. After I jumped up, I suddenly lost my balance and stumbled when I landed. The second wave followed, and I jumped up forcefully, and was blown by the aftermath of the wind, making me even more unstable. As a result, I was hit head-on by the third wave. As if I was slapped away by an invisible big hand. Damn it! I can't jump on the spot. But should jump forward to maintain my balance? I quickly imagined how to deal with this move next time I saw it. At this moment, in front of my head, like a scorpion swinging its tail, Esti's tail with a hedgehog shell came down on me. I could only roll to dodge. At the same time, from the side of Esti, a comet torrent directly swept its body. This made Esti shrink suddenly, and drilled into a circle of purple holes. Then with a buzz, the next second, this guy had already run to the other end of the cave. This is worthy of being a marathon boss, as famous as the Beast of Eldin. I stood up. Teacher Celine also walked back to my side, a monster born from darkness summoned by a rare person. Esti, I didn't expect that this existence, that almost destroyed most of the border, would be so deep underground. How is it? Teacher, can you deal with it? If you can't deal with it, we will be dragged into the endless darkness. Celine seemed to smile slightly. Don't worry, apprentice. You may not know that in the former Ria Lucalia Academy, which faction is better at fighting? It must be us Origin magicians. Really? Then I will charge with all my strength, and trouble the teacher to support me from behind. Seeing a colorful black light up behind Esti, Lanshanks' Dragon Thunder Protection, Hound Steps, I picked up the Night Star Fire, started at full speed, and rushed towards this last branch boss. I still have to find the Dark Moon. Darkness, don't block my way. Chapter 421 Stars in Darkness. Part 2. Flap the wings, spread the wings. At the other end of the cave, the abandoned child of darkness, Esti, raised his scorpion-like tail, raised his skull head with a huge clamp, raised his forearms high, as if calling for the redemption of Catholics. Then, in the purple nebula mist rising behind it, suddenly, one wormhole after another opened up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, the meteorites were like cannons, bombarding us one after another. I knew that. After this guy pulled away, he would most likely use this move. At that moment, I quickly activated my magic power, and with the Hound Steps and the ability to stimulate the Dragon Thunder Shelter, I rushed towards the meteorites at the fastest speed. It should be said that, with the blessing of high speed, this move of Esti's meteorites is easier to dodge than in the game. In the blink of an eye, I had bypassed all the meteorites and got under Esti's huge body. The other party raised his head too high, and it seemed that he didn't notice that I was close to his other drooping arms. Fighting skills blood slash. Multiple continuous slashes. After being trained by Teacher Mungert, my blood slash can now perform 3 continuous slashes at once, which is already on par with the sea of blood and corpses. Blood splattered, and the light of rune drifted from Esti's wound. Sure enough, this guy hiding underground has already completed rune transformation. Then, as long as I attack continuously, I can consume its stored rune, and weaken this guy, and then find an opportunity to give the jade on his skull a fatal blow, just like dealing with a fallen star beast. My attack naturally attracted Esti's attention. But for the enemy below, it should be difficult to attack, as long as I keep my position. Just as I finished thinking this, I saw Esti flapping her wings slightly and flying, and the scorpion stinger's tail stabbed towards me like a chicken pecking at rice. I couldn't help but sigh. Although it's not difficult to dodge the attack, but it's at that height, it's hard for me to hit it. Then we can only leave it to our artillery fire. Boom. A pyroxene demon gravel hit Esti's head, and then several blue meteors followed closely behind, exploding on her body. Esti's huge mouth moved twice, as if she had cursed something, and then her front right hand condensed a purple gas ball. For thin wings flashed, Esti's whole body followed and spun, turning. And the purple nebula gas in her hand also formed a huge spiral, moving like a roller coaster, and crashed into Celine. Origin Magic Star Reign of Creation. Celine was well prepared, and in the dark starry sky, countless streams of light shot towards the giant monster that had broken into it. But Esti's purple nebula also exploded, teaching and lightning all the way through the star rain realm that Celine had set up in advance, and then swallowed her whole body in an instant. Teacher. The fog and dust lingered. I couldn't see the situation over there clearly. And then the next second, the sound of the wormhole opening came from above my head. Buzz. Esti didn't forgive me, and this time, all 6 of its arms summoned purple gravity balls. 3 were already tricky enough, and now there are 6? I have to quickly pull away, after all. If I stay under Esti, I might be caught in 6 attacks, and I won't know how I will die. Boom! As the sound of hitting the ground came from behind, waves of dark waves spread out. It seems that there are still only 3 circles, but the power is twice as strong as before. However, with the previous experience, I turned my head and took advantage of the halo of the wave to sweep across, and jumped forward with all my strength. Although the resistance in the air was twice as strong as before, I still stood firm anyway. Buzz! Esty suddenly roared like a lion. I was just stunned for a moment. And suddenly the ground shook. And then a repulsive gravitational force blew me, along with all the debris around Esty, away. Oh no, after the last wave, can I follow up with this gravity trampoline? Fortunately. In reality, floating in the air does not mean being completely immobile. I quickly reached for the Holy Grail bottle at my waist, prepared to withstand the next sudden attack. But unexpectedly, the repulsive force suddenly disappeared. While I was still falling in midair, a pair of big claws suddenly grabbed my whole body. Esty's pliers-like mouthparts clicked, and the big mouth of the skull opened, about to stuff my whole body into it. It's over. If I were really swallowed by this throwing skill, I would definitely die. I can't break free. And I don't care about anything else. The Night Star fire ignited the molten flame, and my feet released the power of the storm from the soles of my feet at the same time. Suddenly, my whole body was wrapped in blazing flames. Although I was inevitably burned, it was much better than being eaten alive. But Esty, it seemed that she had made up her mind to swallow me, even though her hands were already burned by the flames. She insisted on stuffing my fire fruit into her mouth. I could only wait for the right time before she stuffed me into her mouth. I would cut her mouth with a knife to see if she could struggle. But Esty's fingers clamped my arm. I couldn't bend it, so it was hard to use my strength. Seeing that big mouth like the abyss getting closer and closer, I couldn't help but clench my teeth. Boom. But I saw a stream of torrents suddenly rushing over, directly hitting Esty's jaw from the side, distorting its entire head, and its hands couldn't help but loosen. Then, this guy hurriedly vibrated his 4 wings, used teleportation, and jumped to the other side of the cave again. Disciple, how are you? Lian walked over quickly. Thank you. Teacher, Comet Azrael is really not a joke. I panted, drank the Holy Grail due to recover, and then my throbbing heart calmed down a little. It was a close call. I didn't expect that Esty, this guy, had no martial ethics at all, and actually threw 2 consecutive shots. If I was controlled by myself, I would have died. And Lian said beside me, at present, the most effective magic to deal with a dark abandoned child is still Comet Azrael. But its wormhole jump is too fast, and it is impossible to output continuously. Well, and it seems that it is not easy to hide under its body to attack in reality, because it is too easy to be caught by the same move. I sighed slightly. If there is any way, it would be great to suppress this guy. But unfortunately, I have never learned gravity-related combat skills or magic. Wings, Lian suddenly said. The moves used by Esty's hands are mainly for attack. And when opening the teleportation hole, the magic power is more concentrated on its wings. In other words, if you can cause serious damage to its wings, you can also limit its movement? I stood up. Lian nodded, however. Since it has completed the rune transformation, then, we must cause enough damage to its wings in an instant. It seems that I alone cannot do it. Brother. As I said that, I rang the soul summoning bell. The next second, the purple light of Esty burst out from afar and shot straight at me. Oh! It really wants to take advantage of my stiff state of summoning ashes to kill me. Fortunately, Lian reacted quickly and almost at the same time. He instantly used Comet Azrael. The 2 turbulent torrents collided in the air, interweaving a dazzling light. Although the emergency Comet Azrael was completely inferior to Esty's beam due to the lack of power, it bought me some time, so that we could both dodge to the side in time. As the smoke around me dissipated, the imitation teardrop had transformed into my appearance and stood up. Okay, big brother. Let's surround it from both sides and try to pluck all the wings off that guy. I gave the instructions to the replica teardrop. If each person handles one side of the wing, it should be no problem. And the replica teardrop didn't say anything, holding the weapon, and rushed straight towards Esty. Then, the opponent swung his long tail and hit him with a stick, making him dent into the ground. Big brother. Chapter 422, Breaking the Light of Darkness. Seeing the replica teardrop being slapped into the ground by Esty, I had to hurry up and follow, to attract firepower, lest she be hit a few more times and disappear directly. Sure enough, I still can't let my elder brother fight alone now. She can only stupidly imitate my moves and attack fiercely. I don't know If I feed my elder brother Lingy Cemetery Lily of the Valley in the future, and raise his level, whether he will be smarter. Finding a way to severely damage Este's 2 pairs of wings, and restrict its movement, is the most important task at the moment. In that way, it will create enough output time for teacher Lien's Comet Aisler to deal with the opponent. I carried the Night Starfire, and rushed straight to Este's door. When Este saw this, the pair of huge breaths emitted purple arcs, and then suddenly clamped towards me and the replica teardrop. How greedy. This guy wants to catch us all at once. Brother. Let's dodge separately. Just before the big pincers were about to clamp on my face, I slid to the side with a hound's pace and dodged the attack. Este followed suit, flashing her wings, like a whistling train, rushing forward. Taking this opportunity, I used the combat skill Ice Crystal Pyroxene Slash. I waved the Night Starfire, and aimed several ice crystal blades at Este's wings that passed by me. Although I did hit her a few times, causing the rune light to dissipate along with the ice and snow. But if the rune transformed life was too shallow, it would recover in a blink of an eye. And the opponent's tail swung randomly and hit the ground, so I had to stop attacking and quickly dodge. And so, while passing by Este, I suddenly realized one thing. Este's size was comparable to a small airplane. Even if I used the storm combat skill and lifted her up, I might not be able to reach her back, let alone her wings. At this moment, Este had turned around. Purple light flashed between her mouthparts. And suddenly another purple beam burst out, like a 40-meter-long sword, sweeping across the cave. Oh my god! Another change of tactics. I quickly lay on the ground to hide. Then, Este flapped her wings and summoned one wormhole door after another. Oh no! It's another Este meteorite. It's not easy to dodge it while lying on the ground. If you get hit, you will definitely turn into meat paste. However, before it can successfully cast the spell, several meteor lights hit half of Este's wings in succession, forcing him to forcibly close the wormhole door again. Sure enough, Lien's guess was correct. Whether summoning wormholes for transfer or attack, it is closely related to Este's wings. After the attack was forcibly interrupted, the giant beast turned its entire body in midair, pulled out a nebula in its hand, and pushed it towards Lien. Then, there were explosions one after another. Lien seemed to be a beat late in dodging, and was blown away by the aftermath of the nebula explosion. I rushed forward and caught her, and then dodged Este's tail attack. At the same time, the imitation teardrop had cut into the right side of the opponent, and the silver blood blade attacked Este's arm, attracting its attention. Teacher, recover a little. I handed over 2 kinds of holy grails. After thanking him, Lien suddenly asked, Disciple, are you sure you can hit Este's wings? This, as expected of a teacher, he saw the problem at a glance. However, before I could respond, and before Lien's suggestion, Este's dark wave had already come. It was quite easy to dodge from a distance. And I didn't expect that. The teardrop brother, who was close to me, also easily dodged these dark waves. Even, at the last moment, he rolled back nimbly, and pulled out of range in time, making Este's gravity trampoline fall in vain. As expected of a platinum product, his ability to sense magic is better than mine. Wait! Looking at the stones floating in the air due to Este's repulsive force, and its movements of bending its waist and roaring like a lion, an idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Teacher, I may be able to find a way to deal with the wings. Just gather your strength, and give this guy a fatal blow. Be careful. Apprentice. I nodded. As for Este, after one move failed, she flapped her wings again to open a wormhole, and then jumped to the other side of the cave. Brother, let's go together, and try it as I say. I called the teardrop of imitation. Prayer, Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder Protection. Combat skill, Hound Step. We seemed to have turned into 2 red thunders, and quickly approached Este. Este quickly flicked her tail twice, but we dodged it. It once again floated in the air, and its 6 arms condensed into a gravity magic ball, preparing to use a large range of dark waves to cut off our rhythm. Brother, act separately, try to get close to that guy's wings, even if the opponent is going to use that gravity trampoline move. After all, the main damage of that move is not when it takes off, but being slammed to the ground, or being grabbed and caught like the previous change. As for the way to dodge the dark wave, we have already mastered it. It is just jumping forward with all our strength, maintaining balance and avoiding the attack. After the 3 impacts, I and the imitation teardrop have approached Este's feet and hands on the left and right. Was as I expected? At this time, if Este does not intend to escape, The only move she can use must be the gravity trampoline. The powerful repulsive force suddenly lifted my whole body. But at the same time, I shouted loudly, "Brother, jump forward with the power of the storm." The storm lifted our bodies again. Although, Esti's move will eventually maintain the repulsive force to a level equivalent to gravity, so that the surrounding objects will reach a state of force balance and thus float. But because of the wind's push, and Esti's pressing action when she used this move, both I and the teardrop replica had already landed at the height above its back. Flame. Devour it. Night Star Fire. Ignited a raging molten flame, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped my entire body. If you look from a distance, it looks like there are two suns hanging on Esti's back. The teardrop and I were on the left and right sides of Esti. Even if this guy wanted to change to a grab and throw technique like before, there was no space and time to perform it. He could only slap everything to the ground. In that case, you can't escape even if you want to. Saint Seiya, you will never be defeated by the same moves. I roared. Esti's power pressed down. So I will borrow your power again and swing the sword to smash it hard on its back. I'm afraid that even Esti herself could not expect that the two small suns would suddenly fall on its back, right in the middle of the two pairs of wings. The explosion exploded. The surging flames like waves immediately climbed up along its thin wings, and in the blink of an eye, a raging fire was ignited. The magic circuit on the wings was destroyed instantly, and could not be restored for a while. Esti twitched and fell to the ground like an ordinary insect. Teacher Sei Lian. I couldn't help but shout loudly. "Ah, you did a great job, apprentice." A little further away, Sei Lian's staff had already condensed a magic ball, half the size of her. With the sword thrusting, the surging torrent suddenly shot straight at, and perfectly hit the jade eye on Esti's skull. This is the comet Azel that almost tore apart half of the cave, where the Uru ruins were located. The stone objects on Esti's forehead were washed away by this torrent. Finally, the jade eye made a crisp sound of breaking, and Esti's huge body, also, turned into a large piece of gray dust, and dissipated in the flames and beams. Legend Feld. Chapter 423 Proposal. But without a ring under the continuous torrent of the origin magic comet Azrael. Dark abandoned child Esti also turned into ashes. The whole cave also darkened, with only a small amount of luminous moss on the rock wall, like stars in the night sky, quietly twinkling. Of course, after defeating the powerful enemy, a golden stream also streaked across the night sky, converging into the palm of Sei Lian. Teacher Sei Lian, I followed the rune light. Sei Lian also put away the staff and walked slowly towards me. Apprentice, you have worked hard. We did it. Teacher, I raised my hand excitedly, wanting to high-five Sei Lian. But Sei Lian didn't seem to understand what I meant. After a little pause, she actually opened her arms and hugged me. Old teacher? I was a little scared. Although this is not bad. Why? And Sei Lian patted my back like coaxing a child. You can actually think of using Esti's magic to hit it hard. Disciple, you are really a proud disciple. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Teacher? Ah. Could it be that the teacher mistook my gesture of high five for a hug? By the way, I shouldn't be so childish. I reacted. And Sei Lian had already let go of my hand, and said with a smile, okay, go find your princess. Yes. After defeating Esti, I can climb the moonlight altar and propose to Lonnie. I ran excitedly to the other end of this huge hole, and on the opposite side, the blue light gradually became clearer. Ah! What's wrong? Apprentice? Seeing me stop and stand there in a daze, Celian came over curiously and asked. And I slapped my thigh. Teacher, I forgot to get the ring. Ring? Yes, it's Lonnie's ring. Looking at the huge seal pattern at the exit of the cave, I just remembered that it can only be unlocked with the Dark Moon ring. Although it should be possible to go back and get it now, but the teleportation in reality is not like the game where it takes no time at all. Even if I don't delay at all, it will take at least 4 or 5 days to go back and forth. Just when I was a little hesitant whether I should let Melina help me teleport to the Ria Lucalia library, Celian walked up. This seal. She reached out and touched the sealed door, and for a long time, she was silent. Teacher? I called out curiously. Then, Celian said confidently, although it is Kalia's magic seal, it is similar to the Academy's, and the principle is the same. Disciple, give me some time, and I should be able to solve it. Is this true? I was a little bit unbelieving. But Sei Lian's fingertips were already emitting a faint blue light, like a hacker, quickly tapping the keyboard, breaking the firewall of other people's computers. After a while, the ring in the center of the huge seal pattern began to rotate slowly. Is this the magician known as a genius? It's completely different from the you in the game who can only roll around, and then cast the star rain, teacher Sei Lian. In my astonishment, Sei Lian finally lightly touched the barrier. As a circle of blue ripples spread on the Kalia rune, the cross swords and pyroxene staff were pulled apart, and then the light blue mist around them dissipated, and the entire rune disappeared. The seal was successfully cracked, and the door really opened. Good, so powerful, teacher. I sighed in admiration. Sei Lian's tone was also a little proud. As long as you understand the origin and the essence of magic, this kind of thing is not difficult to do. Speaking of which, in the game, teacher Sei Lian also directly entered the sealed gate of the academy, although I don't know if she prepared the pyroxene key. Anyway, since the seal was broken, I took Sei Lian through the last stalactite cave and sat on the elevator at the end. As the magic sphere slowly stopped, I breathed a sigh of relief, and then went to push open the door of the well. The cool evening breeze came towards me. In the quiet night sky, a few blue waterfalls fell from the sky, like layers of gauze, fluttering with the wind. Here, the golden tree that seemed to cover the entire border area could not be seen. There was only a bright and elegant moon, hanging high in the sky. The moonlight was like frost under its cover. A little further away, the broken Mainacella's church also looked particularly holy and pure, and people could not help but stand up solemnly. Is this the moonlight altar? The origin of the Kalia royal family? Sei Lian was also deeply attracted by the bright moon, and murmured unconsciously, "Ah!" in the sky. A black shadow suddenly passed by and fell to the ground with a bang. Adura! I smiled and waved to greet him. This pyroxene dragon should be quite familiar with me. It won't attack me like in the game. Paw! My eyes went dark, and most of my body immediately felt the warmth of the dragon's breath. I struggled to get out of this guy's mouth, and slapped its long jaws in anger. Who taught you to greet like this? Ah! Since you are here, it means that Lonnie should have solved the problem between her and the two fingers? I asked, and Adura roared at the moon again. In response, was it solved? I was quite helpless, and I had to go and see for myself. Just as I was about to step into the cathedral of Mainacella's, Sei Lian suddenly called me, "Apprentice, take this." Turning around, I saw Sei Lian throwing a blue starlight fragment over. The moon needs stars to set it off, to be more beautiful, Sei Lian said meaningfully. Go, apprentice, she must be waiting for you. Yes. I gently grasped the starlight fragments and walked quickly into the church. Ah, wait! Although I successfully climbed the moonlight altar with the help of teacher Sei Lian, I still didn't bring the dark moon ring with me, and now that I look carefully, although I am wearing the Kalia night suit, I am not that ugly. But after a fierce battle, and with the saliva of Adura, the knight's armor was like a burnt dish, black and charred. What should I do? Next, the scene that will be selected as the sweetest CG in the French ring. Yes, or should I go back and tidy up first? At least wear the ring. But the teacher also said, Lonnie is waiting for me. Is it too late to back out now? I swallowed my saliva involuntarily, although I had found the deep pit in the church, and I knew that Lonnie was in it. But I walked back and forth hesitantly walking. What should I do? My eyes fell on the pulpit in front of the church. Because no one has taken care of it for many years, it was already covered with vines and plants, and small flowers bloomed on the branches. The corolla was white, like a dancing skirt, spinning and blooming. Under the breeze, it exudes a faint fragrance. Okay, let's just throw it away. I packed my clothes a little bit, after all. I had nothing to change into, so I could only blow them dry with the wind, and then jumped into the deep pit beside me. Generally speaking, the two fingers of demigods will be embodied on their exclusive towers of divine bestowal. But Lonnie resisted the fingers that imprisoned her fate, and even burned her own body. Therefore, she had to find an absolutely safe place where no one could disturb her to fight this will. She tied the lantern to her waist, and walked into the deepest part of the cave. Finally, in the cave surrounded by tree roots, the two fingers were completely broken and twisted, and a deep centipede mark that could bring about a destined death was carved between the fingers. The bright red blood flowed like water, flowing along the lines of the wound to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. And the Moon Princess, bathing in the blood of victory, was sitting quietly in it, waiting for my arrival. Chapter 424 Confession. Lonnie, I called out softly. Lonnie, sitting in the pool of blood on her fingers, did not respond. She seemed to have exhausted her energy in the battle, and turned into a real puppet. The half of her soul face also disappeared. I hurried over, and subconsciously raised my voice. Lonnie. Although it was unclear how exactly Lonnie fought with the fingers, but the situation was tragic to the naked eye. The puppet's body was completely exposed, even most of the shell was peeled off, revealing the rope inside that was like blood vessels. One pair of arms was placed on the legs, while the other pair drooped weakly on both sides, and the dark blue eyes seemed to fall into endless darkness, without any brilliance at all. I couldn't help but hold her shoulders, and asked with concern, Lonnie. Lonnie. Can you hear me? Lonnie. It was useless. There was still no response. Perhaps her soul, like her eyes, had been completely lost in the darkness. Sure enough. Should I go back and bring the ring first? But the moon needs stars to set off, to be more beautiful. Apprentice. My mind suddenly recalled what Sei Lian had just said, and I took out the starlight fragments she gave me. Could it be? I gathered runes in my hands, and then squeezed the starlight fragments hard. Ding, the fragments broke like glass, and the starlight contained in them stained my runes. And in this dark and silent cave, it slowly drifted and overflowed. And finally, it turned into an illusory starry night sky. Lonnie's fingers seemed to move slightly, as if they were conditioned reflexes. There's hope. I quickly crushed another starlight fragment, making the entire starry sky more dazzling and shining. A miracle also happened. Just like the moon rising with the stars, Lonnie's half of the soul face gradually appeared and recovered. In her eyes, a blue glow shone again. She was still sitting upright, and slowly straightened up. But a puzzled expression appeared on her soul face. So, what are you doing? Zero. Lonnie, you finally woke up. But you didn't bring the ring. I was shocked. I thought something was wrong. Seeing that the other party was safe, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So, why do you want to transform into a pyroxite? Zero. Lonnie asked again. Please don't mind. Just think of me as a magical pyroxite, Lonnie. Yes, after noticing that Lonnie was waking up, I quickly put on the mimicry veil, transformed into a pyroxite, and landed in front of her. Don't ask why, the answer is that the clothes are really torn. I have to go back to Kalia and ask Iggy to mend them. I always feel that. This kind of conversation has already happened once. Lonnie couldn't help but sigh softly, and said with a smile. But didn't you say that? When we meet, we should be more sincere to each other? Zero. I can't refute it. I could only take off the mimicry veil while complaining, sorry. It's such a solemn occasion. But the clothes are really unbearable. Lonnie looked me up and down. It's not that bad. After all, I know that to get here, I have to cross the corrupt lake first, and fight with the dark abandoned child Esti. Although it does look a bit embarrassing. All this is proof of your victory. If you say so. It's not easy for you either. We couldn't help but look at each other. And then, we laughed at the same time as if we had telepathy. By the way, I brought you the clothes from Rena's magician tower, changed them first. I took out the snow witch suit from my blessing backpack and handed it over. Thank you. Lonnie stood up, used a magic I didn't know, made the blood stains on her body slide away, and then changed into the new clothes. While changing clothes, she also looked up at the starry sky in the cave, and couldn't help but murmured, so beautiful. The moon needs the stars to set off, to be more beautiful. It was Teacher Saren who told me this method to wake you up, but I didn't have time to get your ring, sorry Lonnie. I felt quite sorry. I didn't expect that I would owe that witch a favor again. Lonnie said with some helplessness, but with gratitude. But it doesn't matter. After all, the function of the ring is similar to that of Zero, your starry sky. I was a little confused. Lonnie then explained, although it brought the marks of destined death to my fingers, but he also exiled me to the darkness outside the border, the ring contains my power. Originally, wearing it can form the coordinates of magic, allowing me to find the border. Now, although I don't have the ring, I heard your continuous calls, and in the darkness, I found the starry sky that belongs to you and returned to the border. So, I am very happy to have you. Zero. The amber starlight contains the fate of demigods. And ordinary stars also predict the fate of ordinary people. Stars and moons. It turned out that it was my star that found the way back for Lonnie's dark moon. I secretly thanked Teacher Saren in my heart, and took out the ring I made from my pocket, although I failed to take the dark moon ring. But, please accept this. Lonnie. Oh! This is the ring woven with the flower vines on the pulpit of the cathedral, and a flower bud that has just bloomed is set on the top. I tried to slowly input magic power into it. Sure enough, the flower absorbed my runes, and spun like a swan dancer. The pure white flower quietly bloomed. Ronnie's half-souled face couldn't help but widen her eyes. Really, really beautiful. Can you please put it on for me? 0. She stretched out her hand. I gently held it, and presented her with this flower ring. Is this moonlight flower? Lonnie could not help but approach the flower, sniffing it carefully, and a smile appeared on her face. Isn't this also the idea of your teacher? Of course not. I shook my head quickly. I just felt that. I was really sorry that I couldn't bring you the dark moon ring, so I used the flowers in the church to make up for it. Thank you. Besides my mother, this is the best gift I have ever received, my king. Well, I'm glad you like it. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. Lonnie, what did you call me just now? Lonnie could not help but lower her head and smiled, and then raised her eyes. 0, I ask you, do you know the meaning of this moonlight flower? I shook my head stupidly. After all, I am a person from another world. How can I know the language of the border flower? Then, I called a little too early. Lonnie shook her head with regret, and then looked up at the starry sky that was still flashing in the cave. 0. Every time we meet, you always bring me different surprises, which is really, really happy. But I'm sorry. I have to say goodbye to you temporarily, and continue to go to the darkness to find my law. Will you get lost this time? I was a little worried. After all, Lonnie didn't wear the ring, so there is no fixed coordinates of the border. She shook her head. Don't worry. Your star will lead the way for me back to this land. You still have to continue on the road to becoming a king. Right. Yes. Then, let's finish our business. See you again. 0. After saying that, Lonnie turned around. Her figure turned into a faint blue glow, blending into the starry sky of the cave. In her ear, she left her last instructions. By the way, as a return gift, please accept the dark moon ring. I put it in the library of the academy. My king. Chapter 425. Separation and Reunion. After watching Lonnie disappear and leave, she took the starry sky in the cave with her to the distant and deep darkness. I also packed up a little and prepared to leave. Next, I should go back to the Ria Lucalia Academy. After all, Lonnie also said at the end that she would give me the dark moon ring, so it would be a good time to go and collect it. Also, if Iggy or General Latin were still in the academy, I could discuss with them the issue of the alliance between the royal city of Rodel and the academy again. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered that in the entrance CG of the French ring game, there seemed to be a scene where Monat suppressed Latin, and in the battle to defend Rodel, it was indeed the teacher who saved the royal city alone. Thinking of this, things may not be as simple as I thought. Well, in short, there must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Take it step by step, find a solution step by step, always consider the opinions of many parties. It is impossible to reach the sky in one step, and it is impossible that there is no chance of reversal. However, now, we have come to the moonlight altar, so, there are 2 treasures, which can be said to be indispensable, the dark moon of Lonnie, and the black knife of Dishi's ashes. I need not say much about the strength of the eldest sister. This is a super ashes that is as famous as the teardrop elder brother, known for its agile body movements and super strong attack performance. And Lonnie's magic. Dark moon, although I am a mentally retarded warrior, I can't use it even if I take it, but this is the exclusive magic of the eldest wife. Don't take it? Then I can only say that my life as an Atai is incomplete. While making up my mind, I finally climbed out of the deep pit. The moonlight, under the breeze, covered the broken church, as if covered with a layer of light and cold gauze. The person who looked up at me was also wearing the veil. She heard the noise from my side, and turned her eyes back. Lord 0. Melina? I was quite surprised. Why did you come out? The princess set up a night barrier in this area, and she seemed to want you to enter alone. Melina explained casually. How is the situation? Is the princess okay? I nodded. Lonnie has defeated the 2 fingers that imprisoned her fate, and went to explore her star law. Then, Lord 0, did you forget to tell the princess about the law you wanted to build, and the things that require her power? It's over. I realized it later. I was so busy thinking about the ring, that I completely forgot about it. The next time I meet Lonnie, it will be the finale. If I tell her that I need to change and merge the laws, it will be too late. Right? Oh, right. In the game. After Lonnie left, I could still use Petite Lonnie to talk to her. But then I thought, in reality, because Teacher Saren replaced Petite Lonnie's initial role, I didn't get Petite Lonnie. Maybe I have to go to Wolf Brother Blaze to get it. If I remember correctly, he should have the same Petite Lonnie. But will Wolf Brother be willing to give it to me? Is it equipped with a communication system? My eyelids kept shaking, and I couldn't help biting my thumb, thinking about countermeasures. Melina sighed softly. Every time I see the Dark Moon Princess, Master Ling always becomes much dumber. I don't know if it's the magic. Nothing. Master Ling. Melina changed the subject and gave me some advice. If there is really no other way, you might ask the Full Moon Queen, or your magic teacher. Aren't they both geniuses who are familiar with magic? Maybe there will be a way. It seems that we can only try this. I sighed, and then asked curiously, by the way, where is Teacher Sei Lien? She left alone just now. It seems that she has something urgent to do. Hee. Urgent. I guess she was in a hurry to find Master Ezra and Master Lizard. But the teacher was really stupid. She left without saying goodbye. If possible, I wanted to let Adela see her off. But speaking of it, how did she leave? After climbing up to the Moonlight Church, I couldn't think of any other way to leave here except blessing teleportation and flying dragon. Anyway, Master Zero, if you have the opportunity to contact the Dark Moon Princess next time, please remember to discuss the law with her first. And don't delay any more. Melina advised me again. I scratched my head a little embarrassedly. I understand. How about Melina should come with me next time? I'm afraid that I'll forget about the topic again while chatting with Lonnie. That's fine. Let me think about it for a while, Melina said, and bowed slightly to me. Well, see you later, Lord Zero. Well, bye. Outside the royal city of Rodel, if Melina wants to show up, she has to do the same as the ashes I summoned, and constantly consume my rune magic. Of course, she can be more casual when she is near the blessing point. So, unless it's something urgent, she usually won't come out. This also means that helping me fulfill the law is very important to her now. What a little workaholic. Mimi. Looking at the light and shadow of Melina disappearing, I sighed. Walking out of the main Celeste Cathedral, I saw that Adura was still lying nearby. As soon as he saw me, he stood up and called out, "Oh, what's wrong? Big stupid dragon Adura." I walked over. Your master is on a business trip for the time being. You should go back to Ria Lucalia first. Or the fortress. Ah! Adura yelled again, ran over happily, and put his big head close. I'm not going to bite me again. I quickly stepped back, but this big guy learned his lesson this time, and didn't open his big mouth, but lowered his head. Could this be Ronnie's order to it, to make Adura submit to me? I reached out my hand doubtfully and cautiously, and touched its head. Suddenly, the pyroxene crystal growing on the top of Adura's head also glowed slightly, and I could even feel a force flowing from it, and merging into my body. Magic Adura's moonlight sword. Adura raised his head happily. And then, before I could thank him, he covered half of my body with his mouth again. Are you Kojiro's Venus flying flower? You really addicted me to it. I quickly got out of this guy's mouth, and was so angry that I wanted to return the moonlight sword. Anyway, I couldn't use it with my intelligence. But this kind of thing seemed to have left a mark in my mind, and turned into a part of my power. How should I return it? It hurts my brain. Adura, sit down, I yelled in anger. Helpless. This time, Adura actually listened to me, and sat down obediently. Handshake? It obeyed the order again. Oh, could it be that I was not only given magic, but also, is it able to fully understand what I say, then? Very good, next time you see me, don't bite me when you greet me. Just after he finished speaking, this guy immediately poked his head over again. I was so scared that I called for a stop. It seems that this stupid dragon needs to be taught slowly and carefully. However, since Adura can understand me now, then, without further ado, let him come to the moonlight altar to help me walk, and let Torit rest more. Adura, send me to the So-and-so magician tower on the moonlight altar. Riding the flying dragon, facing the wind. Sure enough, with Adura, it is much more convenient than in the game. When decrypting the Hyro magician tower, the 3 wise beast turtles were found in a short time. I climbed to the top of the tower, opened the treasure chest, and there was a notebook inside, which seemed to be densely written about the process of Lonnie's observation and research of the magic dark moon. But I couldn't understand it very well, and I felt dizzy after a few glances. Fortunately, there is the final magic rune on the last page. Just write it down. Well, of course, I still put the whole notebook into my backpack. Then, the next step is to get the ashes of the Black Knife sister. In the blink of an eye, Adura sent me to the sealed prison of the Sword Head. But I didn't expect that this guy would slip away as soon as he put me down from a distance. I was still a little confused and took a step towards the prison. Suddenly, a murderous aura hit me in the face, and the biting cold wind seemed to cut across a person's cheek, leaving a sting. In the prison, there was a faint cry, "Dixie. Dixie. My child." Chapter 426, The Night of the Last Days, Part 1. The sealed prison of the Head of the Blade. In the past, on that night of conspiracy that almost changed the fate of the borderland, Ronnie sent a Black Knife team to sneak into the royal city of Rodel and assassinated the Golden Prince Godwin. And as the leader of that assassin team, head of the Black Blade, Alito, was imprisoned in the prison in front of him. "No, no, my child, DC, why? In the evening breeze, there came intermittent cries, like mosquitoes in the summer night. Speaking of which, Black Blade. DC died in that night of conspiracy, in order to protect her mother. Head of the Black Blade, Alito. The moment my footsteps landed on the prison floor tiles, the crying inside stopped completely. The solemn atmosphere gradually spread, and it was chilling to the bone. I started to regret coming here, but in order to get a good sister, I should go and meet this Black Knife leader. Of course, if I could find a way to get Sister DC directly by talking, it would be even better. I cut my palm with a knife, and dripped my blood onto the prison seal stone slab. Then a burst of blue light spread out from the center of the sealed prison, forming a circle of towering magic wall. The prison was also filled with cold wind, which stung people's cheeks, but there was no one around. Oh, that's right. After all, the guy imprisoned in the prison should still be locked in a dark blue crack. Gripping the night starfire tightly, I walked towards the crack carefully. And when I was less than 5 steps away from there, a black and red slash of flames came directly from the crack towards my neck. This is the blade of death. I subconsciously leaned back to avoid the attack, but I suddenly realized something was wrong, and quickly changed to flipping backwards. As I expected, the moment I looked away to avoid the flying blade of death, a black shadow came straight at me like the sword light of a drawn sword. Although I avoided her first attack with my prediction, she showed no sign of stopping. The next second, Black Knife Master Alito used her strange and charming steps to quickly cut into my defense range when I just stood firm. The dagger rubbed sparks on the ground and swept towards me from bottom to top. Combat Skillhound Step. I quickly gathered the power of Rune between my legs and increased my speed to move to the side. Because this guy's next move was a starburst air slash. As I expected, the upward swing caused Alito to jump high, holding the dagger with both hands, igniting a blazing black and red fire of death, and then stabbing the enemy with all her strength. Even if it was dodged, it didn't matter. The next second, several streams of air turned into blades and spread rapidly from her body. If I hadn't reacted quickly and dodged early, I would have been engulfed by the sword explosion and would have been half dead if not dead. Wait! Black Knife Leader Alito, I shouted while I had enough distance. I'm not here to fight you. But, wait! Asking a mother who lost her daughter and was so sad that she wanted her daughter's ashes. It seems a bit against the will of heaven. For a moment, I was speechless. The murderous aura on the other side was like a surging tide, rushing towards me. Damn golden people. It's you. It's you who took away my DCI. I'm not. I couldn't listen to my excuses. As soon as Alito finished speaking, the air blades swung and attacked one after another. Oh! You are also the Black Sword Malachus? Can this move be used continuously like this? It's hard to dodge. So I asked the Night Star Fire to condense the icy frost, and then slashed at those air blades. The black and red flames and extreme coldness burst in the air, and clouds of mist rose up one after another, covering the figure of the Black Knife on the opposite side. The opponent seemed to stop and began to move. I also hurriedly took a small step back to avoid being swallowed by the spreading mist. And I couldn't find Alito, especially behind me. Maybe she would bypass the mist and attack me. Just as I was guessing, a dark arm suddenly grabbed out of the mist and rushed to my neck. I glanced at her from the corner of my eye. Her right hand was fully prepared to accumulate power. Whether she grabbed my blade or my body, Alito would probably stab me directly. And I didn't expect that the assassin would use this direct frontal attack. After a slow reaction, I couldn't escape the opponent's attack. I had to quickly raise the knife and aim it at the palm of his hand. The opponent also grabbed the Night Star without hesitation. It seemed that he was going to pull it out to make room for the dagger in his right hand to attack. But Alito was not as strong as me, and could not pull my knife. So, Alito suddenly changed his method. Pulling became pushing, making me unable to react immediately, and the opponent took advantage of the force, pushing me backwards step by step, and directly, with a bang, hit the closed wall. Wouldn't her hand hurt? After all, Alito was obviously not a life form transformed by runes, and could recover quickly from minor injuries. With her flesh and blood body, forcibly grasping the blade of Night Starfire, whether pushing or pulling, it would feel like she was about to tear her palm apart. And it was also obvious that Alito's hand was bleeding. But she seemed to be completely unaware of the pain, and after pressing me into the corner of the wall, Black Blade Flame, she stabbed me directly. Combat skill, Molten Flame of Fire. Combat skill, Storm Foot. I quickly gathered the rune magic power to the sword of Night Starfire, and asked the fiery flame and wind dance to separate us. The Black Blade's head. Alito also realized something was wrong, and gracefully stepped back, to avoid my combined combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. Alito, maybe I can find a way to let you see your daughter Dixie again. I suddenly thought of an idea, and shouted hurriedly. After hearing this, Alito really stopped moving. Can you let Dixie her come back? Yes, although it is temporary, but the soul summoning bell can summon the souls that are still wandering on this land. As long as you lend me Dixie's ashes, maybe I can fulfill your wish. I took out the soul summoning bell. This bell, you can recognize it, which proves that I am not lying. I breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party recognized the soul summoning bell, there is no need to explain more. It can't be summoned in the prison, if you can take me out. Alito put away his attacking posture. No problem. I agreed. After all, I thought it would be best to solve it peacefully from the beginning. He killed someone's mother, but he wanted her to help him fight even though she had turned into ashes. When I was playing the game, I didn't feel anything. But in reality, since Alito was still conscious and could communicate, I still felt that Atai was completely wrong. I walked forward and took the initiative to extend my hand to Alito. I will take you out of the prison. Let's talk after we get out. Alito shook my hand without saying anything. I took her back to the center of the prison and opened the door with my own blood again, as the surrounding ceiling walls turned into blue light and gathered. When I opened my eyes again, we had already left the prison. The cool breeze rustled, and the moonlight illuminated the entire altar. Great! 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 Alito was so excited that he could not speak clearly. I also continued then. Please lend Dixie to me temporarily. I will come to summon the words. Before they were finished, Alito suddenly threw my wrist away, and blood spurted out like a fountain. In his ears, the crisp sound of bells rang past, and Alito turned into a ghost, rushing towards the distant woods. Great! Great! Dixie, let's go together to seek revenge on those golden men. This time we must kill them without a single piece of armor left. Chapter 427, The Remaining Night. Part 2. Really, I am speechless. Good intentions are not rewarded. Originally. Because the Black Knife Leader. Alito is the mother of my good sister Dixie. I have been trying to negotiate with her to avoid a life and death fight, but this crazy woman actually cut my wrist and snatched the soul summoning bell. In addition, from what she said, Alito wanted to return to Rodel to avenge Dixie. Although it is said that there is a perpetrator for every wrong, but in her current state, entering the royal city, she will only kill people and harm innocent people. I finally understand why Ronnie put the Black Knife Leader in jail. Moreover, at this point, the situation in Rodel City was changing rapidly. I wanted to promote peace talks between Kalia and the royal city. I couldn't let Alito, who was closely related to Lonnie, ruin the good things. I quickly drank the Holy Grail dewdrops to heal my wounds. I blew the spirit horse whistle and chased after him in the nearby forest. But the moonlight was dim, and in a blink of an eye, Alito had disappeared. The entire moonlight altar is quite large, but apart from blessing the teleportation, I have no good way to leave here, which also means there is no place to block the door. For a moment, I really didn't know where to find this head of the Black Knife Alito. Ah, it's the roar of Adura. Tourette. Go and have a look. Recalling that Adura seemed reluctant to approach the sealed prison before, I hurriedly drove Tourette and went to find the sound. Passing through the woods and the feet of several wild pyroxene dragons, in the open space in front of the Cathedral of Manicelis, Adura really blocked Alito, spewing a raging pyroxene fire, blocking the other party from moving forward. Adura! Alito shouted angrily. Don't get in my way, or do you want me to settle my account with you? Kalia. Now? Ah! Let's settle our accounts first. I rushed forward on Tourette, and suddenly leaped up, and chopped down Alito with my sword. The other party dodged nimbly, his eyes flashing red, staring at me fiercely. Boy! I spared your life because you brought me out of prison. But don't be ungrateful. Ah! I won't thank you. Will I? The Night Star fire ignited a flame. Give me back the soul summoning bell. If you want it, you have to come and get it yourself if you have the ability. Alito slowly lowered her body, and a black and red aura seemed to rise from her body, like a cheetah aiming at its prey. Here it comes! Alito's figure swayed slightly, and then she rushed towards me at the speed of a gust of wind. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? The wind rolled up from the ground. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. Under the night sky, the flames burn fiercely. The Black Blade Assassin, whose body is thin, is not good at resisting strong interruption or strong impact attacks. The strong interruption Molten Flame Hurricane Dance quickly forced Alatosha to stop. It's a pity, I should have been a step slower, and it would have been better to roll her in together. I immediately changed my moves. I took a big step towards Alito. I had already raised the Night Star fire above my head, as if I was carrying a blazing red dragon, and roared and bit at him directly. The black knife jumped sideways again, and floated 4 or 5 meters away. Sure enough, agility is the biggest weapon of the black knife. However, my hound steps, plus the protection of Dragon Thunder, are not bad. Red arcs appeared on my body, and I also flashed in front of Alito at the speed of thunder, and swept the knife towards him, and also cut out a burning fire. But I saw that Alito suddenly jumped up, and jumped over my head. At the same time, the dagger in her hand ignited the flame of doomed death, and slashed at me in the air. Although I dodged to the side in time, I still felt a burning pain on my shoulder. I gritted my teeth, and quickly turned around to slash. As expected, this guy also stood on tiptoe as soon as he landed, and rushed towards my back like a spring. But my quick turn and slash interrupted his attack. I blocked the Night Star with my dagger, but Alito was not as strong as me, so I had to pull back and prepare to fight again. As soon as I landed, a piece of black suddenly fell from above her head. When I looked up, a big dragon claw came directly down. Alito had to dodge again, and this time, I had to seize the opportunity. If the Molten Flame Hurricane Dance evolved from Storm Foot, and Storm Invasion is my strongest interruption move, then the combat skill Hunting Giants must be the strongest impact move. Although I haven't used it much before, I have used it thousands of times in the game, and I have already remembered the basic movements and usage of the combat skill clearly. It should be like this. Gather the Night Star at the waist, accumulate power, and then aim at the head of the black knife that is still dodging in the air, like catching the moon in the bottom of the sea, stabbing it from bottom to top. The opponent had no way to avoid it, and could only take it head on. He was directly knocked out by me, and fell to the ground. The outcome was decided. Although, the opponent seemed to have twisted his body slightly before being pierced by the Night Star fire, avoiding the vitals, he was still bleeding. And I, while the opponent had not yet stood up, had already stepped forward quickly, and the Night Star fire, with a faint thunder, was slashing down at the head of the black knife. Alito. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the soul summoning bell on the opponent's waist rang. A dark blue soul suddenly flew out, condensed into a shape very similar to Alito, crossed the dagger, and forcibly blocked my attack. Is it the Ashes summon of the black knife Dishi? I stepped back subconsciously, and frowned slightly. It was okay to deal with a black knife assassin, but now, I still have to deal with Dishi? It's a bit tricky. But I still picked up the Night Star fire, and made preparations in advance. However, Dishi did not seem to attack, but put away the knife, and turned around. Dishi? Is that you? Alito asked with trembling voice. Perhaps. She still did not dare to believe that the ashes of the spirit could escape from the soul-summoning bell by itself. She squatted down, opened her arms, and gently hugged her mother in her arms. Child. My child. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Obviously I should protect you well. I'm sorry. My Dishi. My good child. Alito couldn't help but bury his head in the arms of his daughter's ghost, his voice trembling, crying bitterly. Dishi, who turned into ashes, could no longer speak, and could only pat her back gently. For a moment, Adura and I could only stand aside, staring at each other, looking at each other in bewilderment. Ding-ling-ling. After a long time, the sound of bells came again in the wind. I saw that the soul-calling bell had been held in Dishi's hand, and Alito still held her hand tightly, asking in panic, Dishi, my child, are you really going to leave? Dishi didn't say anything, just turned her head to me. I was also full of questions. Although Mom did feel a little sorry for that person just now, but he is from Kalia. If he betrays us like that princess again. Before she finished, Dishi shook her head. She pulled her hands out of Alito's hands, held the soul-summoning bell, stood up, walked towards me quite unexpectedly, and then handed the soul-summoning bell back to me. Dixie. Alito couldn't help but call out again. Will you come back again, my child? Dixie turned her head, and I took the initiative to help respond. I will come back, certainly. I will bring the stronger sister Dixie back to see you, head of the Black Sword Alito. Okay. Alito was still reluctant to leave, but he was somewhat helpless. Since Dixie herself is willing to choose you, to redeem our sins, the lightless man, my daughter, I'll leave it to you. Chapter 428. Lianqiu. After receiving the soul-summoning bell, I was still a little confused. It seemed that because I helped Alito to be released from prison, I was hurt by her, and the soul-summoning bell was taken away. Finally, when Alito was about to be knocked down, her daughter Dixie came out to block my attack in person, and persuaded her mother to return the soul-summoning bell. In this way, although there were some twists and turns, the original purpose was achieved. The treasures that should be collected at the Moonlight Altar were almost gone for the time being, so I asked Glowstone Flying Dragon, Adura, to take me to the Ria Lucalia College. And Alito, after parting with his daughter again, also staggered, and walked towards the sealed altar by himself. Perhaps she didn't intend to take revenge on anyone, but as a mother, she hated herself for not being able to protect her daughter Dixie, and even watched her die under Dixie's protection, which made her regret it until now. Therefore, after Dixie appeared, although she didn't say much, her gestures also calmed Alito down. But now, she needs time to adapt, to forgive herself. Next time, maybe I can bring Roderica with me, so that they can have a good heart-to-heart talk. But I don't know whether my little Red Riding Hood has returned to the hall. While thinking, while Adura's steady flight, I closed my eyes and rested for a while. In a trance, the bright light shined through my eyelids, making my dream shine brightly. Ah! Adura roared loudly, which completely woke me up. I opened my eyes, and saw that the Magic Academy, Ria Lucalia, which was lifted up from Lake Linnea by a rock like a big hand, was already in front of me. The dragon's roar also attracted the attention of everyone in the academy, and they took the initiative to clear the square, so that Adura could land in it. It's you, Brother Ling. A burly red-haired man, carrying a black sword, looked up at me with a smile. He seemed to be sparring with Jerry, the Lord of Red Lion City. In the square, General Rutten. I also jumped off the flying dragon with a smile, and went forward to greet him. How is your new body? Ha ha ha, thanks to you, at least I can move freely. As he said that, Rutten casually waved and turned the great sword a few times. It seemed that he was already very good at it. Jillian stepped forward and interrupted. But without the demigod body with the great rune, he is now about the same as you fated ones, and his ability should not be even 10% of what it used to be. Hey, that's too high of your expectations, Jillian. I think it should be 20% of what it used to be. Rutten also smiled and refuted his old friend. Last time, didn't you beat the remnants of the cuckoo to a pulp? It was that guy Service, who complained to me every day to get less injured, and that the puppet body was not easy to repair. But who doesn't get injured in a war? Sure enough, Service was at the academy. I took a closer look at Latin's body. It was just as he said. His arms, legs and feet were covered with scars. No wonder Service kept complaining. Jirian also sighed. Although it is a body made by Lady Linera using the Great Rune, it is still unable to fully bear the fate of a demigod. The general is quite sleepy now. Zero. If you have something to say, you better say it quickly. I guess you'll have to rest again in a while. Sleepiness. Is this the same as Lonnie? They are indeed siblings. I can always adapt. Ha ha, Latin is quite optimistic. Then I stopped talking and asked directly, is Iggy here? Yes. I heard that Lonnie called him here with many instructions. He has been staying in the library for the past 2 days with his mother. Well, let's go to the library. I have a lot of things to discuss with everyone. After a pause, I smiled and said to Latin, General, if you want to rest, please postpone it for now. What are you talking about? Brother Zero, you are a benefactor of our Kalia royal family. How can you abandon your guests and not treat them well? Latin smiled and patted my shoulder. Since there is something important to discuss, even if I bite my tongue, I will keep myself awake. But there is no need to do that, General. So, we went to the library and called Mug Ram, who was guarding the door. And, oh, Lordling, long time no see. As soon as the door of the library rang, a slow greeting came from inside. The princess has already embarked on the road of her destiny. Right? Ah. But who are you? Iggy? I looked at the mountain goblin in front of me. A little stunned. Lordling, you are really a joker. Or have you forgotten me? An old guy? The other party stroked his beard with a smile. It's really Iggy. But you can't blame me for not recognizing him. This guy took off his mirror helmet and compared with the mountain goblin giant, the Yenran Janita. He had a bold and unrestrained appearance. Iggy had long hair and drooping eyebrows, and his beard grew to his neck. He looked more like a gentle old man, and indeed looked like a military advisor. I couldn't help but ask, where's your helmet? Iggy? Iggy explained, Master Zero has fought against the shadow of disaster transformed by Blaze. Right? The mirror helmet can block some of the mental interference of the 2 fingers. So I asked someone to bring it to him. Oh, right. I forgot that the mirror helmet has such a function. Speaking of which, there can be another mirror helmet in an underground cemetery on the east coast of Linia. Why not go find one for Brother Wolf when you go to Stonewall next time? Brother Zero. So, Lonnie has indeed gone to the starry sky to explore her law. Rutten confirmed again. I nodded and briefly described the scene when Lonnie and I met at the Moonlight Altar. The people of Kalia were naturally delighted. And even Linera looked up from the amber jade in her arms and looked at us. In addition, there is news about the royal city of Rodel. I then briefly described to everyone the sealing of the golden tree, the invasion of the mad fire, the murder of the king of blessing, and the current turbulent situation. Even so, the conversation lasted from day to night. During this period, everyone naturally had many questions, but I answered them one by one, and at the same time explained to everyone the law I wanted to realize at the moment. That's the situation. The shattering war lasted too long, and the borderland also fell into decline. Now, only if we unite and overcome this difficulty together will we have a chance to continue life on this land. I was so thirsty after hearing this that I couldn't help but drink a whole glass of water. I also took this opportunity to look at everyone's expressions and attitudes. I didn't expect that so many major events had happened in Rodel during this period. Iggy spoke first. Lord Zero, how confident are you about integrating new laws and changing the border areas? Actually, I can't say whether I can create the most perfect law, but it's better to try than to do nothing and wait for extinction, I said firmly. Good. Rutten slapped his thigh. You are worthy of being Brother Zero. If you want to become the King of Eldon, such ambition is indispensable. And, for us, it would be great if Lord Zero could become the King of Eldon. Iggy nodded. The implication is, did they agree? However, it is indeed surprising that the current King of Blessing is the son of Evil Omen. Isn't he the descendant of Queen Marika? Jeremy Lien has already started talking about other topics. And Latin also talked with relish. Speaking of which, Jerlian, do you remember? When we led the army to attack Rodel before, we met an Evil Omen demon with the courage of 10,000 people. Could he be the current King of Blessing? No. That's right. General, you don't mind? Right? I carefully tested. Latin laughed heartily. Ha ha. As an enemy, that guy is indeed quite difficult. But it also means that, as an ally, he will be quite reliable. If there is a chance, I really want to fight with him again. Brother Zero, how about you help me arrange this matter? Yes. No problem. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to pass the matter of the joint king of blessing with a unanimous vote in Kalia, which made people overjoyed. We continued to discuss some follow-up matters, until a corner of the night was once again illuminated by the Lake of Dawn. Dawn is slowly coming. Chapter 429, Unboxing. Brothers, darlings, relatives, family members, next, you will watch the live video of the unboxing of the real Dark Moon Ring of the Law. After discussing the matter of joining the King of Blessing with the people of Kalia, I took a little sleep in the great library to eliminate the fatigue of fighting for days. And the first thing I did when I woke up, naturally, was to find the treasure chest that Lonnie had placed in the library, to get the Dark Moon Ring. After all, I was specifically told to accept the ring, not. The box was placed behind. Full Moon Queen. Lena, I found the key that I got after defeating the Shadow of Disaster from the Blessing backpack, inserted it into the lock core, and turned it gently. Click. With the sound of the lock opening, the treasure chest was like a refrigerator, and the icy air overflowed from it like a waterfall. I opened it out of curiosity, and my eyes widened immediately at the sight inside the box. So cute. It turns out that little Lonnie was placed here? That's right. In the middle of the rising cold air. The palm-sized little Lonnie doll was lying in the middle like Sleeping Beauty. Moreover, her 4 hands were wrapped around a ring. On the silver ring, there was a half-crystal ball, and inside it was a blue-gray full moon. It was made in imitation of the Dark Moon of Lonnie, a ring that was given to a partner as a cold contract. Dark Moon Ring. I took the ring carefully from the arms of the petite Lonnie. My left hand was already wearing the spirit horse whistle ring given by Melina, so the Dark Moon Ring should be worn on the ring finger of my right hand. Hee, I threw 2 fists forward and shouted, Leo. Ah no, if there are 2 rings, the one who should be transformed should be Ultraman Ace, just kidding. Ah! Suddenly, the ring finger that had just worn the Dark Moon Ring pricked me without warning, which gave me a little surprise. I saw that. The dark moon on the ring seemed to flash a little blue light, and a slight icy air came out. I subconsciously touched and turned it, but found that the ring seemed to have frozen to my skin, and did not move at all. You didn't lock me up. Did you, Lonnie? I approached the petite Lonnie, and joked with her with a smile. No response at all. Lonnie, are you listening? Hey. I picked up the petite Lonnie. Oh. She is really cute. Lonnie is already very pretty, but, as the princess of Kalia, she usually maintains a proud and untouchable side. But petite Lonnie is different, small, cute, and you can poke her face. I couldn't help but sigh. I laughed at the old thief Miyazaki's recklessness, FS Club's young wisdom. If the same model of petite Lonnie was put on the shelves right after the launch of the French ring, my shy wallet would definitely be in jeopardy. However, it's too late now, because the real petite Lonnie has already been bought by me. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. I accidentally choked on a mouthful of water, causing Lanera to look sideways, as if she was worried that something had happened to me. I quickly smiled and picked up petite Lonnie to show her. Lady Lanera. Look who's here, ah. Lonnie. My lovely child. Lanera's eyes lit up, and she reached out to me. I walked forward, put the petite Lonnie in her hands, watched her hold her and the amber jade in her arms and cradle them. Okay, let them play for a while next. I returned to the treasure chest. Just when I picked up the petite Lonnie, I noticed that the sealed code in the chest was not magic, nor was it released by the Dark Moon Ring, but the dark blue great sword at the bottom. The Dark Moon Great Sword. It is said that it is the Moon Great Sword given by the Queen of Kalia of all generations to her partner, and it is a legendary weapon. I waved it twice slightly, and the strength and agility are naturally beyond words, after all. My main focus now is the strength and agility warrior, but, storing the magic power in the Great Sword. Like the veins of a leaf, a faint blue color grew on the body of the Dark Moon Great Sword, but, about halfway, it stopped completely. As expected, I don't have enough intelligence, and I can't use the full power of the Dark Moon Great Sword. I'd better use the Night Starfire that Iggy made for me. Oh, did Lonnie actually give you the big sword? Brother Zero. At the door of the library, Latin and Jirian walked towards me together. General, and the city lord. I greeted them with a smile. Latin's eyes soon fell on the Dark Moon Ring again, and he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, it seems that she must have given you the ring. We will be a family in the future, Brother Zero. As he said, he also put his arm around my shoulders and said proudly, in the future, don't call me General in private, just call me Big Brother. Big Brother. I didn't hesitate. Ha ah, okay. Okay. Okay, It's a pity that the Academy doesn't have wine, otherwise I must drink a pot with you. Brother Zero today. Latin patted my shoulder hard again. Speaking of Lonnie, I suddenly thought of a question. Brother Latin, do you know what the moonflower means? Moonflower? I was supposed to bring this ring to Lonnie, but due to some strange circumstances, I didn't have the time. So I could only make a ring with the moonflower and give it to her. Fortunately, Lonnie was really happy at that time. But she also asked me if I knew the meaning of the moonflower. I explained briefly. Latin and Jirian looked at each other, and both had a hard smile on their faces. Moonlight flower, in Kalia, where we are proud of the moon, is considered the purest flower. It can only bloom in the land covered by the moonlight, and its meaning is to accompany you for life, my child. She whispered gently, like telling a story. Full moon Queen Renata raised her eyes. Always shrouded in mist, her eyes seemed to flicker with a ray of blue and white light. She stretched out her hand and handed the petite Lonnie back. Child, you both have a long way to go. I hope the stars and the moon can bless you and protect you. Lonnie, I'll leave it to you. Yes. I took the petite Lonnie back with surprise and shyness. My face was burning. Anyone who is not a fool can understand the meaning of this statement. Ah. No wonder Lonnie was still shy at the end. Did I confess to her without knowing it? Ah. I couldn't help but curl up the corners of my mouth again, looking at the petite Lonnie in my hand. I finally understood why Lonnie gave me the ring. Ahem. Latin's soft cough attracted my attention. In this way, even Mother will fully admit that you are one of us. Brother Zero. Although, I think she has already regarded you as her own child. In short, no matter what choice you will make in the future, our Kalia will always be your backer. Latin's words were so powerful that my heart could not help but warm up. Yes. Brother Latin. Lanera on the side was still looking at the two of us with a smile. But the light in her eyes had faded, and she returned to the mist. You should get along well, and don't fight. As she said, she also stretched out her hand. But Latin subconsciously dodged away. Mother, I am not a child anymore. Bad boy, bad boy. This made Rhaenyra pout. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she touched my head and sighed. Good children should not learn from him. Ah, she has completely turned back into a silly mother. Latin sighed, and could only walk to the reach of Rhaenyra's hand helplessly. Rhaenyra immediately smiled and rubbed Latin's head. Well, this is a good child. It seems that the general is also a kind of person who can't do anything with his mother. And Jirian over there. Don't laugh. Just keeping the appearance of being patted on the head by Rhaenyra. Latin asked calmly, by the way, Brother Zero, what are your plans next? Are you going to Stonewell? I could only force a face. Well, but before that, I want to go to the big study on the East Coast. In order to understand death and correct death, I need the mark on Lonnie's body. Of course, the reasons for these things I have already explained to everyone in Kalia before, and everyone has recognized it. I see. Latin nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Huh? Chapter 430. The general also wants to take risks. Latin wants to travel with me. In my puzzled and unbelieving eyes, Latin explained, you are going to Stonewell to discuss the matter of joining forces with the King of Blessing. Right? Now, E.G. has pushed me to be the leader of the Kalia faction in the Academy, so I have to show my face. And I am really curious about the fighting style of you fated ones. Okay, it seems to make sense. Ronnie needs to explore the law, and Rhaenyra is like this now. Although General Latin's power is not as good as before, he is also a full moon eldest son, and the Academy still recognizes Rhaenyra's status as the dean, with Kalia as the mainstream. In this way, he is indeed the best person in charge at the moment. But where is Lord Jurlian? I asked curiously. I've been away from Gale for a long time, and I have to go back. However, before that, I need to deal with a small matter. So, I can't go with you this time, Jirian explained. The so-called small matter should be the matter of Teacher Saren. I glanced at Latin. I don't know if Lonnie has told him about Teacher Saren's request. Latin's face didn't change, and he said to Jirian, give my regards to the soldiers, Jirian. After the matter here is resolved, I will return to Galad. Latin has indeed made up his mind to go with me. That's good. I can ask the general about gravity magic and combat skills, and learn more skills. Well, I have rested for a whole day. Although it is sunset outside, I have chosen not to waste time and set off as soon as possible. This made Lenia complain. After finally seeing me, she ran away in a hurry. By the way, she also asked me to help go to Stonewell to check. After Duros came back, she seemed to think that she was ashamed of Leia and the Volcano Mansion, so she followed Little Snake and Furnace Knight Paris to Stonewell to find Herdic. As for herself, she has now completely mastered the language of the Sons of Platinum, and is helping the Academy communicate with these round-headed guys, and patrolling the gathering places of the Sons of Platinum in the lake area every day. Therefore, let Tina return to my side. Burke's tailoring skills are getting better and better. While I was sleeping, he and Iggy had repaired my Kalia armor, and it was as new as if I had made a new set. As for Wolf King Finlage, he is now a personal guard of Lenia, and occasionally serves as a messenger between Stonewell and Rhea Lucalia, when talking about Duros, since he is still following Leia. The branch line of Who Village is free. So, I also asked Lenia and Wolf King Finlage to go and see the situation when they are free. As for the future, I will find a way to incorporate Who Village into Kalia, so that there will be no trouble from the pot thieves. After all, on Lenia's side, Duan has fallen, and no one should be willing to be an enemy of Kalia. After learning a little about the recent situation of the old friends, Jeremian also said goodbye to us and headed to Ninjafu first. On our side, Iji arranged a finger witch to come to assist. Selamine? I recognized her. She was the witch I met in Galad and wanted to recognize me as the king. Selamine smiled and bowed and said, Lord Zero, I'm glad you still remember me, although it's only for a moment. This time, please allow me to accompany you. Hey, do you want to come too? Iji explained, now Lord Latin's physique is similar to your faded one's. If you want to recover your strength, the fastest way is naturally to use the ability of the finger witch to transform runes. Ah, so to speak. Jeremian did mention it. No wonder Latin wants to see how we, the fated, fight. That means, Selamine is now his exclusive witch? Well, please teach me, Selamine. I extended my hand to her. Well, I will definitely dedicate all my strength as a witch to you two adults. Selamine shook my hand respectfully, and Latin smiled and said, relax. Selamine, if you insist on talking about strength, it is me and my brother Zero who are here to protect you. Yes, I will try not to cause trouble for you too. The more she talked, the more nervous Selamine seemed to be. Well, anyway, let's set off first. If we are going to the big study in Lenia, the nearest blessing point is the Church of Bonding. Under Selamine's guidance, I closed my eyes and recalled the appearance of the church. With a slight shake, when I opened my eyes again, the three of us had moved to the top of the hill with a cool breeze. In the dilapidated Church of Bonding, Millie was sleeping peacefully and did not notice our arrival. By the way, it is night now, but the red shadow of the spirit pearl hunter, that is, Irethorn Elamire, has not appeared, and no one knows where the guy has escaped to. Let's go, Brother Zero. There seemed to be a hint of coldness in Latin's words. It seems that because of Latagon, he doesn't have a good impression of the Church of Bonding. Torret, I summoned the spirit horse as usual, and was about to turn over and ride it. But it suddenly got stuck. Latin and Salamonico didn't have mounts, but it was impossible for Torret to carry the three of us together, or rather, it was difficult to allocate two people. But since they were summoned, I could only command, Salamonic, you ride Torret. Salamonic was slightly surprised. Hey, it's not good to be alone. Master Zero? You too. It doesn't matter. I'm more worried. If a battle breaks out outside, we may not be able to take care of you. And Torret can just be a bodyguard. Guala Guala disharmonious notes have been heard from the surrounding wild cemeteries. Hurry up. I also urged him. Then, I will obey your command. Solemnity rode on Torret. General Rutten had already drawn his two swords. You're just in time. It's cold here. Warm up. Meat. 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 Give me your flesh. The Deadborns came out of the soil one after another, like zombies, and rushed towards us without saying a word. But they may not know who they are facing tonight. Aim at their heads. Smash their heads. And you can stop the Deadborns. I was just about to remind them. Rutten had already rushed forward. Purple light flashed continuously under the night sky, and the skeletons were like vegetables being stir-fried in a pot, turning up and down. Resurrection quickly. I had just finished speaking when Latin had already put away his two swords and clapped his hands. Brother Zero, what did you want to say just now? Nothing. Sure enough, even if he changed his body, the strongest demigod is still the strongest demigod, and it is not difficult to deal with these little bastards. Phew! Tourette suddenly cried out, and kicked the dead-born who was trying to sneak attack. I hurried forward to finish him off. Latin could not help but admire, what a good horse, Zero brother, if it can be with. He was halfway through his words, and suddenly got stuck. I guess he remembered his beloved horse. What a pity. In order to save Latin, I accidentally discovered that the horse relied on his power, using rune transformation to fight against the Scarlet Corruption. So at that time, everyone's firepower was concentrated on the warhorse, thus weakening Latin's power, and naturally it was inevitable that the warhorse fell on the battlefield. Although, there are no good warhorses here. But when it comes to means of transportation, there is a good choice. I changed the subject, looking at the fiery red camp on the hillside, smiled slightly. Chapter 431 Kalia's Study. Ah! On the east bank of Linia, on the quiet hill, I saw two huge green ghost faces suddenly rushing out from a camp on the mountain road, breathing blazing fire, as if flying on clouds and mist, and speeding down the mountain road. Behind them, a group of fire monks, cursing loudly, and chasing out breathlessly. But the speed of the two fire chariots was too fast, the wheels were rolling and sparks were coming out. One of them was even more outrageous. When turning, it actually used the chariot's flame jet to slow down and turn sharply, drifting into the turn in the opposite direction, and then used the flame jet for propulsion, moving backwards, so fast that the other chariot couldn't even see its taillights. The F1 pole position song has already sounded in my ears, this will-o'-the-wisp star rising slowly on the mountain road. Look, there are old ladies holding thorn torches on the sidewalk, congratulating and welcoming me, and even when I was speeding past, she excitedly threw herself on the track to eat the exhaust gas, and was directly pushed out by the car behind me. The power of the two chariots should have been similar. However, I am today even superior to the demigod Rutten. The Kalia library is right in front of me. Increase the firepower output, and sprint at full speed. Go. 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 Cross the finish line. 1:14.514. In just this time, from the Church of Encounter, the camp of the flame monks on the hillside, we quickly descended to the door of the library at the foot of the mountain. We are the champions. Oh, because we were running backwards, the brakes of the flaming chariot were completely useless, and as a result, the car turned a corner, and knocked down a group of trees, and finally hit the rock wall hard, and then it stopped with black smoke. Cough. 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 I climbed out of the cab in a dejected manner. I can only say that it was fortunate that there was no explosion, otherwise I would have been in trouble. After a while, Latin drove the next chariot of fire and rolled over. And Tourette also ran over with Celamine on his back. They looked at my embarrassed appearance. And Rutten could not help asking, Brother Zero, are you okay? Ahem. No. I'm fine. Let's go in first. But I didn't expect that you could drive this chariot of fire so fast. This is the first time I've seen it running backwards. Rutten was quite impressed. I was also very proud, and said modestly, No, I have driven it several times before, so I am more skilled. Ha ha ha. My subordinates, who have been driving for many years, are not as fast as you. Next time you have time to go to Galit, I will ask you to teach him more. Brother Zero. Rutten laughed and patted my shoulder. Walking into the big study, I found the inverted statue that Lonnie gave me from the blessing backpack and placed it on the pedestal in front of the main hall. I saw that the moon globe in front of the pedestal began to rotate, and then the whole study room began to shake slightly, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Well, there is nothing to collect on this side, so let's not waste time and go back directly. Celamine? Latin whispered to the witch. Sorry, the inside of the study is considered a forbidden area for us. Kalia, please stay here for a while. Yes, we are going to find the body of Lonnie next, and this is also the evidence of the conspiracy that night. Although Celamine is serving Latin now, she is a witch of the finger after all, and she is also an outsider. However, she was frightened by Latin's apology and waved her hands repeatedly. I am just a witch. General, there is no need to explain and apologize to a small person like me. Your orders? Celemony will obey. Latin shook his head and said, That won't work. According to the relationship between you, the traveling witches and the fated ones, we should also be equal friends. Besides, you are not my subordinate. It's just that this place is of great significance to us, so I can only ask you to stay. It shouldn't take too long. We'll be back soon. Yes. Yes. Celamine will be waiting for your good news here. The little girl was still respectful to Latin. Thank you. After Latin finished speaking, he walked with me to the back of the main hall. Sure enough, just like in the game, the elevator shaft here was completely turned upside down. Latin was about to jump down, and then walked along the stone slab on the edge to the opposite door. I stopped him. Brother Latin, wait a moment. Pray and throw fire. I condensed a ball of blazing fire, and then threw it into the doorway. Suddenly, there were messy footsteps in the firelight, and I saw that several small hands were like spiders on a hot pot, fluttering around, and they ran out of the doorway directly and jumped into the elevator shaft. It's okay now. Let's go. Latin was a little confused. Brother Ling, how did you know that there were these little hands hidden in the door? From that position just now, you shouldn't have seen them. Right? Hey, Latin didn't know about the ambush here. Perhaps he never came here again after the conspiracy night, so he forgot, or, as Kalia's eldest son, he wouldn't have been blocked from entering the door like this. Guess. I have encountered such situations several times in the volcano, I said casually. Really? Latin didn't seem to have completely dispelled his doubts, but he remained silent. Perhaps he had learned from Leia about the final fate of his brother. However, although the volcano mansion was destroyed by the hands of Crazy Fire A. Ling and Bernal, if it were me at that time, I would have had to choose to defeat the snake. After all, the consciousness of the judicial officer had been completely devoured by the snake, and he was no longer the hero he once was. So, I could only remain silent on this topic. Walking into the inverted library. It was a huge ring structure, roughly divided into 3 layers of platforms, with a bridge in the middle. We are on a high platform, and we need to go to the lowest platform on the opposite side, and then jump from the beam on the upper part of the study to a huge elevator, to reach the door on the roof of the study, leading to the Tower of Divine Bestowal, where the body of Lonnie is hidden. Just as Latin and I were about to jump down to the terrace below the platform, the expected magic cannon came towards us. Danger! I quickly leaned against the corner with Latin, trying to avoid the opponent's attack by taking advantage of the height difference. I saw that in the middle of the bridge, a magic professor pulled up a huge magic bow, and then suddenly shot at our floor. I thought this guy raised it too high and the arrow would miss. But I didn't expect that the arrow suddenly turned and rushed straight to us at the foot of the wall. Well, I've heard of gunfighting. You also saw arrow fighting today. Is that the magic professor Miriam? Latin really recognized the old man, and he leaned out from his hiding place and shouted loudly. Hey, Professor. I'm Latin, the eldest son of the full moon. Latin, do you still remember me? The opponent really stopped attacking. Well, we are a family after all, and there is no need to fight. Just as I was thinking this, and was about to stick my head out, I heard a whoosh sound, and a huge blue arrow, like a cannonball, blasted at Latin's feet again. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged. But the next second, a group of blue ghost lights lit up around us, and they turned into soldier puppets of the Cuckoo Knights, each holding up their weapons, and surrounded Latin and me in a blink of an eye. On the other side, Professor Miriam of Magic sneered coldly. Where did this jerk come from? He actually dared to pretend to be General Latin. You are really brave. Ah, the information is not synchronized. Doesn't Miriam know that Latin has changed his body? Chapter 432 Coach. I want to learn this. The former General Latin was tall and mighty. Even after being infected with the scarlet corruption, his body was still as majestic as a hill. But now Latin, with his puppet body, looks quite strong, but is only half a head taller than our A-type template. As a result, he was even commented by Magic Professor Miriam as a little jerk. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One magic arrow after another was shot at us like a rocket shell. Even though Latin and I were already leaning against the corner of the high-rise platform, the magic Loretta's longbow seemed to have been improved by the professor, and it could actually make a small turn in the middle and continue to lock us. All around, the puppets of the Cuckoo soldiers came one after another, surrounding us. Fighting skill gravity, Latin suddenly slammed the black giant's sword to the ground. A large circle of purple light burst out from his body, and then the puppets shrank rapidly and gathered together. The wind was surging under the puppets' feet, and the flame suddenly rose up with the force of a hurricane, blowing them up one by one, and many of them fell directly into the circular pit in the center of the upside-down study. However, the unconscious guys were ignorant of life and death. The puppets were still rushing towards us one after another. It was worthy of being the real Kalia Forbidden Land. This number could almost form a whole army. It was not like the 2s and 3s in the game. This won't work. Brother Zero, Rudden suggested to me. These puppets probably use magic spells. Controlled by Professor Miriam. If she is not dealt with, I am afraid that the puppets will continue to come. Ah? Is that so? No wonder it seems that there is no reduction after fighting for a long time. I suddenly realized. I will find a way to distract Professor Miriam. And you go and deal with her directly. As he said that, Latin quickly took his lion bow from his shoulder, drew the bowstring, and the tip of the arrow condensed purple gravity magic, and shot towards the opponent. Miriam was naturally unwilling to be outdone. And almost at the same time, she shot out a magic arrow. The purple meteorite fire and the azure streamer collided in the air, and the magic power collided, exploding into dazzling fireworks. However, Rudden's arrow was more powerful. After losing the blessing of gravity magic, it could still fly forward, forcing Miriam to dodge. So powerful. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Go, Brother Zero, Rudden shouted, and he drew the bowstring again. I didn't waste any more time. Prayer Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder Protection. Combat Skillhound Step. The Night Star Fire brought up a raging molten flame, and my whole body seemed to have turned into a dump truck, with sparks and lightning all the way, breaking through the cuckoo puppets that followed one after another. Although, the soldier with the big shield could stop me a little. But, with a lion slash, I could break the opponent's big shield, and then turn him back into the dark blue spirit fire. In a blink of an eye, I had rushed to the bridge on the middle level, while Miriam was still sniping with Latin. Night Star Fire rushed towards the opponent with the power of thunder. But just as the arc blade brushed the corner of her clothes, Miriam's figure flickered slightly in front of my eyes, and disappeared. In the peripheral vision, a blue light flashed. I quickly rolled to the side, and the magic arrow shot down the position where I was just now. Bombing. It appeared. Magic Professor Miriam's special skill. Teleportation. Every time Autai was about to catch her, in a blink of an eye, she moved more than 10 meters away. In the upside-down study, she could even move directly across a platform without interrupting the casting of Loretta's great bow. I don't know if there is a skill cooldown. When Autai chased after her, this guy would teleport away again. It can be said to be a shitty skill among shitty skills. But if there is a chance, Professor, I want to learn this trick from you. There was no time to make jokes. I failed to catch Miriam. The puppets of the cuckoo soldiers emerged from the blue ghost fire again and surrounded me. Latin is still on the top floor, rushing over here. However, the puppet soldiers can't stop me. So let's keep going. In the game, Miriam's teleportation also has a limit, as long as you can force her to the end. I rushed to the bottom platform again with sparks and lightning. When I was about to catch Miriam, this old guy, in a flash, ran to the edge of the highest layer. Ah! When Latin hurried back to defend the first layer, I immediately rushed to the second layer, ready to intercept Miriam. The professor's figure flashed with blue light again, and appeared in the middle of the third platform. Jane, it's amazing. What a damn shitty skill. The marathon beast can't run as fast as you. Miriam, with such a buggy skill, you might as well flash into the interior of the golden tree. And you can be the king of Eldon. Being played by a cat and mouse, after several rounds of teasing, I admit that I broke down. Law, Brother Latin, this guy is from your Kalia. Right. Is there any loophole in her skill, or a way to crack it? I'm sorry, Brother Zero. Latin also sighed. Professor Miriam's main focus is on compiling books on basic spells. I only received her guidance occasionally when I was a child, and I never formally became her apprentice, so I don't know how to crack her teleportation. Ah, then she is not really invincible? Latin shook his head. All moves have flaws, just like all magic actually has corresponding cracking methods. Calm down. Just like you came up with an idea at the beginning, didn't you drag me out of that scarlet abyss step by step? The general actually still remembered the battle festival. Seeing his trusting smile, I took a few deep breaths to calm myself down. That's right. All moves should have corresponding flaws. Brother Latin, you stay on the top floor, at least to ensure that Miriam won't come here. I twisted my ankle and did some relaxation exercises. I'll find a way to catch this rabbit completely. Well, that's up to you. After drinking 2 kinds of Holy Grail dew, I replenished my status and charged towards Miriam again. After breaking through the obstruction of the cuckoo puppets, I raised the Night Star Fire and jumped and chopped down at the opponent's head. Sure enough, Miriam cast teleportation magic again, and with a flash of blue light, she was in the middle of the bottom floor. I have been chasing back and forth for 3 or 2 rounds, and it seems that I have found a suspicious point. Once again, just like before, after I broke through the obstructing cuckoo, I just caught up to the 3rd floor, and Miriam cunningly slipped to the middle of the bridge on the 2nd floor. As expected, right in the middle, right in the middle, right in the middle. Every time she casts teleportation magic, Miriam's departure location is different, but the landing point seems to have never changed. Once I discovered this feature, then the solution came along. While Latin on the 1st floor attracted Miriam's attention with the gravity bow, and the cuckoo puppets had not yet caught up, I took out a few flame pots, and poured the powder in one pot on the ground at the place where Miriam landed on the 3rd level platform before, and piled the other pots on top, and did some tricks. So, for the last time, go catch that cunning rabbit. The Night Star Fire ignited again. I rushed towards Miriam 3 times with unstoppable force, and even shouted to attract her attention. Stop jumping around, Miriam. Fight for me. Miriam naturally didn't understand the hidden meaning of my words. When she saw that I was approaching, she directly cast the teleportation magic. The next second, on the 3rd floor, a burst of fire lit up. Boom. Now I got you. Chapter 433. You Kalia, like trials so much. The powder of the flame pot mixed with the scales of Mars butterfly is extremely flammable. A little friction, a collision, will cause a flame. Using its characteristics, I piled up the flame pots at the initial position of the magic Professor Miriam's teleportation, and play simple minds. At the moment she teleported, whether it was the powder on her shoes, or the energy generated when using magic, there was a high probability that the flame would burn, and then cause other pots to collide and explode. In reality, I bet right. The flames that exploded caught the magic Professor Miriam off guard, and she was blown up, and she almost fell from the platform into the vertical pit in the center of the library. However, it seems that it is still a little short of the mark, and I need to make up for it. And this means that I have completely mastered the rules of her teleportation magic. Before she casts it next time, Miriam will have to think clearly whether I will set a trap at the place where she is staying. Once there is time to hesitate, it will give me the opportunity to catch her weakness. Thinking of this, I was about to go and end this cat and mouse game. That's enough. Let's stop here. Brother Zero. At this time, Rudden suddenly called me, jumped down from the 1st floor where he was guarding, and walked over. Well done. While he was speaking, the puppets of the cuckoo soldiers around him also turned into a blue light and disappeared. Does this mean it's over? I was a little confused. And a blue light flashed beside me, and Miriam actually teleported to my side. However, she did not intend to attack, but patted the sparks on her clothes and complained casually, "You kid. You really don't know how to control your strength." I was a little stunned. Miriam bowed to Latin, who was coming over. "General. Long time no see. Sorry for not welcoming you. But I did expect that the full moon eldest son Latin would become like this. It's a long story." Latin smiled faintly. "Just understand that because of the infection of the scarlet corruption, I have to change into a doll body like Lonnie. Hey, when did you recognize each other? I didn't see you say anything." I couldn't help but be extremely confused. Miriam explained, with such a powerful archery skill, coupled with the blessing of gravity magic, there is only one person I can think of in the borderland. Ha! Professor, you are too kind. On our side of Galad, many soldiers have also learned this archery skill. And there are also people with better ability than me, Latin said with a smile. "General, you are too modest. At the battle festival, the sniper attacked comparable to that of a rocket launcher, but it caused us a lot of trouble. By the way, so, did the two of them confirm each other with the first arrow? Then why did they fight for so long?" As if he had sensed my doubts, Latin patted my shoulder again and said, "I'm sorry, Zero brother, I didn't tell you this clearly. I asked the professor to continue fighting, to see, when faced with a difficult problem, how would you, the fated ones, solve it. Your fighting skills are indeed quite good. After calming down, you actually found the secret of Professor Miriam's teleportation magic so quickly, and solved it. In other words, it's the entrance exam. Ha ha, it can indeed be explained this way." I was quite speechless. "Okay, I know that people from your Galad side, like trials, battles, and the like the most. Just like the Gale Fortress, it is obvious that people can use the portal to go directly to the Red Lion City to participate in the festival, but they still set up a battle test with the evil lion. I sighed helplessly, turned to look at the magic professor Miriam. In her slightly confused eyes, I fell to my knees with tears in my eyes. Professor, I really want to learn your teleportation. The whole big study was silent because of my kneeling, as if time had frozen. Ha ha. Latin laughed first. Brother Zero, you are so funny. Miriam held her forehead helplessly, looking at the dark moon ring in my hand, and said, Princess, did you choose a god like you? After all, that teleportation is so cool. It makes people unable to catch even a corner of the clothes. This is a fighting method that people dream of. I admired sincerely. If you really want to learn, I will draw the magic runes in a while, and give them to you. It can be regarded as a reward for passing the trial. Miriam sighed and continued. However, since you have already thought of a way to crack this magic, you should also know that this magic is not very useful for the real-time combat of you fighters. Sure enough, like the ninjutsu Flying Thunder God in Naruto, Miriam's teleportation can only be realized after the corresponding magic runes are placed in a fixed position in advance. Yes, Flying Thunder God, if we can find a way to improve it a little bit and print the magic runes on the weapon, can we achieve the blue lightning like the 4th generation? Just when I was thinking about the possibility of developing spells, Miriam said to Latin again, Speaking of which, didn't I discuss with you before the limitations of this magic? Not only does it have to be arranged in advance, it is only suitable for one person, and cannot be used for marching and fighting. Didn't you tell your brother in advance? Latin smiled and responded, This was a long time ago, Professor. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten it. Well, after all, he was tortured by the scarlet corruption, and had to change his body. By the way, Professor, we came here this time to help Brother Zero obtain the death curse on the original body of Lonnie. Please lead us. Latin explained our purpose. Miriam nodded, and took the initiative to lead us through the beam of the inverted study, and landed on the large elevator in the center, and started it. As the elevator descended, we arrived at the bottom floor, which was also the highest door of the large study. After pushing it open, what came into view was a long white road, which connected to the polygonal tower on the opposite side that seemed to reach the sky. And under the guardrails on both sides, there was the turbulent sea. Once you fall in, it will not be a matter of dissolving in water. I lit up the blessing at the door, and also restored myself a little. Miriam looked up at the tower, and sighed slightly. Next, I will not go with you. If you have a chance, please give my regards to the princess. After saying that, the old professor put his hands behind his back, and teleported back to his study. So cool. By the way, if we have to talk about the principle, is Miriam's teleportation similar to the blessing point teleportation? That is, Queen Marika fixed the blessing coordinates for the faders, and then with the help of magic or prayer, teleported to the corresponding location. Let's go, Brother Zero. We have to speed up a little, Latin reminded me, and then strode towards the divine tower. It was clearly in front of me, so there was no need to rush. Although I was a little confused, I hurried to catch up with Latin. However, if I remember correctly, there will be another guy who will get in the way. Although I also want to rely on Latin's identity, it would be best if I could skip directly, but considering that Professor Miriam of Magic didn't recognize him at first, I'm afraid a battle is unavoidable. Just as I expected, just when Latin and I walked quickly to the middle of the long road, a black and white flame suddenly burned, blocking the entire long road. And in the next second, a huge white mass, like a rolling wheel, rushed out of the black and white flames, and rolled straight towards Latin and me. Chapter 434 The Wheels Are Rolling. In the ancient times of the Ring of Law, Marika was only a son of God, before she became the true Eternal Queen. The deaths in the borderland were all controlled by a goddess with night-colored eyes. She had a group of apostles who hunted gods. Although after the goddess was defeated, the black-red flames in their hands, that symbolized the destined death, were taken away and faded to black and white. But for death, especially the death of gods and sons of God, they are still the best at mastering this knowledge. Therefore, in the night of the Black Knife conspiracy planned by Lonnie, there were many Godskin apostles and Godskin nobles participating. And now, just like a huge rock rolling down a landslide, the huge figure that was crushing towards me and Latin was that Godskin noble. Get out of the way, Brother Zero, Latin shouted loudly. And he also hurried to the sides of the nobles, rolling and moving, dodging. The chubby nobleman quickly stopped the car, turned a little on the spot, and then stood firm, holding a large Western-style rapier, and walked towards us with a big belly. Sure enough, this guy didn't recognize Rutten either. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. It seems we have to fight quickly. Rutten took a few breaths. Let's go, Brother Zero. Hey, don't you need to talk to him first? I was slightly surprised. The gods are stubborn. They won't listen to us. Rutten rushed forward with 2 swords in hand. That's right. These guys could have been the gods of death on the border. The god of death wants you dead. Even if you try to make friends with him, he will probably not stop his sickle to harvest lives. After dodging the black flame fireballs released by the gods, Rutten used a turn and spun, while quickly dodging the opponent's thrust, and moved forward, while swinging the 2 swords, and slashing at the opponent. A set of movements flowed smoothly, without any delay or lag. However, the Godskin noble reacted quickly, and while retracting his steps, he quickly retracted his rapier and raised it to block Rutten's attack. But in this way, I have a big flaw in front of me. Combat skill, Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. While Rutten attracted the opponent's attention, I had already quickly circled to the other side of the Godskin noble, and slashed down with a bloody red blade. Although the Godskin had reacted and dodged, his body was too big, and the Night Star fire still fell on his fat body that looked like a swimming ring. At the same time, Rutten also slammed the ground with a single knife, and stirred up a large piece of gravel. Then he crossed the blade, and swept the gravel out with a sweep, and the gravel with gravity magic seemed to turn into darts, and pierce the opponent's body one after another. Just like this, we cooperated with each other on the left and right, and forced the Godskin noble to retreat step by step. But the Godskin noble's left hand suddenly condensed a large ball of black and white flames, and he half-crouched and suddenly reached forward. This is prayer. Black flame ritual. I saw through the opponent's moves, and quickly pulled back, dodged from the rising flames. But Latin had no intention of dodging. He and the noble of the divine skin stood in the circle of burning black flames, wielding double swords and rapiers, like gladiators in the arena. Whoever was afraid would lose. Seeing that he could not suppress Latin's powerful and solid sword skills, the noble of the divine skin stepped back, shrank his body slightly, and suddenly expanded like a balloon, and even burst out black and white flames. If it was the original General Latin, this move might not necessarily repel him. But the strength of Latin's body was far different from before, and he was shot out by the noble's big balloon. Brother Latin. I hurried forward to help put out the flames on his body, but I immediately heard a rumbling sound of rolling. I saw that the noble used the same move at the beginning, like a boulder, rolling over Latin, and I quickly dodged to the left and right. Brother Zero. Latin suddenly called me. Next, I'll leave it to you. I didn't understand what he meant, but I saw that the giant ball of the Godskin noble stopped, and suddenly jumped up, and was about to press down on us. I quickly dodged. But why is Latin not moving? Could it be? The general is quite sleepy now. The words of Lord Julian flashed through my mind, and I quickly activated the hound pace, and turned back. Seeing that the Godskin noble was about to crush Latin's head, I flew forward, and finally, at the moment when the opponent pressed down, I knocked Latin out from under the noble's big butt. I turned around and saw that. Latin really closed his eyes tightly, as if he had fainted, and even fell to the ground. He had no reaction. Brother, at this time, you can still sleep? No wonder Latin said before that he had to seize the time, and that he had to fight quickly and decisively. He was not sleeping, but the power was off. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Godskin noble showed no mercy, and immediately greeted us with his rapier. Tourette. It would be difficult to fight with Latin. I led away the nobles of the divine skin, summoned my old friend, and asked him to help carry Latin. Take big brother Latin to the blessing point on the other side first. I'll handle this. Tourette ran away with Latin. I stared at the divine skin noble, and recalled how I fought him in the game. Rutten's choice was right, because the divine skin noble's huge physique and his varied rapier moves meant that if we were too far away, we would be suppressed by him. So we had to fight in close combat. Combat skill, hound step. I dodged the opponent's consecutive stabs at the speed of the wind, and found the right opportunity to get into the divine skin noble's arm range. The Night Star fire ignited a blazing flame, and in the scorching air, the opponent was chopped by me, and blood flew everywhere. Even if I wanted to pull back, I would immediately catch up and stay within his arm span, so that the noble could not fully exert the maximum attack effect from the rapier. He could only use the same trick again, tightening his body a little, and then suddenly expanding. I was prepared, and as long as I stepped back 2 steps, I could avoid the opponent's flesh bomb impact. Then, the godskin nobleman jumped up with all his strength, turned sideways, and started rolling his wheels again and again. This time, he even brought with him the black and white flames, which would burn people even if they were touched a little. I quickly threw myself to the side to avoid it. Before I could stand up, I saw the noble car brake and reverse its wheels, following the original trajectory and rolling over me again. Damn. In reality, as long as you find a trick that works, everyone is a wheelchair warrior. Right? When I stood up, it was too late to dodge, so I could only pick up the Night Star Fire and fight head-on. Of course, the result is predictable. I was rolled by the noble car's wheels, and was thrown out from the side. I hit the guardrail of the long road, and almost fell down. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it! I spat out a mouthful of blood. But I saw a large mass of black mass under my feet that instantly covered my entire body. Subconsciously, I quickly dodged to the side. But the aura from the divine skin noble still sent people flying, and they rolled on the ground for several rounds before they stopped. Boom, 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 it came again. It was endless. I hurriedly got up. Remember, the way to deal with this move in the game is, while holding up the Night Starfire to block, I quickly walked towards the bottom of the divine skin noble's rolling feet. Because he couldn't see me, the noble could only turn slightly. I continued to move, and I stuck to the position under his rolling fat. When the noble couldn't see me, he would be like a compass, with me as the center point, and keep turning around me. After a few rounds, although I don't know if the noble was dizzy, but our side is only a long road after all, and there is not enough width to keep him rolling in a spiral. Boom! After a while, the noble hit a statue on the long road, bounced off, and sat on the ground. Good opportunity. Pray for Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection. I rushed forward quickly, stepped on the fat of the noble, used it as a step, and jumped up again, aiming at his brows that seemed to be a little dizzy, raised the long sword, and stabbed with a sword through thunder. Suddenly, blood splashed like a fountain, and the noble finally raised his head without a word and fell to the ground. Enemy felled. Chapter 435, Whispering in the Dark. H.A. This is too high. After defeating the godskin noble guarding the god-granting tower of Lonnie, I carried Latin on my back, took the elevator of the god-granting tower, and climbed the stairs for a long time, and finally reached the top. Yes, Latin was still sleeping, with no sign of waking up. And, after taking the elevator of the god-granting tower in the game, it was only necessary to climb half a flight of stairs, but in reality, I actually climbed around the entire tower 5 times. Is this some kind of strange ritual? But in any case, when night fell again, I finally completed the climb to the top. The night sky was vast, and the golden tree that covered the sky in the king's city of Rodel could not be seen here, only the silent and boundless night, and the body of the god-man abandoned by Lonnie below. I walked forward. The body had been burned to a charcoal-like state. I could not see Lonnie's original appearance at all. But at least in terms of body shape, it looked a little taller than a tie. No wonder she always liked to put 4 books in the position. I was used to the original eye level. The doll's body was indeed a little short for Lonnie. Crouching down, I carefully examined the body, searching for the location of the centipede curse. I got it. I pushed aside the remaining red hair of Lonnie, and the other half of the rune of death was on the back of her neck. But how could I take it off? I curiously reached out my hand, and the moment I touched the curse, my fingers seemed to be bitten by it, and it quickly deprived me of the rune that was part of my life. Drop, 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 drop. In a trance, I seemed to hear a rapid ringing sound in my ears, and I subconsciously pulled my hand back. What happened just now? I didn't understand, but when I looked back at the death curse, it was filled with the golden light of the rune, and then the curse seemed to come alive, shedding its golden shell and turning into a gray centipede, which burrowed into my mind at a speed that caught people off guard. Death. Before my eyes, an extremely strange door suddenly appeared. The door was tightly closed, and it was like a tower rising into the sky. On top of the gate, countless people were screaming, begging for mercy, trying their best to climb out, struggling, just like a picture of hell. All my head was throbbing, and when I came to my senses, I kept gulping for air, as if I had escaped from the gate. What was that just now? Was it a message about death? Or was it the dark end where Lonnie went? Yes. Lonnie! I carefully glanced at Latin, who was still leaning against the wall. And there was still no sign of waking up. So, I quickly took out the petite Lonnie and called softly, "Hey! Lonnie! Can you hear me? Lonnie! Lonnie, I found your abandoned body, come and have a look, hey! Ha, you are really clingy, or do you have the habit of talking to dolls? 0. Lonnie was finally willing to talk to me. Fortunately, this place is covered by the dark realm, but I have to remind you that if you talk to me outside, and are discovered by the remnants of the two-fingered party, you may be killed. 0. So the sky here is the dark realm. No wonder the golden tree cannot be seen from inside. Speaking of the remnants of the two-finger, I slapped my head. I forgot. When I went back to Ria Lucalia, I forgot to remind Iggy to be careful of the black knife assassin. Lonnie sighed softly. If it's Iggy, don't worry. Since he knows that I have embarked on the path of seeking the law, he will naturally be prepared to deal with it. It seems so. After all, Iggy thought of sending his mirror helmet to Blaze. How could he not be on guard against the black knife assassin? So, 0. My ally. Why did you summon me? Lonnie ended the greetings. You didn't really come here just to report to me that you got the curse of death on the body I abandoned. Did you? I also responded seriously, Lonnie. Although this question may bring up painful memories for you. I want to ask. When the rune of death was engraved, did you see anything? Oh, when I got the curse just now, I saw a strange door. As I said that, I described the door to Lonnie. Petite Lonnie was silent for a moment, then replied with a little surprise, incredible. To be honest, I did see the door you mentioned when the curse was carved. When I walked forward, the door was still closed, with no sign of opening, and I didn't know what the meaning of its existence was. Besides, whether it was my impression or the subsequent investigation, there was no such door of the dead at the border. Not even a similar one. But if we all saw it, then, as expected, that door should be closely related to death. I speculated. Maybe? Lonnie sighed again. Maybe my teacher knows something about this. But she has disappeared for a long time, and even I can't find any trace of her. Teacher? Oh, I don't think I mentioned it to you. After I met the Dark Moon when I was young, my mother took me to visit a witch who was in the forbidden area of the Snowy Mountains. She laid the foundation of magic for me. The appearance of the puppet was also made to commemorate that teacher. Ronnie explained. Oh, it's the Snow Witch. Right? No wonder Ronnie's Dark Moon also comes with the accumulation of frost value. However, in the text of the Circle of Magic, there is very little description of her, and I only know that she has this name. Your teacher is good at ice and snow magic. I changed the wording slightly. What is her relationship with death? My teacher. She has a pair of night-colored eyes. Night-colored eyes? I almost suspected that I had heard it wrong. Night-colored eyes. In other words, Ronnie's teacher, the Snow Witch, is likely to be the goddess with night-colored eyes who competed with Queen Marika for the throne? And Ronnie continued, of course. You can ask Tourette about this matter. Maybe you will know more clearly. Do you remember what I said? Tourette was originally my teacher's mount. Indeed, it was for this reason that Lonnie came to us. Ate. But there is something I need to make clear to you, Lonnie. Because of this topic, I had many questions in my mind. Tourette, actually, at the beginning, Melina entrusted me with it. Although, she said that Tourette chose me, but it's strange, Melina and your teacher should not have much relationship. Besides, you didn't recognize her at first, right? Lonnie hadn't answered yet, and behind me, another voice came. That's because Tourette was originally a spiritual life created by my mother and the goddess. After my mother spread the blessing of eternity, the goddess with the eyes of night gave it to my mother. Melina squatted down beside me and greeted me softly. Long time no see, Princess of the Moon. Lonnie. Chapter 436, Night and Gold. Ronnie's teacher. The Snow Witch is actually the goddess with night eyes. And Tourette is the spiritual life created by her and Queen Marika, one after another. The heavy news made me dumbfounded alone, and in my mind it was as if Mars hit the Earth, exploding an extremely grand fireworks scene. Facing Melina's appearance, petite Ronnie put her hands on her waist, raised her little head. Golden Witch, sure enough, you have a close relationship with that queen. And Melina stared at petite Ronnie, silent. Lonnie was a little bit at a loss. What happened? Melina held the petite Lonnie in her palm, looked at her carefully, and then suddenly exclaimed to me, "So cute. I didn't expect the Moon Princess to have such a cute side. Master Zero. Wow. What are you doing? You are bringing shame to the witch. Be careful or I will curse you." The Golden Witch. Petite Lonnie was so anxious that she swung her arms and kicked her feet in Melina's hands. Instead, Melina was even more interested. The workmanship is so fine. Even the frown is vivid. Ah! Girls really have no resistance to cute things, and Mimi is no exception. But I had to remind her, Melina, Lonnie is angry. Melina came back to her senses, quickly put the Petite Lonnie down, and then bowed to apologize. "Ah, I am so offended, Princess of the Moon. Damn it, you really shouldn't show up like this, it's a shame." Lonnie was still angry. "I'm so sorry, Princess Moon." Melina was so sincere that she was prostrated. "Your figure is indeed too petite and pitiful. Now I understand why Master Zero always does something incredible every time he meets you. Hey, don't involve me like this, Melina." I was shocked. Okay, one day the witch Lonnie, will curse both of you." Lonnie took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and returned to her dignified princess appearance. "So you just said that my teacher, the Snow Witch, and your mother, Queen Marika, created Tourette together. What's going on?" Yes, surely. The goddess with the night-colored eyes and Queen Marika are mortal enemies, right? How could they have created Tourette together? I also asked Lonnie. But Melina shook her head. Mother and the goddess are just the destined sons chosen by God. Under the guidance of the finger, they must fight for the throne of King Eldon to enforce their own laws. There is no so-called deep hatred between them. After being chosen by God, Mother took the power of the goddess of the 9 eyes, and was willing to accept her and her believers, but was rejected. She did not have the intention to kill them all. It seems so. Although the apostles of the god skin are rare now, they are also wandering around the border. The ancestors also have a close relationship with the goddess of the 9 eyes, but they are still there in Linia and Ninjafu, and they have also received the blessing of eternity. Then, what is the matter with Tourette? I continue to ask. Just like the goddess with the night-colored eyes once ruled the death of the borderland, my mother is more inclined to rule birth, and is eager to create eternity. Melina continued to explain. Lordling, you should still remember Tourette's other identity, the budding king of the ancestors. It was during that war that the ancestors made a deal with the goddess with the night-colored eyes, who was nearby at the time, begging her to give birth to a new king of the ancestors. But the goddess was not good at this, and after the defeat of the Chosen One, her power was sealed, and she could not complete the contract with the ancestors. Therefore, she turned to her mother for help, because her mother had just obtained the power of death. She was troubled by not being able to master and use it skillfully, so she gladly accepted the request of the goddess Xiaoyan and created the spirit horse Tourette together. With this, she found a way to achieve eternity. During this time, Tourette was raised by the goddess. But it seemed that in order to maintain my soul, my mother went to find the goddess and got Tourette. Before meeting Master Zero, Tourette had been using its power to save me. As if she had seen it with her own eyes, Melina told the story of the 2 most noble gods in the borderland. Gently. No, maybe she really saw it with her own eyes, which is not impossible. Unfortunately, the eternity that Marika found was not perfect. Finally, she realized this, and then smashed the magic ring, leaving the borderland in a mess. Humph, if there is no finger to guide you, wouldn't you be able to get along well, teacher? Lonnie sighed softly. Just now, I seem to have some impression of the gate you 2 mentioned. Melina changed the subject, making both me and Lonnie look at her. That seems to be the gate of God where my mother sealed the death. It really exists, but it exists in another land. The wilderness? I remembered the foggy place before the Atai and the others returned to the border. But Melina shook her head. That is the hometown where my mother was born, the kingdom of death that has disappeared. Now, the gate is sealed, and no one can find it. My brain is a little out of order. Wasn't Queen Marika born in the borderland? What is the kingdom of death? Could it be the stuff in the DLC Shadow of the Golden Tree? When our Atai Zero was reincarnated, I couldn't play it yet. There is no information or plot about it at all. But the death curse in reality seems to be related. What should I do? But it's quite interesting. According to Melina, Queen Marika from the kingdom of the dead is in charge of birth, while the goddess with the night-colored eyes, who is already at the border, is in charge of death. It's really a reversal of the heavens. Okay, let's stop here for these things about death, Melina said to me. Masterling, since you have contacted Princess Rani, there should be more important things? Oh. Right. The law. As Melina frowned, I suddenly realized and quickly said to Lonnie, there is something I want to ask about the law you are looking for. The law I am looking for? Lonnie glanced at Melina and explained. The law I am looking for is not gold, but the law of the stars and the moon. The cold and the night. I hope everything will be far away from this land. Those that can be seen, felt, believed in, touched. Everything will become impossible. At that time, I will abandon this land with my law. What? Abandon this land? Then, what should be done with the lives and souls here? Melina asked in surprise. They will be free from all restraints and develop freely. Although I admit that it will be a long and dark night. I can guarantee that no so-called gods will come and do whatever they want in the border area. Melina still couldn't accept Lonnie's explanation, but if that's the case, even the king is fake. What's the point? But the existence of the so-called king is also a kind of restraint? Lonnie also immediately retorted. It is precisely because of the guidance of those two fingers that countless people compete for the so-called throne, which makes the border area in chaos now. Calm down. Both of you. I can't get a word in. The king is necessary. Only with the king's guidance, the borderland can return to prosperity again. Wrong guidance will only lead to eternal damnation faster. Blind obedience and imprisoned thinking will only lead to decline. Doesn't the history of the borderland prove this point? Only by giving freedom to everyone and letting them think for themselves can we find the real way out for the borderland. Like two quarreling cats, Melina and Lonnie's ideas kept colliding with each other, and the smell of gunpowder slowly spread in the air. Actually, I think you both have a point. I carefully tried to help them calm down. As a result, this sentence immediately attracted the attention of two people. Master Zero. Who would you rather believe in and walk with? Chapter 437 Cunning. On one side is Melina, who has been with me till now, and on the other side is Lonnie, who is really welcoming. I am caught in the middle, as if I am holding a huge bomb, and both fuses are sizzling and emitting sparks, burning over. Lord Zero, you also think that since you are the king, you must lead everyone forward to change the border area. Right. Everyone should have independent thinking among all living beings. The so-called king is just a kind of bondage. Zero, you should be able to understand me. Both of you. Lord Zero. Ah, it's so difficult. It feels like when I was a child. I was forced to ask whether I like my mother more, or I would rather follow my father. I just feel that I am in a state of confusion. You too? I had to raise my voice to interrupt their quarrel. Whether it's Lonnie or Melina, calm down first, okay? My two young ladies finally stopped talking, glanced at each other, and turned their faces away tacitly. I couldn't help but sigh. I first said to Lonnie, I'm sorry. Melina and I came here this time to obtain the death curse on your original body. It's not just to explore the truth of the conspiracy night, but also for other reasons. Would you like to listen to my idea of the law? Okay. If it's a zero-independent idea, I'm willing to listen. Lonnie deliberately emphasized the word independent. Melina naturally heard the other party's implication, and frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. I subconsciously held her hand, but felt something was wrong. So I let go, gently patted the back of Melina's hand, and smiled at her. First, let me tell you my thoughts on my journey through the border. As always, I pointed out what I thought was the most core problem of the border at present. The deaths here are too chaotic. Of course, there were already signs of this before you, Lonnie, launched the Black Knife conspiracy that night. People who are granted eternity cannot die easily. Even if they die, they can still be reincarnated through the golden tree. That is, they can change their bodies and continue to live. After the night of conspiracy, the appearance of the Prince of Death attracted the guys born from death, which made the already chaotic order even more desperate. Ronnie's blue eyes looked at me calmly, listened quietly, and did not express any objections. So, I think Queen Marika must have realized this when she smashed the ring. But the strange thing is that since she can create eternity, and Melina also said that the queen has mastered the power of death of the goddess of the night eyes. So I have been thinking since just now, why must she smash the ring? She can modify the golden law herself. Isn't it better? After all, the law is under her control and created by her. Indeed, even Melina agreed with my idea. I then said, therefore, I have a conclusion. Even if Queen Marika wants to change the law, someone disagrees. Moreover, this person's power is even higher than hers. Just like you, Lonnie, are the son of God. But you are still imprisoned by the finger. Queen, she is the same. Of course, with her ability, she is enough to fight against the finger. Then, the person behind her must be a higher level than them. The answer is, of course, the Beast of Elden. Of course, only a time traveler like me knows this. In this world, no one should know the existence of the Beast of Elden. Even Lonnie may not know her father. In fact, it can be said that he is the body outside the body of the Beast of Elden. Which is not an exaggeration. It is those beings who stubbornly refuse to believe that the Golden Law is wrong, and stubbornly push the border into the abyss step by step. Queen Marika is powerless, so she can only break the ring to show her resistance. I paused for a moment, leaving space for Lonnie and Melina to think, and then continued. Therefore, on this point, I agree with your approach, Lonnie. As long as all the messy things are driven out of the border, thinking is returned to everyone, and they can grasp the future by themselves. This is actually similar to what Queen Marika did. So she recalled us fated ones. Let us think. Let us feel the current border, and finally make a choice. Really? Sure enough. Zero. Do you think so too? Lonnie nodded slightly with satisfaction. Then, but, I will not leave the border. I interrupted her, and looked at her firmly. But the next second, in the other party's slightly surprised and confused eyes, I scratched my head a little timidly. Alas, to be honest, I can't guide a country, a whole piece of land, etc. After all, I was just an otaku. Ah. Otaku? Ah. Please don't mind this. It just means that my ability is not strong enough. There are too many things I should learn, and I am not yet qualified to be entrusted with the important task of governing the world and guiding the people. I quickly changed the way I said it to explain. It was a close call. It was a close call. Ah. I almost exposed myself completely by complaining casually. Fortunately, Lonnie didn't seem to be suspicious anymore, so I could continue to talk. After all, it's not enough to govern a piece of land with just strength. Of course, these are all later. My only idea now is to try my best to solve the big problems in this border area, such as correcting the order of death, releasing the will that imprisoned Queen Marika, and returning thinking to everyone. If there is a future, I also want to continue to help everyone solve some trivial problems in this land. After all, you can't eat a big meal in one bite. Who knows if there will be other problems after the new law is implemented. So, your choice is to stay with her, them? Lonnie asked softly. No, I answered firmly. I also want to be with you, Lonnie, with everyone. You explore endless possibilities in the starry sky, and I will always keep your homeland for you, so that your journey will no longer be lonely, okay? As I said, I smiled and reached out to the petite Lonnie. Lonnie just looked at me, without responding for a long time. Finally, her eyes fell on the dark moon ring on my finger. All people are not allowed to take this. On the other side of the night, all the loneliness only belongs to me. Lonnie recited softly. If I remember correctly, this should be the warning engraved on the dark moon ring. She raised her head, seemingly helpless, but with a slight smile of relief. You are too cunning, Zero. I couldn't help but tilt my head. Why did you suddenly say I was cunning? It's confusing. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the corner, which frightened Melina so much that she retreated immediately, and the petite Lonnie sat down on the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Is it dark? Latin stretched and stood up. Oh, good morning, Brother Zero. You really defeated the noble, and climbed up to this divine tower. Well done, General. Chapter 438 Latin's Promise. After Latin woke up, he greeted me carelessly and came over. Melina and Lonnie all fled in an instant. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. Brother Latin, you woke up at such a bad time. It took a lot of effort to mediate the atmosphere full of gunpowder, but when you came, everyone ran away. How is it? Did you get the death curse? Latin asked. I could only nod with tears in my eyes. Really? Latin squatted down, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked Lonnie's head silently. Brother Latin. It's okay, let's go. Latin looked up, smiled slightly. Since Lonnie has already embarked on her journey to the stars, let's hurry up and do what we should do. He patted my shoulder, stood up, and walked towards the door at the top of the tower. Although he said that, as a brother, Latin would still pity his sister's difficulties. I followed the other person's footsteps and prepared to leave. In the darkness behind me, a distant voice seemed to come. Zero. Thank you for your idea. I will consider it. Goodbye. My king. Looking back, there was no moon in the dark sky. Only the blue starlight was still twinkling. Leaving the God-granting tower, returning to the big study, Magic Professor Miriam was waiting there, and handed me 3 scrolls of parchment with magic runes. Heaven-falling magic, calmness, and the teleportation magic that was promised before. I tried teleporting a little, but as soon as I remembered the corresponding magic runes in my mind, I only felt that the power in my body was wandering around crazily. And of course, I couldn't use it. Sure enough, the intelligence value is not enough. After saying goodbye to Miriam, Solomon also rejoined the team. Next, we were supposed to go directly to Stonewell. But, thinking back to Brother Wolf Blaze, we went to the east coast of Linnea, to the underground cemetery under the cliff. The whole cemetery is divided into 4 layers. There are not many places to go around in circles. You can collect most of the treasures by walking through every corner. The monsters inside are mainly stone statues and sons of evil omens. Of course, in the jungle at the entrance of the mountain road, I also ran into a few evil soldier ghosts. But, with the purple light, the little ghosts became the dead souls under Latin's knife. Everyone knows the stone statues in the cemetery. They are classic. As long as there is a light from the props in the dark tomb room. You have to be careful of the corners of the door or the top, where the evil little ghosts are hiding and attacking people. Well, for me, a map player, it is not difficult. The only difficulty was Rudden's reckless charge. He stepped on the arrow trap right at the beginning, and the stone statue imp stared at him. He fell from the top of the passage with a small hoe and chopped at him. However, before I could warn him, he chopped the falling imp to the ground with a knife, and then swung his sword to quickly block the arrow shot from the end of the passage. What a violent dismantling move! Is there no option of dodging in General Rudden's dictionary? As for the sons of evil omen in the cemetery, I originally tried to take the statue of the young son of evil omen that Tron gave me, to talk to them about our good intentions, but the other party slapped my statue of the young son away. Sure enough, the things in the royal city are no longer applicable in Linnea. Then we can only make these guys part of our strength. In the secret room in the cemetery, we found the Nox mirror helmet, which means we have completed the task. But Rudden insisted that since we came to the cemetery, we must unlock the door of the boss, and he wanted to see what was inside. No way. As a result, he really just took a look at the thing inside the door. The 3 heads of the return tree watchdog turned around, and Rudden was out of power again, luckily. It was just a small boss in the early and middle stages. I used the Dragon Thunder protection, and solved the opponent in a few seconds. However, I had to remind him, Brother Latin, your current state doesn't seem to be a problem that can be solved by the sleepiness that Julian mentioned. If we wait until we return to Galad, I'm a little worried that you will fall asleep halfway through the crusade against those scarlet corrupted creatures. Latin didn't care. Don't worry, Brother Zero. Before returning to Galad, I should be able to upgrade this body to a level that can fight for a whole day. Really? I remained skeptical. After all, for these 2 battles, Latin's standby time should only be about half a day. Julian said it. I'm almost the same as you fated ones now, Latin explained with a smile. However, there is a slight difference. You fated ones let Selamine and others transform runes into power, while I increased the capacity of runes in my body. In short, my body now is like a pool. Normally, like other creatures in the border area, they absorb and store the power of runes. But once they start to move, they release the water too quickly, and after drying up, they can no longer move. Oh! It's the classic problem of pouring and releasing water. No wonder Latin is very precise in his own activities, almost to the point of following his words. And I can't help but think of Lonnie's sleepiness before. No wonder Lonnie always slept before. It turns out that this is how the puppet drive accumulates power. Latin said with a smile, my sister is more stubborn than me, and she stays in the night sky of the fortress all day long. Although there are also reasons that she has to do. It is more difficult to absorb the runes from the golden tree. It must have taken a lot of time to deal with the finger that monitors her. Well, she slept for about 10 days, 20 days, anyway. She should have been sleeping since I went to Knocklongen. I nodded, and understood the little sleepyhead who couldn't wake up. But, speaking of fighting, Brother Zero, I found something quite interesting. Oh! The underground cemetery just now. You should have been there for the first time. There is no trace of other people being there. But whether it is the mechanism in the cemetery, or the location of the stone statues, you seem to be able to predict it. You even know exactly how to open the trigger. Once can be said to be guessed. Twice can be explained as you have a very high fighting sense. And even the third time, you can think that you often break into such cemeteries and have experience. But it is like this every time. And it is exactly the same. Which makes people feel a little incredible. Rudden crossed his arms and looked at me carefully. His hawk-like eyes, like X-rays, can see through people. Who are you? I couldn't help swallowing. No, I didn't expect that. You would be caught so easily. However, even if I tell Latin my true identity, it won't matter. And when I was still hesitating, Latin smiled and put his arm around my shoulders. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, Brother Zero. Everyone has their own secrets, I understand. You are a trustworthy and responsible person, but it makes people a little worried. You work too hard, and you will squeeze too many things in your heart. The sword is too strong, and it is not enough. Don't break yourself. So when you need help one day, don't bear it alone, just tell us. Latin's words were meaningful, which made people feel warm in their hearts. Yes, Brother Latin. Chapter 439 Mission. With the help of Celemon, through the blessing transmission, I brought Latin with me, and arrived at Stonewell, and met with the top leaders headed by Nephili. This new Storm King, with the assistance of Kenneth Hyde and Edson Hyde, has managed Ninjafu in an orderly manner, the Dragon Breath Ruins, Watercall Village, and the Blackthorn Death Curse and other difficult disasters have long been eliminated, and, with my information, Nephili has sent people to suppress the Fallen Eagle army in the Eternal City Nokron. It is said that because of Roderica, Stonewell has also reached a peaceful coexistence with the ancestors, and an agreement not to offend each other. The Weeping Peninsula has been completely recovered. The sick village has been cleared, and the mines and tunnels on the island are operating again. Even the broken bridge leading to Linnea in the game is now under repair. In short, everything can be said to be thriving. When I told Nephili and the others about the situation in the royal city of Rodel, and asked them whether they wanted to form an alliance with the King of Blessing, Nephili agreed without hesitation. Great. I've been feeling suffocated lately. Zero. You must take me with you for this alliance. This guy, after saying that, took her battle axe and swung it twice. Good sisters, we are going to form an alliance, not to fight. Speaking of which, when Latin and I came just now, Nephili also rushed back to the throne of the king from outside, with 2 axes in a threatening manner. What was she doing? He took a look at the 2 hides in charge. Kenneth held his forehead helplessly, and sighed. Let her go. Anyway, there has been no major events in Ninjafu recently. If Lady Nephili is left idle like this, I am worried that the soldiers in the city will not be able to bear it. Edson stroked his beard and said, besides, we can rest assured that Lady Zero and the famous General Latin will be with us. Letting the king go can also show the people of Rodel that we attach importance to the 3 territories outside Asia. That's right, this way, it can be regarded as giving face to Mr. Mungert, helping him stabilize the morale of the army, making those nobles even more afraid to move him without authorization. Otherwise, it would not only be the army of Monget's cronies, but also trouble Linnea, Stonewell, and Gald at the same time. However, the soldiers in the city will not be able to bear it. I looked at Nephili curiously. What is this guy doing recently? Nephili immediately complained. A bunch of unambitious guys. Didn't they just let people practice with me? Now that they meet my eyes, they hide away. If the screams on the training ground could not be heard here, I would be able to defend you a little. Lord Nephili, Kenneth refuted accurately. When Herdick and I didn't arrive, they were defeated by the Fallen Eagle Division. Stonewell's soldiers still need to practice hard, Nephili argued. Kenneth lowered his head. I'm speechless. That's right. Nephili suddenly put her hand on my shoulder. Zero, you've come back from the Yatan Plateau. Your abilities should have improved a lot. Will we have a competition later? You go find Brother Latin. I have something else to do. I quickly declined. And she just glanced at Latin. Let's go. Let's go. They hit it off immediately. As expected, they are all standard warrior brains. Fighting, just have fun, while others have to think more. You see, the 2 hides are already discussing the next matters. Since we are going to form an alliance, then, it is not advisable to bring too many troops, lest they be accused of preparing to provoke a war, Edson said. But considering the safety of Lord Nephili and Lord Zero, it is better to send some people to escort them. Then let Hertog and his colleagues go together. It happens that two of them have not been back to Rodel for a long time, and they should be happy to do so. Kenneth is also helping to finalize the candidates. I walked up to him and asked curiously, by the way, where is Hertog? Recently, I heard that his brother Paris also came here. Right, Kenneth explained to me. Hertog. Recently he is at Hyde Fortress where I used to be. After suppressing the fallen eagles of Noklong, they were brought out of the underground. When those people came into contact with the light of Rune, their hostility also decreased a lot, so Heltok is disciplining those captives. It seems that Leia is also there for the time being. Not in a hurry to see Little Snake, I asked about the situation of the half-wolf Blaze. Oh, as for the half-wolf knight, Lord E.G. told us about his situation, so Lord Blaze was transferred to the sealed prison in Storm Hill for easier management. As for his condition, it seems to be pretty good now, Edison explained to me. If the condition is good, it means that Iggy's mirror helmet has worked. In that case, Nox's mirror helmet should also be effective. I went to the sealed prison in Storm Hill with Kenneth. On the way, I also curiously asked Kenneth what he thought about the fact that the King of Blessing is actually the son of Evil Omen. Kenneth was quite open-minded. I have also heard of the name of that king. In the 2 defense battles of Rodel, he made great achievements and defended the Golden Dynasty. So, even if he is the son of Evil Omen, that one is a true hero, the Orthodox Golden Heir. As for the so-called Bad Omen, the current situation in the border area was not caused by them. It is just nonsense. Kenneth, you are such a good person. I couldn't help but sigh. Ha ha, in such a chaotic world, how can there be such a thing as a good person? Kenneth smiled. If you insist, people like Zero, who have the ability to stabilize the chaotic world and turn the tide, can be called good people. I am just helping you to do your best in the back. Logistics is very important. Like Nephili, I can only fight and kill. Management still depends on people like you. Kenneth smiled but said nothing. When I arrived at the sealed prison, as soon as I entered, I heard Brother Wolf's cheerful voice. Ah, this smell is Zero. Okay, long time no see, Brother Wolf. While greeting, I stared blankly at the large mirrored helmet in front of me, which was clanging towards me. You don't move, I'll go over. After all, reality is not like a game. Weapons and equipment can adapt to Atai's body shape. Iggy's mirror helmet was like a huge golden bell, covering Wolf Brother's entire body. Those who didn't know better thought it was the magic weapon of the Pagoda Heavenly King, suppressing the wolf demon. Ah, Zero. How is the princess? Have you given her the secret treasure of Noklon? Is she okay? Blaze asked questions one after another. I quickly suppressed his words. Don't worry, Wolf Brother. Lonnie has already stepped into the starry sky to explore the path of law. Let's not talk about this for now. Try this hat. Ah? I took out the Nox mirror helmet, carefully lifted Iggy's golden bell, and handed it in. How is it? After a while, Blaze's response came. My nose hurts. That's right. The Nox mirror helmet was originally designed for people to wear, and it is indeed difficult for Wolf Brother's long triangle face to wear it. Then I'll go back to Stonewell and find a blacksmith to see if he can make the mask suitable for Blaze Knight to wear. Kenneth stepped forward and gave a plan. Okay. Please. In this way, the important matters that should be done in Linnea and Ninjafew have been almost resolved. It's time to return to the royal city of Rodel to help Teacher Mungert, and then head to the northern snowfield. I rested for a few days in Ninjafew. Heltok came from Hyde Fortress with several furnace knights. His brother Paris. Needless to say, there are also 2 furnaces originally stationed at the Nokron Drainage Canal. Sword Furnace Magpie Asek and Tree Furnace Jura. Sure enough, everyone quickly agreed to accompany us to the royal city of Rodel to escort us. Leia was also willing to accompany us on the trip. She looked much better. As soon as she saw me, she rushed over to give me a big hug, and talked to me about many adventures she had experienced during the journey, and also showed that she could skillfully use the blasphemous great sword. I patted her head with relief, and told Leia about Dianhua A Ling being caught. However, the crazy fire A Ling can also be used as firewood. I hope Leia can understand this. With the manpower, documents, and some alliance gifts, the entire delegation set out from Stonewell, passing through Ria Lucalia. Iggy has also made corresponding preparations, letting Burke, Wolf King Finley, Service, and several respected magic professors to accompany us. Coincidentally, we ran into Roger on the road. According to him, he indeed met with the dead Prince Godwin in the deep roots, and then went through river drifting to the Ansel River. After going through untold hardships, he finally came up from the wellhead on the Linnea side and saw the light again. He originally planned to return to Rodel to tell me about this discovery, and it was just right for him to accompany us. In this way, the entire joint delegation, about 30 people, marched towards the royal city of Rodel. I couldn't help but have a premonition. This time, a new chapter will definitely be opened in the border area. Chapter 440 Alliance. The Golden Dynasty, Eternal and Eternal. At this time, Gallied Star-Breaking General Latin, Stonewell Storm King Nephili Lu, Ring, the chief knight of the Curia faction of the Ria Lucalia Academy, bringing the delegation, come to see the King of Blessing. Boom boom. Amid the deafening horns and magical fireworks, the main gate of the Rodel Royal City slowly opened, and the welcoming team lined up all the way to the end of the street. Of course, there were not only soldiers standing like pine trees, but also many golden people who came out of nowhere in the crowd on both sides. Each of them wore iron or silver masks on their faces and talked to us. The delegation from the wild countryside actually chose this time to come to the Alliance. Are they coming to the royal city to beg for food? Hey, did you see that? Among these people, half are those barbaric faded ones. Right? Oh my god, there are also subhumans. What filthy existence. The Crucible Knights. In the time of the previous king, they were all first-class warriors. There are only 2 Rodel alive now, and there are actually 4 of them in this delegation. That one is Shattered Star. General Latin, the aura is no less than that of the furnace. What's the origin of that white wolf? It's too big. Is it a follower of the Storm King? But does anyone know the little guy in the middle? What's his name? Zero? I'm so angry. Atai is not a little guy. Besides, I'm a little bigger than Nephili anyway. Malicious, well-intentioned, surprised, countless discussions, like waves, continuously rushed to everyone's eardrums. Everyone in the delegation looked very solemn. And they were serious. The little Asian Burke couldn't help but shrink behind me. Only Latin, like a tourist, put his arm around my shoulder and said, "Oh, Brother Zero. Look, that's the great ancient dragon Gulen Sanks. Right? This guy is really spectacular. Brother, you are really amazing. At this time, you are not nervous at all?" I sighed leisurely. Latin even asked in confusion, "Why should I be nervous?" "Ah, you mean those talking voices? They won't shut up because you are nervous. So there is no need to care. Isn't my hat too high? What is the chief knight of the Academy Kalia faction? Is it really not a big deal?" I complained in a low voice. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Among the people left in the Academy, you, brotherling, are the strongest. It's perfect for you to be the chief. In short, under the watch of the Golden People, our delegation passed through the long street and climbed the long steps to the royal palace. Burke, Wolf King, Leia, and other people who were delivering the gift of unity, separated from us again, Latin, Nephili, and I, representing the heads of 3 different territories outside the Yatin Plateau, took Heltok and several other furnaces as guards, and continued to go to the Golden Tree Cathedral to meet the King of Blessing. This place is also similar to the Long Street. There are not only knights guarding Rodel, but also many people wearing golden masks. And King of Blessing Mongot was facing away from them, looking at the golden tree outside the cathedral. After hearing the voice of the summoner, he slowly turned around, and when his eyes met mine, Mongot couldn't help but smile. "King of Blessing of Gold, Knight Kalia, Zero, come to see you." I stepped forward and bowed, performing a knight's salute. Latin and Nephili followed my lead. Mangot nodded. "Everyone, please don't be polite. You have come from afar, and you are willing to put the overall situation of the border area first. Put aside the hatred and prejudice of the past, and unite with us, the Golden Dynasty, to discuss major issues together. I, Mongot, am very grateful. The borderland is in decline. The magic circle is broken, and the natural order is in chaos. Everyone living on this land is in danger." As I said this, I observed the people wearing golden masks. Now, it is meaningless to continue fighting. The most important thing is to find a way to repair the magic circle. My vote was accepted by everyone. This was a little surprising. Shouldn't those nobles have some objection? I've already prepared my next words. And Mungert nodded, and continued, very good, I, the Golden King of Blessing Mungert, hereby announce that Rodel Royal City, Ria Lucalia, Stonewell and Red Lion City, starting today, will join the alliance and discuss the restoration of the magic ring. Save the border area. Suddenly, the cathedral was filled with thunderous applause, but among them, there was also a hint of coldness. You all came from Galeed, and the journey is long, and you must be very tired. Today, have a good rest first. And tomorrow, we will discuss important matters together. After saying that, Mengget personally took us to the reception hall. The tables here were already piled with pearl meat delicacies, and the wines and drinks were delicious, making people salivate. The melodious sound of the flute filled the hall. In the corner, there were Oracle Apostles, who looked like the Snow King of Mishua Ice City, forming a band. Hey, 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 is it really okay to ask them to come? What if they accidentally blow a few bubbles and blow the hall to pieces? In the Blessing King Minget's, during a congratulatory speech, the joint meeting was held in a lively manner. As soon as I saw the wine, I started to have a headache, so I quietly hid in the corner of the hall. Fortunately, there were more eye-catching guys in the hall, Nephili and Latin. They drank and ate meat with Rodel's knights, and inexplicably competed with each other in drinking capacity. The two of them. It seems that since they met in Stonewell, they have been at odds with each other, and they have to compete in everything. The colleagues in the crucible of the mission and the royal city had not seen each other for a long time, and they had a good chat. However, the nobles were indeed different from the lively Rodel knights. After they came to me and toasted me a few glasses of wine, they still hugged each other and whispered, 0. Malnat took the wine glass and took the initiative to find me. Teacher, it seems that the progress in Rodel Royal City is also going smoothly. I smiled and clinked glasses with him. I guess so. Besides, I also won the expedition to the snowy plains and the burning of the golden tree from those nobles. Mondot said calmly. But this information was shocking. Huh? Is it true? Those conservative nobles actually agreed to burn the trees? Ah, could it be that, teacher? You told them about the golden thorn? Mengget nodded. If not, they would never agree. The stronger the golden bloodline, the more they can feel that everything in the border area is rapidly declining, making each generation worse than the previous one. This can be said to be related to the fundamental interests of those nobles. Mengget's words immediately reminded me of Greg. The first generation of Gufule and Queen Marika had the power to create the world. They fought in the north and south of the border and established the Golden Dynasty. The second generation, not to mention the two sons of God born from the interbreeding of the Golden Prince Godwin and Marika, the evil twins, Mungget and his younger brother Mung were also powerful warriors of the first class. They guarded Rodel and made great achievements. As for the third generation, Little Gu, he was beaten to the ground in the battle to defend the royal city, and was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy when he met Marinia. He was even called the weakest demigod by countless people. Little Gu may indeed be an exception, but the decline of the power of his offspring is indeed unbearable for the nobles of the golden bloodline. After all, after achieving eternity, the best bargaining chip of the border is power. You want the nobles to be reduced to wanderers, or even those immortals. They will never tolerate it. The existence of the golden thorn means that the magic ring cannot be repaired, and the final outcome can almost be said to be set in stone. Under such a premise, the nobles would try their best to save the situation, and agree to continue to support Mungert as the king, even though he was the son of evil omen that they hated. After all, in the defense of Rodel, Mungert did have great achievements, and his strength was impeccable. But anyway, our plan is going well, and the future will continue, I said with a smile. A toast to you, Mr. Mungert. You have worked hard. Mungert also smiled and said, well, I also toast to you. 0. From now on, you will also have to work hard. Maybe it will be more difficult. Well, I will try my best. Ding. Chapter 441 promoted to the 3rd rank. I became a golden general. What? What? I am the general of the Northern Snowfield. And I am also the chief of staff for the restoration of the magic ring? At the joint meeting the next day, Munger put one hat after another on my head, which made people dumbfounded. No wonder last night, He said something like I will have to trouble you in the future. And it will be very hard. I thought it was just a polite remark. But I didn't expect it to be true. At the meeting, the nobles of Rodel heard the two decisions. And they had no objections. While the knights whispered and talked about it. But their voices were drowned out by the two guys. Well, I think it's good. Rutten folded his hands in front of his chest and nodded repeatedly. As a warrior, Brother Zero has good qualities. Moreover, although it is a bit strange for me to say, in the battle festival held by Galit, it was indeed he who led everyone to defeat me, who was crazy due to the scarlet corruption at that time. He has enough qualifications to be a general. In addition, in the battle against the Tyrant Limb reattachment Greg and Ninjafu, in Linia, in the alliance with Stonewell and the Ria Lucalia Snowfield to defeat the Cuckoo army, Zero also made great contributions. I think he's fine. Nephili also talked freely. They sang the same tune, scare Rodel's soldiers, and finally, actually agreed to Monget's decision. This, a little Atai, became a knight of Kalia, and one day, became a general of Golden Rodel? Don't worry, Zero. The culprit smiled and said, I will help you arrange the manpower, and then, you just need to lead them to find the giant cauldron of fire in the snowy mountains. But no matter how you think about it, it's more appropriate for you, Mr. Monget, to be the general. I was speechless and wanted to cry. And the other party just smiled slightly, seemingly with a hint of helplessness, and changed the subject. But there's no rush for this matter. If our plan succeeds, it shouldn't take long for the golden thorn to be burned. And we can then enter the golden tree and repair the ring. Right now, the most important thing is how to repair the broken law. He paused and looked at me, Zero. According to the apprentice who accompanied the Golden Mask Master, the master seems to have been stuck in a bottleneck of thinking recently. If you have time, can you go and see him? At this point, the bottleneck problem should be Malika, that is, Radagon. I nodded. In addition, regarding the restoration of the dead born, the dead sleeping girl claimed that she needed to meet with Prince Godwin, who had fallen in the night of the Black Knife conspiracy, to solve the problem from the source. Monot continued. But I checked all the records of Rodel, and I don't know where Prince Godwin is buried. Everyone, do you have any news? The knights and nobles looked at each other. Finally, a nobleman who sounded older said, Prince Godwin was buried by the Queen alone. So no one knows where Rodel is buried. I do have some information about this matter. I raised my hand. A scholar friend of mine named Roger found out that he had seen the body of the dead Prince Godwin deep in the roots of the golden tree. As for how to get there, teacher, you can come with me later to consult Roger. His people are now in the round table hall of Rodel. Really, that's great. Monot was overjoyed, and also heard the implication of my words. We will meet that scholar later to discuss this matter. After all, to get there, we have to go through the sins buried by Rodel, and it's not good to say it clearly at this meeting. Finally, Monot made a summary. Then, according to the plan, we will first help the two solve the current bottleneck problem, and at the same time, we will also prepare for the expedition to the snowy land. After the progress of the Golden Mask Master and the dead sleeping girl is smooth, Zero, you will lead the army to the snowy mountains to find the flame cauldron, while the guards corps will stay in Rodel, help the golden people temporarily leave the royal city, and take refuge in Linia and Ninjafu. May the glory of gold shine for us again. May the glory of gold shine for us again. After the meeting, I took Monget out of the balcony on the side of the Golden Tree Cathedral with ease, and went down along the extremely thick vines. If we go this way, let's go to the back mountain to find the master of the Golden Mask. Originally, Monget was a little suspicious, thinking that academic issues should take a long time to discuss to get a result, to help others break through the bottleneck. But the teacher doesn't know, I am the man holding the script. Malika, that is, Radagon. I whispered this conclusion to the ear of the Golden Mask. The master's fingers, which had been stiff for a long time, suddenly danced in the air, making Colin and Monget so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Old teacher, you slowed down. Colin couldn't keep up with the speed of the Golden Mask's thinking. And Monget was extremely curious. Zero, what did you say to the master? He suddenly seemed to come alive. Teacher, are you sure you want to know? I couldn't help but look at him with a hint of teasing. Although Queen Malika was able to transform into a hero when Radagon, Mr. Monot should have been abandoned in the sewer. I have never seen that man. But if you know that your mother can change her gender. She even married the full moon queen of Kalia. and gave birth to many children. Even Mungert would be full of questions, and would be very confused. He also read something from my eyes, and slowly shook his head. Forget it. Even if I know, I can't figure out the deep meaning like the master of the golden mask. And it seems that I will only get myself into trouble. It's better to know less. Then, I went to Rodel's round table hall, found Roger, and asked about the deep roots. Well, we did see Prince Godwin there. But if you must say, he is already a monster. Roger recalled Godwin's terrifying and absurd appearance like an ancient god, and couldn't help trembling all over. But, there is a little trouble. You said it before. 0. D and I found the teleportation sarcophagus from the underground drainage canal in Ningyufu, and floated to the bottom of the deep roots. If we want to go there, the journey is long and the number of people is limited. About this, I do know a shortcut. But, I looked at Monget. Teacher, since it is the bottom of the deep roots, it means we have to go to the deepest part of the city of Rodel. You should know where it is. Right? Monget hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Give me a day. 0. The day after tomorrow. I will take you there. Okay. Then I'll leave it to you. 1 day's interval is just right, so I can deal with some small things. Chapter 442. Here I come. Brother. The fastest way to get from the city of Rodel to the bottom of the deep roots is to find a hidden door outside the three-finger gate of the mad fire, and then jump down through the passage to the bottom of the tangled golden tree. However, Monget hopes that we can give him a day. Well, it is understandable if you think about it. After all, the underground is buried with the wandering people who were almost exterminated. That is the greatest sin of the Golden Dynasty. The accumulated resentment, hatred and curses have attracted the power of the mad fire that can destroy the world. Therefore, Monget should now find a way to cover it up. I can't say much about this. After all, I don't know the real reason why the wandering people were almost exterminated. It seems that they were infected with the madness disease and were slandered by a man named Xia Balalai, which led to this tragedy and accelerated the arrival of the mad fire. This is indeed the sin of the Golden Dynasty. But now is not the time to judge him. All we need to do is to repair the Law Circle and correct the order in the border area. Speaking of Chapalili, I don't know how Blufffinger, Hunter Yura, and Lance Sanks are doing recently. After I solve the problems here, I will go to find them. Taking advantage of this day's free time, I went down to the sewer of Rodel again. The pungent stench rushed through my nasal cavity as usual, rushing into my brain, making me dizzy. I couldn't stop it even if I pinched my nose. I quickened my pace and headed for the avenue of abandoned evil omens. By comparison, it was cleaner there. Fortunately, these evil omen brothers still remember me. After meeting, they greeted me very cordially. Hey, Brother Zero. What brings you here? I heard that there was a quarrel on the ground recently. Is it true? Brother Zero. Yes, something did happen. By the way, where is Tron? I want to talk to Tron about the burning of the tree. By then, most of the royal city of Rodel will be buried, especially the lower city, which will be buried in ashes. In the game, in order to allow Atu to carry out other branch quests after burning the tree, the underground entrance to the well was naturally vacated. But in reality, it is hard to say. So, I plan to tell Tron. Let him prepare, so that he can take his brothers away in advance. The sons of Evil Omen looked at each other, and one of them said, the boss? He seems a little irritable recently, often walking around, and sitting in the maze for a whole day. Walking around. I can understand that he is irritable, but does sitting for a whole day count? However, maze? I asked the son of Evil Omen to take me there to have a look, and it turned out to be the underground cemetery before. But there was no sign of Tron in the boss room. Not here today. The son of Evil Omen sighed. Brother Zero, do you know what happened to the boss? Me too. Suddenly I remembered that in the previous battle, Tron seemed to have been bewitched by the fire of madness. I hurriedly asked. By the way, how are Tron's eyes? Are there any changes, or is he sick? The son of Evil Omen shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, I should come again tomorrow. If you find Tron, ask him to wait for me on the avenue. The Omen is a completely different branch from the game. I can't predict what will happen next, so I can only leave it like this for now. Back on the avenue, I jumped to the next level here with ease, and then walked to the corner at the end filled with oily green mist. Miranda flower. As expected, Just like in the game. The passage here is full of poisonous flowers. The stinky smell is mixed with the sweet smell of flowers. Just like a pot of slop filled with ripe and rotten fruit pieces. Placed in front of me. I frowned and threw a ball of fire into it. A large Miranda flower suddenly burned. And the next second, bright white light appeared under my feet one after another, and the flowers behind me seemed to be stimulated. A few white light flew out from the flower buds, and then a laser rain beam fell on my head. Prayer Miranda's prayer. Hey. 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 There are too many of them. So dense that there is no place for people to stand. I gritted my teeth, held my breath, and rushed into the flowers. Night Starfire absorbed the magic of Rune and ignited a raging flame. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. Grass types are afraid of fire. It was as if the god of fire had descended. Dancing alone. And even burning me. The one who activated the combat skill. With dry and painful skin. As if I was roasted in a furnace. After a while, the Miranda flowers that blocked the passage all withered and dried up. And collapsed to the ground in a dark color. I quickly drank a few sips of Holy Grail dew to recover my condition and moisten my dry throat. I climbed up the hot ladder at the end and reached a platform. Suddenly, some small water monsters fell from the ceiling like spiders and crawled towards me. The hand raised and the knife fell, killing one with each cut. I remembered that there should be a big guy here. I found a stone and smashed it hard in the center of this soft land. Sure enough, a huge hand monster mistakenly thought someone had stepped into a trap, and it grabbed from the bottom of the soil with mud, but it missed. You little brat, you still want to trick me. Oh, my fiery blade technique. In the blazing flames, the hand monster also turned into ashes and dissipated. Dong dong dong. In the much quieter cave, there were knocking sounds on the wall, which came from the cell at the end of this side. Let me out, let me out, let me defile you, let me curse you, hee hee, ha ha ha. The weird man banged his head against the wall, mumbling incoherently. Okay, don't worry, brother shit-eater. I found the key from the blessing backpack, and opened the iron door of the cell, but the other party didn't notice my arrival at all, still like a fool, banging the wall stiffly, muttering repetitive words. Hey. Often, can you hear me? Hey. I walked to him curiously, and shit-eater still didn't respond. I reached out, and knocked on his rusty armor. The dung-eater was still muttering to himself. Defile, defile, I will defile all of you, I will kill, let everyone be born under the curse. Has he been completely driven crazy? I rolled my eyes, and found the hotbed curse from the blessing backpack. Like a wild dog smelling a bone. The dung-eater's head turned around as if it had a spring installed. This is... The next second, he pounced on me like a vicious dog. I was so scared that I subconsciously raised my foot and kicked the dung-eater out. I was also affected by the reaction force and hit the iron fence of the prison. This time, the dung-eater finally recognized me and shouted excitedly, It's you! It's you! It's you! You bastard! Let me defile you! Let me curse you! I saw that he stood up impatiently, and the golden light of blessing slowly lit up in his hand, condensing into a big sword like a fish spine, and slashed at me. Fine. Fine. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? By the way, it's possible to summon weapons in the prison. Wouldn't it be better to just chop down the fence and get out? Or is it that it can't be opened from this side? In any case, let's calm this lunatic down first. Chapter 443 Hum-Ah Part 1. Seeing the great sword of Melos coming at me, I quickly turned around and dodged, and slipped out of the dung-eater's cell. The great sword chopped on the fine iron of the cell, smacking it so hard that sparks flew. However, I also know why the dung-eaters were imprisoned, but their weapons were not confiscated. After all, this weapon that looks like a fish rib is not suitable for smashing iron. Who? Defile. Defile, don't run. Boy, let me kill you. Let me defile you. The dung-eater panted. Compared to the game, this guy is particularly manic. Could it be that my last talk therapy in the round table hall had a stimulating effect? Well, although I originally planned, it would be best to solve the dung-eater's problem in this area. Interesting. Raising the night star, I asked tentatively, Are you unwilling to accept the blessing? Or, do you actually hate it from the bottom of your heart to become the son of bad omen and regard them as a curse? Slippery tongue, kill you, kill you. The dung-eater suddenly shrank and then roared. Defile it. Like a peacock spreading its tail, several groups of black and gold cursed souls suddenly rose from his body, and then, flew towards me. Because the distance was too close, I couldn't dodge, and could only use the flaming blade to chop the oncoming cursed souls. But at the end of the torrent of cursed souls, the Dung Eater jumped up with the great sword of Destroyer. I quickly blocked the opponent's jump with my sword, and the force was really strong, which almost bit my waist. And I didn't expect that he actually had a backup move. He used the bone spurs on the great sword to hold the Night Star Fire, and pulled it back with force as if he was holding the blade with his hands, causing me to lose balance and fall forward. The next second, a huge fist came towards me and hit me so hard that I flew out. Damn. Can this sword be used like this? It seems that it is not good to use the Night Star Fire to resist the attack of the Dung Eater directly. I quickly reached out my hand. The blessing point was not far from here. When the Dung Eater swung his sword and chopped at me again, the blessing light condensed in my raised left hand and turned into a brass shield. Block, then shield counter. I swung my sword back and chopped the Dung Eater's shoulder, but it only produced a few sparks and did not hurt the other party. Heavy armor warriors are really more difficult to deal with than in the game. Ha ha, weak, weak, weak. With that attack, how can you hurt my body that is comparable to the son of Evil Omen? The Dung Eater laughed. Really? I put away my knife and turned around, avoiding the opponent's attack, while blood was injected into the blade, and it was all swiped out. Combat skills, blood slash, continuous slash, blood shadow knife light. Even though the Dung Eater set of taboo armor is indeed heavy, but the blood blade can penetrate the armor and sting the skin like a raging fire, forcing the Dung Eater to retreat. The warm-up is almost over. What moves do you have? Just use them. Or, the so-called curse and defilement is just this little bit of power? The Night Star Fire, with a cold blood-red light, pointed directly at the Dung Eater. The other party's body trembled slightly, and suddenly he roared like a giant, shaking the ground so much that some stones and soil fell slightly. It made people's hearts feel like they were being squeezed hard. Moreover, a black, gold, and dark red aura rose from the Dung Eater. Combat skill, the Wild Howl of Miros. Here it comes. The Dung Eater dragged the sword of Miros with both hands and swung it at me from bottom to top with the momentum of opening up the entire ground. I dodged to the side, but the opponent's next attack came quickly, and the sword, which was already raised high, immediately chopped my robes. I dodged again, but I didn't expect that. Without raising my hand, without any sign, from the rising aura of the Dung Eater, a group of cursed souls suddenly flew out and rushed straight to my side face. It was too late to dodge, and my cheek was hit immediately, like being roasted by fire, and it hurt so much that I wanted to dig it out. And this distraction also gave the Dung Eater an opportunity, and a sword swept across, hitting my stomach. The bone spur on the side of the sword pierced into my stomach. The Dung Eater laughed wildly. Ha ha. Filth, filth, filth. He pulled hard. Suddenly my stomach was like a piece of wood, sawed open by the opponent's sword, and my whole body was pulled and thrown out. Cough. Blood gushed out of my throat uncontrollably. You're nothing special. The Dung Eater walked forward slowly, holding the hotbed curse that I had just taken from me. Come on. Come on. Let me defile you. Then you will surely understand me. That thing. It's better to feed it to the pigs. I secretly prayed for myself to be protected by Lance Sanks's Dragon Thunder. You have no right to do this. The sword of Milos slashed again, but the Dragon Thunder inspired my strength, and with the hound steps, I quickly pulled away. I drank the drops of Holy Grail dew, after recovering from the wound on my stomach, pulled out the Night Star Fire, and slashed at the Dung Eater with a sword. Bang! The two swords slashed against each other in the dark underground, sparking sparks. However, the bone spurs on Milos' sword slightly blocked the Night Star Fire again, making me unable to continue the attack. On the contrary, the force of the Dung Eater when he put away his sword dragged me into his rhythm, and Milos swung his sword one after another. Every time I raised my sword to fight, he would use the thorns on his shoulder to block and pull me to tear my defense. I felt like I was trapped in a swamp of mud. The more I fought with the Dung Eater, the more I was trapped in it. Without paying attention, Night Star Fire was broken by the Dung Eater's sword of Milo. He quickly raised his foot and kicked me in the stomach, kicking me out. Give it back to you. Bang! I hit my head against the wall, and watched in pain as the Dung Eater walked towards me with his Milo. Damn! That sword is too tricky. Whether it's attacking or blocking, he would block and pull me. In this way, the offensive could not be carried out, and the defense would be gradually torn apart. Only the brass shield could block the opponent's attack well, but it couldn't be used to attack. Wait, Attack with a shield? Huh? I took a deep breath, stood up, and threw away the night starfire, which turned into a ray of golden light, and took back the blessing backpack. Oh! The Dung Eater's tone sounded a little surprised. And there was a hint of teasing. Boy! Are you willing to accept my defilement and my blessing? No. I just thought of something interesting, and wanted to try it. The light of blessing shone again in his right hand. And another brass shield was attached to his hand. Huh? Then I'll play with you. The Dung Eater quickened his pace. The aura on his body condensed into several groups of cursed souls, and rushed towards me first. This seemed to be his passive state under the howling of Milos, although there was no previous roar, which exploded more at one time. The aura on his body could summon a small number of cursed souls to attack according to the Dung Eater's wishes. I dodged the cursed souls nimbly like a boxer. The opponent immediately raised the Milos sword and chopped it down. Combat skills block. The timing seemed a little wrong, but fortunately I still held the shield in one hand, blocked the Dung Eater's sword, and held the brass shield tightly with the other hand, using its triangular tip to punch the Dung Eater's head. When the crisp sound was heard, the Dung Eater's headgear followed the punch and spun a little. The Dung Eater quickly stepped back, straightened his round taboo helmet, and his eyes seemed full of confusion and incomprehensible disbelief. I smiled and raised the brass shield on my hand. What's wrong? Don't you know? This is Quisanti. Chapter 444 Hum. 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 Ah, next. Bang. Bang. Dang. Dang. Under the ground of the city of Rodel, accompanied by fierce collisions, sparks continued to bloom in the darkness. Damn! 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 The Dung Eater cursed, while waving his sword of the lost sword wildly. Because of its strange appearance, like the spine of a fish, I suffered a lot before. Whether it was attacking, or defending, the sword thorns on the lost sword, like a human hand, would always pull the edge of the night starfire, interrupting the rhythm of the person. Then, the Dung Eater pulled hard, dragged the person into his quagmire. But now, I have thought of a countermeasure. When the solid brass shield once again blocked his single-handed sword, sweeping attack. If the Dung Eater's great sword of Morose attacks a whole row of dense points, then using the brass shield to block it is indeed the best choice. With my left and right hands, the two brass shields are like an iron barrel, impenetrable. However, the Dung Eater was very powerful, and this heavy blow still made me step back a few steps. The opponent roared again, raised the sword of Morose, and chopped it down. I turned my body, quickly dodged the opponent's attack, and at the same time, with the help of the power of the rotation, the brass shield in my hand was like a golden slap, and hit the helmet of the Dung Eater hard. The Dung Eater just shook his body slightly, held the helmet, and roared again, swinging his sword wildly, slashing vertically, and slashing with his robe, vowing to tear me into pieces. But I used two shields skillfully, which were as solid as a rock. As for the damage ability, it could only be like before, a mosquito bite. But it was extremely insulting. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Dung Eater was so tired that he was panting. His movements slowed down, but he was still talking nonsense. I will curse you. Let me defile you. I was also looking at him, thinking about how to defeat the enemy, and retorted, it's just the same few words over and over again. I'm tired of hearing them. Since you want to become the son of bad omens so much, why don't you try the curse of the hotbed yourself? Nonsense. I am the bad omen of this world. The Dung Eater launched the wild howl of the lost again, and the earth gold flames rose from his body. He has a heart of evil omen, but he doesn't have a body to match it. The roar of the Dung Eater reminded me of the text description of his armor in the game. This is the illusion that emerges from the Dung Eater's mind, and it reflects his true appearance in the mirror. In other words, he really has always regarded himself as the son of evil omen. So he arbitrarily puts the hotbed curse into other people's bodies, so that they can understand their pain and bear endless curses? It's really twisted. Sighing, an idea also emerged in my mind. I threw the brass shield as a giant dart, and threw it hard at the Dung Eater who was walking again, causing him to slow down. Taking this opportunity, I prayed for the protection of Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder. In a blink of an eye, red arcs of electricity jumped on my body. Go to hell. The rage on the Dung Eater's body turned into two cursed souls, flying towards me from the left and right. At the same time, he held the long sword in both hands, and his pace became faster and faster, and he suddenly jumped up. It seems that he wants to use the cursed soul to seal my movement. and then jump and slash to catch me when I roll and dodge. But combat skills, hound step. With the blessing of wind and the stimulation of dragon thunder, my speed is as fast as lightning. I dodge the attack of the Dung Eater in a blink of an eye, and even go behind him to pick up the brass shield I just threw out. How cool it is when I throw it. How embarrassed it is when I pick it up. The Dung Eater just turned around because his attack missed. But I am faster. Just when the opponent just turned around, I flew out like a cannonball, just like Muay Thai, and hit the Dung Eater's head with my knee. Damn. This damn armor is too hard. I feel that my knee is about to be shattered. The Dung Eater was also thrown away. He got up and straightened his helmet at the first time. As expected, it was the same before. I punched the Dung Eater's helmet with my brass shield. He seemed to subconsciously support his taboo helmet at the first moment. I don't know if it was because it was not strong enough. Anyway, peel off his shell first. Come on. I made up my mind completely. I temporarily put away both shields. Using the dual acceleration of Dragon Thunder Protection and Hound Step, I rushed towards the Dung Eater, who was knocked away by my knee just now, and pulled away. The other party's eyes seemed a little confused, and he probably didn't know what I was up to. But the Dung Eater still held the Sword of Morose, and walked towards me at a fast pace. Closer. Closer. I kept increasing my speed, and my whole body seemed to have turned into a red dragon. The Dung Eater subconsciously stopped and stood firm. He held the weapon in both hands, like a boy ready to slay a dragon. Ready for battle. Closer. Closer. The distance was enough. I had already rushed into the attack range of the Dung Eater, and he naturally raised the Sword of Morose without saying anything, and chopped down angrily. Go to hell, you bastard. But he only chopped my shadow. Boom, thunder roared. And at that moment, I jumped forward, not only avoiding the attack of the Dung Eater, but also, as expected, I flew over the Dung Eater's head without warning. He also took this opportunity to grab the opponent's taboo helmet with both hands and pulled it hard. It was like two cars that just brushed against each other, and their trajectories were distorted by the fight for the helmet. I naturally held the helmet and fell heavily to the ground. The Dung Eater was also dragged like this and fell to the ground with his butt. Head. Helmet. My helmet. He was trembling all over. Give me back my helmet. Oh. Do you want it? I picked up the taboo helmet with one hand, stood up, and threw it behind me, letting it roll to the passage that was blocked by Miranda's flower before. Go get it yourself if you want it. But, damn it. But, take a good look at yourself. Dung Eater, are you really the so-called son of Bad Omen? I said to him with a playful smile. After all, without the helmet, the Dung Eater revealed his rough and unkempt square face, with a tuft of beard, and his hair was disheveled like a primitive man. His big nose and big mouth almost occupied half of his face, and his small eyes were staring at me fiercely. This sense of déjà vu, Marshal Tianping descended to the earth, and became Zhu Laoba, right? Ah! The Dung Eater trembled and held his head, shrinking his arrogance and body together. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Defile! 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 Let me defile you! Ah! As he roared in anger, countless cursed souls once again burst out from the Dung Eater like fireworks, and then turned into a torrent, rushing towards me one after another. I picked up the two brass shields again, as boxing gloves, and wanted to use the lightning speed to circle around and avoid these cursed souls. But I didn't expect that. The Dung Eater took a long breath, and roared continuously, and those cursed souls were also completely endless, as if they formed a swimming dragon, swearing to swallow me in one gulp. There is no other way. Let's charge. Two golden shields blocked in front of me. I turned and rushed towards the Dung Eater like a bulldozer. The torrent of cursed souls came towards me. I lowered my body, dodged some of the attacks, and rushed at full speed. The Dung Eater was still roaring, Defile. Defile. Defile me all. You have a great lung capacity. But, shut up. The red thunder tore through the torrent of cursed souls. In the surprised eyes of the Dung Eater, I used the shield as a fist, and hit the opponent's cheek with a blow, completely silencing his noisy roar. Chapter 445 Dragon Lady, meet me, Ola 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 Ola. After losing the protection of the helmet, and being approached by me, the fist with the shield kept hitting the face of the Dung Eater. Finally, I punched him with all my strength, and hit him on the side of his face, making the Dung Eater fly out and fall headfirst into the corner of the wall. Cough. He was still conscious, as expected of a heavy armored warrior. However, Even the Dung Eater, after being attacked by such a huge attack, was already unable to move, and could only lean against the wall, breathing weakly. I took a few breaths, walked over, kicked away the fallen sword of the other party, and squatted in front of him. Even if you lock yourself in the armor made to imitate the son of Evil Omen, you still can't change the appearance of that person. The other party's face was bruised and bloody from my beating, but those eyes still stared at me with great hatred. I sighed, and continued, to be honest, I don't understand why you are so eager to become an Evil Omen, and I don't have any sympathy for you. After all, people like Tron, Mr. Mungert, and others, who are real sons of Evil Omen, have a hard time just living. And you, to be honest, are just causing trouble for them. The so-called hotbed curse seems to be just a simple torture. The uncle who was implanted with the curse died, and could not return to the tree. And he did not turn into an Evil Omen. What do you know about me? Yeah, didn't I say it at the beginning? I really don't know anything, I said coldly. I only know that you are just a coward. Wearing a strange armor is an Evil Omen. Then why don't you try to implant the hotbed curse into your body? Isn't it said that it can also become a real Evil Omen? Now, isn't that thing in your hand? Don't you dare? I questioned. The Dung Eater also remained silent, but there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. You are eager to become a bad omen, and even twisted by it. I dare to assert that you don't understand the sons of Bad Omen at all. If you really understand them, the armor should not look like this. Although Tron and others are named Bad Omens because of their horns, they will never pull out their own horns with their own hands. And your armor looks like the Bad Omens with their horns sawed off, which describes their pain all the time. I took out a small bottle from the blessing backpack, which was the small medicine bottle that Service gave me a long time ago. This bottle of medicine can make you completely forget the past, and also make you forget your own distortion. I put the bottle of medicine in front of the Dung Eater. So, choose. Become a bad omen in your own way, or forget everything and start over? After saying that, I stood up, gave the Dung Eater time to choose, went to the crowded passage of Miranda Flower, and picked up the taboo helmet. Ah! Suddenly, the Dung Eater's screams erupted from above. Defile it! Curse it! I am the real son of Evil Omen. I will eventually curse this world, this unjust world. Let everything be defiled by me. In the end, did he still choose to implant the curse of the hotbed into himself? I climbed back up the stairs. The Dung Eater had already fallen to the ground motionless. Blood bubbles kept coming out of his big mouth, and the corner of his mouth was torn open by something. It should be eaten, the curse of the hotbed. I couldn't help but sigh. Although crazy and cruel, this guy finally chose his own path of fighting as a warrior. Although it was an evil way, I didn't fall for it. Then this small medicine bottle can't be used for the time being. I can't give Surveys a big surprise, which is really a pity. I put the Dung Eater's helmet back on him, sent him back to the prison, and closed the door. However, I remember that I needed to stuff the Dung Eater with 5 hotbed curses, so that he could hatch the corresponding cursed runes. And in reality, it was quite troublesome to remove the hotbed curse. I had to know some medical knowledge to perform surgery. Well, actually, in my plan, I don't need the curse restoring rune, so there's no need to collect it specially. The most important thing is, this way, when Roderica returns to the Round Table Hall, she won't have to worry about the violent aura of the Dung Eater. I solved a small incident. When I returned to the ground, the boarder had already stepped into the night. Speaking of which, tomorrow is the time for Munget to take me to the bottom of the golden tree's deep roots, and now it's time to tell Lance Shanks. After all, her brother Full Shanks is there, although I don't know if there is any way to save him. I rode out from the back door of the Rodel King's city. Passing by the nearby pond, I found a faint fire by the pond, and when I looked over, it was indeed the rogue Brother Shrimp. After a brief greeting, I was hungry, so I bought half a pot of crabs from Brother Shrimp. Although I solved the Dung Eater branch quest in advance, I still reminded him to be safe. I took Tourette, and went to find the ancient dragon Lance Shanks again. Now, my reputation as the general of the Snowfield expedition seems to have spread throughout the city of Rodel. The soldiers guarding the gate behind the outer wall recognized me at a glance, and opened the gate for me without saying much. Walking along the side path, I soon heard the sound of thunder. I rode my horse all the way to the top of the thunder-calling hill. This area looked empty. It seemed that Yura had passed the test of the ancient dragon and left to find Eleonora. Lance Shanks. I called the name of the ancient dragon on the top of the mountain. Hey, the great ancient dragon Lance Shanks. No one responded. Did he go out? Or was he sleeping? It couldn't be that Eleonora came back here and defeated Lance Sanks. I rolled my eyes and prayed for Lance Sanks's dragon thunder protection. Roar! A dragon roared from the high wall of Rodel. In the sky, a ray of white light flashed, and the ancient dragon Lance Sanks flapped its wings and landed safely. Long time no see, Lance Sanks. I took the initiative to greet him. Son of man. It's you, Lance Sanks. As always, raised her big head proudly, looking at people from the corner of her eyes. I heard that you have served the blessed king, and I thought you had forgotten me in the wilderness. What are you doing here today? You also know I'm going to lead a team to the snowfield. Speaking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. Alas, to be honest, I don't know how to lead a team to fight. By the way, Lance Sanks, do you want to come with us? By the way, we can also go see Vic. I have news about him. Lance Shanks thought for a long time in silence. Perhaps she saw my smiling face, and the arrogant old dragon slapped the floor and scolded. Don't go beyond the limit. Son of man, you don't need to worry about my affairs. Then, do you not need to worry about the other thing I promised you? I said with a smile. Your brother. Fool Shanks. I found it. Oh! Lance Shanks lowered his head. He is still with Prince Godwin, guarding the deep roots of the golden tree buried by Godwin. I didn't keep him in suspense. No wonder. I can always feel the power of Forel. But I can't find him. Why didn't he come with you? Lance Sanks asked. The reason is complicated. I couldn't tell him that Lance Sanks's brother, in order to protect Godwin and help bear the power of death, had transformed into a dead dragon. Tomorrow, I will sneak into the underground of Rodel with Teacher Mungert and go to the deep roots. Lance Sanks, do you want to come with me? Of course. Lance Sanks didn't hesitate. I also hope that this dragon's sister can persuade her brother well, and there may be a turnaround. However, the entrance there is relatively small, and it may be difficult for you to get through in your current state. I haven't finished speaking yet. That's easy, Lance Shanks said, and her body was lit up with a dazzling golden white glow, even brighter than the sun, making it hard to open your eyes. In the light, the figure of the ancient dragon became smaller and smaller. After a while, as the light faded, a graceful and elegant woman appeared in front of me. She seemed to be wearing a white dress, and her pair of wings covered most of her body, leaving only a big tail swaying outside. Her face was still the same as when she was a dragon, but it was several sizes smaller. It seemed that because of my undisguised look, Lance Sanks's golden eyes showed a trace of impatience. What's wrong? Son of man? Huh? Oh, it's just that you are not the same as the dragon girl I imagined. I explained everything in detail. After all, in my otaku's mind, I thought Lance Sanks would become a dragon girl with a human face and horns on her head like in the anime. However, if you think about it carefully, the ancient dragons are the only ones who are supreme, and in their eyes, the ordinary people are just a lower class than themselves. So, they will naturally not take the initiative to downgrade to what I think. Well, Lance Sanks is still as beautiful as ever. Holy and dignified. Like a new. I wanted to say a bride, but I quickly stopped myself and changed my words. Like a dragon princess. Humph. Do you need to tell me? Lance Sanks had a hint of contempt on his lips, but his tail was wagging happily. Let's go. To see the King of Blessing. And I will also go to the deep roots. What an impatient person. By the way, what were you eating when you went up the mountain just now? Lance Sanks suddenly asked. Hey, how did you know I was eating? You weren't watching me the whole time, right? Lance Sanks. I was shocked. I was indeed eating crabs while going up the mountain. But I am just a suspected intruder. Since you have seen that it is me, you still have to ask me to use the Dragon Thunder protection before you are willing to come out? Why? I can't understand it. I sighed and helplessly gave the crabs to this arrogant ancient dragon. It can be regarded as a reward for her assistance in the next few days. Chapter 446, Deep Roots. Bringing the dragon human Lance Sanks, I entered the royal city of Rodel. When it was just dawn, Maldon had already brought a lot of people, waiting near the entrance of the sewer. Dead sleeping girl, FIA, Finger Witch, and several Rodel soldiers. I greeted FIA. FIA also smiled at me, in response. When Mondot saw Lance Sanks, he was quite surprised. The ancient dragon has turned into a human form. Could it be? Lance Sanks, do you also want to go to the bottom of the deep roots? Lance Sanks frowned slightly. Why? You golden people hid my brother there, and you didn't allow me, your sister, to go. This ancient dragon, why is he so angry when he speaks? I had to explain to Mogget, I'm sorry. Teacher. I promised Lance Shanks to find her brother Foolshanks. That ancient dragon has a good relationship with Godwin. I believe there must be clues related to Foolshanks in the deep roots. That's why I brought her here. That's fine. Mogget nodded. And then asked, Zero. You fought with the mad fire last time. You should have been to that church. Right? This is the witch from the Round Table Hall. With the blessing of your fated ones. Take us there directly. After Mogget finished speaking, the witch bowed to me, and then extended her hand. I have long heard of Lord Zero. I am honored to be able to serve you today. Please hold my hand. Okay. Mengot was the one who thought it through. If Lance Shanks slowly passed through the stinking sewer area, and went around in various pipes, I was a little worried. If she got angry and tore down everything underneath, it would be terrible. So, I held the witch's hand, Lance Shanks, Mengot, and F.I.A. put their arms around my shoulders. I closed my eyes, and as my mind became a little confused, we passed through the blessing transmission, and came to the deep bottom of the royal city of Rodel, the abandoned cathedral with bad omens. This way of moving, it's really uncomfortable for dragons. Lance Shanks held his head. It was surprising that she would faint from teleportation. Well, compared to the ancient dragons that always spread their wings and fly freely, teleportation, a method of movement that seemed to slightly distort its own existence, would indeed make Lance Shanks uncomfortable. But what was even more surprising was that, in the church in front of her, there sat a strong and powerful son of evil omen. Tron? Momdot and I both recognized each other. Hey, you're here. Tron said hello casually, but he still sat there, with no intention of getting up. Brother Zero, I heard you were looking for me. Ah. It's true. I glanced at the others, and went up to Tron and said, It's about burning trees. Burning trees? Lance Shanks asked in surprise. I also continued to explain. The golden tree has grown a thorn of rejection. It is impossible to go in and repair the magic circle. And it is impossible to save the current decay and chaos in the border area. So, I have discussed with Teacher Monget, using the giant flames of the snow mountain to burn the tree and destroy the thorns. By then, the city of King Rodel will be buried in ashes. So that's the matter. Tron interrupted me. Markit said yesterday that when the time comes, he will help arrange for the brothers to leave the city. Right? Monget nodded. So, did they meet and talk yesterday? No wonder Tron was not surprised at all when he heard about the burning of the tree. Lance Shanks was the first to know about this. And he was so happy that he shouted, So that's how it is. Interesting. Really interesting. As a golden man, you actually want to burn the golden tree that symbolizes the dynasty. You are so brave. No destruction. No construction. If the golden dynasty can truly continue. No matter what. No matter what method. I will do it. Monket walked forward unswervingly. Let's go. Witch, please stay here. No need. Teacher, let Miss Witch go back to Rodel first. There should be another way to go back under this underground. I looked at Tron again. Tron, do you want to come with me? Tron shook his head and watched us open the mechanism at the end of the church and walk into the passage. The seal here has indeed been unlocked by Monget. The moment the bonfire was lit, what came into view was a pile of petrified corpses. Some of them curled up like shrimps and crabs, some knelt and kowtowed, or raised their arms high, as if begging for mercy and forgiveness. Some were heartbroken, and were so miserable that they wanted to end their lives. The crimes that are too numerous to be described are piled up on this entire floor. This is simply an inhumane massacre. It was obviously quiet under the ground. But in my ears, I seemed to hear endless crying and howling. Thea seemed to feel the resentment and anger that was buried. And she felt dizzy and her feet went weak. I quickly supported her. Thea, are you okay? Masterling. I'm fine. I'm fine. Thea rubbed her forehead for a few times. Lance Shanks was also extremely shocked. He asked in horror and anger, What is this? These are the resentful souls of our golden dynasty. They are our sins. Monget responded calmly. According to historical records, they worship the power of evil fire. So they were suppressed here. But because of such violent behavior, these resentful souls have attracted more terrible flames. I was also a little surprised. Monget said yesterday that he had something to deal with. I thought he came here specifically to cover up these corpses. But he did not cover up this crime. And even took the initiative to admit it. Lance Sanks also understood the more terrible flames. Madness? So, your son is so stupid. He actually committed such a crime. Humph. No wonder Vic is devoted to the fire of destruction. If that day really comes, it will be your own fault. Maybe. But now, it is not the time to judge us. We must let the dynasty continue first. And then we have a chance to continue to atone for our sins. Monget passed through the pile of corpses and looked down in the middle. Around the square deep well. Each layer was filled with the same corpses. Although I have seen such a scene in the game. But when I was really there, I couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. 0. The road to the bottom of the deep roots. At the bottom here? Right? Monget asked. Then, everyone be careful, step on those protruding stone tablets, and you can jump to the deepest part. Here it comes, the classic crazy fire jumping music. If you step on empty space, you will be doomed. In the game, I lost runes here. Not to mention millions. But probably 700,000 or 800,000. I would encounter this every round. No need to bother. Lance Sanks spread her wings. 0. And the son of that man. Come and hold my hand. Oh my goodness. I could see the human-shaped Lance Sanks' appearance under the wings. What a pair of beautiful super long legs. Really all legs below the chest. Of course, the curves of the upper body are also very delicate and charming. But it is indeed the pair of long legs that are more eye-catching. The white dragon scales wrapped around the clear-cut muscles. Fleshy. And with a light pinch. It might burst a watermelon. 0? Fia was already like a little bird, nestled in Lance Sanks' arms, and Gu Long smiled slightly. Ah. Don't you need my help? Huh? No, don't leave me alone. I quickly went forward and hugged the big guy's thigh. Hold on tight then. After saying that, Lance Sanks jumped directly into the deep pit in the center. This guy even accelerated. I felt like a kite that was released, or like playing bungee jumping without a rope. The wind rushed into my mouth fiercely, pulling my eyelids so hard that I couldn't open them, as if a pair of hands were trying to pull me back. I could only use all my strength to hold the thighs tightly in my arms, and my vocal cords were completely out of control. Wow. Ah. 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 Really let me just hold the thighs? I am also a little bird. I want to snuggle in Gu Long's strong chest and say, wow. Ah. I came back to my senses. And I had indeed fallen to the bottom of the mad fire pit. Even the ninja-like Mungert, after falling, said speechlessly 0. I didn't expect that you are so timid sometimes. Stop talking nonsense. Don't compare me, a fated one, with your ancient dragons and demigods. If I really fall down halfway, 10 lives will not be enough for me. My face was red. But I couldn't admit defeat. I stood up and walked to the side with big strides. Follow me. By the way, it turned out that Mungert had moved the seal of mad fire from the top to the gate below yesterday. I found a hidden door with ease, walked into the passage, and collected a rune arc. Continue forward. And faintly, I can hear the sound of running water. At the end of the dark passage, there was a faint light. A ray of blessed light was swaying under my feet. In front of me, in the distance, there was an underground river flashing with a bright glow, like a white satin morning flag, hanging down in the deep roots. Chapter 447, The Road to the Dead Prince. Sure enough, is this the place where the Lord is buried? Fi also followed out of the passage, looking at the river in the distance. She seemed to have sensed the existence of the dead Prince Godwin. Yeah, but there's still some way to go. I subconsciously blew the spirit horse whistle, summoning Tourette. Come with me this way. 0, we're going to the river over there next, right? Lance Sanks asked. By the way, you ancient dragon, why did you pick up Fi again? Aw, yeah, I responded dryly. Then we'll go ahead. After saying that, Lance Sanks held Fia and flew out directly. Yes, after all, she's an ancient dragon with wings. The first reaction is naturally to fly over. Mongot and I looked at each other, and then looked at the bottom of the tree, at the dark abyss. If there was no light from the river, illuminating the nearby underground, we would not be able to see the road clearly, and we would not know how we fell. Damn, I lost a lot of blood, I sighed, but I rode Tourette obediently along the rock wall, jumping forward on the thick and chaotic tree roots. Buzz 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 boom. But after a while, there was a thunder that resounded through the entire deep roots. Looking up, I saw flames dancing wildly in the air, and red thunder running among the roots. What is Lance Sanks doing suddenly? Just as I finished speaking, I suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a lot of corrosive red ants in this deep root area. Could it be? Go and help. 0. Mondot also quickened his pace. Jumping between the tree roots several times, he rushed to the place where Lance Sanks was roaring. Oh my goodness, did this attract all the flying ants in the deep root area? It was dark and red, like a big dark cloud, and it actually surrounded Lance Sanks. On the side, there were even a lot of guys, with their big butts up, attacking the ancient dragon from a distance. Lance Sanks. I don't have many anti-aircraft means. I can only call Lance Sanks to fly over, to help her deal with such a large group of flying ants. Of course, soon many scarlet flying ants noticed me and Mungert, and immediately rushed over like annoying flies, flapping their wings, opening their large pincer-like mouthparts. Mungert condensed a flying blade with rune, and accurately hit the heads of the giant ants, making them fall into the bottomless abyss. The night star fire scattered frost crystals, and I also slashed at the flying ants one after another. But are there so many flying ants in the game? One cluster after another, just like endless leaks. 0. Next. Lance Sanks's voice suddenly came from above my head. I just looked up, and saw the gray-black FIA being thrown over. Ouch. Caught off guard, I was pressed to the ground by FIA. Sorry. Master Ling FIA apologized quickly. I really can't help you. On the other side, Lance Shanks roared, low-grade creatures. Let me show you. What is the real power of the ancient dragon? The next second, this guy spread his wings and flew high again, spitting out flames from his mouth. Not only did the flying ants turn into ashes in an instant, but even several roots of the golden tree were burned by Lance Shanks and fell into the abyss. Lance Shanks, please hold back the flames, Mondot shouted worriedly. That guy had already plunged into a pit where ants kept flying out. Then, the red flames inside became brighter. With a thunderous explosion, the entire pit was destroyed by Lance Shanks. Red thunder intertwined, and the flames wrapped around the stones, like fireworks falling on fire, illuminating the dark abyss. In the air, there was even a charged smell of protein grilled on charcoal. As expected, the power of the ancient dragon was too violent. It seemed that this guy was worried that FIA could not bear her power. So he was chased and bitten by flying ants after the first flash of thunder and fire. Lance Shanks, you are too gentle. However, the root path leading to the river was also burned by your gentleness. Gulong flew back triumphantly, with fire still coming out of his mouth, as if he had burped. Oh, great, great. How dare you offend Gulong? I don't know where you got the courage from. It was probably just an instinctive reaction to fight against invading creatures. Moreover, I heard that the ants' brains are all focused on the queen, so they may not necessarily feel fear. Don't worry about that for now. My eyelids trembled, pointing at the roots of the golden trees that were still blazing with flames, and complained, You are indeed straightforward, but how are we going to get through next, Lance Shanks? Oh, what's so difficult about this? Lance Shanks looked disdainful, flapping her wings, and hugged me and FIA on both sides, and then used her 2 legs and claws to grab Mongot's shoulders and lift him up. It can only be said that the dragon has become smaller, but its strength has not decreased at all, and it is completely easy for a dragon to carry 3 people to fly. But the way Mongot was carried looked a little embarrassed, just like the prey caught by Lance Shanks. The flying ants that were in the way were completely eliminated by the ancient dragon, and soon, she brought us to the bank of the big river at the bottom of the deep roots. By the way, if we can find the floating sarcophagus from here, we will drift to the Nokron drainage channel under Ninjaview. There were no incarnations of the golden tree guarding nearby. It was probably dealt with by Roger and Hunting Death D, who had arrived earlier. We went up along the river, and passed through a forest of tree roots. At the end of the river, we saw a broken and nameless eternal city. Outside the city, the river formed a huge arc, falling straight into the bottomless abyss. Going down the river from here, you will reach the Ansel River Basin. Roger and his men also ran to Linnea from here to meet us. In the broken city, the melodious ancient bells kept ringing and echoing, like a morning song, echoing slowly. In the houses, or in the bushes, cursed frogs emerged in groups of 3 or 5. But under the might of the ancient dragon, they turned into rune light in an instant and dissipated. Dead sleeping girl. FIA, looking at the back of this eternal city, the roots of the golden tree extending from there are slightly black. And above that, there are many black thorns all over. A strong breath of death overflowed from inside. And even the sky here was dyed with a dark earthy yellow color. The dead Prince Godwin should be up there. According to the memory in the game, I found the thickest tree root, and walked towards the back of the mountain with everyone. But suddenly, a beam of brilliant golden light, like a storm, pierced through us fiercely. Lance Sanks didn't react immediately, and when she found out, she was already swept away by the storm, flew out, and crashed headfirst into a roof. Lance Sanks. I subconsciously shouted in that direction, and suddenly, I also found that in the nameless eternal city below, or on the disordered routes, there were beams of golden light shining one after another. In the light, a headless Rodel knight showed his figure. Mungert also raised his alert. Are these the knights of the temple guarding the prince? Be careful, Zero. Protect the sleeping girl. I haven't responded yet. The guilty lightless man. Another golden light suddenly flew out from below. I saw a tree furnace spread out the wings of the furnace and landed in front of us, with the tree spear in his hand, pointing directly at us and blocking the way forward. Don't disturb my lord's peace. Chapter 448 Meeting with Death. We were about to climb the high wall behind the nameless eternal city to find the dead Prince Godwin. Unexpectedly, halfway through, we were surrounded by soldiers guarding the mobile temple. Even Celia, one of the chiefs of the Crucible Knights, came to visit us. This sister was full of energy. After knocking the humanized Lance Sanks away with a whirlpool of guns, she stood in front of us and slammed the big tree spear into the ground, with the spirit of one man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to break through. You guilty lightless man, please do not disturb the peace of my lord. I hurriedly said, Celia. The Crucible Knight, not to mention my identity, this one is the blessed king of Rodel now, definitely not. Blessed king? The other party interrupted me. I have never heard of this person. Huh? I was stunned. But it seems to be right. Judging from what Celia said, she should have been sent to guard here when Queen Marika buried Prince Godwin. Then, it is understandable that Shirya is not aware of what happened in the subsequent events of the royal city of Rodel. She may not even know that Queen Marika smashed the ring. Mongot and I looked at each other. We can only explain the purpose of our visit, and try to make Shirya accept it. Roar. Then a dragon roared, and a red lightning suddenly hit Shirya. It was Lance Sanks. This guy was wrapped in her red lightning, and he directly knocked the Crucible Knight out, and said in return, Son of man, you are too arrogant. After seeing the power of the ancient dragon, surrender. Lance Sanks. Zero, I will deal with this man, you don't have to interfere. After saying that, Lance Sanks spread his wings again, and flew towards his opponent. Oh my god, that's not what we're talking about. It's obvious that Siluria can communicate, and you fly over and chase her away. Wouldn't that mean you're completely at odds with her? Look, all the temple soldiers have drawn their swords, or taken out their crossbows, pulled the bowstrings, and are attacking us. Swoosh. 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 The arrows flew like drizzle. I quickly put up the brass shield and protected Faya behind me. Zero. Mungert swung his sword like an electric fan, so that all the arrows fell in front of his heels. You take the dead sleeping girl up first, and I'll cover you here. After saying that, he gathered the light of rune in his left hand, and gathered it into a sledgehammer, and suddenly jumped up, and smashed down at the soldiers of the spirit temple who were rushing up. Since Mungert said so. Faya, let's go! I took Faya and ran to the top of the tree root. But several golden headless figures immediately appeared in front of us. That was the knight leader among the spirit temple soldiers, who moved like a ghost and came and went without a trace. I saw one of them holding a big sword, and slashed at me head and face. The other one then floated a few times, and suddenly appeared behind us, and thrust his spear straight at Fia. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. I built a protection with flames, and forced those two guys away. Oh Tourette. Blowing the spirit horse whistle, I let Fia ride first. Tourette, you must take Fia with you, and keep up with me. Prayer Lance Sanks' Dragon Thunder Protection. Combat skill, Hound Step. Without hesitation, I started at full speed. I will turn into red lightning, and run fast on the roots of the golden tree. The knights of the temple could not stop me at all. The moment the swords touched, they were knocked back by my powerful impact. Not to mention, the remains of the dragon sculptures placed on the roots of the tree, their flames could not keep up with my speed at all. With great momentum, I quickly led toward it to break through the encirclement of the temple soldiers. Glancing halfway, Lance Shanks and Celia seemed to be fighting hard. Red lightning and golden flowing fire continuously intertwined and collided in the air, brightening a dazzling brilliance. And Mungert was relaxed and comfortable. The weapons he summoned with rune magic were varied, and the temple soldiers could not get close to him at all. After seeing that I had successfully broken through, Mungert continued to resist the soldiers who rushed forward recklessly. While approaching me, after a while, I took Faya to the high cliff behind the nameless eternal city. The golden roots here have completely turned black, and there are many black thorns wrapped around them. I lit up the blessing point, and when I got here, the knights of the spirit temple seemed to dare not catch up. For us, this is certainly good news. I also found the door with twisted roots near the blessing point. Here, the black thorns have traces of being cut by people, which should be the work of hunting Death Key and Roger when they came. I took Faya into it, and here, it was the burial place of the dead Prince Godwin. A large area of black silt and rotten land. And the black thorns that caused the curse of death were scattered everywhere like grass and trees in the wilderness. Perhaps it was the sound of our footsteps that awakened the only living being here. Countless gray butterflies flapped their wings, filling the sky and the ground, like paper money at a funeral. And at the end of everything, there was a huge and twisted body. Prince Godwin of Death. He is like the monarch here, sitting on the throne of death, but he is also imprisoned by death, and countless thorns entangle him and pierce him. And his body has long lost the gentle and elegant, handsome prince appearance in the eyes of the world. His huge face, which is like a scallop, is staring at his feet with gray and lifeless eyes like copper bells. Like a prisoner, his arms, which are chained by thorns, are dry and shriveled, and like a fishman, long fins grow on the back of his arms. His legs have been completely closed together, becoming a fish tail. Woo woo woo. Lord Godwin, the young master should have died. The golden sun has become the source of the dead. What else is worse than this? I suddenly recalled the words of the old woman, who was untied when the Atai and others met on their way to the nameless eternal city in the game. Yes, how unbearable, how ugly, and how sad. The once glorious and prosperous golden prince became a victim of change, and was hidden deep underground, suffering from the blood-sucking of insects day and night, and further promoting the decline and decay of the border. Lord Godwin. Oh, my king. Fia's voice woke me up, and she seemed to be taken away by the terrifying appearance of the dead prince. She walked towards him in a daze, mumbling as she stepped over the thorns. Stop! At this moment, a shout suddenly came from behind. Looking back, I saw that the Crucible Knight Saluya appeared alone at the entrance of the dead prince's throne. Wait. No way. Chief's sister. You are so awesome that you solved both Mr. Mungert and Lance Shanks? Chapter 449 Dead Domain Dragon Roar. Just when Fia and I met the dead Prince Godwin, the Crucible Knight Saluya swept his spear and threatened, if you don't want to die, get out of here quickly, or do you want to become a deadborn? I quickly crossed the Night Starfire and blocked Fia behind me. Are you still obsessed? The other party sighed, raised his spear and strode towards us. The Crucible Chief Saluya. Although in the game, this guy's strength is not high, unlike the Sword Crucible with a big shield, it is difficult for people to break through from the front, and the Crucible's moves tend to be rigid, which will expose many flaws when attacking, allowing Atai to steal the knife. But I really didn't expect that. She actually defeated Lance Shanks and Mongot, and came after Fia and me alone. It seems that the strength in reality is probably higher than that in the game. I swallowed my saliva, the Night Star Fire ignited a blazing flame. I was about to strike first, and seize the rhythm of the attack. But a red lightning suddenly leaped up from outside, and landed between me and Saluya. Zero, calm down. Lance Shanks actually said to me. She is not an enemy. Huh? You two just fought fiercely, and now you tell me that you have reconciled? I was so shocked that my eyes almost popped out. And Saluya quickly said, let's leave here first. If you are entangled by thorns, you will be cursed with death. Suddenly I felt that what Saluya said just now wasn't a threat, but a reminder. Fia and I looked at each other, put away the Night Star Fire, or listened to each other's advice first, and walked out of the audience place of the dead prince. I saw that Mongot was standing next to the blessed light, and Saluya bowed to him solemnly and apologized. I am very sorry, the current blessed king. I have been guarding this place since the Queen's order, and I have never left. I did not expect that there would be so many changes in the border area outside. It's okay. Mongot extended his hand in understanding, and lifted the other's shoulder. I asked curiously, but how did you suddenly make up? Just now I thought that Syria had defeated the others, and came to me to solve the last trouble. Syria looked at Lance Shanks and explained, Ancient Dragon Lance Shanks is the sister of my lord's friend Full Shanks. I was also fortunate to meet the Ancient Dragon. But I didn't expect that he turned into a human form. That's why I thought you were invaders at the beginning. Besides, there were indeed two people without light who came to offend before. Ah, it was Roger and Hunting Death D. No wonder the defense range of the temple soldiers is wider than in the game. And Syria came here in person. I won't say here that he is very familiar with those two guys. But I really didn't expect that my brother, Godwin, would become like that. Mungert stood at the door and looked inside. Shiryu explained, the power of the golden tree comes from the furnace. Lord Mondot, you should know this very well. Since Lord Godwin was injured, the golden tree has been using its power to repair Lord Godwin. But not only does it seem to be no better, but the extra power has caused Lord Godwin's body to continue to expand. And he has also taken on the appearance of a furnace. What about Full Shanks? Lance Shanks asked with concern. I have already sensed that he is nearby. But why can't I see my brother? Lord Full Shanks. Siri sighed slightly. He is actually there. Where? Lance Shanks guessed what Celia was referring to, and turned around to look at the dead Prince Godwin in surprise. And Celia nodded, in order to help Lord Godwin reduce his injuries and repair his body, Lord Full Shanks. Before Celia could finish, Lance Shanks suddenly spread his wings and flew directly towards Godwin. The molting butterfly flew in all directions in shock, as if a thick fog rose up, separating the dead from the living. Lance Shanks. I couldn't help but want to catch up. But Celia stopped me. Don't go. If ordinary people are hurt by the thorns, they will be cursed with death. Then just cut off all these thorns. I picked up the Night Star fire and rushed in with flames. Celia seemed to want to stop me, but was stopped by Mondot. Let them go. If it were you, my brother, you wouldn't be bothered by such trivial matters. I entered the death audience again. There were so many flying metamorphosis butterflies that I couldn't see the situation on Lance Shanks' side. I only heard the roar of the Ancient Dragon, surprised, annoyed, and with uncontrollable sadness. Lance Shanks. I called out loudly, but the black thorns here were indeed much more than in the game, so dense that it looked like a black grassland. At first, I didn't take Shiryu's advice seriously. After all, in the game, Atai touched these black thorns, and there was no adverse reaction at all, or the accumulation of sudden death. But at some point, the thorns actually scratched the cloth armor on my ankles, and pierced my skin. Suddenly, a cold winter wind. No, it should be the cold wind from the underworld that rushed through the wound, even freezing people's thoughts, making me dazed. Cough, cough, cough. The gas coughed out of my mouth seemed to carry a trace of black smoke. Is it the sudden death rate accumulating? There is no way. The fire restrains the grass and trees. With the storm blade, combined with the molten flame of the Night Star fire, the combat skill is the fiery storm slash. The raging fire rolled up a vortex forward, sweeping away the black thorns with great force. I continued to rush to the front of the dead prince. But I saw a guy who was more violent than me. Roared Lance Shanks roared, and actually spit dragon breath flames directly at the back of the dead Prince Godwin. Is it a bit too much? Not long after, the roots of the ancient tree suddenly seemed to come alive, with black thorns, and swung towards Lance Shanks one after another. This was totally beyond my expectation. The golden tree actually had a sense of self-protection? Was it triggered by the breath of the ancient dragon? Lance Shanks still refused to give in. While walking through more and more vines that were swinging like tentacles, spewing flames, he shouted loudly to the people below, "Full! Stop it! Ancient Dragon Lance Shanks!" Celia also rushed over anxiously. Lance Shanks completely blocked our voices, and was still thinking about drilling behind Godwin's body. Although, I couldn't see the situation here, I guess the Ancient Dragon Full Shanks was inside. After all, according to the game settings, combined with Celia's statement, in order to delay the death of his friend, he endured the pain of the Blackthorn death curse, intended to change his fate, but ended up being infected with a destined death. Therefore, he only appeared in Fi's dream, and turned into the so-called dead dragon. Oh, it's bad. Perhaps because she was eager to save her brother, Lance Shanks was accidentally entangled by a thorn. She should have felt the same as I did just now. It was obvious that Gu Long shook slightly. Suddenly, other vines and thorns rushed up, entangled Lance Shanks's wings, legs and feet. When she came to her senses, she flapped her wings vigorously. But it was difficult to break free from the thorns. Lance Shanks. I shouted anxiously. But that position was too high, and all my attacks could not reach it. Buzz buzz buzz, there was a sound from Siluria, and I saw that the tree spear in her hand condensed with golden light and spun wildly. After accumulating enough strength, Siluria raised her spear and suddenly poked in the direction of Lance Shanks. The golden vortex whizzed out like a rocket, and instantly tore off most of the black thorns. Lance Shanks used all her strength to break free, but she could no longer flap her wings and fell headfirst. I hurried forward and caught her. Wow, so heavy, Lance Shanks. You are too heavy. My arms hurt for a moment, and I almost thought they were cut off. Full. This guy still kept saying that he would never forget his brother. But I heard all kinds of rustling sounds in my ears. I saw the black thorns around me swaying like water plants drifting with the current. And when I looked up, the black thorns that had just tried to grab Lance Shanks also opened their bloody mouths like bloodthirsty snakes, one after another, at me and Lance Shanks. Chapter 450, The Induction of the Death Curse. As I watched two thick black thorns entangled with the exhausted Lance Shanks and me, two golden rays of light suddenly shot out from behind, turned into two spears, and pierced through them. Zero, take Lance Shanks out first. Monget's voice sounded behind me. I also quickly carried the ancient dragon on my back, turned around and ran to the door of the death audience place. Full. Lance Shanks was still groaning. But we are really not optimistic at the moment, because the ancient dragon's breath towards the dead prince triggered the defense mechanism of the dead roots, making all the black thorns here come alive, twisting and whipping us and entangled. Not only that, the flying metamorphosis butterflies also suddenly gathered together, turned into a gray gust of wind, sweeping Lance Shanks and me. I have a bad feeling. I quickly raised the Night Starfire, combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. In an instant, the flames and storms formed a barrier, temporarily separating the thorns and butterflies. But the next second, my feet loosened, and like a poisonous snake aiming at its prey from the shallow grass, black thorns suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed Lance Shanks' tail. Damn it! The opponent was quite strong, and I couldn't tear it apart even if I used all my strength. Lance Shanks was about to be dragged away by the black thorns, but I saw a golden light in the sky. And then, the Furnace Knight Siluria suddenly smashed the thorns wrapped around Lance Shanks' tail with a golden vortex, tearing them all apart. Go! Well, Flame, open a way for us. Turning back, I used the fiery storm slash, and the swirling flames were like a roaring dragon, tearing a path through the field of black thorns. But these things are like the dead in an endless stream. After cutting one cluster, the next cluster will immediately grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It will probably take only a few seconds, and we will be surrounded by these black thorns again. It's really endless. At this moment, a large part of the golden light like stars lit up in the air again. It turned out to be one Damocles sword of light after another. As Munger waved his hand and pointed downward, all the swords turned into rain of light and fell down, cutting off, piercing, and suppressing the black thorns in a large area so that they could not grow for a while. Of course, I would not miss this great opportunity. I quickly used the Hound Steps and took Lance Shanks away from this place of death audience at the fastest speed. Fortunately, the tree roots outside did not oppose us. When we reached the blessed point outside the door, the black thorns stopped growing and entangled us. Seeing this, Mungert also put away his sword Rain of Light, and quickly jumped out from the arched roots. Oh! That was close. I'd never heard of this place having a self-protection mechanism. Hiss. After I relaxed, I suddenly felt a tingling pain on the back of my neck. I reached out and touched it. It turned out to be a metamorphosis butterfly, sucking my blood like a mosquito. There were several butterflies biting Lance Shanks' back. I hurried to help sweep them away. And Shirya also explained, the golden sacred tree also has self-awareness to some extent. My lord was already seriously injured, and it was all thanks to the power of the golden tree's furnace that he recovered. The breath of the ancient dragon further threatened my lord, naturally. No, it was full. Lance Shanks interrupted. Watching her slowly sit up, I hurriedly asked, Lance Shanks, are you okay? Full? He didn't want to leave there with me, so he got angry and ran away. Lance Shanks said with a lonely look, like a mother who couldn't do anything with her rebellious child. I was quite surprised. In other words, the attacks just now were all operated by the dead dragon Full Shanks in secret, but some attacks were obviously intended to drag Lance Shanks into death. 0. At this moment, Mengit suddenly asked, where is the dead sleeping girl? FIA? I was shocked to realize that. FIA was not with us. Originally, I thought she would stay at the door. I subconsciously looked towards the death audience place, where the black thorns were still like snakes with eyes, raising their bodies, ready to attack at any time. No way. FIA. I shouted loudly into the audience place. But there was no response at all. Those thorns will cause death. And your companion may have already. Shiria said with a sigh. Hey! I know it without you saying it. Asshole. But even so, I can't let FIA stay in there. I must find her. Even if she is just a corpse. FIA. The Night Star fire ignited a raging fire again. And I rushed into the audience place. However, strangely, the thorns did not actively attack me. As I stepped forward, the black thorns were still retreating and dispersing. Could it be that these thorns were really aimed at Landshanks? However, Mungert followed me into this land of death. The next second, black thorns sprang out from in front of his heels, blocking his way. Strange, is it possible that only I am allowed to come in? I didn't have time to think carefully. I shouted to Mungert. Teacher Mungert, leave this to me, you go take care of Landshanks first. Since these black thorns were not targeting me, I also walked in cautiously and boldly, looking for FIA's figure. And the thorn bushes on this black land, at this moment, were obedient like servants welcoming guests. No matter where I went, they would make way. After a while, I pushed away this thorny land. In front of me, a cloud of gray butterflies flapped their wings, fluttering and fluttering. As if in the dark, there was a pull. I saw that the dead sleeping girl FIA, who had been sitting under the dead Prince Godwin since some time, stretched out her hand and took a metamorphosis butterfly with her fingers. It is you, Lord Ling, my hero. FIA. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and walked forward quickly. Are you okay? She shook her head slightly, and then said, Lord Ling, I heard the king's whisper. You also have the incredible power of death in you. Oh, is it the other half of the centipede curse of death obtained from Lonnie? I seemed to understand why Blackthorn let me go and blocked Mondot and others. I stretched out my hand and recalled the burnt body of Lonnie in my mind. A ball of gray-white spiritual fire appeared in my palm, and finally burned into the shape of the death curse mark. The molting butterfly in Fia's hand also flew up, and then burned a ball of equally fierce gray-white flame, which gradually turned into the other half of the death curse mark. Like the north and south poles of a magnet, the two death curse marks could not help but attract each other, and finally merged into one, turning into a centipede ring connected from head to tail. Is this the embryo of death to repair Rune? Fia opened her arms to the centipede ring. Suddenly, the many molting butterflies flying around burned again, and the gray-white flames turned into pale ghosts, flying towards the center of the ring, and the black thorns all over the ground turned into thick black smoke and were sucked into the ring. Finally, Fia embraced the centipede ring in her arms, and embraced it in her body. Oh, I heard it. I heard your calls, your prayers. We will also be able to embrace our new king. She raised her eyes, and a few tears passed through Fia's gentle face. Thank you. Thank you. No. Our hero, just for a moment. Can I hug you tightly? Master Zero. As she said that, Fia opened her arms to me again, just like when we first met, always smiling gently, with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 451 The Entanglement of Life and Death. Looking at Fia's melancholy and affectionate eyes, I sighed secretly, reached out, and held her hand. But I didn't throw myself into her arms, but sat next to Fia, and asked, Fia, tell me the truth, how is your body? Are you okay? Her hand was extremely cold, just like ice, and a little stiff. After all, the death centipede pattern absorbs the filthy air that can cause sudden death. How can ordinary people easily bear it? It's just that. I'm a little tired. Don't worry about me, Master Ling. I am the dead sleeping girl myself, so there's nothing wrong. Fia smiled at me again. Really? I sighed again. Since Fia accepted the two death curses, the next plot is naturally that she is here, sleeping with the dead Prince Godwin, giving birth to their so-called child, the dead prince's repair rune, and the Black Sun. And Fia will also give everything she has, even her life, for that son. Why do you look a little sad, Lord Zero? Fia suddenly reached out her hand and gently stroked my brow. Our hero, you should be happy about this. In this way, Lord Godwin can become the first and purest dead among the demigods, and the noble life will return to him, when everything blooms and bears fruit. Let life return to the dead, that is, the dead born? I interrupted him, and asked solemnly. Fia was slightly stunned, then nodded, and looked at the huge scallop-like face on the top. That's right. Not only Lord Godwin, but all of us can be said to be born from death, and born because of death. The meaning of my life is to share a bed with Lord Godwin, the Prince of Death, and become the mother of many deadborns. From now on, I will give birth to Rune, who is born for the deadborn, so that the border can also allow our existence. Fia. I was thinking about how to have a good chat with her about the deadborns. But at this moment, in the sky, Lance Shanks's voice came. The so-called birth of death is nothing but the chaos of order. She landed in front of us with a bang. Because most of the thorns and molting butterflies on this land were transformed by Fia into the power to breed the dead prince and repair Rune. And absorbed, Lance Shanks was no longer attacked. She said coldly and fiercely, "Give full back." Seeing this, I quickly stood up and persuaded Lance Shanks. Calm down. And Fia was not in a hurry. Lord Lance Shanks, you should have felt the wishes of your brother Lord Fullshanks just now. He volunteered to guard here to prevent Lord Godwin from dying. It is better to say that if possible, I also want Lord Fullshanks to leave with you. Slippery tongue. Lance Shanks roared angrily, with flames flashing at the corners of his mouth. I quickly protected Fia behind me, and Mundot also put his hand on Lance Shanks' shoulder. The last king of gold. Are you going to stop me too? Lance Shanks was extremely displeased. Deadborns are the disease and injury of the borderland, and the source of chaos. Shouldn't the gold fundamentalism you support be completely eliminated? Mundot glanced at me and Fia, and the tense atmosphere made him sigh. He said, Gulong, you are wrong. The root cause of the chaos in this era is not the deadborn. Their existence only exacerbates this phenomenon. What really leads to the current situation is the order of death and birth that has been disordered for a long time. Right. Zero. Yes. The living are eternal. The dead have no return. In a closed world, the sum of all energy should be unique. But because of the disordered order, the energy is too dispersed, and the energy allocated to each person is constantly decreasing over time, and thus constantly degenerating. I turned my head and looked at Fia. Fia, to be honest, I don't know how to accept the dead-born you represent. But, have you ever personally contacted them? Fia was silent, and I continued, from Ninjafu, Linia, to the Aden Plateau, and the Gmir volcano. I have seen those dead-borns in almost all places, but they are all without exception, and they are irrational. In their words, they are constantly craving for blood and flesh, craving for fresh flesh, just like those degenerated immortals, which makes me wonder if it is really their intention to live like that. What they crave is life, or real death, just like this Lord Godwin. He is a golden prince, but he has fallen into such a state. If he is conscious, can he really accept such a miserable life? So, even you want to deny our existence? Lord Ling Fia asked sadly. No. I want to communicate, Fia. I sat back next to Fia, and held her hand tightly. I need your special ability as the dead sleeping girl, to help us communicate with those unusual deaths, with the dead born, and even with the source of their existence, this prince, Lord Godwin. Explore the true death in this land. What is it all about? Is it okay, Fia? Fia stared into my eyes. I was a little nervous, and subconsciously rubbed the back of her hand a few times. This seemed to make Fia a little embarrassed, and she couldn't help but pull her hand back. Could this be Fia's hint of rejection? I am the one who protects the dead, Lord Zero, and even because of this, I am often cursed as a dirty witch. After a moment of silence, Fia said softly, Well, but I know a lot of witches. Every one of them always says that I am weird. I couldn't help but make a joke. I can't say it was a complete joke, the witch who led the conspiracy night, the magic block witch. Thinking about it this way, Atai and the witches really have an inseparable fate. Even after hearing this, Fia couldn't help but laugh softly. She continued, And Lord Ling, you should know that my power is too small for you. As a dead sleeping girl, all I can do is pass on warmth to heroes like Lord Godwin. So, I'm not sure that I have enough power to communicate with death. Speaking of which, when I got the other half of the centipede curse, something strange happened. I looked up, looked at Godwin and said, I saw a very strange door. It seemed that countless people were melted inside, as if they were in purgatory, trying every possible means to break free. I suspect this is death guiding me, but now at the intersection, there seems to be no relevant information. So, if possible, Faya, can you help me explore the existence of that door? The door that forges the dead? Lance Shanks suddenly frowned and interrupted. Yes. 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 Lance Shanks. Do you know? I asked in surprise. But the other party shook his head. I have only heard of such a door from the mouth of our ancient Dragon King. The traitors who are eager to seize the gods are hiding in it, waiting for the door to open and come back again. That is why the king has been recuperating in the storm. Traitor? Are there traitors among the ancient dragons? I was quite surprised. Then perhaps Lord Foolshanks will know more about this matter. Faya was also thinking. She raised her head and said to Lance Shanks, Lord Lance Shanks, please calm down about what happened just now. Lord Foolshanks did stay here voluntarily, not forced by any will. Of course I know such things, but Lance Shanks muttered softly. My ability may help you communicate with Lord Foolshanks. Fia couldn't help but raise her voice, paused, and lowered it again. Although it may not change the result. But if you have anything to say, just tell me. I will tell Lord Foolshanks. Maybe he will change his mind for you. Lance Shanks stared at him for a long time, and finally sighed. That's the best. Your intentions are true. Thank you very much. Also, Lord Zero, Fia called me again. I will find a way to explore the existence of the door from death. But in exchange, can you agree to one of my requests? This also means that Fia is willing to help us formally, instead of completely turning to death. I answered without hesitation, of course. But I saw Fia took out a golden dagger corroded by the filth of death from her sleeve, and handed it to me. There are not many people in this world who are as warm as you. I beg you to help me find the owner of this dagger. Just now, I found it on this land. He may threaten my sleeping with Lord Godwin and exploring the existence of death. I am familiar with the plot of the Ring of Magic. Naturally I know who the owner of this dagger will be, but this is tricky. As for how to deal with it, it's up to you to judge. Lord Zero. In this case, maybe there is still room for maneuver. I nodded, and took the corroded dagger. Well, leave it to me. Chapter 452, A Dead End. After absorbing the embryo of the Death Centipede, after my persuasion, Death Sleep Girl, Fia finally agreed to let her talk to death, and help me find that strange and bizarre door. For the sake of his brother Foolshanks, Lance Shanks stubbornly stayed in this death audience place, and he and the Crucible Knight Saluya watched over Saluya as she entered the death sleep. In this way, the deep roots matters were almost done. Saluya even gave me a set of Crucible tree-shaped armor, and some Lingy Cemetery Lily of the Valley, saving me the effort of exploring and collecting everywhere. So, Mongot and I took the portal under the foot of the Death Prince tree, and returned to the surface of the royal city of Rodel. I didn't expect that, after that night of conspiracy, my brother would become like that. Is the original power of the golden tree really the flame of the furnace? After Mongot came back, he said this as soon as he opened his mouth. If the golden nobles in the city saw this, they would have nightmares for 3 days and 3 nights, and would directly define Godwin as an evil omen. I joked with Monget. So, Mr. Monget, you too, don't worry about your so-called evil blood, and assert that it is filthy. It is better to say that the evil omen with the characteristics of the furnace is the real blood of the golden tree. And you are also the rightful king of blessing. Monget did laugh softly. It doesn't matter whether there is such a title or not. Now we should continue to advance our plan. 0. The death repair rune is being nurtured. The perfect law calculation of the master of the golden mask is also being advanced. Even Lonnie is already on her way to explore the starry sky. And she has also agreed to consider the law I have envisioned. Next, it's time to go on an expedition to the Forbidden Snowfield. 2 days later, I will arrange the troops, and you will lead them to ignite the giant flame of the volcano. General. Menget smiled and patted my shoulder. My mouth twitched slightly, and I couldn't help but blurt out nonsense. Please organize an army that can do everything. And it would be best if I can solve everything with just a wave of my hand. Try your best. Menget also understood my character, smiled and shook his head helplessly, and went to the direction of the Golden Tree Cathedral. However, it's only 2 days. It's just right. Take advantage of this time gap, and collect all the props in the King's City of Rodel. For example, Yulen Sanks's lightning, golden tree bow, storm eagle axe, and several perfume bottles. There are also many things outside the city. Among them, the most important one is the sentinel torch from a reclusive merchant. If you want to go to Yin Town in the future, To deal with those invisible black knife assassins, it is a very important item. I took a look at the sky. It should be around noon. So I decided to run around the outskirts of the city of Rodel. According to the information in the game, I soon found the reclusive merchant and bought a sentinel torch from him. Speaking of this location, the red shadow of the spirit pearl hunter, Ironthorn Alenmeyer, will appear at night. I asked curiously, but the merchant said that he had never seen the Ironthorn person. In this case, where did Alenmeyer go after escaping from the Sunshade City? Strange, however, considering that the things dropped by the spirit pearl hunters are not important. Let him go. Then I walked along the long road outside, and after arriving at the main gate of the outer periphery, I continued to walk forward and found the small Golden Tree Church outside the city. Alas, as expected, even if he became the general of Rodel's Snowfield expedition, he was still inevitably bullied and attacked by the Golden Tree guards here, just like in the game. What King Eldon, when a dog on the roadside sees him, he will still rush over and bite him twice. But let's not mention it, the tree guards here shoot like dragons. A golden spear is wielded with such a powerful and dazzling manner, I couldn't help but marvel and reward the other party with a fire throw. Prayer, and then the tree guard died. No matter where, fire still restrains plants. In this broken church, under the small golden tree, a golden citizen was praying, even turned into stone, and still maintained a pious look. On him, I found the golden law seal, so I accepted it without hesitation. Master Zero. Suddenly, Melina's voice came from behind. The sky had already fallen into the night. Next to the swaying blessing point, she sat there, obviously inviting me to join. I walked over, sat down next to Melina, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Melina? Here. There are the mottos of Queen Marika. Do you want to listen to them?" So sudden? Although, I roughly know what the mottos here say. After all, this is one of the few conversations with Melina in the game. Basically, every week, I would ask Mimi to tell me her mother's motto. So I almost memorized it. However, I still nodded curiously. Then, please allow me to recite the motto directly. Melina raised her head, looked at the golden tree above our heads, and recited softly, "I hereby declare that when we explore the golden law and understand what is legitimacy, our faith and blessings will be strengthened. Those happy childhood days, blind obedience. The era has come to an end. My comrade, there is no need to hesitate." I also waited quietly for her to continue. Mother once believed in the golden law, believed in the eternal world she created. Melina seemed to smile slightly, but in the end, it was she who smashed the ring, causing the Golden Dynasty and the entire border area to fall into chaos. I didn't understand what Melina meant, and she paused and changed the subject. "Master Ling, in 2 days, we have to go to the snowfield and ignite the giant cauldron of fire on the snowy mountain, right?" "Yes. Since you are here, I believe that the expedition will be no problem." "How come even you, haha, you and Teacher Munger both trust me too much, Melina?" I couldn't help scratching my head and smiled. Melina lowered her head, quietly rubbing her hands, but I don't know why. I always have a little worry. Especially recently. You defeated and imprisoned the Mad Fire, persuaded the Princess of Dark Moon and the Sleeping Girl, and the revision calculation of the Law of the Golden Mask was also promoted by Master Zero. And it was going well. Everything went so smoothly. Smoothly? Isn't it good? I was still confused. No. Melina raised her head, looking at me. In her golden eyes, there seemed to be a trace of sadness. I just feel that Mr. Zero is a bit like my mother now, firmly grasping fate and making everything go smoothly. But, just like my mother once believed in the golden law, it still went wrong in the end. Mr. Zero, if our plan goes wrong in the end, what will you do? Law, if I can really become the king of Eldon, I feel that even if something goes wrong, I should be able to correct it. I also raised my head and thought, there will never be any more thorns of rejection that will prevent us from correcting our mistakes. Melina shook her head again, and she said, "You said that only those who can see the virtual image of fire can ignite the giant's pot of fire. I am worried about the Mad Fire Man. If he fails to ignite the giant flame at the last step, what will you do? Master Zero? Oh, so that's what you were talking about." I couldn't help but sigh, and moved closer to Melina, and then reached out and touched her forehead with lightning speed. "Zero. Master Zero?" She certainly didn't expect that I would suddenly use such a trick. "Your words make me unhappy. Melina. I pretended to be angry. Don't be too stubborn. Looking at Melina's confused and aggrieved eyes, I couldn't help but let down my breath. Forget it. I'll tell you more. To burn the golden tree, I guess the giant flame alone may not be enough. And the key destiny of death is also needed. Destined death? That's right. I nodded. The power that even gods would tremble is sealed in the sky city of Famizra. The giant flame that pretends destruction will leave the ignited person there to unlock the destined death, and then the golden thorn of rejection will be completely burned. Famizra's words, I remember, that is the territory of the ancient dragons. Melina seemed to have noticed something. Right. So, you know why I have a good relationship with Lance Shanks. Right? I said with a smile. This is my backup plan. If I throw the fire madman into the cauldron, and the giant flame still fails to ignite, I will be guided to Famizra. At that time, I will let Lance Shanks take me there. I hope she still remembers the way. So, Mr. Zero, have you already anticipated all this? Of course. And, even if Lance Shanks Kess doesn't know the way, I have a backup plan. I reached out and touched Melina's head. So, don't worry, Melina. I just want you to be with me, to witness my journey and return. That's enough. Don't think about anything else. Master Zero. She looked at me and suddenly said, Did you mistake me for Miss Leia? Ah. Sorry. Subconsciously, I quickly retracted my hand. Suddenly, silence spread between us, and there was a little embarrassment. Mimi shouldn't be angry. Sure enough, if it was Master Zero. During the long silence, I seemed to hear Melina muttering to herself. So, it will be okay. Mother. Chapter 453 Snowfield Expedition Team. Gather our troops. 2 days passed in a flash, and we were fully prepared. It was time to march to the forbidden snowfield in the north. The lineup that Mungert arranged for me was indeed quite luxurious. The White Wolf wore Ghostbagram, the Rogue Magician Weller, the Ancient Knight Ishtopia, and even the long-lost Crazy Tongue Alprich joined the expedition team. Mungert also sent 4 Furnace Knights to accompany him, but their main task was to guard the Crazy Fire A Ling in the prison car, even though this guy had golden seals on his hands and feet specially customized for him by Mungert, and could not use any abilities. Paris was naturally the leader of this Furnace team, and his brother Hertog had to go back to Ninjafu. After all, the main fighting force there, Neferi Lu, who also serves as the Storm King, has also joined the expeditionary force in the snowfield. At the same time, there are Millicent, Alexander the Warrior, Leia, Finley the White Wolf King, etc. My dear friends, it can be said that they are super invincible. Oh, by the way, we have to protect the Golden Mask and Colin. In the original game, after the Golden Mask knew that Marika was Radagon, the next meeting was in the snowfield. And this time, the Master of the Golden Law took the initiative to choose to go with us. Of course, there are also Rodel soldiers who help to transport dry food and meals. After all, unlike the Golden people who have been blessed forever, we Fated ones still need to eat to replenish energy. And the 2 key tasks of our expeditionary force are to help the Golden Mask perfect the calculation of the law, and to ignite the giant flame cauldron deep in the northern restricted area to burn the Golden Thorn. Mogget unlocked the seal leading to the forbidden area for us, and sent us to the elevator before entering the forbidden area. Zero. It's a pity that I can't go with you, and I have to entrust this important task to you. I smiled and responded, Don't worry, Mr. Monget. This army, if we really want to flatten the border area, I think it will be no problem, and we will definitely complete the mission. You can just stay in the royal city of Rodel, and arrange for everyone to take shelter. Mangot nodded, and then asked, Zero, you have the great runes of Greg in Latin, right? Then, this is for you. Maybe it can be of some use. I saw that Mangot took out 2 curved runes from under his cloak. Speaking of which, when I returned to Stonewell this time, I also went to Greg's God-granting tower and theoretically activated his great rune. As for Latin's God-granting tower, it's too far away, and I haven't been there yet. As long as you crush this curved arc, you can exert the power of the great rune in your body. Well, this is the same as in the game. But, Moggot then reminded, your bodies of the Fated ones, and deprived of the blessing, may not be able to fully withstand the power of the demigod's great rune. The effect of using the bending arc should only last for about a day at most. Don't use it continuously. At least rest for 2 to 3 days. In other words, it's better not to use it unless it's necessary. Well, this is different from the game. If I remember correctly, after using the rune arc, as long as he doesn't die, he can always maintain the activated state. But after all, in reality, I don't have the room for error to use death and resurrection. And it is normal that the great rune will not last until the end of a life. I accepted the 2 rune arcs with gratitude. The expeditionary forces have already landed on the elevator of the royal city. I also waved goodbye to Monget, teacher. Wait for my good news. Well, goodbye. 0. May gold bless you. And open up the road to a new era. Monget blessed. And the warriors under his command also prayed for us loudly. May gold bless you. As Rodel descended the tower elevator facing the snowfield, a chill enveloped him without explanation. The flying snow and ice mixed with the golden leaves of the golden tree came in through the only gate as the strong wind whistled in. Stepping out of the door, looking around, it was like a thick fog, making it impossible to see the road 5 or 6 meters away. If I remember correctly, the path leading to the Lord Lift is a narrower and narrower mountain path, with a gap in the middle. If you step on empty space, the consequences will be disastrous. The strong wind made people's faces hurt. I reminded loudly, everyone, pay attention to your feet. The road ahead will become narrower and narrower. Keep the formation and don't get out of touch. But just as I finished speaking, the warhorse pulling the cart at the end of the team suddenly neighed. Then, the whole team was filled with noisy sounds. What's going on? I asked loudly. From the shouts of Rodel's soldiers, I got a response. Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack, General. Enemy attack? Here? It's coming too fast. Could it be the work of the fire madman? Hee. I heard a cunning and treacherous laugh, and then, from the wind and snow, a ball of black and red flame ignited, and it fell directly towards me. It's those evil soldiers. I drew out the Night Star fire, and blocked the opponent's attack. I didn't expect the evil soldiers to use the force to their advantage, and immediately rolled back, and hid in the flying ice and snow. But the team was already in a mess, and after being frightened, several horses could not help but neighing loudly, and raised their front hooves and jumped up and down. Inadvertently, they stepped on the poisonous fog mines buried by the evil soldiers here, and the chaos turned into a huge vortex. It's a trap! Everyone beware of the trap! Where are the enemies? Why can't I see their figures? I hurriedly shouted, calm down, the enemies are evil soldiers, everyone don't panic. But even if I used the loudest voice, it seemed to be drowned in the ice and snow. No one in the team responded, it was still a mess. Evil soldiers, they are evil soldiers, where are they? Old teacher. Phew. A warhorse completely lost control, and whizzed past me, leaving a trail of blood on the snow. It's over. The person on top seems to be the golden mask. Master. I wanted to chase him quickly, but I looked at the chaotic troops behind me, and I was confused for a moment, not knowing what to do. Calm down, 0. Nepheli rode to my side. Leave the golden mask master to me, and you have to remember, leading troops in battle requires more specific instructions, not general words. After that, she chased after the golden mask. Use more specific instructions. I took a few deep breaths, and did as Nepheli said. Boom. Pray for Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection. With the loudest voice, I first grabbed everyone's attention. Then, I shouted loudly, everyone listen. The Crucible Knights guard the fire madmen. Everyone at the round table, please stay behind and guard the grain carts. The rest of you keep the team formation. Don't disperse. Follow the people in front, and you won't fall into the trap. As for our enemies, they are just a group of evil soldiers. They are small in size, good at taking advantage of trouble, but not too strong. It won't be too late to deal with them after they show up. This time, the order was finally passed on. The whole team adjusted according to what I said. As I said, as long as we are a little careful about the evil soldiers. These guys can't even beat ordinary Rodel soldiers, and pose no threat at all. Alexander was not affected by the poison gas. So I led the way with him, and cleared the traps of the evil soldiers. In this way, the trouble was finally settled. Alas, we just left Rodel, and we almost lost our battle because of our own confusion. Sure enough, with leading an army, especially a miscellaneous army that originally had little coordination, is completely different from the usual single-soldier combat, or group combat. I already have a bad feeling that the road ahead is bleak. I safely passed through the narrow road. And Nephri, as expected, also chased the golden mask back. How come they also chased back a big black guy? Is it the night cavalry? But when we set out, it was just dawn. This seems to be the knight who came to help under the command of the blessed king. He just stopped the golden mask master, Nephili explained. Teacher Mungert, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He led the team forward, with the help of the night cavalry who were familiar with the terrain, and the evil soldiers lingering nearby did not dare to move. But not long after, there was a loud roar like a gust of wind in the sky. The next second, a giant figure fell from the sky, even slid a short distance on the snow, picked up the weapon in his hand, and shoveled up a pile of ice and snow, and came directly to the expedition team. Heroic Gargoyle, you are not friendly. Chapter 454 Black Sword Dependence. Seeing the ice and snow rushing in like a tide, I quickly shouted loudly, the whole army retreats first. At the same time, the Night Star fire ignited a blazing flame. I directly controlled the wind, jumped up from turret's back, with a maximum firepower output, with a lion slash. Combined combat skills, turbid fire falling dragon, but seeing a flash of red light, the ice and snow in front of the molten flame, instantly turned into water vapor, and the huge wave was also cut off by me. Roar. The other party roared like an engine. I also looked carefully at it. This heroic gargoyle was black all over, holding a black double-headed sword, and an axe hanging on his waist, and a pair of black wide wings, which could be said to cover the sky and the sun. This guy is not an ordinary gargoyle, but a follower of the black sword Malachus, who carries the power of black flames of doomed death. I couldn't help but snort, and immediately gave orders. Forge knights, the men of the Round Table, and the soldiers of Rodel, continue to guard the mad fire and the grain carts, and protect the master of the golden mask. There should be evil soldiers wandering around. Prevent them from taking advantage of the situation. Everyone else, follow me. I've been waiting impatiently. Nephili raised her double axes, and immediately rode forward on horseback. At the same time, the familiar battle cry rang in her ears. I am Alexander the Iron Fist, the gatekeeper golem of the snowy land. Please witness my power. Ouch. Seeing everyone rushing forward, the black sword follower turned his double-headed sword, and suddenly swept it across the ground, and stirred up a wave of snow again, causing the opponents to stop in their tracks. But a red shadow suddenly rushed out. She nimbly jumped from Alexander's shoulder, and the back of the white wolf Fenlig, and avoided the sweep and snow wave of the black sword follower, and even landed directly on the back of the opponent's hand, and continued to run forward a few steps, and then the whole person used this as a springboard again, and leaped high into the air. Combat skills. Water birds are dancing wildly. Millicent's magnificent swordsmanship makes the rune fragments on the black sword followers fly everywhere. Mibao, be careful, you don't have to fight so hard. I couldn't help but feel a little worried. I still remember that in the game, I also summoned Mibao to assist, but she was too resistant to the damage, and was killed by the black sword follower, which also caused the subsequent plot of Millicent to be completely interrupted, and it was too late to regret. When I thought of this, I hurriedly drove Tourette forward. Roar! But I heard the roar of the black sword follower like an engine roar again. Thanks to Millicent's outstanding performance, she was the first to break into the range of its feet. The double-headed sword is good at large-scale attacks, but it is quite weak to deal with the opponent under its feet. In addition, only paying attention to the flexible Millicent, it is very easy to lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. Hia. The golden thunder mixed with the flashing storm. Nephili swung the double axes, cooperated with Alexander's heavy punch, caused the black sword follower to stagger. Suddenly, the white wolf king, who was half the size of his body, pounced forward and bit the huge wings of his follower, trying to tear them off. The attacks coming from all directions made the black sword follower a little dizzy. I saw it roaring, and waving its double-headed sword, attached with a blazing black-red flame. Could it be? Everyone, get out of the way! I shouted hurriedly. The next second, as I expected, the black sword followers rolled the double-headed sword into a windmill, and the black-red flame symbolizing the doomed death also formed a violent tornado, wrapping up its entire body. Fortunately, everyone had retreated after my reminder. And then, it actually gathered the power of the storm, and slashed down at me, who was coming in front of it. Isn't this the move of the one-handed sword followers? I hurriedly pulled Tourette to dodge. But the momentum of this attack was not reduced at all, and it rushed straight to the convoy behind. Is this the real purpose of the black sword followers? However, I don't need to worry at all. I saw Paris and another sword forge standing forward in front of the caravan. First, they crossed their feet and shook the ground, weakening the sword energy. Then, the big swords in their hands shone with golden light, and with a swing of the sword, the black and red sword energy was directly dispersed, without even raising a shield. As for the black sword follower, after it swung out that sharp sword energy, it turned around and turned its double-headed sword into a single-handed axe. It exuded a black and red aura of doomed death all over its body, and chopped at Nephili and the others below like chopping melons and vegetables. Even every time it chopped the ground, it would trigger a large piece of black and red flames, which exploded on the pale snowfield. But even so, it was still no match for 4 or 8 hands with 2 fists. The black sword follower could not figure out Millicent's figure at all. Every time it passed by his footsteps, it would leave a piece of sword light and shadow. Alexander was extremely fierce, and even dared to use his iron fist to directly block the opponent's slash. Well, although I don't recommend it at all. As for Nephili, she just needed to swing her double axes and output with all her strength. Awoo! A wolf howled. While the black sword's followers were dealing with the people under his feet, Finlage directly bumped into the black sword's follower's back, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Good opportunity. The huge face that looked like Legend's happened to fall in front of me, so I will take this head without hesitation. Combat skill: Scarlet Blood Moon slash. The Crimson Blood Moon wheel fell on the head of the black sword follower, but unfortunately, this guy has a lot of blood, leaving a deep knife mark, and he was able to stand up with a roar. It flapped its wings, adjusted its position, changed the axe in its hand into a double-headed sword, and then rolled up a black and red hurricane of fire. In addition, the black sword follower determined that we did not have a powerful long-range attack method that could hurt it, and this time it did not stop the storm, and pressed towards us step by step. Hey, this is too much of a trick. Whoever is caught in its storm, I am afraid he will be burned to ashes in an instant by the flames of doomed death. Roar! Oh no, I was met with a look. I saw the black sword follower waving his double-headed sword, flapping his wings, and the whole monster suddenly swirled towards me with a storm of doomed death. I quickly gathered the power of Rune between my legs, seeing it was about to fall to the ground. When the double-headed sword slashed at me in midair, I dodged the attack with a hound step, and then, taking advantage of the subsequent storm, I rolled into the snow in front of me with all my strength. It was a close call. Thanks to the fact that I had seen this move in the game, I was able to dodge it easily. After the black sword follower's move failed, it did not stop, and turned the double-headed sword again, causing the black flames to wrap around its body again, and also made the guys who were originally planning to attack helpless to deal with it. It got wheelchaired again. I glanced at the Crucible Knights, thinking whether to ask them to help force a breakthrough. Awoo! The wolf howls resounded through the snowy area again, and Finlay began to chase his tail and have fun. What is this guy doing at this time? I was confused, but the next second, the White Wolf King's body, actually, red flames burst out, and there was also a ray of golden light shining in it. The weapon it holds in its mouth looks familiar? Ah, I remember, it's the golden halberd of the tree guard. As the White Wolf King turned, the rune of the golden tree's oath appeared under its body. Then, it was wrapped in red fire like the black sword's followers just now, jumping up, turning its head, letting the golden halberd slash down at the opponent. The black sword's followers obviously didn't expect that. A white wolf would have such a move. It didn't even react. The storm of black flames was slashed by the golden light. The double-headed sword was thrown away and stuck in the snow. And the black sword's followers also fell to their knees with a plop, and then turned into gray smoke and dissipated. Enemy felled. Chapter 455. Invasion in the Bitter Winter Wind. No, as expected of the Wolf King who ate 2 dragon hearts, he actually relied on the power of flames and golden halberds to forcefully suppress the black flame storm of the black sword followers. As the rune light gathered towards him, Finland shook off the black flames on his body lightly, and also took back the golden halberd. Well done, Finlage. Nephili smiled, and stepped forward and stretched out her hand. And Finlage gently swung his tail, lowered his head, and obediently accepted her praise and caress. By the way, since the black sword followers were defeated by it again, there won't be more gargoyle double-headed swords and black axes in the Wolf King's arsenal. Right? Next time, maybe this guy can even embrace the black and red flames of his destined death. Even Alexander folded his arms, walked to Finling, and said with a smile, I didn't expect there would be such a courageous white wolf. If there is a chance, Please compete with me. Iron Fist Alexander. A woo. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. Who good, do you understand what Finley said? What's settled? I complained in my heart. And Millicent put away the blade, and walked to my side. 0. Next, we will officially go to the snowfield. Right? Yes. I nodded. She turned around and looked at the end of the team. What's wrong? I asked curiously. Nothing. Although Millicent said this, it seemed that she had sensed something. Well, let's not worry about it for now. I led the troops to the Lord Elevator. Of course, the escort of the Night Cavalry ended here. He was indeed here to lead the way. When fighting the Black Sword dependents just now, he didn't make any moves at all. After waiting for everyone else to be in place, I raised the elevator symbol that Mungert handed to me to the sculpture in front of the 3 arched doors on the elevator. The gem in the center of the symbol glowed red, and the eyes of the 2 sculptures also glowed with the same glow. Rumble. The mechanism controlled the huge sculpture to rotate. In their hands, they crossed together, which meant that the tree spears that prohibited passage were separated, and after rotating 90 degrees, it turned into a welcoming salute. Boom! The entire disc of the elevator trembled slightly, shaking off the ice and snow on it, and began to rise. Although the screen only went black in the game, the actual climbing distance was quite high. For a long time, everything around was still sinking rapidly, and the biting cold wind made it difficult for people to breathe. I raised my head, looking up against the drifting snow. It was like the bright spot of the sun disk, still no change. I guess it will take a long time to climb. At this time, Millicent suddenly walked to the other side of the 3 arched doors. Millicent? I was a little curious and heard a awe. From there, all of a sudden, everyone was alert. And then, there was a shout of dissatisfaction. You, what are you doing? Let me make it clear. I got here before all of you. And it was you who suddenly made this thing move. It has nothing to do with me. The voice sounded so familiar. I signaled the others to stay put, and followed Millicent. I saw that the guy who was hiding on the other side of the doorpost, and was caught by Millicent also had red hair. And there were 2 noble knights in golden armor beside him. Pollyanna? I breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled and greeted her. But Pollyanna didn't look at me well at all. What are you doing? You are smiling so awkwardly. Why are you here? I was extremely curious. And she immediately retorted, I didn't follow you. I just happened to see you guys unsealed in Rodel. So, I just came to take a look, and happened to find this big elevator. So I came in to take a look. You guys suddenly started it. It has nothing to do with me. Coincidence? Coincidence? Where are there so many coincidences? I snorted and laughed. Could it be that you have been following Millicent? Shut up, shut up. As expected, I exposed her with one word. Pollyanna blushed, and kicked me in the thigh. Are you an idiot who doesn't understand what people say? I've already said, I didn't follow. This energy, I am the one. I had to quickly block her next kick with my hand. And sighed and said, okay. But, where have you been since you left Sunshade City? I was worried about you. Who asked you to worry? Pollyanna pouted, turned her head to the side, but just happened to meet Millicent's eyes, and had to continue to turn a little half a circle. I'm so angry. I was hiding well. To be honest, the big elevator only has this much space. After reaching the top, we have to go through these doors, and step into the snow mountain. At that time, where can you hide? This guy should have taken advantage of the gap between our fight with the Black Sword followers just now, and came around from the side, and ran into the Lord Big Elevator. However, where was Pollyanna before? The Knight of Honor explained to Millicent in a whisper. We followed the young lady to the Gmir volcano, and then, we went to the royal city of Rodel. We wanted to step into the snowfield first, but the seal blocked our way, so we kept looking for a way to unlock it nearby. Come on, isn't this exactly the same route as Millicent's? It seems that after this girl left the Sunshade City, she was still secretly following Millicent. Let's talk. Pollyanna puffed up her face, turned around, and kicked the noble knight a few times. But the other party was unmoved. Did you wait until the other party had explained almost everything before reacting? Pollyanna, don't be too arrogant to Millicent. 0. Who are these people? Nephili heard the noise, and came over curiously. I sighed, and could only explain. This is Millicent's sister, and her subordinates. So let's just say they are here to help. I didn't say I would help you. Pollyanna immediately refuted again. Okay. With Pollyanna's noisy participation, the time spent riding the big elevator passed in a blink of an eye. passing through the dark elevator corridor. The bright and holy light baptized everyone. Although the temperature around was still quite cold, there was no wind, and the sky, under the reflection of the white snow, looked particularly blue. The golden fallen leaves fluttered like butterflies, and fell into the white sea of clouds on the waist of the snow-capped mountains. Looking down, vaguely, the royal city of Rodel is only the size of a palm in our eyes. Looking up, ah, the dazzling golden tree. The lush treetops are within reach, and even a few branches can be clearly seen. The top of the giant snow mountain is so close to the crown of the golden tree. So close that it feels that it is only a step away from correcting the law and becoming the king of Eldon. Let's go! I led the expeditionary force, walking along the long road in front of the Lord Elevator, turning a corner, and ushered in the first ruins of the snow mountain. It seems that there is no one here, but I remember that this should be. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up under my feet, and the ice and snow were swept away, making it impossible to open my eyes. Are the war horses in chaos? I quickly ordered and shouted, "Don't panic, everyone gather around the crazy fire prisoner car in the middle, don't give the other side a chance." 0. Before I finished my words, suddenly, Nephili rushed out from the side, swung an axe from bottom to top, helped me block a black scimitar that was slashing straight at the door. The opponent missed the attack and hurriedly jumped back. It was a very slender black figure, in the wind and snow, with disheveled hair, like a snow monster bearing its fangs and claws. Oh, there was more than one, I saw. From the ruins in all directions, the same figures emerged one after another, surrounding our entire expeditionary force. Sure enough, this is the territory of the heroic nation of the Snowy Land. The Samir people? Chapter 456. The hero, who was abandoned after his death, just after reaching the giant snow mountain. The expeditionary corps led by me was surrounded by the fallen heroic nation. Samir. The slender figures, in the wind and snow that made people's eyes hurt, were as ethereal and illusory as ghosts. However, the Samir people did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. 0. Be careful. Nephili stared at the shadows in the wind and snow vigilantly. Leave it to me. I jumped off Torred on my own initiative and shouted loudly, "Samir people of the snowfield, I am here to lead my army to the snowfield to find the cauldron of fire under the order of the blessed king of the golden dynasty of Rodel. I am not your enemy." That's right, in the text description of the game, the Samir people and the giants of the snow mountain seem to be mortal enemies. When Queen Marika launched the giant war, the Samir people also contributed to the golden dynasty. A Samir hero imprisoned in the sealed prison of the Weeping Peninsula, who once resisted the golden dynasty, is one of the proofs. Sure enough, it's the army of the golden dynasty, but it doesn't matter. In the snowstorm, the voice was so dull and dejected that it reminded people of those dead-eye characters. I'll give you two choices. Leave everything behind and go back to Rodel. The second, I don't need to tell you. Die, but what a big tone. I have 4 furnace knights to support me, and the rest are first-class warriors. There's nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps the other side also estimated this, so they just surrounded us and didn't take any action. If we insist on fighting, it will be bad for both of us. Right? After all, we are just planning to pass through here, and we will have to deal with the fire giants later. And we don't want to cause trouble, I said calmly. Besides, I remember that the Golden Dynasty also helped you to defeat those giants. Why? Ha! You still ask why? It's a joke. The cold wind around became even more fierce. You golden people are treacherous. The so-called assistance in the battle is just to watch our Samir people and the giants kill each other, and reap the benefits from it. Now, those giants have been slaughtered by you. Are you trying to destroy my tribe with the same hypocritical reason today? As soon as he finished speaking the word tribe, a figure flew over in the wind and snow like a bird, and the blade was cold with frost, and it slashed down. The night star fire ignited the molten flame, and the flame and ice collided instantly. The white light illuminated our faces. The moment the other party's eyes under the platinum mask saw me clearly, they were slightly stunned, and I pushed them back with my strength. You are the lightless one? The other party hid behind the ice and snow, and asked with a little surprise. To be precise, you are the fated. But what's wrong with that? Lightlessness means that you are a sinner deprived of blessings, and you actually work for the Golden Dynasty? Well, to be precise, I am not working for gold, but for the border. It suddenly occurred to me that the Samir people who had been imprisoned in the snowfield for a long time might be like the Silurians, who were deeply rooted in the bottom, and they had no idea what was happening in the border outside. So I asked tentatively, Leader Samir, do you know that the ring of magic was smashed by Queen Marika? Sure enough. Now the border below is in chaos, and the shattered war has led to years of war. And because of eternity, the blessings that each person receives are also decreasing. And everything has fallen into decay. I explained to him briefly. Now, the solution to the problem is hidden on the snowfield. So we have to find the giant flame cauldron. Find it. Everything has fallen into decay. The other party was silent for a moment, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 Golden Dynasty. You have come to this day. Come on. Sign up. The lightless man. You have brought me good news. I was a little confused about his thoughts, but I still responded, 0. 0? Very good. 0. Yushalo Samir, will let you go again. I don't need your things. Take everyone over their back. The other party said again. Why? I don't understand. The broken ring has an impact on you, right? Don't you feel that your power is declining? But Yushalo said calmly, according to what you said, I do feel that way. When hunting those damn mountain monsters, after falling down and reviving, the power is not as good as before. But, so what? Isn't it good that the Golden Dynasty is declining? Anyway, without those giants, for us Samir, gold is the most unforgivable existence. Strong, sophisticated. I feel like a scholar meets a soldier, and it's hard to explain. Sophisticated? Then let you see for yourself. What good things did the Golden Dynasty do? Yushalo shouted angrily, and suddenly, the blizzard around them dissipated. Of course, the surroundings were in ruins. I knew this in the game. But the world praises us as natural warriors of the snowfield, and heroes. But who has ever seen heroes exiled from their world, and even their hometowns destroyed? Yushalo's voice became deeper and deeper, but the golden light in his eyes became stronger. The rabbit dies, and the dog is cooked. This is the end of us Samir people. The lightless person named 0. Be careful. When you have done everything for them with all your heart, you can't avoid being betrayed by gold in the end. No, Mr. Monget. Yushalo snorted coldly. You might as well ask those big guys behind you. If I remember correctly, they are called the Crucible Knights, right? Almost everyone looked at the Crucible Knights, even Crazy Fire 0, in this case. Couldn't help but laugh. Ha, that Samir guy said it well. 0, I think you have also seen what is buried under Rodel. How about it? Combined with what he said, don't you have any ideas? Shut up. I scolded him irritably. Mr. Monget should have put a seal on Crazy Fire 0's tongue. Alas. Finally, Paris, who was more familiar to me among the Crucible Knights, sighed and stood up. Regarding your village, it was indeed our fault. At the end of the giant war, we thought we had driven those guys into a desperate situation, but we never thought that they would be desperate and wantonly destroy the village and jump directly into the snowfield below. When we arrived, it was too late. Ridiculous. Didn't you deliberately take advantage of the feud between the giants and our Samir and our village to catch them all? Yushalo also held his own opinion. We didn't have such an intention, but it did cause an irreversible result. Paris' words were quite ashamed. To make up for it, Queen Marika also gave the blessing of eternity to your Samir clan. Who cares? Eternity just makes us suffer the pain of the destruction of our hometown forever. I know, the Golden Dynasty even feared our Samir's revenge, and listed this place as a forbidden area, isn't it? The reason why the snowfield was listed as a forbidden area is probably because of the fire pot. But Yushalo and his people, now they probably won't listen to my explanation at all. On my side, there are even guys who had fuel to the fire. You've been yelling for a long time. If you can't explain it clearly, it's better to have a good fight. I wish for it. Suddenly, Yushalo's body was filled with a cold wave of ice and snow, and the other Samir people also let the scimitars in their hands flutter. First, Pollyanna, shut up. What do you think I've been talking about for so long? Duel? Paris suddenly shouted. Since fighting is inevitable, then, I want to challenge you, Yushalo Samir, to a duel. The right and wrong of the past will all be determined by this battle. Sure enough, in this world, power is king, and the strong is the truth. Very good. Yushalo accepted Paris's proposal. Then let your king come out and duel with me. Suddenly, there was an ominous chill. Chapter 457. Only the victor can write history. Bang. In the biting cold wind, The swords clashed, and dazzling sparks flew. Although Yashalo Samir looked quite light, like a leaf dancing in the cold wind, each of his attacks was powerful and heavy, making people's wrists numb. I gritted my teeth and was about to push the opponent's blade away and fight back. But a cold storm suddenly rose under my feet as Yashalo waved his arm. It was like a giant slapping me. The icy wind slapped me away. At least I didn't hit the wall of the ruins. I turned twice in the air, stabbed the ground, and stabilized my position. But, in the end, I still had to fight. It was cool. It was obviously the duel proposed by Paris. But it fell on my head. It seems that at the beginning of the past giant war, it was King Jephuli who defeated the leader of the Samir tribe, which made this group of fighting people in the snowfield join the fight against the giants. Now, it is impossible to go to Rodel to call the blessed King Mongat. So I have to go to fight against the current Samir clan leader Yashalo. It seems that the generals sent by Rodel to the expedition this time are not very good. Yashalo swung his scimitar. The saying that gold is declining is true. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the Samir people roared excitedly like monkeys in the mountains, good at summoning ice and snowstorms, finding the opponent's flaws with agile movements, and launching attacks. This guy looks like a stand of the same type as me, but he has another tricky move. Hoo. Yashalo gathered a ball of snow lotus-like frost power in his hand, then took a deep breath and blew hard. The biting cold wind came towards us, and wherever it passed, frost spikes grew on the ground. Combat skill, frost stomping. With a wide range, good damage and sharpening, old cold legs. One of the first wheelchair combat skills loved by many Atai, is also difficult to deal with in reality. If I was a beat slower, the ice spikes would seem to pierce my legs, and the stinging pain would be so numbing that I would not even listen to my brain. Seeing this, Yashalo would leap up like a bird, turning his blade, as if he was rolling up a storm of ice crystals, and slashing towards me. The same wheelchair move again? Zero, come on! I heard Leia's encouragement from outside the field. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. I also summoned a storm of flames, but the opponent's coldness was completely offset. Samir's scimitar split the hurricane, the blades clashed, and in the bright fireworks, I seemed to see Yashalo's contemptuous look as if he was sure of victory. Damn it, you look down on me. Don't you? But the gold saint will not be defeated by the same move. I used all my strength again to push Yashalo away, but this time, I rushed forward before he turned around and landed. The attack range of the old cold leg is fan-shaped, which means that, the closer you get, the easier it is to avoid Yashalo's frost blow. But when Yashalo landed, a ball of icy air had already gathered in his hand. Will the next move be a frost-like rejection? A wide-range explosion, which bounced the opponent away from him. In reality, it is not easy to dodge this move by rolling. After all, rolling does not have an invincible frame, and you can only pull back to create distance. But Yashalo seized the opportunity again. And then, like before, he used the old cold leg and the bird-like attack. Sometimes, he would pursue the victory and turn the knife back, like a swan's ballet waltz, directly chopping people away. Then there is only one way, flame. Open up a way forward for me. I suddenly poked the Night Star fire into the ground, nailing myself in place, and using the magic release method of the second stage of wolf attack. The flame wrapped around the blade suddenly exploded. Once again, molten flames and frost intertwined in this snowy area. Ice crystals flew everywhere, melted into sparks, and turned into billowing water pipe mist in the blink of an eye. Faster! Faster! I swung my sword, slashing the mist away. Yashalo had the same idea as me, and swung his scimitar at the same arc bang. The two swords slashed at each other, and at the moment of rebounding, I gritted my teeth and turned the blade to slash at Yashalo's waist again. Now is a good opportunity to bring the opponent into my own rhythm. To exert the full power of Samir's scimitar, you have to rely on the power of swinging, plus the tall and long arms unique to Samir people. So they always find opportunities to use their light body to distance themselves, and then attack like dancing a waltz. After all, they have been dealing with giants for many years. If not, they might not even be able to cut the opponent's skin with one knife. So in summary, if it weren't for the absolute power of Gufule, the repressive fast attack would also be Samir's weakness. Dang dang dang. The two blades kept slashing against each other. Sparks flew. I could clearly feel that Yashalo's power was gradually decreasing, and impatientness began to show in his eyes. Then let me use the fast and slow swords a little bit, to accumulate the little remaining power. Combat skills blood slash. Yashulu obviously didn't expect me to do this suddenly. Although he blocked my attack with his scimitar in time, the bloody blade penetrated through, and even tore open the armor on his chest, scattering the flowers of the other shore all over the snow. That's it. Yashulu, you lost. While I was backing away, I drank 2 kinds of Holy Grail dew for myself to recover. Although it's a duel, we don't need to fight to the death. The Samir people around me seemed to be quieted by my attack. But Yashulu's eyes under the mask still stared at me angrily. It's not over yet. You just happened to hit me with a knife. It's not over yet. As he said that, Yashulu's body was once again covered with ice crystal storms, even freezing the wounds on his body. The second stage? No, this guy has been in the second stage since the beginning. Every time he slashes, the scimitar is filled with frost. However, the molten flames of Night Starfire just offset it. Now that I have found a way to defeat the enemy, I no longer hesitate. Prayer, Lansanx's Dragon Thunder Protection. Combat skill, Hound Step. Yashulu really used the same trick again, holding a ball of ice crystal snow lotus in his hand, blowing up the frost soil. And I first stepped forward and performed a move of Fiery Storm Slash. Although it could not resist the opponent's combat skills, but it also created enough time for me to rush forward. The red thunder flashed. I avoided the attack range of the ice spikes, and then suddenly leaped up. The flames wrapped around the thunder and lightning, turned into a turbid flame dragon, and opened its swallowing mouth towards Yashulu. Seeing this, the opponent roared, summoned the ice crystal storm, swung the scimitar, and slashed at me in the sky, intending to fight me head-on. But this is a derivative move of the lion's slash. The claws of the turbid dragon easily tore apart Yashulu's frost barrier. The blades slashed against each other, but I was stronger. After just a few seconds of resistance, Yashulu was forced to kneel on the ground by me, and a knife was placed on his shoulder. You and Paris have your own stories. I can't judge who was right and who was wrong in the past. But now, please do us a favor and let us borrow from your Samir people's territory. I looked at him coldly. After all, this time, we are fighting for the entire border area, including your people, Yashulu Samir. Chapter 458, Wave After Wave, Brave, Yashulu Samir, who was held on the neck by my knife, said coldly and angrily, since I lost the duel, you can kill me or chop me up as you please, and you are making such grandiose speeches. In other words, you admit that you lost? I caught the flaw in the other party's words. This made Yashulu silent for a while. I also smiled, and put away the Night Starfire. I just said it, after winning the duel, as long as you Samir people let us go, I won't make things too difficult for you. In addition, I am also on good terms with the current King of Blessing. After lighting the cauldron of fire, I will ask the King of Blessing to help you rebuild this ruin. How do you think? After saying that, I extended my hand to the other party. Yashulu still stared at me, but the fierceness in his eyes was gone. What good will this do for you? Must it be good? Although a long time has passed, many things have been settled, but there is still room for remedy. Just like at the beginning, Yashulu. You guys are just trying to drive us away, and you didn't intend to kill us all and continue the feud, right? My eyes rolled, and I thought of another step. Oh, by the way, our expedition team is also the first time to come to this snowy land, although we have the rune map, but we don't know much about the ecology. If, Yashulu, you guys really want to give me some benefits, can you be our guide and lead the way? Yashulu looked at me silently for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh. You are really strange. Who would turn around and reach out to the opponent, who was fighting with swords before? Aren't you afraid that I will cut you in secret? Huh? He still held my hand and stood up. Turning around, Yashulu shouted to the other Samir people, I'm sorry, everyone, I lost. According to the agreement, no one is allowed to fight with the Golden Man. Besides, you stay to guard the village, I have to go with them, to see if this group of people can be trusted. The implication is that he agreed to lead us. Thank you, I said with a smile. But what did you say you were doing in the snowy mountains? While the team was still adjusting and preparing to move forward, Yashulu asked me. I explained honestly, we have to find the giant's cauldron of fire, and then light the fire inside. Why light the fire? Won't this threaten your holy tree? We are going to burn part of the golden tree. I looked up, looking at the brilliant holy tree that covered most of the sky. The thorn of rejection is hindering us from repairing the magic circle. We have to burn that thing, to restore the chaotic natural order of the border, to have the possibility of development. Ha ha ha. Yashulu suddenly laughed. Interesting, Really interesting. The person who came up with this idea is really a complete lunatic. After a pause, he said, however, this order does need to be modified. Did I say that just now? After being resurrected by the eternal blessing, I always feel that part of my power has been taken away. Moreover, not only that, our village has had a series of stillborn babies for a long time. Although the bad environment is also one of the problems, but perhaps all this started from your queen smashing the magic ring. There was a little sadness in his eyes. When I was thinking about how to comfort Yushu Luo, he had already returned to his usual state. However, since you have come to the snowfield, you really need to find a guide. After all, the environment here is not as peaceful as your peaceful hometown. Not to mention, the wind and snow change, there are always hungry birds of prey here. Before Yushu finished speaking, a clear eagle cry sounded in the sky. Then, my team was in chaos. What goes around comes around. I turned my head, and the sharp claws like the tip of a knife rushed straight at my front, scared me so much that I quickly shrank my head. The pale storm eagle flew away with the wind, glided in the air for a circle, and then attacked again. Moreover, these guys are smarter than in the game. When they saw me draw my long sword, they quickly twisted in the air, and grabbed the next target with one claw. Ah, a bag of food has been taken away from the carriage. Damn it, archers, get ready. I hurriedly ordered. Yushu said, no need to bother, Zero, you can use the power of the storm like me. Right? As long as they come down at the moment. Huh? The cold wind suddenly blew up from under Yushu's feet. The storm eagle that rushed over suddenly seemed to be drunk. When it was about to reach Yushu, it twisted for a moment, and showed its belly to Yushu. He raised his hand and slashed, making the opponent's belly ripped open. Storm eagles are good at flying with the wind. As long as the wind flow is slightly disrupted, they can be thrown into disarray. Yushu continued to explain. Oh, I see. I was very impressed. Nephri. I was just planning to deal with these birds with my storm wings. We would have storm eagle stew tonight. But there was a sudden exclamation from the team behind. I turned around, and saw that Leia had revealed her snake man form. She was biting the flying storm eagle with a big bite at lightning speed. This scared the other eagles, flapping their wings, turning their heads, and flying away desperately. But my little Leia, storm eagles are not easy to eat alive. Paris, you should go and take care of her. By the way, is it really okay for you to reveal your true form now? Although the fated ones should not be too resistant, there are also golden soldiers in the team. It seems that I have to go back with Paris and explain to them a little bit. Hee hee, there are some unique and tough guys in your team. Yushu was quite impressed. Then, he continued the previous topic. In addition to these eagles, there are also ferocious wolves and giant bears on the snowfield. I remember going north, and there are also immortal giant skeletons. As for the giants, they should have been wiped out during the war, but their mounting goblins have been lingering around the cauldron. However, if you want to say who you should be most wary of, I'm afraid it should be the group of Flame Watchers. Flame Watchers? Oh, I remember, just opposite the Flame Cauldron, there is a Watcher Fortress, which is full of people from the Flame Monks. And Yushu also explained, yes. They are the Golden Tree fanatics, who have been staying in the snowfield since the Giant War. They have lost some of their sanity by monitoring the Flame Cauldron day after day. In front of them. It is best not to mention any words related to fire. Phew? While we were talking, Torrid suddenly neighed. We saw that our team was just walking in a narrow valley. At the end, a plump red figure appeared, holding a long whip, blocking the entire exit. Then, from both sides of the road, old women in red robes, and holding thorn crutches appeared one after another. These guys are the Flame Watchers that Yushu just mentioned. Okay, you are here to follow your words again. Right? Chapter 459 Flame. Like a red rock, the Archbishop of Flame, who was blocking the exit of the mountain road, swung the red thorn whip in his hand to the ground, and asked loudly, Who are you, and what is your purpose in entering the snowy mountain and the forbidden area? Yushu glanced at me, and quietly put his finger to his mouth, signaling to me, don't forget what he just said. That is, don't mention the word flame in front of this group of Flame Watchers, right? That? I stepped forward, and racked my brains to find a way to explain. We are from the royal city of Rodel, and there was a problem in the Golden Tree, which caused the border to fall into chaos. Therefore, we came to the snowy mountain to find a solution. Will there be a problem with the holy tree? The other party's tone sounded very surprised. Yeah. To put it bluntly, there are some thorns wrapped around the tree, which prevent people from entering it, and to correct the law, So we have to find a way to get rid of those thorns. Cough, cough, cough. Yushu Luo hurriedly interrupted me with a cough. It seems that burning is definitely not allowed. I immediately made up for it. Find a way to remove those thorns. I see. The other party took a look at the flag of our caravan, confirmed that it was indeed the golden flag of the royal city of Rodel, and continued. Then, I guess you are here in the snowfield to find Master Michaela. Right. After all, that master is indeed the God-given son of the queen and the hero, and has outstanding abilities. Huh? The other party's thoughts jumped too fast, and I could only vaguely agree. The Archbishop of Flame was still talking, but it's a pity that Sir Michaela hasn't appeared in this snowy plain for a long time. I'm afraid you will return empty-handed. I have been guarding this important road for a long time under the order of the Queen. I don't know how old I am, but I have only met that Sir once, and that was a long time ago. After all, Sir Michaela was taken to the underground blood dynasty by the President. However, the Archbishop's words also gave me an excuse. Yes, we heard that Sir Michaela's treasure was left in the city of Seoul in the snowy plain, which can help us find the key to breaking the deadlock. So we want to go there to take a look. Oh, Seoul City? The other party raised his head and thought for a moment. Okay, you go over. As he said, the Archbishop made way for the convoy. An old woman lit up the thorn cane in her hand and stood on the edge of the cliff, waving it, as if sending a message to the snowy area on the opposite side. By the way, you use fire yourself, and it will be fine. It is really the officials who are allowed to set fires, and the people are not allowed to light lamps. Well, but in this way, we can pass this heavenly road in front of us safely. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward with the team. Hey, this guy in your car. The power on him feels familiar. Suddenly, the Archbishop stopped our prison car again. Oh, it's bad. He has targeted Dianhua A Ling again. I saw Paris quickly use the sword to hold Dianhua A Ling from the blind spot of the bishop's view to stop him from talking nonsense. I also quickly explained, this man is just an ordinary prisoner. We are going to take him to Seoul City and execute him severely. Oh, a prisoner? The Archbishop was still suspicious. Why not execute him here? Huh? You will have to execute him if you take him to Seoul City anyway. Why not solve it here? Isn't it the same? The Archbishop argued. Yeah, not quite the same. My eyelids trembled slightly. But the crazy Ah Ling in the prison car smiled playfully at me. Ah, I really deserve a beating, or I should really execute him here. No, this guy still has to be used as firewood. I blurted out subconsciously, persuading myself. Firewood? I mean, he is as thin as a stick, has little ability to resist. It won't be a problem even if he is taken to Seoul City. I quickly found an explanation. But the atmosphere on the side of the Archbishop of Flame was becoming increasingly strange. He seemed to have not listened to my words at all. He kept muttering, firewood. Firewood. Firewood for burning? Firewood is used for burning fire. Fire, flame. Damn it, you have a good imagination. You guessed it. The Archbishop searched for the key words of his reverse scale and shouted, this guy, could he be the evil man who has touched the mad fire? He must be killed here, we must not let him. Before the Archbishop finished speaking, the Crucible Knights on the side didn't need me to say anything, and stabbed the Archbishop with a gun. The Flame Archbishop also reacted quickly. Although he was a big meatball, he still evaded the stab of the tree furnace flexibly, and even became angry and said, You bunch of fraudsters. Only the flame must not be spared. After saying that, the brazier on his head ignited a raging fire. As the Archbishop pushed it up, it was like a volcanic eruption, and fireballs burst out everywhere. And those red-robed old women, one after another, screamed like ghosts, and the crutches in their hands ignited flames, and then suddenly stabbed the ground. Several red thorns, like a tumbling snake in the sea, rushed straight towards the convoy. But for this trick, we also have our own masters. Almost in an instant, the prison car of Crazy Fire A Ling was wrapped by a vortex of blood thorns, which made the subsequent thorns unable to get in at all, and was entangled. Crazy Tongue. Alperich, the other people at the round table dealt with those old ladies in no time. As for the Archbishop of Flame, he was even worse off. Paris and another sword shield furnace were like two high walls advancing from both sides. No matter how the Archbishop attacked, he could not stop them. They drove them step by step towards the edge of the cliff. The other party waved a long whip, and Paris deliberately picked up the straight sword to block it. After actively wrapping it up, he pulled it back. The other furnace even raised his sword and cut the Archbishop's thorn whip in two. You bold and reckless criminals. The Archbishop was furious. And then, he turned his head and ran towards the only road on the cliff. Remember this? When you get to the fortress, you will have a hard time. He actually escaped? Well, after all, we have a completely overwhelming strength. If I had known earlier, I would not have bothered to waste so much time and effort. Paris and the other sword and shield furnace seemed to be planning to chase the Archbishop of Fire. I hurriedly shouted, Paris, you come back first, no need. Swoosh above the snowy area, there was an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air. The next second, where Paris and his team were, a lot of flying sand and rocks exploded, and the stirred-up white snow even turned into a mist, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Paris, I shouted anxiously. And the next second, the same sound of breaking through the air exploded again. This time, even directly hit the cliff. The impact force caused made me step back. Here he comes, the strongest sniper in the snowy area of the entire French ring. Swoosh. Chapter 460, that is a road to heaven for the sniper god. Whoosh. The explosion that broke through the air, like a cannonball, exploded a large snow-white hydrangea in front of me. The whole army retreats. Find a place to hide. I hurriedly gave the order, and looked at the snow mist rising from the explosion with worry. Fortunately, soon, two backs withdrew from it. Paris and his furnace friends who caught up. I was relieved. It is worthy of being a tough dog furnace. If our Autoe's small body was hit by such a cannonball-like impact, he would have taken off directly and fell off the high cliff of the snowfield. But now, how to deal with the first sniper god of the magic circle? The road to heaven in the snowy area looks longer than in the game, estimated to be hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters. The range of the magic stone giant on the opposite side is even longer than in the game. After all, it was my first time seeing it, and I was still riding my turret for a walk, admiring the vast snowfields on both sides of the sky road. And then, I was shot with an RPG halfway through. But now, this guy's range actually covers the entire sky road. And this long road, which is built with huge square bricks and connects the high cliffs on both sides, can be said to be completely uncovered, and is about 10 meters wide, without much room for dodging. As a convoy holding prisoners, it is naturally impossible to move quickly. Then, the only option left is for the light cavalry to break through. It is too risky to force it directly, so let's start the experiment. I glanced at Tourette. Tourette whistled softly, like a faint sigh, but still shook off his hooves and galloped directly towards the sky road. Swoosh. The sniper god began his bombardment. But seeing an arrow, it stirred up a piece of frost and snow fog again. But the next second, Tourette's figure stood out from the snow fog, and even accelerated his speed to rush forward. Well done, Tourette. I couldn't help but clench my fist and shout. Whoosh. Another arrow. Tourette nimbly jumped twice, and jumped out of the snow and fog. In the blink of an eye, he had already run half the distance. If Tourette could succeed, then he should be able to rush over directly like in the game, and defeat the sniper god demon stone colossus. Whoosh. Another arrow. But this arrow exploded in front of Tourette, causing him to slow down. In the short moment when the speed slowed down, the sniper god's bow had already locked the spirit horse. And then another arrow was shot, causing Tourette to fly directly out of the sky road. This guy. Is his attack speed faster than in the game? Or did he prepare the second arrow in advance? Tourette, I can only say that it's a good thing that it's a spirit horse. Tourette turned into a dissipated dim light, and returned to my spirit whistle ring in the blink of an eye. If I summon it again, I will waste a bottle of red dewdrops. But even if Tourette broke through alone, he couldn't get through this sniper god's heavenly road. The other horses might have been in trouble when the second arrow hit them. After all, they don't have the power of double jump. What should we do? It seems that we can only wait until after dark to see if there is a chance of a turnaround. Nephili suggested to me. It was dark. But, because the snowfield was too close to the golden tree, the snow was white, and even reflected the glow in the sky, making the entire sky road more clearly visible. This made people feel helpless again. How about we divide into 2 or more light cavalry units to charge forward? Nephili came up with another idea. After all, there is only one stone statue on the opposite side. Let the most flexible Tourette lead the way. And the next light cavalry will set off at a distance to distract its attention and break through? Oh, Nephili has a lot of tactical ideas now. I'm afraid that after the Battle of Linnea, she is no longer the innocent warrior who would set up a formation to fight against flying dragons in open terrain, and has been contaminated by knowledge. I thought about the possibility of tactics. But Paris has already raised an objection. This is too risky. After the other side has dealt with Tourette, there is still time to deal with the next cavalry. The number of people on our side is not enough to support such a loss of troops. Paris's consideration is still more comprehensive. Ha ha! Then I will smash the arrows with my iron fist and rush through. Alexander clasped his fists. Brother Hu, you have stolen Nephili's innocent warrior character. The strong wind over there is cooler. Otherwise, you can go sit over there for a while. Since we can't break through from the front, then what should we do? Everyone, I have a plan. At this time, rogue magician Whiteheel stood up. At the same time, I also thought of an idea. Oh, Master Whiteheel, I was just looking for you to discuss whether we can use the magic of the night to come up with a solution. The other party couldn't help but smile, as expected of General Zero. I did think of a magic call becoming invisible. This is a spell that the assassins of Celia specialize in. It can blend people into the darkness. And perhaps it can be used to deal with the magic stone giant. But what? The spell lasts about half a minute. Which means that even if it can really hide its tracks, it can only last about halfway along this long snowy mountain road at most. No, that's enough. I pointed confidently toward the heavenly road. There should be a place to hide almost in the middle. When the time comes, we can continue with the magic and get through. Tourette also made a soft sound, indicating that he had seen the same place just now. That's great. Whitehaller nodded. But I'm afraid General Zero will have to take me to the hidden location. I'll go too. Nephili stood up. I shook my head. No. If something really happens to me, Nephili, this team will have to be led by you, which is one of the reasons why I asked Mr. Monget to invite you to join. Nephili frowned and looked at me. Don't worry. Tourette and I are old partners. No matter what, we will find a way to deal with it, I said with a smile. Tourette also neighed to show his agreement. Lord Zero, please allow me to go with Finliger. At this moment, a silver shadow appeared on the body of the White Wolf King, and he turned into a dignified and elegant woman. Latina. I thought about it carefully. Finliger's speed is comparable to Tourette's, and his jumping ability is also equal to Tourette's double jump. In addition, the Son of Platinum is very good at controlling wolves, which is a good combination. The only disadvantage is that he is too big and is easy to be targeted. Latina continued, Master Whiteheel can also go with us, so that at least he can keep up with Tourette and can better deal with emergencies. Since the other party has considered this step. I nodded. I'll leave it to you then. Soon. Rogue Magician. Whiteheel cast the night spell transform on me. Latina. And our respective mounts. And carefully set foot on the road to heaven. After running for dozens of meters, the magic stone giant really did not react. Very good. We moved forward quietly all the way. And soon we reached a hidden place near the halfway point. The snow ridge here is relatively wide, so those block-shaped boulders became the best cover. Wheeler helped us apply invisibility again. Next, we just need to rush through half the distance, and it will be done. Whoosh! The sound of arrows breaking through the air. Then, there was an explosion behind us. Fortunately, Tourette and Finlig were fast enough to expand the range of the explosion. But our whereabouts were discovered. Why? Master, is the magic ineffective? I asked loudly, and I didn't dare to stop. No. Weller made a quick judgment. It's the shadow of the snow. The shadow of the snow? Oh, does it mean the flying snow raised by the horse's hooves? Before. Because the distance was too far, and it was night, so we were not discovered, but now there is only about a quarter of the distance left, and that guy noticed it. By the way, brother, your eyesight is too good. Can you see this clearly? Swoosh. Another arrow followed, and it exploded directly under our feet. Fortunately, Tourette and Finley jumped high enough and avoided the impact. It was a close call, but the next arrow might make us repeat Tourette's mistake. Lord Zero, you and Lord Tourette should go at full speed, Latina said suddenly. She actually ordered Wolf King Finley to slow down, and deliberately used her claws to dig the snow on the long road. Whoosh! Another arrow went straight at them. Was it a firepower attraction? Tourette, please, go at full speed. I yelled, and the cold wind cut across my cheek like a knife. Whoosh! The fourth arrow. The flying snow stirred up, completely merged with the snow mist dug by Finley, and also stopped the flying snow. But it was at this time that Torrit and I had already rushed through this long road. Hey, stinky stone statue, your grandfather Atai is here. Chapter 461. It's time to conserve your energy. Once you get close, the great Vows magic stone giant will have nothing to fear. I quickly dealt with this big guy, and just in time, the White Wolf King ran over with Latina and Weller. Relieved, I stepped forward and said with a smile, "Good cover, Latina." Of course, there is also the Wolf King. Woo! The Wolf King's howl echoed in the empty snowfield, scared the animal spirits around and run everywhere. After Latina glanced around, she whispered, "It seems that this place is safer for the time being, Lord Ling, Finlich, and I will go back and bring everyone here." "Yes, please. It just so happens that I have a small matter. I want to talk to General Zero." Weller jumped off the wolf's back. I looked at him with confusion. After Latina left with the Wolf King, Weller asked me, "General Zero, do you know anything about my old friend Bagram?" Senior White Wolf Warrior Ghost? I recalled the content about Bagram in the game. One of the founders who first entered the Round Table Hall. The name of White Wolf Warrior Ghost was also because Bagram hoped that he could become a shadow-like existence of a god. Just like Half-Wolf Blaze, Black Sword Malachus and others. As for other information, it was only in the text of Rogue Magician Wyheal that we learned that these two people seemed to have a falling out because of different ideas. But now it seems that neither of them has reached that point yet. So, I also explained everything, to be honest. I don't know much about Senior Bagram. What happened to him? Wyheal sighed slightly and explained, "Bagram is a man of few words. Instead of talking nonsense, it is better to take action directly. After all, his stubborn mind believes that Shadow is just a person who executes orders, which is a meaningless and rigid treaty. But recently, I feel that he seems to be more distant than before. Oh, especially towards Ishitopia. I always feel that Bagram is deliberately avoiding the other party. Logically, he should not be too cold to Ishitopia. After all, that person is indeed worthy of the name of a knight. And in the past, he was also a harmonious person in the hall. Originally, even Bagram rarely ignored him. Wyheal looked at the caravan slowly coming from the other side, and said so with a puzzled tone. I also asked curiously, "Master Wyheal, when did you find that Bagram was a little different?" "It should be after the King of Blessing summoned me and others again," Wyheal said. "Before, wasn't there an uproar in the city of Rodel because the identity of the son of the King of Blessing was exposed, causing a great disturbance? The people in the Round Table Hall were also sent to various places in the Yatten Plateau to look for the traces of the traitor Bernard. After he came back, he seemed a little different. Bernard? In the game, after joining the Volcano Mansion, Adi did cooperate with Bernard and went to hunt White Wolf War Ghost, Bagram and the Rogue Magician. Wyheal beside me. In reality, that guy had teamed up with Dienhua A Ling before. When the other party was about to meet Dienhua Sanji, he went alone to challenge the Phantom of Golden Jeffuli, thus exposing the true face of the Blessed King. After that, he disappeared. Wyheal specifically mentioned this matter now, and I am afraid he has other intentions. I nodded. I understand. I will go talk to Senior Bagram later. Then I'll have to trouble General Zero. By the way, can you come with me? I asked. I'm not good at identifying disguise magic. Weller was silent for a while, and shook his head. Sorry. There is a slight conflict between him and me. If I have to be there, I'm afraid it will hinder you. As for that kind of magic, the easiest way to identify it is to touch it. After all, most of us have the power of runes blessing to some extent. Through contact, we can disrupt the magic on the surface. That's right. In the game, the disguise of the subhumans and the mimic veil can be removed by touching them, since Wyheal has said so. Then, maybe we can ask Ishitopia for help. Senior Alperich, although he joined the Snowfield expedition this time, seems to have been suppressing some of his nature, and he is so obedient that I am a little scared. In the next second, he will pull out the side to chop people. That one is the crazy tongue, and he is also taciturn. Moreover, I still remember that he said a long time ago, when I arrive in Rodel, he will rejudge me and decide to take my life. After a long time, The White Wolf King Finlage led the caravan through this long road. Before dawn, Yashalo Samir suggested that we rest for a night in the safer forest area, and it would be best to see the weather conditions tomorrow before continuing. Well, starting from Rodel, we have experienced many things, big and small. I was also a little tired, so I agreed with him. Paris and his knights, whose bodies have already turned into ruins, do not need to eat or sleep, so they are left to keep watch at night and take good care of Yanhua Ling. The accompanying Rodel soldiers helped us, the fated ones, find some dry firewood. We cooked a little, roasted some food, and rested on the spot. And I carefully looked at the White Wolf war ghost Bagram. Although, as Weller said, he rarely spoke on his own initiative, but after taking off his mask, he did match the look of his beard and unkempt face in my game memory. Well, after all, the war ghost yearns for the shadow beast. Ishtopia gathered around the partners at the round table as usual. Even Alexander was pulled over. If it was just a look, the 5 people were having a good time. And, if it was really as I guessed, Bernard used magic to change his face to act as Bagram, he would be exposed in front of Weller. If I want to know more, maybe I should really find an opportunity to talk to him alone. After all, I am a general now, and the other party should not ignore me. Lord Zero. At this moment, Latina appeared beside me again. What's wrong, Latina? I asked curiously. Perhaps you already know that. Walking a little further north from here is the Soul City you talked about with the Archbishop of Fire before. The other half of the symbol leading to the Holy Tree should be found there. This is the secret treasure that Lord Michaela left in the city, Latina said to me. I also recalled Letina's branch line and nodded. Yes, I know. However, the most important task at the moment is to go to the giant flame cauldron and ignite the flame. But thinking carefully, if everything goes well, after that, I should board the Broken Sky City Famazra, and I'm afraid I won't come back here for a while. But going to Soul City now, it seems a bit of a waste of time, after all. I will encounter the calling ship and the bird of death on the way, and I might even have to fight with old Oni-chan. The more things pile up, the more things will go wrong, causing the plan to completely collapse. Perhaps the kind girl noticed my hesitation and thought. She said kindly, Lord Zero, don't worry about it. I just want you to lend me the Wolf King Finlage after lighting the cauldron. I should be able to solve the matter of Soul City by myself. Isn't it too dangerous? I blurted out subconsciously. At this moment, Millicent's voice sounded from the side Zero, and the girl named Latina. I'm sorry to bother you. Can you tell me something about the Soul City and the Holy Tree you mentioned? Yes. Millicent and Pollyanna are going there too. As for Pollyanna, she seems to be particularly curious and interested in Finlage, and is trying to touch its fur carefully. I was overjoyed and quickly introduced Millicent to Latina. Then, Millicent said sincerely, if that's the case, Miss Latina, can you let Millicent, Pollyanna and I go with you? Although I am not very talented, I know a little about swordsmanship and can protect you. Knowing a little about swordsmanship. Me bow. Don't be too modest. Latina nodded. Then, I will trouble Lady Millicent and your sister Lady Pollyanna. I also said sorry. I may not have time to go to Soul City. But if you two want to go to the Holy Tree, please take me with you. I am very interested in Michaela and Mernia. Of course, the focus is on the latter. After all, Michaela is not there. Latina smiled and nodded and responded, of course. Lady Zero. That's great. So, I told them in detail about the dangers that might be encountered on the road and the theoretical response methods. The sky gradually brightened without noticing. Chapter 462 Witnessing the Disaster from the Glacier Debris. It was a sunny day. The snow was white and silver, the sky was clear, and the whole snowfield was so bright that it was a bit blinding. I led the expedition through the woods and ran into several huge magic stone colossi. These guys, at first, dared to yell at us and used their giant halberds as shovels, shoveling us aggressively. But the next second after turning their heads, we treated them as Achilles, and chased them, and hit them with elbows. The runes we got from solving them were quite a lot, even as much as some small boss monsters in Ningyufu, which could be said to be a gift package of experience delivered to our door. By the way, these magic stone colossi were all brought by the Golden Dynasty when they conquered the snowfield. After years of disrepair, and the broken magic ring, these guys have completely become weapons that can only attack surrounding life forms. We crossed a frozen river and continued forward, turning onto a small mountain road. On the side of the road, we found the blessing point. And in front of me, A mirror of the sky suddenly appeared. A whole blue frozen lake, dotted with white snow, just like the reflection of the sky, with a few clouds floating slowly. Looking around. Good, the frost dragon is not at home today. Frozen ice mist. Polelius is comparable to, no, is more disgusting than. Step into corruption. Aegis. It has a lot of health, high damage, and it can make people's freezing value rise. Among all the moves, especially this guy's roar, it can resonate with people across dimensions. Generally, when we face a giant dragon monster, we can only hide under its crotch to output, and then rely on Tourette to pull with the opponent. But this damn dragon would often sit on the ground with its buttocks, and cover its wings to the side, blocking all the escape routes of Atai, making a violent roar, accumulating freezing points rapidly. I can't even remember how many times I was fooled by this trick. As long as I wasn't careful, I would die miserably under the opponent's buttocks. However, maybe we don't have to worry about this today. After all, above the ice lake, the sun is shining brightly. There is no end in sight, only a few small hills, and a few trees on them. However, Yushalo Samir still reminded, we should try to walk along the rock wall on the southeast shore of the lake, so that we won't get lost if there is fog on the lake. Although we may run into some monsters, it shouldn't be a big deal with your strength. Monster? Oh, the shrimp firewood king of the snowfield, right? There are indeed such guys around here, and there are 3 or 2 of them lurking under the glacier, so we must be careful. Speak of the devil, and the devil is here. Just as I was following Yushalo Samir's instructions, and leading the expedition team along the lakeshore, the ground suddenly trembled. Here they come, it's the giant shrimp. I hurriedly reminded everyone. Soldiers, protect the carriage, and the rest of you, be ready to fight back. At the same time, I also summoned Latina, and asked, Latina, do you still have Tarina's sleep arrow? The next monster we'll face, its weakness is sleep. Leave it to me, Lord Zero. Latina, riding on the back of the white wolf, nodded. The next second, there was a burst of explosions on the glacier. A shrimp firewood king jumped out from under the thick ice layer, as if it had jumped out of a frying pan. It opened its mouth and aimed at the white wolf king, the biggest target, and sprayed a shrimp ray. Fortunately, the wolf king was quick to react, and quickly dodged the attack. The next second, 2 more giant shrimps emerged from the same glacier pit. It seems that you are rats from the same nest. The furnace knights saw this, and exchanged glances. Paris and a canopy furnace strode forward and blocked a giant shrimp heading towards the prisoner car, while the other group stayed to guard the prisoner car. The Knights of the Round Table also formed a team, and guarded the grain car with Rodel's soldiers. As for the rest of us, we naturally had to deal with the third shrimp. Ha! Nephili took the lead, and rushed straight towards the shrimp. When she got close, she suddenly jumped off the horse, raising 2 Storm Eagle axes with golden thunder, and fell straight down towards the opponent. The giant shrimp was hit by her domineering attack, and its head dropped. But at almost the same time, its huge claws clamped down on Nephili's waist. Bang! Before Nephili could dodge, Alexander actually used his round body to forcefully block the giant shrimp's throwing attack, and even twisted the opponent's claws hard. Oh! I am Alexander the Iron Fist, monster giant shrimp from the snowy land. Let's compete in strength. Let's see who's better. But the opponent would not really be stupid enough to compete with Alexander in strength. The claw attack was blocked, and it raised its head from Nephili's thunder double axes, and opened its mouth parts to shoot a burst. Nephili had no choice but to dodge. Alexander was in trouble, and was shot by the shrimp torrent and rolled to the side. Brother who, swoosh! At this moment, a purple light flashed, accurately hitting the giant shrimp's mouthparts that had just stopped spraying. Then, it staggered forward a few steps as if it was drunk, and then fell to the ground. Good opportunity, in addition, if I remember correctly. Flame! Everyone use fire to attack these guys, they are not good at dealing with fire. I reminded everyone loudly. Flame? But Yushalo Samir suddenly shouted. Don't use fire. Unfortunately, he was a beat late. The Night Star fire had already ignited the molten flame, and I also aimed at the giant shrimp's still slightly open hideous mouthparts, and stabbed it directly into it. Execution one strike. This guy's brain should have been instantly turned into a pool of paste by the power of the flame. And the little snake Leia also responded to my suggestion. In order to help Paris, she raised the blasphemous holy sword high, and slapped it hard on the glacier. Like a molten flame snake, it meandered under the glacier, and then suddenly appeared, and bit the giant shrimp directly. Then Paris and the other tree-shaped furnace teamed up to attack, killing the giant shrimp instantly. It seems that using fire is not a problem. I was quite puzzled. Awoo! At this moment, the White Wolf King suddenly roared. Latina also hurriedly reminded, Master Zero, Fenlig seems to have noticed a greater danger, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, I already noticed something was wrong. Although, when flames touch glaciers, it will naturally lead to the formation of water mist, but the ice mist that has covered people's legs and feet is obviously not ordinary. With a gust of wind coming towards us, it even called out the ice mist that had spread since I didn't know when, and covered the entire lake area. Could it be frozen ice mist? Polilius, I quickly ordered, beware of the attack of the frost dragon. Everyone gather together, don't get separated. You can't gather together, you have to keep a certain distance from each other. Yushalua reminded me again. Roar. The next second, in the hazy ice fog, suddenly came the roar of a giant dragon, and then, in the dimness, I seemed to see a rolling tide of ice crystals, rushing towards our convoy. Oh no, this must be the breath of Boleros. Dragon's breath is coming, be careful to avoid it. I shouted hurriedly. But I could hear the screams of Rodel's soldiers one after another. Ah! My feet. In just a moment, the soldiers who failed to dodge in order to protect the grain carts actually turned into ice sculptures, maintaining the appearance of fleeing and not moving. Hey, this is too fierce. I was a little dumbfounded. Yushalua quickly advised me, if we want to cross this glacial lake, there is still a long way to go. Zero, let's give up the grain carts for the time being and retreat backwards. The dragon Boleros usually does not leave the lake area. That's the only way. I also gave the order immediately. With the furnace knights as the rear guard, everyone returned in disgrace and escaped from this glacial debris area. Chapter 463 Breath of the Ice Dragon. The vast ice fog rolled in, and before we could even see the shadow of the giant dragon hiding in it, we had to flee from the frozen lake and river with our armor and weapons abandoned, and return to the blessed point by the lakeshore. As Yushalua Samir said, frozen ice fog. Polilius did not chase us out of the lake area. But those Rodel soldiers who were frozen into ice sculptures, and the cart of food, had to stay inside. The flying dragon should not eat them. So, the golden people who have been blessed with eternal blessings should be revived after a while. After all, their vitality is even stronger than that of a fated person like me. But the biggest problem at the moment is how to deal with this damn flying dragon. Yushalua shook his head. So far, no one on the snowfield dares to provoke the flying dragon. And everyone is afraid of it. So I don't know the specific way to deal with it. The only thing I know is that Polilius is extremely sensitive to fire. No wonder you just reminded us not to use fire. I couldn't help but complain. Is this guy also a fire monitor? It should be just a simple physiological disgust as an ice creature. Looking at the thick ice fog that began to spread over the lake area, Yushalua sighed. It's also my fault that I didn't tell you about this in advance. Now we have to wait for Polilius to calm down. Which may take some time. Can I ask? How long will it take? It will take at least 3 or 2 days for the ice fog to completely dissipate. But if Polilius senses that someone has invaded its territory, it will release the ice fog again. Yushalua explained. 3 or 2 days? It sounds okay. But with his subsequent words, it means that there may be countless 3 or 2 days. And there is a shortage of supplies on the snowfield. And it is impossible to hunt. Perhaps because it is too close to the golden canopy. Most of the small animals here are spiritual beings, and they cannot be eaten at all. And the longer the time drags on, the more tormented it will be for us fated ones. After all, without food, although we will not starve to death with the blessing of Rune, our ability value will definitely decrease. In other words, we must deal with the frozen ice fog. Polilius. There is no way. I sighed. Paris, leave 2 knights here to guard the fire madman. The others will follow me to defeat Polilius. By the way, Leia, you stay too. No. Zero. I want to go too. Leia actually shook her head and interrupted me. I am also a warrior. I can take care of myself and help everyone. I don't want to stand by and watch helplessly. Okay then. I glanced at Paris. The other party nodded in understanding. Well, to be honest, I don't have a good solution to deal with this ice dragon. But for many things, only by fighting can we find a way to defeat the enemy. I honestly expressed my thoughts. So, everyone listen to orders. And be sure to fight while protecting yourself. If you can't hold on, withdraw as soon as possible. After all, This guy is not our biggest rival along the way. There are still many challenges waiting for us. So, I don't want anyone to fall here, get it? Everyone shouted, giving me a positive response. Well, since Poreless has a keen sense of fire, Leia, let the two of us go into the ice fog and find out the exact location of the opponent. The rest of you, please pay attention to our information. I looked at the little snake. Is it okay? Leia. Yes. Leave it to me. Leia was confident. Then let's go. I rode Tourette and entered the frost fog with Leia on foot. After all, if the little snake ran at full speed, in the past, its speed could even catch up with Tourette, which is the value of the volcano mansion. There was a dead silence around us. The visibility was about 6 or 7 meters. In the air, there were a few ice crystals floating slightly, and it was cold to the bone. Taking a breath with a little force, it felt like swallowing a blade, and it cut my throat painfully. I glanced at Leia, and we each focused our rune magic on our weapons. The Night Star fire ignited a blazing flame. The blasphemy holy sword was like it had just been taken out of the molten iron pool where the sword was forged. Leia walked, dripping with molten magma, causing wisps of smoke to rise from the glacier debris wherever she passed. Roar. Very quickly, the roar of the dragon came from the depths of the fog. Then, the sudden gust of wind mixed with icy breath rolled in, trying to extinguish the fire that annoyed it. Leia, let's run separately, be careful. Okay, Zero. I pulled the reins, and separated from Leia, running to both sides. The dragon's breath was spewed out in a cone, which means that Polelius's position should be in the center of the rolling ice fog just now. With the help of Tourette, I avoided the first wave of cold waves. The vast snowfield, surrounded by high mountains and steep ridges, the roar of the dragon's breath surrounded people 360 degrees. But I was safe here. It seems that it regards Leia as a greater threat. After all, in terms of the power of the flame alone, the Night Star fire is indeed not as good as the blasphemy holy sword. Tourette, charge. Phew. Tourette and I were in sync, and immediately rushed towards the source of the dragon's breath with all our strength. After a while, we saw a huge figure like a mountain hidden in the snow and fog. Frozen ice fog boleros. This guy was still covered with white snow. No wonder I couldn't see his figure when I glanced at him from a distance before. He was no different from the reefs and snow piles in the lake. Moreover, he didn't seem to notice my approach at all. And he was still spitting dragon breath at the ice fog. Don't blame me for being rude. Pray for Lance Sanks's Dragon Thunder protection. Combat Skill Hound Step. The moment Tourette approached him from the side, I jumped up directly, used Bolero's wings as a ramp, and rushed forward. Then, I leaped towards his huge head. Combat Skill Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. When the Blood Moon wheel fell on Bolero's neck. But the opponent's extremely hard skin actually made my knuckles hurt, as if I was hitting a stone with a stick. As a last resort, I could only kick the opponent in the neck and back away. This time, Bolero's naturally noticed me, closed his dragon breath, roared, raised his huge wings, and slapped me. I quickly got under the opponent's stride, and used the combat skill Blood Slash multiple slashes. I swung the blade at its solid body, but the effect was still very insignificant. This guy didn't even turn his body into runes. My combat skill only dropped a blade as wide as a finger on his body. For such a huge flying dragon, it was just a tickle, and it would accidentally scratch the skin. This is too hard. Is it because of the cold environment that Boleros has a frost armor? Roar. The opponent raised his foot and stomped hard on my head. I quickly dodged, and at the place where the other party landed, a large cloud of ice crystal mist was stirred up. If I didn't dodge in time, the freezing value would increase rapidly. After the next move of trampling, Polelius did not intend to let me stay under its belly any longer, and took a few steps forward, and then suddenly swung its big tail. Although the fog was thick, it was hard to see the surroundings. But the sound of the tail whipping the air was still captured accurately by me, and with the experience in the game, I rolled to avoid its attack. By the way, since the effect of just slashing is not obvious, let's give it a try with the power of fire. The Night Star fire ignited a blazing flame again, making a trace of impatience in Bolelius' eyes, and the ice crystal flame appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's continue the battle, Dragon. Roar. Chapter 464 Cutting Down, Ice Mist Dragon Part 1. Roar. Freeze the ice mist. Polelius rushed towards me like a landslide. It opened its mouth, and its bone-chilling breath swung with a shaking of its head, like a watering can, watering the glacier and snowfield wantonly. Oh, what kind of ultimate ice-spraying mud truck is this? I dare not block it at all. I hurriedly summoned Torrit, and evacuated to the side of the dragon. Phew! Just a little bit of the frost breath affected the fur on Torrit's heels, and a layer of ice crystals condensed. But it still endured the pain of frostbite, and followed my orders, following Bolelius from the side. Just when the other party stopped, I drove Torrit, and ran towards Bolelius's wings. After all, this big guy didn't turn into a rune-like life. If we can destroy its dragon wings as its front legs first, it will greatly reduce the opponent's mobility. And compared with the muscular hind legs, the skinny wings are obviously easier to attack. But when Night Starfire, with molten flames, chopped at the opponent's dragon feathers, it still received a dull response. The dragon wings of Boleros were also frozen with thousands of years of ice, and my raging fire alone could not melt it for a while. Seeing this, the opponent raised his broad wings and slapped me on the head. Good guy. Even if the attack fell, it still set off a violent cold wave. Even through the helmet, it made people's faces a little frozen. Moreover, from the beginning, I noticed that Boleros' huge body seemed to be able to raise ice mist with accumulated freezing value as long as it moved slightly, making it difficult for people to get close and get under its body. Roar suddenly. The dragon roared. It turned its neck and actually sprayed frost breath under its body. And I could see clearly that, under the feet of Bolelius, a pool of red molten lava had appeared at some point, but it was condensed into black rock in the blink of an eye and sealed back under the glacier. It was the power of Leia's blasphemous holy sword. On the other side that I couldn't see, Leia was probably holding the molten sword, slashing at the wings of Boleros. The dragon roared angrily, flapped its wings twice, and swooped forward. And in the rising ice mist, I saw Leia as expected. Zero, are you okay? She also noticed me, and shouted with concern. Nothing, it's just that this guy's frost armor is too hard, and my slash seems to have no effect on it. I quickly replied. Ah, be careful! Roar. The dragon breathed at us again. Leia and I had to separate to the left and right as before, and then go around Boleros. But in the wind and snow, suddenly another huge white shadow came out, and pounced directly on Boleros' neck, and then took a big bite. It was the Wolf King Finleg. And on its back, Latina pulled the bowstring, and shot an arrow at the dragon's head. When it looked like it was bounced off. And also because of the frost armor, Finleg was unable to bite the opponent, and was thrown out by Bolelius after twisting his neck, and then he whipped the Wolf King with his tail. The Wolf King jumped left and right, but we couldn't do anything to it. Now it was a good opportunity for me and Leia to attack again. We tacitly shot left and right, and the fire and magma attacked Bolelius. This made the opponent so angry that he flapped his wings desperately, and flew up, and then opened his mouth wide, and breathed frost on the ground. Torrit, run! Luckily, Torrit reacted quickly enough, and dodged Bolelius' direct breath from the side. But this time, the guy didn't fall down immediately, and went straight into the other side of the thick fog. Damn, it's time to start a marathon. Or maybe, that guy just ran away, although it seems unlikely. I couldn't help but click my tongue. Sure enough, when dealing with dragon-like enemies, you still have to deal with their wings first. Letting them fly around is too tricky. Lord Zero. Latina drove Finleg closer. Come with me. Finleg has memorized the smell of the dragon. Oh, that's great. I asked Torrit to follow Finleg's footsteps and said, Latina, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Well, after all, after hearing the sound of the battle, Finleg also knew the direction. Along the way, I also made simple marks with arrows, and others should be on their way. However, if that guy flew away, I'm afraid everyone will have to run in the thick fog for a long time again. I couldn't help but complain. Latina shook her head. It shouldn't be the case. The direction the dragon flew seems to be the direction I came from. I'm afraid that everyone will be attacked suddenly, and fail to be prepared. Well, if that's the case, it's really worrying. The people on the road will be suddenly hit by the flying Boleros, and then be directly sprayed into ice sculptures by the dragon's breath. But its roar is quite loud, it shouldn't be completely unaware. Wait, it seems that someone is missing on our side. Where is Leia? I looked around, Leia couldn't keep up with us. No, or rather, she really disappeared. Even Latina didn't notice. Miss Leia couldn't keep up. No. That guy, couldn't he have entangled with Borealis and flew out together? I immediately had a guess in my mind, and the possibility was quite high. That girl, is she so brave now? When Latina heard it, she hurried to urge Finley's pace. After a while, the sound of fighting of various weapons came from the fog. It seemed that Borealis had indeed collided with our reinforcements. In front of the road, there was also a tall and round body. I ran over to take a look. It was indeed Brother Who Alexander. However, it was really unexpected that it would actually stand still. Generally, in this situation, wouldn't Alexander have rushed forward, shouting his name? Ah, no, he couldn't rush forward. The whole warrior pot was frozen with a layer of frost. Would Alexander have died of frostbite? Brother Pot? I hurried forward. Just getting close to him, the coldness on his body hit me in the face. Brother Pot, are you okay? Oh, it's Brother Zero. Alexander still had a cheerful voice. Sorry, I seem to be frozen. The flying dragon suddenly attacked, so I couldn't dodge, ha ha. Don't worry, wait a little longer, I'll be able to move. I didn't expect that the glaciers in the snow country can actually train people better than the lava of the volcano. I even feel that I am more indestructible. Yours is just frozen hard. It's very brittle. If you hit it with a hammer, you may break your shell. I complained casually. However, Alexander was still in the mood to joke, which proved that he should be fine. Wait, smash the shell together? Smash it? I suddenly thought of Pelelius's ice armor. By the way, isn't this the same principle as Hugu? Since slashing has no obvious effect on it, then it's time to swing the hammer, smash it, and chop it. I accidentally thought of the possibility of breaking the deadlock. I hurriedly rode back to Tourette, left Alexander behind, and ran in the direction where the sound of fighting continued. Roar. Ha! The dragon's roar was deafening, but it was completely drowned out by the shouts of our expedition warriors. I saw that. The crowd surrounded the dragon. The golden vortex spun around Pelelius's wings, and then suddenly smashed down, making the ice crystals on the flying dragon explode. A blazing black flame ignited like a flag, and then hit the other wing of Pelelius. Nephili was not afraid of the cold, and she shuttled under Pelelius several times, and then used her Storm Eagle axe to hit the opponent's ankle. Of course, there were also the magic of Weller and Alprich, but the damage to Pelelius was relatively weak. Millicent and Yushalo Samir, who were holding scimitars, fell into the same dilemma as me just now, and the effect of the slash was negligible. Sure enough, I still had to rely on smashing. However, what weapon should I use? Just when I was still thinking about the choice of weapon, I saw Pelelius with his dragon head hanging down, suddenly sitting on the ground, as if he was dejected and was about to give up resistance. Seeing this, everyone planned to intensify the attack, but I immediately became alert. After all, this is the freezing ice fog, which is the move I hate the most from boleros. Everyone, retreat quickly. The next second, like a well-prepared soprano singer, Bolero suddenly raised his head and roared at the sky with the most penetrating and loudest roar so far. Roar. Chapter 465 Cutting Down, Ice Mist Dragon Part 2. Roar. 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 Freeze the ice mist. Pelelius's roars became louder and louder, and the oscillating sound waves were like a cone, smacking everyone's eardrums hard, and the nerves were affected, and the whole brain was trembling in pain. And at the same time, he was constantly releasing cold waves, making it impossible for people to get close. Even the most resilient sword and shield furnaces, the big shields they raised were condensed with a layer of frost, making it difficult to move forward. Bang! A golden spiral vortex suddenly hit Pelelius's head. That was the combat skill of the tree-shaped furnace, the vortex of Siluria. But Pelelius's head was also wrapped in thick frost armor, and the spear-type thrust attack, the effect was negligible, and it was impossible to interrupt the opponent's roar. Retreat, retreat first. This move was too unsolvable, and I could only order it like this. Hey, look, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed above Pelelius's head. I saw that, in the center of the most violent storm, a ball of red fire was burning fiercely. Perhaps this was something that Borealis had never expected, that someone would appear there. It was Leia. She borrowed the molten power of the blasphemy holy sword, and actually forcibly resisted Borealis's freezing fog. With the agility of a snakeman, she climbed onto the opponent's dragon head and raised the holy sword in her hand high. That figure, like a saint serving the fire, raised the immortal flag. Then, Leia suddenly poked the blasphemy holy sword hard at the dragon head. Roar. Borealis began to shake his head like crazy, but Leia was still standing on it like a pine tree. The scorching hot molten magma eroded the opponent's frost armor, making the color on Borealis's forehead redder and brighter. Roar. 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 as Borealis roared again. His heart-wrenching roar. Leia couldn't hold on any longer, and was thrown out by the opponent. Leia, fortunately. The White Wolf King Finleg reacted quickly. At the moment I shouted, he rushed forward and caught Leia in midair. On the other side, with the blasphemous holy sword still stuck in his forehead, the Frost Dragon looked like he had just used lava to wash his hair. The armor on his head had disappeared, and the ice and snow on most of his neck was also dissipating. The raging fire that had penetrated into his cortex had even interfered with his frost breath to some extent, and a few wisps of black smoke were mixed in the icy mist at the corners of his mouth. In this way, the Silurian Whirlpool combat skill would be effective, and other long-range means could also be used on the head of King Borealis. The opponent's almost unsolvable roaring move was forcibly resolved by Leia, and the others were also inspired by the little snake's brave and fearless temperament, shouting loudly and rushing forward. "You are too hard-working, Leia. You are even more ruthless than I thought." Then, "I can't fall behind, since we need to smash the opponent's frost armor. The most effective weapon is a hammer, or a super-large weapon. As it happens, after the battle at the Volcano Mansion, I have a wheelchair artifact. Come out, Star Beast Half-Jaw." In a blink of an eye, the black giant fangs of the fallen Star Beast were teleported from the Blessing Point on the shore of the Glacier Lake. I held it in one hand and carried it on my shoulder. Rune's magic power was fully output. The dark half-jaw of the Star Beast was wrapped with purple lightning unique to gravity magic. "Everyone retreat!" I yelled, and suddenly raised the half-jaw of the Star Beast high up. Combat skills gravity lightning. Almost everyone stepped back from Pelelius, leaving the stage to me. Even Pelelius looked at the half-jaw of the Star Beast flashing with purple lightning in my hand with caution. And then, nothing happened. Oh, where is my thunder? Where is my ground spike attack? I took a breath calmly, and clenched the half-jaw of the Star Beast with both hands, and raised it high again. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The cold wind poured into the helmet, and it made my nose itch. I couldn't help coughing a few times, and silently put away the half-jaw of the Star Beast, bend my waist, and hunch my back, and everyone just pretended that nothing happened, and did what they should do, and continued, and continued. Roar. In response to my clowning performance, Pelelius mercilessly lifted a large claw of ice. And the others saw this, and rushed towards it again with a lot of noise. Oh! I am so embarrassed. It seems that the Star Beast half-jaw requires not only strength attributes, but also intelligence. I am just an Atai with about 15 intelligence. I should have thought that I could not use its combat skills. As a result, I was resisted by the dragon, and was helpless when ice was thrown at me. However, speaking of gravity magic, there is another top-quality weapon in my blessing backpack. It is the super-large sword inherited from General Latin of Star Crusher himself. The Star Crusher Great Sword. Soon, the blessing light gathered in front of me again, and turned into an oversized black giant sword that looked bigger and wider than me. Yeah, it feels a little heavy, but if I hold it with both hands, it will be fine. In order to avoid the embarrassment like before, I directly started the Hound Step and rushed towards Pelelius with the Star Crusher Great Sword. As a Frost Dragon, I have to say, this guy's movements are actually a bit slow, and the height he can soar is far less than other flying dragons. In fact, because of the ice armor covering his body, he can't fly far at all. Otherwise, Pelelius would have no need to fight us on the ground. Just like the Akur flying dragon in the past, it only needs to keep breathing in the air and spitting fire. It is precisely for this reason that it is surrounded by us now. Take it, bang. Sure enough, smashing with the star-breaking great sword is more effective than chopping with the night star fire. I smashed a large gap in the frozen armor on the dragon's wing. Roar! Suddenly, Pelelius roared and shook his body. I saw that. Countless pieces of broken armor and ice were like a violent hail, scattering from its body, and falling indiscriminately in all directions. Everyone be careful, keep your distance, I hurriedly ordered. But at the same time, I suddenly noticed that the part of the ice armor that was broken the most was the dragon's wing of Pelelius. Could it be that this guy is removing his ice armor, trying to restore his wings to their original agility, starting the second stage, so that he can fly longer in the air, and deal with us who can't fly? I will never let you succeed. I used the star-breaking great sword as a shield, and the Hound Steps helped me avoid the attacks of the shattered ice armor as much as possible, and approached the wings of Pelelius. Fighting skill, calling stars. I only have enough strength to pick up a star-breaking great sword, but it's enough. The purple glow of gravity magic instantly burst out from me and contained most of Berylio's body with the rushing lightning. I raised the great sword high and then stabbed it into the glacier debris with all my strength. In an instant, the purple lightning wrapped around Berylio's body like a large net spread out to catch fish, pulled half of Berylio's body toward me with force, causing it to lose its balance just after taking off, and stumble to the ground. But on the other side, this guy's wings were still flapping vigorously. But soon, there was also a diffuse purple light, and then caused the other half of Berylio's body to fall back to the ground. Paris and the treetop furnace below looked at each other, raised their feet, and stomped hard, causing the glacier to break towards Pelelius. This made Pelelius completely unable to react, and his feet swayed, and he fell headfirst onto the snowfield. Awooh! The Wolf King charged, and Leia also jumped out from its back, and stood on the head of Frozen Ice Mist. Pelelius again, mighty dragon, please fall down now, and don't block our way forward anymore, plundering flames. The blasphemy holy sword once again responded to the power of its master, and the blazing fire burned so blazingly that people could even see countless red resentful souls flying out of it, and rushing into the mouth of Pelelius. Boom! Boom boom boom! The molten fire constantly eroded the skull of the frost dragon, and exploded continuously. Finally, Pelelius struggled to let out a loud cry, completely lowered his head, and lay on the snowy glacier. Great enemy felled. Chapter 466 The Invitation of the Observer. Under Leia's exceptional performance, Frozen Ice Mist, Pelelius was defeated. It was seen that a large amount of golden rune fragments emanated from its corpse, and finally gathered on the little snake's body. As Pelelius gradually petrified, the thick fog covering the entire ice lake river also dissipated. Oh! Well done, little snake girl. Ishtopia was the first to cheer, and then everyone applauded at the same time. Facing such a strong enemy, thanks to Leia and the blasphemy holy sword, none of our main personnel died. Although everyone was more or less frozen with a layer of frost, as long as the fated ones were restored through the blessing, those blessed with gold could also absorb the runes spread by the golden tree to recover as before. The only ones who had some trouble were the Rodel soldiers, who were frozen into ice sculptures by the breath at the beginning. Looking from a distance, they still didn't look like they had recovered. Fenlig and Latina, I ordered, go and call everyone outside the lake, while there is still some light. Continue on your way, and rest when you reach the first church of Marika. Latina nodded, and the Wolf King howled and rushed to the lake. Yushalo Samir said to me, after passing the church, continue forward, and you will reach the fortress of the Flame Watchers. 0. You have also seen that group of people who were originally left by your Queen Marika to prevent accidents in the Flame Cauldron. But over time, some of them were bewitched by the flames, and while they were intoxicated by them, they did not allow anyone to get close to the flames they regarded as their faith. What should you do? Well, it's hard to say, but I remember that there should be no boss in the Flame Watcher Fortress, which means that the guy is strong enough. I thought for a while. When the time comes, if it really doesn't work, everyone will take a good rest and directly break through the fortress. Well, after all, the appearance of the Flame Archbishop fleeing in panic is still vivid in my mind. I loaded the Rodel Ice Sculpture soldiers onto the grain cart together, because the previous warhorse was also frozen. I had to ask the White Wolf King to pull the cart. We crossed the glacial lake and found the first church of Malika, where we lit a fire and rested. Everyone was looking back at the fight with Pelelius with great interest, and talking about the ancient dragons and flying dragons they had seen. However, this excitement seemed to have nothing to do with Leia. She sat by the fire in a daze, holding and looking at the red dragon heart in her hand. As long as you eat that thing, you can gain stronger power. I smiled and sat next to Leia. Look at Finlage. When I first met him, he was only the size of a human, and after eating 2 dragon hearts, he became what he is now. 0. What's wrong? If the greedy Leia in the past, she would have raised her head and swallowed the dragon heart. But she obviously had something to say. We all defeated the big flying dragon together, but in the end, it seemed that all the rewards fell on me alone. Leia turned her head and looked at me for a while, and suddenly her eyes lit up. By the way, since it can increase strength, would you like to have a bite first? 0? I'm afraid that if I eat first, I will eat it all in one bite. As she said this, Leia held the dragon heart obediently and handed it over. To be honest, If Atai wants to obtain the power of the dragon, he has to go to the Dragon Feast Church. Would he get a stomachache if he ate it raw like this? However, I didn't expect Leia to be thinking about this. I appreciate your kindness, but this flying dragon's heart, Leia. You should keep it for yourself. It can be regarded as a reward for the brave man who finally defeated Borlus. I pushed away the other person's little hand. Hero? Me? Of course today. No matter who sees you, Leia. You are the best hero. Right? I smiled and encouraged. You have grown up, Leia. From now on, you will no longer be a so-called witness. Go write your own chapter of heroism, so that, even if you travel alone, I can rest assured. Really? Leia's face flushed slightly. She lowered her head and rubbed against me again. Then, Zero, can you encourage me again and give me more courage? Looking at the back of her head, I suddenly reacted and quickly reached out my hand, touched her head, and continued to praise. Leia is very powerful. Leia is already a warrior who can stand on her own. Hiss hiss hiss. In terms of liking to be touched on the head, she is still like a child. However, seeing Leia's happy look, I couldn't help rubbing it a few more times. Ah, that's right. The little snake suddenly stood up excitedly. After defeating the big ice dragon, I seem to have gained a lot of extra runes. So let's share them with everyone. That's right. But, Leia, don't you keep it for yourself to increase your strength? Leia's back was bent back again. She looked at the fire and said, well, Lady Tanis once said that when facing a powerful enemy, you can't be stingy with your strength. You have to share it with everyone. Let everyone become stronger together, and have a chance to defeat the Golden Dynasty. This may be the original concept of the Volcano Mansion, which attracted many followers. But since Lackad was swallowed by the big snake, this idea has completely gone astray. But, Leia, here, it's okay not to say the second half of the sentence. Or, it shouldn't be said. I was so scared that I quickly looked around. Fortunately, no one noticed Leia's explosive speech. I breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, as for the distribution of runes, Nephili may know more about it. You can go and discuss it with her. Really? That's great. Leia immediately got up and looked towards Nephili. Lady Nephili. Hissing. Little Leia? Didn't I say that you don't have to call me like that? Just like Zero. Just call me Nephili. Or just call me sister. Sister? It seems that when she was in Stonewell, Leia was also taken care of by her Lord Zero. Just then, Paris suddenly appeared behind me and whispered, outside, someone from the Flame Watcher Fortress wants to see you. Flame Watcher? Why did they suddenly come here? Did they notice our fire from the fortress and come here to cause trouble? But, if that's the case, there's no need to come and say hello. I was quite curious, so I followed Paris out of the church, and took our snowfield guide Yushalo Samir with me. Beside the Furnace Knight, who was in charge of night watch, a red flame monk, stood alone on the ice field leading to the fortress. After seeing me, he bowed respectfully. You are the general of this army. Right? Lord Arganti heard that the Thorn Bishop spoke rudely to you, and he was ashamed. He was also very moved to know that you have solved the giant dragon Pelelius that plagued the ice field. So he sent me to invite all the heroes to the Watcher Fortress. Lord Arganti has prepared a banquet, and hopes to welcome you in person. This Arganti is the leader of the Flame Watcher Fortress. I remember that guy had a big artillery shield, which was quite interesting. However, I didn't expect that we deliberately avoided the Watcher Fortress for the time being. But they came to the door on their own. Yushalo, Paris, and I looked at each other. Does this feel like a Hongnan banquet? Chapter 467 Flame Watcher Fortress. Whether it was a Hongnan feast, or I was just judging others by my own petty mind, in any case, if we wanted to go to the giant flame cauldron, we had to break into the Watcher Fortress. So, my expedition had a brief discussion. Paris and a tree-crowned furnace as guards, and the White Wolf King, we went with me to the appointment first. The others followed us for a while, but did not enter the fortress, stayed outside the gate, and waited a little further away. In this way, even if we really encountered 500 swordsmen hiding behind the screen, we could delay enough time to wait for support from outside. The flame monks also understood our caution, and apologized again for the offense of their companions before. The road here is not far, and the monsters unique to the snowfield are strong, but the land is vast and sparsely populated, so we basically did not encounter anything along the way, and arrived at the Flame Watcher Fortress safely. As agreed before, Paris and I went to the fortress first. At the gate, A man wearing a golden mask and a purple gold robe was leading a group of old women in red robes, standing on both sides, waiting for our arrival. As soon as he saw me riding on the Wolf King, the man opened his arms respectfully, smiled excitedly and said, "Oh, you are finally here. The great general who has fought in the snowfield since the Golden Dynasty. I, Aganti, have been waiting here for a long time. You are too polite, Lord." I also got off the Wolf King, greeted him, and looked around the fortress. It was not much different from the game. There were many wooden barriers in front of the Flame Watcher fortress. There were many flame monks among them. When they saw me and Agani coming together, they saluted us. Near the city gate, we saw two familiar round figures, one of whom was tied to a bare tree that looked like a white candlestick with several red thorns. There was a red fire burning underneath, roasting him fiercely. Ah! 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 That man was the Thorn Flame Bishop we encountered on the way to heaven. His screams were endless, making people frown. Speaking of this, General Zero, we must apologize to you. Aganti looked at the Flame Bishop and shook his head helplessly. We serve Queen Marika and guard here. We finally welcomed Rodel's Golden Army. That man actually led the army to mess with you, and had the nerve to run back to the fortress. He must be severely punished. But there is no need to go so far. I swallowed my saliva. After all, not everyone likes to hear the pig being slaughtered. To be honest, Lord Aganti, we came here this time, indeed on the order of the current King of Blessing, to seek the power of the giant flame. So, there is quite a misunderstanding with the bishop. As I said, I looked at the other person's eyes under the mask. Arganti couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. Oh? But as far as I know, the giant flame will threaten the power of the golden sacred tree. It is precisely because of this that, even though the Golden Army almost wiped out the giants, they could not rest assured that the giant cauldron still had fire. So they built a fortress and asked us to guard it. The situation in the border area has changed. I will not hide it from the city lord. Now we need the power of fire to burn the extra golden thorns on the trees. I briefly explained the chaotic situation in the border area after Queen Marika smashed the magic ring, and the helpless dilemma of the King of Blessing who intended to correct the Golden Order. At this moment, Arganti was probably struck by lightning in his head. He was stunned in place. After a long time, he slowly said a few words from under the mask. So that's it. I didn't expect that such a big thing would happen outside the snowy area. It is precisely because of this that the King of Blessing sent our expeditionary army to seek the power of fire. Aganti did not respond immediately. He raised his head and looked at the cauldron of fire that stood at the highest point of the snowy mountains, just across the high cliff of the fortress. The sky was dark, but a faint red light could be seen in the cauldron. Since it is the order of the Blessed King now, there is nothing we can do about it. Aganti sighed, with a hint of helpless complaint. But if I put myself in his shoes, I might also find it hard to accept this. I obeyed the Queen's orders, endured the extreme cold of the ice and snow, guarded the power that was considered the most dangerous of the dynasty. But now the situation has reversed. Golden Rodel is craving for fire, as if everything the monitors had done before was in vain. I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for them. I said, Lord Aganti, when this is over, maybe you can lead the guys in the fortress and return to Rodel with the expeditionary army. Just explain the situation to the current King of Blessing, and he will definitely give you the rewards you deserve. That doesn't matter. Aganti just finished speaking, and still shook his head. No. Thank you, General Ling, for waiting for me. Ah. Look at me. I was so busy talking to the general that I forgot to invite you all to the fortress banquet hall. This snowy place must be uncomfortable. Please follow me. With that, Aganti generously led us into the Watcher Fortress. The brightly lit banquet hall was on the first floor. Pushing open the door, although the whole room was not very big, it could only accommodate 7 or 8 tables. But if we squeezed in, it was not too small to accommodate the people in our expedition team. As Aganti said, the food and delicacies had been prepared, and the bottles and jars of wine looked even more delicious under the warm candlelight. It didn't look like there was any ambush. Paris and I looked at each other and decided that there was no threat to the Watcher Fortress for the time being, so we sent someone to call the team outside the city. As soon as we entered the door, the hot meals in front of us made my old friends drool. After all, compared with the dry food and meat slices in the team, these meals were naturally delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Plus the reflection of the wine, the flow is so intoxicating that just a glance at it is enough. A group of carefree warriors immediately changed their jobs to starving ghosts and feasted at the banquet. The wine was clinking, so lively. Forget it, after all. There is still a big battle later. Let them have a good rest today. Even I myself, because of Abadi's hospitality, drank 2 or 3 cups of wine brewed from Loyal precious fruit in this snowy area, and frozen in the cold cellar for several years. It was cold and sweet, fragrant and delicious, slightly tingling in the throat, and when it fell into the stomach, the wine turned into a continuous warmth, coming slowly, endlessly. After 3 rounds, Aganti arranged a room for us again. But even those drunk guys still dragged many flame monks, and made a fuss in the banquet hall. I felt that I was a little drunk, so I honestly left the scene and planned to take a rest. As soon as I went out, I felt warm. And even the cold wind from the snowy land blowing on my face made me feel as warm as the spring breeze. Good wine. As I walked towards the room, I suddenly found a figure who had left the banquet without noticing, and was quietly walking outside the Watcher Fortress. It was the White Wolf warrior Ghost Bagram. What was he going to do outside at this time? I couldn't help but think of the topic that the rogue magician Wiheel had talked to me before. Since Mungert reorganized the people of the Round Table and joined the expeditionary army, Bagram seemed to be different from before. He was particularly taciturn and unsociable. Thinking of this, I secretly followed Bagram's footsteps. Chapter 468 The Lost Man. Seeing White Wolf fighting Ghost, Bagram quietly walked out of the gate of the Watcher Fortress. I hurriedly followed him out of curiosity. Oh right, speaking of which, I remember that the sealed prison of the Quasi-King Vic is on the hill opposite the fortress. It is very likely that he was imprisoned by the Flame Watchers because of the power of the mad fire in his body. Bagram and he are both partners of the Round Table Hall. Could he take advantage of this opportunity to rescue Vic? However, unexpectedly, Bagram did not go too far. He just walked out of the fortress and walked towards the cliff next to it. The cold wind was bleak, and the afterglow of the golden tree was like the light of a full moon, making the snowy field bright at night. Bagram stood at the cliff mouth facing the wind, looking far to the southeast. There, from the giant's cauldron of fire, some faint butterflies of Mars seemed to be flying out, so close that one could reach them with one's hand. Who is it? Bagram suddenly asked, like a lion roaring when someone stepped into his territory. Was I discovered so soon? I didn't plan to hide any longer. So I walked out openly. Hey! Bagram Sr. 0. General. It's you. My arrival was obviously beyond Bagram's expectations, and he seemed a little uncomfortable with addressing me. After all, our first meeting was at the Golden Tree Cathedral. At that time, the phantom of the Blessed King was shattered by Bernal. And he, Bagram, as the Round Table agent under the Blessed King, came to appease everyone, and at the same time informed everyone that the offender and the Round Table Hall would arrest Bernal. In other words, at that time, I was just an ordinary fated person, and he was the one who spoke the Round Table. In terms of status, Bagram was naturally in a higher position, but at the moment, the change of heights made Bagram feel uncomfortable for a while. There is no need to give me the title of general. If you are willing, just call me 0, I said with a smile. By the way, are you looking at the cauldron? Bagram watched me walk to his side silently, and then nodded. As long as we can light the cauldron and direct the flames to the golden tree, our stage mission will be completed, I continued. But before that, we still have to deal with groups of mountain goblins, some snow crows, oh, and giant hand monsters, each of which is quite troublesome. So, if you don't have anything important to do, you should go back early and have a good rest. Tomorrow, we still have to travel. Bagram was indeed quite taciturn, and I don't know if he ignored my words. After a pause, I changed the subject. By the way, Senior Bagram, you went to capture Bernal's former, that guy before, right? What happened? I also got straight to the point. Senior Weller told me that after you came back, you seemed to be very worried and looked very bad. Although he said that his ideas were somewhat contradictory to yours, which made your relationship a little awkward. He still cared about you. I really troubled you. Bagram smiled helplessly. To be honest, I did see him. Bernal? Oh, but I'm sorry. Not only did I fail to catch him, I was defeated by him. Bagram sighed, and turned into a cloud of white smoke and dissipated with the wind. I looked at his eyes under the mask. He looked calm, but underneath it seemed like a raging storm. I didn't expect that. Bagram had fought with Bernal, and was defeated by him, and spared his life. No wonder, Senior looked so melancholy. After all, Bernal, who was set as a combat master, was already very strong, and after getting the Devourer's scepter in the Volcano Mansion, he was even more powerful than Atai. So, I was not too surprised by this result. Well, victory and defeat are common in the military. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we will not be afraid of running out of firewood. We can get back at it next time, Senior. This was the only way to comfort him. Bagram fell into silence again, only listening to the wind whistling in the valley. I have been feeling a little sleepy since a while ago. Now that the effect of the warm wine has worn off, the wind is blowing, and I am shivering with cold. Now that I understand the reason for Bagram's change in personality, I am also planning to find a reason to go back to sleep. So, Zero, if it were you, what would you do? He suddenly asked. I turned my head curiously. Bagram continued slowly. The girl has always longed for, expected, you to become the real king, and was even willing to sacrifice herself for it. But when she followed the guidance, she finally found that it was all just a lie, an illusory dream, and you could only watch everything happen beside her and be helpless. If it was you at that time, what would you do, Zero? Did Bernal tell you this? I couldn't help but tilt my head. After all, in the game, Bernal was also one of the fated ones, who was closest to becoming the king of Eldin. But in the end, when the burning tree led to the Sky City, Bernal's finger which ignited the fire in the giant's cauldron, but could not lead it to the golden tree, nor could it send Bernal to the next destination. As a result, the fire just took the girl's life in front of Bernal's eyes. Nothing happened, and nothing could be changed. Bagram nodded, and replied, I guess so. He looked at me, and seemed to be looking forward to my answer. Even if we don't let the girl serve the fire, there are other ways. For example, we brought the crazy fire Ailing this time, and he should be able to make the giant flame rise. But what if he can't? Or, in some special circumstances, you must sacrifice your wish to become the king of Eldin, to fulfill your law, and to save the so-called people. Bagram interrupted me and quickly added a series of conditions. At that time, what will you choose? Chaos. I seem to hear the sound of a raging fire in my ears. Or will you make the same choice as that man? Zero? The man named Vic Bagram continued to ask. In a trance, I seemed to see the same red and yellow turbid fire in his eyes. No, I will never give up on anyone. I was a little annoyed, and wanted to wave away the flames that were in the way. Even if I can't ignite the giant's fire, I will think of other ways. Go up to Famizra, and deal with the golden thorn. I will never let Merlin let that girl serve the fire. And I will never touch the world-destroying fire that she hates. After all, that's right. After all, I have thought of many countermeasures to go to Famizra. As long as the fire maniac ignites the giant's fire. After all, she said, in a world without life, where would there be a king? I couldn't help but look up at the giant flame pot, and said softly, but if even that girl can't be saved, what does being a king mean to me? So, no matter what, I will do my best to find a way to save her, and then, with her company, I will become the king of Eldin. In the wind, I heard Bagram's chuckle. He lowered his head, and said in a low voice, seemingly with mixed feelings, You are worthy of it, Zero, the ambition to save everything, and you are a model of the fated ones. But, suddenly, Bagram reached out to grasp the hunting god's sword on his back. Before you realize your ambition, you will have to encounter a lot of troubles. The coldness he exuded was not directed at me. Turning around, I saw a man wearing a silver mask and holding a fire staff from the Watcher Fortress, leading 2 fire monks and 6 or 7 red-robed old women, walking towards us in big strides. Chapter 469, Fire of Greed. Part 1. Just as I was chatting with White Wolf Warrior Ghost Bagram, a group of people came from the Watcher Fortress behind us. Bagram was quite alert to them, even ready to draw his sword. Seeing this, the other party stopped 3 or 4 meters in front of us, under the silver mask of the leading man. A concerned greeting came, You too. It's getting late, and the snowy mountains are cold. Why don't you go back to the banquet and drink to warm yourself up? Or go back to your room and rest early? After all, the weather on the snowy plains is unpredictable, and the position you are standing in is also quite dangerous. Especially General Zero. If something happens to you, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain to the King City of Rodel. Don't worry, We're just chatting. But I'm a little sleepy. After drinking at the banquet, I actually planned to go to bed. But I ran into Bagram and walked out. I couldn't help but yawn. The Flame Watcher also said with a smile, "Well, I will lead you, General Zero, to the rest room." Then, he asked Bagram, "Where is Lord White Wolf?" "I don't need you to worry about me," Bagram responded coldly. "Then, Kuruba, Aluka, you stay here and protect Lord White Wolf's safety," the Flame Watcher arranged. "Others, follow me to send General Zero back to rest." Bagram and I looked at each other. "Then, Senior, see you later." I waved to him, and walked back to the fortress. The Flame Watcher left 2 monks, with a group of red-robed old women, and immediately followed me. Back inside the fortress, the direction of the banquet hall was still brightly lit, but it seemed a little quieter inside. The room where I rested was on the 2nd floor of the tower in the fortress wall. I walked in through a door that didn't exist in the game and climbed the stairs. Seeing the Flame Watcher with the red-robed old women following me, I couldn't help asking, "Dude, what's your name?" "General Zero. If you're willing, you can call me Abadi." The other party still responded respectfully. "Abadi, I know the way ahead, and I'm not drunk enough to walk unsteadily," I continued. "So, don't bother you guys to be so considerate to me. Just go and do what you need to do. It doesn't matter. After all, you are the General of Rodel. Lord Agani specifically asked us to treat you well." Abadi looked at me and was quite conscientious. "Really?" I sighed, and could only let them follow me until they reached my room. I reached out to hold the door handle, but I didn't go in immediately. I turned around and looked at the group of people behind me. "What's wrong? I'm already here, right? There won't be any bed service, right? If General Zero wants it." Sorry. I was kidding." I sighed and lowered my voice. "Forget it. Don't play dumb. What on earth do you Flame Watchers want to do? You want to confirm that I entered the room. What is inside? Ambush or trap?" "General Zero, what are you talking about?" The voice under the mask was indeed a little shaken. "Are you still pretending? If I can't wake someone up who is pretending to be asleep, I will be helpless. It's very simple. When I left the party at the beginning, no one noticed it. Now that you are making such a big fuss, it's hard not to be suspicious. In addition, there are a few guys in our team who are quite noisy, but since I went to talk to Bagram for a while, it shouldn't be quiet so quickly." The moment I finished speaking, I took the initiative, pulled out a throwing knife, and threw it directly at the opponent. Flame Watcher. Abadi's reaction was still fast enough, and he turned his head to avoid my attack. And the old women behind him ignited the red flames of the thorn staffs in their hands, and were about to summon the red thorns of punishment to attack me. I was really underestimated. The corridor was not wide enough, so it was difficult to use the Night Star Fire even if I pulled it out. So, I planned to use the Hound Step first, and rush out at lightning speed. But just as I was about to call on the rune magic in my body, my head was dizzy and shaking, and my body was like an empty bucket, and there was no sound of water splashing. My rune magic was actually dried up, when, snap, there was a cracking sound in the corridor, and I saw countless crimson thorns like octopus tentacles from the top, bottom, left and right behind Abadi, grabbing me. I had no choice but to rush into the room that should belong to me. The intoxicating fragrance that made my spirit shake instantly rushed into my nose. I hurriedly held my breath, and just as I stood up, in the darkness, a thorn rope suddenly swung towards my neck. Sure enough, was there an ambush inside? Because I expected it, I quickly protected the door with my fists, and then lowered my head slightly. The thorns wrapped around my wrists, but I was able to avoid them with my head. The other party pulled hard again, tightening the thorns that were wrapped around my wrists. I could only endure the pain, and pull the other party towards me. His strength was not as strong as mine, and he was brought here. Another guy wearing a silver mask. Was he also a flame monitor? I raised my foot and kicked the mask, knocking the sneak attacker to the ground. And then I exerted a little more strength with both hands, and was completely freed. Abigan. The people outside the door naturally heard the noise, and Abadi rushed in to check the situation. If they were to double-team him in the room, it would be bad. I couldn't pull out my weapon, and I didn't know when my rune magic had inexplicably reached its limit. I scanned the room, and my eyes fell on the window. This is the 2nd floor inside the fortress, and even if I jump out, it shouldn't be a big deal. As soon as I thought of this, I rushed to the window and ran out headfirst. Bang! I landed right in the corner of the fortress, where snow was piled up. But the next second, I was frightened by a sharp scream. I also fell back in a hurry, kicked the flying rat without any hesitation, and kicked it away. I stood up and pulled out the Night Star fire. The guys in the tower of the city wall had not yet caught up. I hurriedly crossed the small square and ran towards the banquet hall while drinking the blue Holy Grail dewdrops. Suddenly, a hot and warm feeling surged in my chest. But this feeling was from the wine just now. Could it be that there was something wrong with the wine, and it would consume my rune magic? No wonder I felt drowsy after drinking only 3 or 2 cups. It was not the problem of alcohol, but a warning that my body lacked magic. I couldn't care less for the time being. I rushed to the banquet hall and looked inside. It was a mess. But no one was there. Nephili, Millicent, Paris, Ishutopia, everyone is gone, and the fortress lord Arganti, who should be the culprit, has also left long ago. Could it be that he was on top of the fortress tower in the game? I turned around and looked up at the fortress tower. Swish! I heard a faint sound of breaking through the air. And in my peripheral vision, a thick red shadow came towards me like a poisonous snake. I quickly dodged to the side. Oh! There was another roar like a train. I saw the fire bishop holding a sledgehammer, rushing towards me with his mud truck fighting skills. On the other side, the Archbishop of Thorns was also eyeing me covetously. And from all around the fortress, the fire watchers and the old women in red robes swarmed in, as if they had surrounded me. Flame! Flame! Flame is eternal. Punish the disrespectful. Flame! Chapter 470 The Fire of Greed. Part 2. Red robes, red clothes, Archbishop Flame and a group of believers surrounded people like a blazing fire. Inside, the rune magic that was exhausted could not be restored for the time being. At the moment, it seemed that the only thing I could rely on was the Night Star fire in my hand. Oh! Archbishop Firehammer roared, and rushed towards me like a chariot of fire. I could not resist it, and I could only roll to the side to avoid it. Snap! There was almost no space for me to stand up. The red thorn whip was like a python with its mouth wide open, biting straight at me. I could only subconsciously raise my sword to block it, and when the other party saw that the whip was wrapped around the Night Star fire, he pulled it back hard, trying to remove my weapon. But Bishop Thornwhip must not have expected that I would use his strength to pull Night Starfire over, and I would take a big leap, rush forward, and kick the silver mask on his face. The opponent was kicked by me and retreated a few steps, covering his face, and Night Starfire was freed from the thorns. I quickly took advantage of the situation and turned over like a crane. Just as I landed, I was hit by a big fire hammer from behind. Oh my, these 2 big fat guys cooperated very well, and their attacks continued. I had no time to dodge, so I could only keep my sword raised to block. At that moment, the flame swallowed me up in the blink of an eye like surging waves, and then, I felt like a fruit core that I couldn't bite, was spit out on the snow, and rolled several times wrapped in ice and snow. First it was scorching, and then it was freezing cold, making me feel like I was hugging a hedgehog, and I was shivering all over. As soon as I stopped rolling, 3 or 2 old women in red robes saw me land at their feet, and raised their thorn staffs with flames on the top, and slapped me down. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and continue rolling and dodging. At the same time, the Night Star fire in my hand was also rolling on the snow like a dragon, and with just one cut, I bit off a piece of flesh from the old women's legs and feet, and I fell to my knees involuntarily. I simply rolled all the way to the gate of the Watcher Fortress. When there was no one around, I quickly stood up and drank the red dewdrop Holy Grail bottle to recover from the burns and frostbite. Flame, punish your disrespectful followers. I saw that the 2 monitors, Abadi and Abigan, even called a third flame monitor, who was probably called Abadi or something. The 3 brothers took a deep breath and spit out 3 flaming dragons at the torch. In the blink of an eye, they rushed towards me with their fangs and claws. If it were normal, I would have to use the Molten Flame Hurricane Dance to show you who will be punished by the flames. My body was like a conditioned reflex, and I was about to perform a combat move. But now my magic power is completely exhausted, and it was this unaccustomed hesitation that caused a pause. And the 3 fire dragons had already rushed in front of me. Even if I wanted to dodge, I would definitely be hurt by the fire. Boom! Suddenly, a black and white flame slashed down, instantly extinguishing the 3 flame dragons, and even fell on the ice and snow. The black and white flames continued to burn, which made the 3 flame monitors dumbfounded. 0, you are slow. The wind swelled from outside the fortress gate, and I saw White Wolf War Ghost. Bagram casually extinguished the black and white flames on the hunting god's sword, and walked in calmly, while lecturing me. Relying too much on combat skills will gradually loosen the fighting instinct of the body. Senior Bagram. I breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of someone who had made eye contact with me, he really dealt with the 2 fire monks who stayed behind to guard him, and came back to support. I also laughed and joked. Isn't the Mood Queen's flame that you used just now also a fighting skill? As long as it can quickly eliminate the enemy, it is a good method. Bagram did not respond to this, but asked, what's the situation? That guy Agani seems to have put drugs in the wine, sealed the rune magic in my body. I'm afraid the others have been captured. I quickly explained. Now, that guy is likely to be on the highest tower of the fortress. Yeah. Bagram said no more, carrying the great sword of the hunting god, and rushed forward directly. As expected of the White Wolf warrior ghost. Even though the enemy outnumbered us, he still did not hesitate, and did not even have the option of retreating temporarily to think about countermeasures. He just rushed forward. I did not dislike this way of fighting either. I held the Night Star fire tightly, and followed Bagram's footsteps. The 3 flame watchers saw that we were coming aggressively, and seemed to shrink a little, and quickly asked the red-robed old woman beside them to drive the rune magic and perform combat skills. One after another, the blood-dripping red thorns, like a dragon snake in the water, rolled and attacked me from all sides. I stepped like a dragonfly, and jumped left and right, making the opponent unable to figure out my position, and also making the thorns that suddenly grew and stabbed from the ground miss one by one. In the blink of an eye, I rushed to the front of the red-robed old woman, raised my knife and fell, and knocked the opponent to the ground before he could swing his stick. After successfully approaching the 3 fire watchers, Bagram used a powerful kick, sending them flying and crashing into the stone steps at the side of the square. Seeing this, the other 2 used long-handled torches as guns, and danced with great vigor, as if drawing a dragon in the air. But one of them didn't notice that I had quietly approached from behind, and gave him a back attack, asking him to hand over rune. And the other one was distracted because of the change on my side, and was chopped off the shoulder by Bagram's big sword, and fell to the ground. This made the 2 fire archbishops unable to sit still, and they walked forward with big bellies. But suddenly, a wooden door nearby made a bang. A familiar bronze figure came out from the dark room. Was it Paris and his furnace knights? A sword and shield furnace directly spread out the golden furnace wings and flew up, and the whole person fell hard towards the fire-hammer archbishop. Of course, Bishop Thornwhip could not care about others. The spear in the treetop furnace's hand emitted a golden glow, and he stabbed the archbishop with a whirlpool of Silurian. They were born for the battlefield, making the flame monks and the red-robed old women afraid to approach them for a while. In that case, how did you get locked up in that small dark room in the first place? Paris came to greet me, and explained, Zero, I'm sorry I'm late. The leader of the Watchers added dried powder of fire flowers containing the power of giant fire to our drinks, disrupting the flow of runes in our bodies that were given by the golden tree. But don't worry, most of the others were locked up with us, and they are fine. In other words, after realizing that something was wrong, did the Forge Knights deliberately drink alcohol and pretend to faint, go deep into the tiger's den, and investigate the situation? What a bold strategy. Well, the Crucible Knights are all rune-transformed bodies. This kind of poison that interferes with magic power, they can sense it as soon as they touch it, unlike me and other noisy fated ones, whose rune magic power was consumed without anyone noticing, and I thought it was because of drunkenness. But most people, who was taken away? I caught the frowning words. Princess Leia, and that, the crazy fire. Paris' words made my heart stop. When the leader of the Watchers took people away, he was still mumbling something. The power of fire is only controlled by him. Agani, others are not allowed to blaspheme without permission, overstepping the boundaries. Chapter 471 The Fire Seer. Crazy about fire. Leia and Crazy Fire A Ling were both taken away by head of the Flame Watchers. Aganti, Paris's words were somewhat beyond my expectations. But fortunately, Aganti did not leave the Watcher Fortress. Moreover, the tool that can remove the seal on Crazy Fire A Ling and allow him to exert his power was handed to me by Mondot himself, so I am not worried that he will escape. However, what on earth is that guy Aganti up to? I couldn't help but look at the tallest tower in the fortress. Will he be there? Paris followed my gaze. Well, I think so. I nodded. Then, our Crucible Knights will suppress the square, and the duel between the generals will be left to you. As he said that, Paris also held a sword and shield in his hand, and strode into the chaotic battlefield. 4 furnaces, plus the white wolf warrior Bagram, the flame monks, and the red-robed old woman in the fortress were naturally no match for them. And the 2 flame bishops were also suppressed by the sword and tree furnaces respectively. The situation really doesn't need me to worry. So, while no one was paying attention, I ran to the corner of the fortress square with ease, and climbed up the wooden platform built against the city wall from the ladder here. Because the enemies had already gathered in the square, there was no one here to get in the way. Behind a pile of wooden boxes on the edge of the city wall, I found a scaffold leading to the bottom floor of the tower. I jumped down without hesitation and ran up the stairs. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, 2 hungry dogs rushed down from the top of the corridor and rushed towards me. And the side of the scaffold was a cliff, leaving no room for people to dodge. I could only quickly prepare my posture, planning to kick the 2 dogs off the cliff after the attack. But in the corner of my eyes, a huge fireball burst out from the back of the dog and bombarded directly on the scaffold. I rolled back subconsciously, and the impact of the artillery fire almost blew me off the cliff along with the 2 dogs and the broken planks. Fortunately, I grabbed the edge of the scaffolding in time, so I didn't fall down. It was a close call. When I looked up, I saw Agani's figure flashing past the end of the stairs. This guy. He really noticed the chaos in the fortress. Prepared in advance. Ambushed me here. And even sent 2 dogs to attract people's attention first. And then used artillery fire to make us die together. We really can't be careless for a moment. Fortunately, I clearly remembered that Agani's weapon was a cannon, which could be lifted with one hand, and a white stone cannon machine shield with a Cyclops portrait. 1 shot reduced a Tui's health by half, and 2 shots wiped out Chun Wang Ming. The power should not be underestimated. This cannon has cut off the only path to the tower wall. What should I do? Well, this is real life. I am not the one who can only kick with my feet. Since I can't leave here, I will climb up from the fortress. After returning to the wooden platform inside, I took out the hook from the blessing backpack and threw it hard at the battlement of the top wall. The hook was stuck, and the other party didn't seem to notice. I waited for a while, and after seeing that the rope didn't fall, I quickly climbed up the wall. Arganti's men were no longer on the wall. They put away the hook, and I carefully moved towards the tower. Climbing up the ladder inside, I could vaguely hear Argani's chattering voice. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! They found me! Those useless guys. They failed. What should I do now? What should I do? As expected, I was the only one who led them away. I was the only one who led them there. To the cauldron of fire. Ha! Ha! Flame, please give me guidance. Why is this guy so irritable and laughing? Is he crazy? Hey, Arganti! I climbed to the top of the tower. I saw that Arganti, like an ant on a hot pot, was circling around Leia, who was sleeping after transforming into a snake man, and the crazy A-Ling who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Hearing my voice, it was Dianhua A-Ling who greeted me first. Hey, my half, what's wrong with this guy? He's talking nonsense. If you had half of his belief in worshipping fire, it would be great. Shut up. I was too lazy to be polite with him. When Arganti saw me, he immediately took out the one-eyed shield and pointed the muzzle at me. You, how did you get up here? I should have blown you off the cliff. Just lucky. I spread my hands pretending to be relaxed. However, Leia was right at his feet, so I had to be careful. I changed the subject out of curiosity, however. Flame Watcher Arganti, what are you doing? Queen Marika asked you to guard the flame cauldron. And what you just said, hasn't your brain been completely corroded by the flames? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. What do you know? Arganti shouted angrily. In this damn place? Do you know how long we have endured the frost and cold? How many people, even though they were blessed, finally froze to death in this fortress because of the lack of room? It is the flame, and only the flame, that gives us warmth and hope. I couldn't help but sigh, and continue the negotiation. I can understand your situation, but the person behind you is completely different from the flame you believe in. The flame behind him is a crazy fire that will destroy the world. Destroy the world? Ha! Ha! That's great. Arganti became even more excited. I thought that the pure molten flame power of this girl is rare, and is a good sacrifice. Sure enough, can the power of this man also lead me to the strongest fire power in the world? The black and red fire that can kill even gods? No. Ha! You are really interesting. Dianhua A Ling interrupted me, he said proudly and confidently. However, the fire I summoned is more vigorous and warmer than the destined death. That is the original fire of this world, which can eliminate all obstacles and let all of us return to the Eternal One. Oh! Dianhua A Ling's words obviously attracted Aganti's interest. Don't listen to him, I retorted. Dianhua is just the fire of destruction, not the fire that is the root of the world at all. TSK, my half, you don't understand anything. Dianhua A Ling shook his head. What do you think? The man named Aganti, as long as you kill him, I will share this warmth with you, share the intoxicating power. Don't be bewitched, Aganti. Dianhua is not a power that humans can control at all. One day, it will definitely devour you completely. Share. Aganti murmured in a low voice, but he seemed to have completely ignored my words. No, I want all your power. All the flames in this world can only be monitored by me and controlled by me. No problem. Dianhua A Ling smiled with a successful plan. And I was still racking my brains to think about what to say next. The sound of cannons being loaded came from the front, under Aganti's golden mask. Both sides were red. In this way, even Golden Rodel will have to surrender to our flames. I am the King of Eldon. Boom. Chapter 472 The Fire Servant, Burn Yourself. The blazing flame cannon flew directly towards me, forcing me to roll backwards, and jump down directly from the top of the ladder in the tower. Ah! After landing, my legs and feet were numb as if several centipedes were entangled with me in an instant, and climbing up. The cannon of the one-eyed great shield made the whole tower shake slightly, and the broken stones and flying sand fell like hail and heavy rain. But do you think I would just take the beating? When the leader of the Flame Watcher, Aganti, raised his great shield and was ready to fire at me, I also threw out the grappling hook in my hand, wrapped around his exposed ankle, and then pulled hard as I landed. I guess that guy must have been caught off guard, and is now falling down in panic. Ah! Look! When he looked up, he saw not only the black shadow of Arganti falling, but he let go of the one-eyed shield, and two balls of blazing red fire, condensed in Arganti's palm. I had a bad feeling, and hurried out of the tower. The opponent jumped to the ground like a frog, and slapped the ground with his palms full of flames. Prayer flames. Devour everything. Suddenly, pillars of fire gushed out from the ground like fountains. Fortunately, I ran fast enough and withdrew from the opponent's prayer attack range. Ah! The hook was completely burned off. In the doorway of the tower, flames were burning, and in the billowing black smoke, Aganti once again held a one-eyed shield and walked out slowly. In the sky, snow gradually fell, extinguishing the small flames on Aganti's body. Under his golden mask, his red eyes sparkled, and he kept muttering, "Flame! Even the Golden Dynasty craves for and fears this power. Thanks to you. You told me this information, General Zero. As long as I can wait for the supreme power of fire, the King of Blessing will not be a problem to me." It was unknown whether this was Aganti's ambition, or whether he had lost himself after being bewitched by the fire. I swallowed my saliva, mentioned the night starfire, while saying, "The power of fire is indeed very powerful, and quite fascinating." "Right, you really know the charm of fire. Are you also a follower of fire?" the other party said with a smile. "But, if you indulge your body and mind in fire, and turn a blind eye to the dangers, then one day, the fire servant will also be engulfed by fire. This is my last advice." But it is obvious that Aganti did not appreciate it. He sneered, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. What did you think you were going to say? I am the Flame Monitor, the leader of this fortress. Aganti, in this world, I am the only one who understands fire the most, and I am the only one who can completely control fire. Although I don't know where you get your confidence from, but since words are useless, then come on." After all, Crazy Fire A Ling and Leia are still alone on the top of the tower. Although they were tied up, Leia was still unconscious, but Dianhua A Ling was awake. It was hard not to worry about what the guy would do next. We have to fight quickly. Thinking of this, I rushed forward quickly. Arganti quickly pulled the cannon behind the one-eyed shield, charged the rune magic, and loaded the cannon. But just when the muzzle burned red, I had already rushed to the opponent. This guy, won't he stop the flame spit of the one-eyed shield? The explosion of the artillery in this range will also affect him. Before I could think more, the fire cannon had already escaped from the muzzle. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough, rolled to the side, avoided the attack of the artillery in time, and then took advantage of the opponent's second charge, jumped up directly, and slashed at Arganti. When It was a very hard shield. It was comparable to a turtle shell. However, Argantai himself was still bent by the force of my slash, and then he pushed me out with force. It's hard to break through from the front. I have to find a way to get behind the opponent. But now, I have no rune magic at all. I can't use the hound step. I'm afraid it will be more difficult. Fortunately, apart from the flame spit on the shield, Argantai probably has no other means of attack. And the shield also requires a lot of strength, which means it is quite heavy. It is not easy to turn around with a heavy object. Considering this, the corresponding countermeasures gradually took shape in my mind. I rushed forward again, and Argantai changed his strategy. After all, he also knew that if he didn't restrict my movements first, he couldn't hit anyone with just the flame spit. Pray, flame, devour everything. This time, he condensed a red flame with one hand and slapped it on the ground. The power was halved, and the range was also reduced, but it was enough to hinder my steps. Once the red light lit up at the landing point, I had to dodge to the side. Taking this opportunity, Argantai reloaded the one-eyed shield, and the timing was almost perfect. Just as I dodged the attack of the pillar of fire that ignited from the ground, and before I even touched the ground, the cannon exploded. Oh my god! I could only slide to my knees the moment I landed, and at the same time, I leaned back with all my strength, as if I had fallen directly to the ground. And only then did I narrowly avoid the attack. But I didn't expect that Argantai's attack was not over yet. A red light flashed in his other hand, and the flame turned into a whip, which directly whipped me. Could this be the prayer flame? A revised version of entanglement? Regardless of whether it was a revised version or not, I was almost broken by the whip, and even Kalia's armor could not resist it. The wound was burning and painful, and the remaining flames even burned around my waist. I gritted my teeth and stood up. Otherwise, the next round of artillery fire would come again. I glanced around, and there were many wooden boxes and pottery jars placed on the side of the building, and some dry firewood was piled under a tent. It's not easy to rush in close, so I could only activate the furniture city area. Seeing that Argantai was taking advantage of the distance to charge his cannon, I quickly went over to pick up a pot and threw it at the fireball. Boom! The cannon exploded the pot in the air. It seemed that there was half a can of ice inside, which turned into gravel and flew around. And then, I picked up the remaining pots and threw them directly at Argantai. This guy, taking advantage of the shield, did not intend to dodge, so I took this opportunity. The pots would probably block his vision. Then, the attack after the third pot would be me. I rushed forward after the pots. When Argantai saw me, he had no choice but to hold up the shield and prepare to defend against the attack. And I jumped up directly, stepped on the one-eyed shield, and then flipped forward, flew over Argantai's head, and landed steadily behind him. Sure enough, the one-eyed shield was too heavy, so Argantai could not turn around with it immediately to block my attack. My eyes slashed diagonally. Suddenly, crimson blood splashed with the flying snow. Argantai was furious. While grabbing the one-eyed shield with both hands, the rune magic had already loaded the cannon with fire. I retreated to the corner of the wall, and grabbed a sack of something in the corner, and threw it over like I had used a pot to block the artillery before. Boom! This throw was so good, it actually threw out a huge dazzling fire, which almost covered most of the city wall. The red petals were flaming, and fell with the flying snow. So what was inside was the unique fire flower of the snowy land? But no matter what, now was a great opportunity. The raging fire covered our figures. I picked up a small wooden box next to it, and smashed it to the left, while my people quickly went around from the right. Although the fire just now could not hurt Argantai much, the sudden ignition of the grand fire must have made him hide behind a one-eyed shield, and then observe the situation through the narrow one-eyed vision on the shield. Attack the east while making a feint to the west. When I rushed out of the flames, the guy was still there. Turning around and alertly looking in the direction of the noise I made with the wooden box. Seeing that he had fallen into a trap, Argantai also realized that he had no time to turn his shield to block it, so he could only ignite a red flame in his left hand and prepare to pray. But it was too late. My whole body turned into a sharp blade light, like lightning, and stabbed with a sword, and pierced through Argantai's body from the side. Is it because of your identity as a monitor? You were distracted too much by the flames, and you didn't even know that you had to pull back at this time, and you didn't notice the approach of danger. I pulled out the Night Starfire coldly. Instantly, blood poured out from the blood hole on Argantai's body. With a bang, the one-eyed shield fell to the ground. His strength had been lost with the blood, and his body staggered back. Flames! Agani lost his mind. The flames on his left arm began to bite back his arm uncontrollably. Ahem. Why? Why is my flame so cold? Suddenly, he was tripped by a stone, and fell directly out of the broken part of the wall. And outside, was the scaffolding of his limbs that had been blown off before. I hurried forward, and could only see a ball of fire falling into the bottomless abyss. Enemy felled. Chapter 473 Prophecy. Agani fell down, and fell into the deep cliff. Although, I can understand his position, guarding the endless cold snowy land day and night, no matter who it is, will be attracted by the flames, but playing with fire will burn oneself. All those who try to completely control the flames are also most likely to be backfired by the flames. Just like the final ending of the Mad Fire, Leia and Mad Fire A Ling are still on the tower. I put the one-eyed shield into the blessing backpack, and then hurriedly climbed back to the highest tower of the Watcher Fortress. Ha! You're the winner after all. You're worthy of being my half. Before I could even show my head, I could already hear Crazy Fire A Ling sighing. However, why did this guy's voice sound so ferocious? I went up to the tower and saw that Leia had unconsciously tied Crazy Fire A Ling up with her python body, making him unable to move at all. It should be because the little volcano snake is afraid of the cold. I remember that when Leia was in Linia, she had a criminal record. She liked to wrap herself in something warm when she slept. She almost strangled me to death by accident. However, Dianhua A Ling kept talking. What are you still looking at? If you continue like this, I will die here. This will completely disrupt your plan. Strangle him. Strangle him to death is the best. Just now, I wanted to escape, but I was caught. I said nonsense without any good mood. The other party snorted and laughed. Is it necessary? Half of you. You want to burn the golden tree. It just so happens that this is also one of my wishes. I can still receive your caring protection along the way. And I don't even need to fight myself. Isn't it leisurely? Although I don't know what this guy is doing. But before arriving at the cauldron of fire, he really can't get into trouble. I sighed and found a warm stone from my backpack with ease. After all, I have to go to the snowfield. And this is also a necessary prop in reality. Sure enough, Leia gradually let go of Dianhua A Ling and put the warm stone in her arms. I carried Leia on my back, held Dianhua A Ling on my waist with one hand, and I led the two guys downstairs with difficulty. Along the way, Crazy Fire Ling was actually very honest, and didn't even say a word. He felt like he was at the mercy of others. This was quite strange to me. Moreover, from what he said just now, he was quite willing to use himself as firewood to ignite the giant flame in the cauldron to burn the golden tree. I thought he would make some trouble. After all, he was a crazy fire who intended to destroy the world. Bernard, where did you go? I thought of that man and asked casually. Who knows? That man is as lonely as a wolf. Even though I have been with him for so long in the volcano mansion, I can't figure out what he is thinking. Crazy Fire Ling was careless. However, I didn't intend to pry anything out of him directly. After landing on the tower of the city wall, I threw Crazy Fire A Ling out, climbed up the wall with Leia, and jumped down to the wooden frame in the fortress. The Flame Bishop, the Flame Monk, and those red-robed old women were basically suppressed. A large group of people were actually surrounded by 4 Forge Knights, and White Wolf wore Ghost Bagram. I stood in front of the wooden frame, raised the one-eyed shield, and shouted loudly, Leader of the Watcher Fortress, I have conquered Arganti. Those who don't want to die, immediately lay down your weapons and surrender. The flame believers who were already dying, when they saw the one-eyed shield, they all lost their strength and were too lazy to continue to fight for their lives. In this way, we completely recaptured the Watcher Fortress and rescued the imprisoned companions. When everything was over, it was dawn. I was so tired that I could hardly open my eyelids. So I asked the expeditionary force to rest in the fortress for another day. And by the way, to eliminate the toxins in the body, and wait until the next day to continue to the giant flame cauldron. With the previous lesson, the guys stopped making a fuss, imprisoned the flame believers, and reorganized the convoy to prepare for the next day. I was also able to sleep peacefully. Lord Ling. In the dimness, I seemed to hear someone calling. Is it Melina? I opened my eyes and saw a ray of blue light floating outside the house. And there, unexpectedly, it was Teacher Colin who came to visit. Master Zero, I am sorry to disturb your rest. He bowed respectfully to me and continued. Teacher Golden Mask seems to have something to say to you, so I asked you to come to you. Master Golden Mask is looking for me. Although I was a little confused, I still got up quickly and followed Colin out. I slept from day to night. Even everyone had already eaten dinner, only the furnace knights and a few soldiers who were on night watch were left in the fortress. The snow was white, and it creaked when I stepped on it. I couldn't help asking, "Teacher Colin, do you know what Master Golden Mask wants to say to me?" "Teacher. He seems to have calculated the shadow of the disaster, but I can't tell what it is," Colin explained. I could only follow him all the way to the second level of the fortress's wooden shelves. The stairs leading to the city wall had been repaired. We stepped onto the high wall and continued to climb to the top of the tower. I saw the master with the golden mask standing in the battlement of the tower wall, facing the howling wind and snow, pointing at the flaming pot, motionless. His thin and shriveled body made me worry that if he was not careful, the master would be blown away by the wind and snow. "Teacher, I brought it to Master Ling," Colin said respectfully. The golden mask also turned around slowly, lowered his head, and stared at me blankly. I was a little uncomfortable being stared at, so I asked, "Master, what do you want to talk to me about?" Colin answered on behalf of the golden mask, "Master Ling, I heard that you have the spirit of a fellow witch. Is it true? Is this also calculated by the master of the golden mask?" However, before I could call, Melina had already appeared from behind me and bowed to greet her, "Master of the Golden Mask. Master Colin, it is a pleasure to meet you too. And please forgive my rudeness. After all, I am just the soul of Master Zero, and it is not convenient for me to show my face. My name is Melina, and I am indeed traveling with Master Zero." Just as Melina introduced herself, the fingers of the golden mask moved quickly. Colin also hurriedly said, "Sorry. Please wait a moment." He turned his head, facing the rapidly moving fingers of the golden mask, recording and deciphering. Melina and I looked at each other in bewilderment. Just when we didn't know what to do, the fingers of the golden mask also slowed down, and Colin's forehead, in the ice and snow, actually had some cold sweat. "Sorry. I kept you waiting for a long time." Colin took a breath, and then said, "The teacher has calculated the source of the shadow of disaster. Master Melina, the fire will start because of you." Chapter 474. Snowy Land Advance. "Merlina, the fire will start because of you." The prophecy deduced by the golden mask was like a bolt from the blue, which made me feel numb all over. It took me a long time to come to my senses, and I quickly asked, What do you mean? What fire will start because of her?" Colin looked at the slightly trembling fingers of the golden mask, and shook his head. "Sorry, Mr. Zero, I can't fully interpret the meaning of the teacher's fingers, but he deduced that Merlina might be the key to burning the world fire." "Impossible," I said firmly. "The burning of the tree will be done by those crazy fire people." Merlina and I agreed. "It's not to burn the golden tree," Colin interrupted me, "but a more terrible flame." "Crazy fire? Is the purpose of the crazy fire Melina?" I looked back at Melina in confusion and surprise, but she also looked at a loss. Colin sighed slightly. "To be honest, I don't think highly of your plan. After all, no matter what kind of flame it is, as long as it gets close, it is a violation of the golden fundamentalism law and a blasphemy against the golden tree. But I can understand that reform will inevitably be accompanied by pain." "Master Zero, Master Melina, the teacher is calculating how to solve the current situation. But please be careful. In addition," he paused, and said to me solemnly, "the teacher also reminded Master Zero not to rush into anything. I can't understand. So, I hate the riddle man the most. Although I seem to be the riddle man often, I understand that the so-called heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. Some things are not at the critical point. Even if they are told in advance, it will not change anything. Instead, it will only cause trouble. But I still hate the riddle man, and those who don't let me be the riddle man." In short, the words of the golden mask made me unable to figure out the meaning of them all night. But for some reason, Melina accepted the other party's prophecy calmly. "Is that so?" She seemed to have noticed it, and then said to me firmly, "But it doesn't matter. I will believe in all the choices made by Master Ling. You will definitely become the destined king who changes this border area." Then, Melina reached out her hand again. "By the way, Master Ling, just in case, I will give you the method of turning runes into power, and the transmission guidance of blessings. In this way, even if I am not there, no, I will never let the fire of madness get close to you, Melina. For the first time, I rejected Melina. So, you should keep those methods. After all, you can only guide me forward. Melina. The snow fell all night, and it gradually stopped when the sky got bright. As soon as we left the fortress gate, the thick snow even covered our calves, making it difficult to move. However, I suddenly had an idea and asked people to pick out a few of the imprisoned fire monks and let them use fire prayers to help us quickly clear a path. Fortunately, the fire monks were not reluctant, and I didn't have to be an evil capitalist and use a whip to drive people away. Behind the Flame Watcher fortress, there was a huge chain connecting the high cliffs on the other side. The ice and snow froze the entire chain, and even if the cold wind blew in the mountains, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. I led the expeditionary force through this giant chain, lit up the blessing point, and also collected the complete map of the eastern part of the giant snow peak. Here is the battlefield left behind by the giant war. In the bare forest of dead trees, huge figures as big as mountains can be seen everywhere. They have been frozen into stone sculptures. Some have their legs cut off and are kneeling on the ground. Some have their entire abdomens dug out. Others have corpses piled up together. Huge skulls look up at the sky, and their angry and unwilling roars still seem to echo in people's ears. Gaga gaga. Ah, it turned out that I was not hallucinating. I saw several huge pale shadows suddenly. They swooped down from the giant's shoulders, jumped to the side of our team, like an angry rooster, flapped its broken wings, opened its mouth, and pecked everywhere. Everyone, don't panic. According to the previous arrangement, Furnace Knights, please take the lead. The others will attack with the prepared flame pots. One of the weaknesses of these guys is fire. I hurriedly gave a loud order. Paris immediately led his friends to the snow crows. The Furnace Knight stomped his feet, and the snowfield was shaking. The cunning crow shook its body, suddenly stretched its head like a snake, and pecked at the nearest guy. However, I have told everyone this a long time ago. Beware of the opponent's false flaws, being lured into the enemy's depths and being thrown. After all, in the game, I fell for these guys' tricks of pretending to fall and get executed, and I lost money several times. Since they opened their mouths wide and wanted to eat so much, then let's give them a giant flame pot. Bang! The ritual pot broke in the giant crow's mouth, and the fragments of the flame flower and the Mars butterfly rubbed against each other, and suddenly a raging fire burned, burning the giant crow like a Cantonese who couldn't eat spicy food, chewing Sichuan and Chongqing red peppers, and physically spewing fire from his throat, flapping his wings and quacking. The Furnace Knights immediately stepped forward, and another war trample, which made these guys' legs and feet go soft, and they really fell to the ground. Good opportunity. Combat skill Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. I rushed forward, and with a Blood Moon knife, I cut off the crow's head. And the other fated ones also seized the opportunity, found the giant crow's vital point, and gave it a fatal blow. Very good, the situation is still under my control. We need to adjust and reorganize the team and continue on our journey. There are many dangers on the snowfield. We need to reach the destination before dark. Before he could even utter the last few words, Church of Rest, he heard the howling of a wolfhound. Woof. Oh no, it's the dinosaur dogs in the snowfield. Could it be that they smell the blood here and rushed over here? Go. Go. Go, the whole army. Move forward at full speed. I hurriedly gave the order. Sure enough, after a while, in the pale snowfield, I saw black spots popping out from all directions. Although some of them should be heading for the remains of the snow crow, there are also many guys rushing straight towards us. Combat skill. Fiery Storm Slash. Open the way for us. Roar. Ah, this time it's the mountain monster giants wandering in the snowfield. They seem to get angry when they see the Tyrannosaurus Rex dinosaur dogs. They suddenly appear, and punch the top of the opponent's forehead with one punch, and grab the opponent's big mouth, and try to pry it out. This scene is simply King Kong fighting against the giant lizard on Skull Island. Of course, the mountain monsters are not here to help us. After all, they were once warriors under the giants, and they have not forgotten that their opponents in that war were the people of the Golden Dynasty. The guys who emptied their bellies were also the Golden people. Roar. One of the mountain goblins grabbed the legs of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and threw it over with force. Fortunately, Wolf King Finlay directly threw the dinosaur dog away, and Latina, who was riding on its back, drew her bow and shot Talina's sleep arrows at the mountain goblin giant. The mountain goblin was weak in sleep, and with just one arrow, those big guys fell to the ground. Don't worry about them. Rodel's guys. Hurry up and drive the cart forward. And others helped to cover. My voice had just fallen. And there was a bang sound from the nearby cliff. Originally, I thought it was a ball of snow, but when I looked closely, the snow was just like a bulldozer, coming straight at us. It's a giant hand monster. Oh, I can only say, it's worthy of being the giant snowfield. These disgusting monsters are really endless. There is not much to say. Charge. 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 If you stop, you will be dragged into the chaotic rhythm of these giant monsters. I will reward those hand monsters with a few fireballs. While they are rolling on the snow, I will lead the team to rush towards the Church of Repose at full speed. Charge. Chapter 475 Night of Rest. Woof. Gaga. Gaga. Roar. It's obviously a cold snowfield. Shouldn't it give people a cold and deserted atmosphere? You guys are too lively here. While I was madly complaining in my heart, I was covering the team with Tourette with all my strength, and rushing to the Church of Rest. I can only say that. Luckily there are enough fire flowers at the Watcher Fortress. We are well prepared, and most of the monsters in the snowfield are weak to fire, so we won't be destroyed by these guys, who keep coming out from everywhere. In addition, the mountain giants and Tyrannosaurus Rex and the giant crows don't get along. They seem to have a predatory relationship with each other, so, once they can't catch up with us, they will soon have internal conflicts. Using this, our snowfield guide Yushalo Samir planned a clever escape route, taking us through most of the snowfield, getting closer and closer to our predetermined rest stop. The Church of Rest. I don't know when. The monsters gradually slowed down, and the chasing figures disappeared into the snowfield again. Perhaps the blessing field left by Queen Marika is still in effect? Paris guessed. Back then, in order to ensure that we could get enough rest, the Queen set up a beast-driving field nearby. No wonder it is called the Church of Rest. Anyway, in short, we successfully got rid of the pursuit of the snow monsters. But as the sky darkened, the temperature dropped again. The snow was flying, and the evening breeze blew in our faces, which made people's eyes hurt. The Church of Rest was located on the edge of the high cliff in the snowy area, quietly waiting for our arrival. It's not far from the giant's cauldron of fire. Let's rest here tonight. Yushu Luo was about to lead people into the church. I subconsciously stopped him. Wait a moment. Everyone, although a little confused, everyone obeyed the order of my great general and did not move. There may be enemies here. Be careful, I reminded them. After all, in the game, when Adai pushed to the Church of Repose, he would be attacked by the old man with blood fingers. The bloody sea in his hand was a wheelchair-level artifact that was specifically designed for bleeding. How could I forget it? In reality, although I had never fought with the old man, I had met him once at the Battle Festival in Latin. At that time, he seemed to have not joined the Blood Fingers faction yet, which gave people a mysterious feeling. So we had to be careful. After waiting for a while, there was no response in the church. The people below began to whisper. Paris also took the initiative to say to me, "Zero. I'll go and take a look." Well, please. I watched Paris holding a large shield and stepping into the broken Church of Repose. The rune-transformed Furnace Knight is almost immune to bleeding effects. Even the old man can't do anything to him. Just as I was thinking this, suddenly, there was a collision sound inside. Everyone immediately became alert. I also hurriedly grasped the Night Star Fire, prepared to ask everyone to rush forward when the opponent appeared, each person with a knife. I will chop the old man into pieces. A shadow appeared. Sorry, I accidentally hit the wall when I put down my shield just now. It was Paris. There's no one inside. Everyone come in and rest. Entered the Church of Repose, and lit up the blessing point. Indeed, except for our own footprints, there is no trace of anyone coming here. Is it possible that I have been fighting wits and courage with the air at the door? But think about it carefully. Torrid has a very keen sense of blood and murderous intent, but it didn't panic at all the whole time. Besides, this place is so cold, and the old man in reality doesn't have to wait for Atai here. Right? Besides, we have so many people here. Even if we remove the Crucible Knight, there are still many good fighters. The old man is not an old fool. How could he choose to attack us at this time? Sure enough, I thought too much. Sighing, however, we still have to be on guard. I briefly described the old man's appearance to the night-watching Furnace Knights, and asked them to pay more attention. Back at the church, the fire monks we had captured to work as laborers had cleared a clearing. In the broken church with the wind blowing through it, only the walls under Queen Marika's feet and behind her were solid. So we lit a fire there to keep warm and rest. Tomorrow, we can resist the giant's cauldron of fire. Brother Zero. Alexander crossed his hands in front of his chest and said to me, I wonder if the giant's fire can melt my body. Brother Who? You don't want to jump in and give it a try, do you? I just said this casually, and this guy actually responded happily. After all, that is a fire that can even ignite the golden tree. As a warrior, if I can withstand such a fierce fire, I believe there will be few forces in the world that can destroy me. Ha ha ha. I suddenly thought that Brother Who in the game might have this idea in mind. So he inexplicably flew to Fam Azra on the fire. Sighing, I said, well, if we can really reach the bottom of the big pot tomorrow, there will indeed be a test waiting for us. And you, Brother Who, can also feel the temperature of the giant's flame. Oh, it is said that there is a descendant of the giant tribe guarding the big pot. If we go there, we will inevitably have a battle. Impossible. All the giants should have been annihilated during the war. Yushu Luo was quite surprised and immediately refuted my words. No, there is one last one. It is hidden deep, and the snow region was set as a forbidden area after the war. So few people know about it. I shook my head. Perhaps Queen Marika has anticipated the current situation, and this can be regarded as a backup plan she left behind. The final guidance of the blessed light also leads to the cauldron. Nephili interrupted. So, the queen actually knew from the beginning that the so-called eternal dynasty was ultimately a dream. I don't know about this. It shouldn't be the case. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. After all, the golden dynasty at that time should indeed be heading towards its peak, and everyone would have a beautiful vision. However, as a rare descendant of Queen Marika who is good at exploring knowledge, rigor is also her nature. Everyone was silent for a moment. Finally, Nephili spoke first. Forget it. It's useless to think about these things, since we have to face the giant tomorrow. Let's win the battle first, according to Brother Zero's plan. After lighting the giant's flame and burning the golden thorn, we can enter the golden tree to modify the law. Right? Alexander suddenly changed the subject and asked, if the border can really change, what kind of scenery do you hope the border will have? Brother Who, you are not thinking of looking for someone to fight every day, are you? I laughed and joked. Ha ha ha. Although that seems good, I actually want to have a world full of flowers. Alexander said something that made people doubt that it should not come from his mouth. As everyone knows, our warrior pot stores the souls of powerful warriors. But, compared to endless battles, they seem to be more interested in the flowers on the earth. After all, my hometown is full of flowers. Wow, I like that kind of world too. The little snake Leia and Alexander hit it off. A world full of flowers? It sounds good. At least there won't be too many struggles. Nephili actually joined their camp. However, there was a discordant voice. Huh? What's good about flowers? There are always a lot of followers following you all day long, and you can't get rid of them. Pollyanna? You shouldn't be talking about us. Our Ionan flowers. Millicent quickly stopped the other party. Ah, is Pollyanna talking about that flower? But if so, the followers are those corrupt followers? Did Pollyanna curse her father Gwei without knowing it? Although it was well said, he should be cursed. I couldn't help laughing and said, if it's all Scarlet Ionia, it's too bad to think about it. Right? That means the whole border area has become Galad. I don't want to go there a second time. Leia also shook her head. The food there is not delicious. But why do I remember that, Leia? You had a good time eating in Red Lion City. Hey, what do you think of Zero? Pollyanna suddenly asked. A world full of flowers? It does sound good. If then, we can all have a peaceful chat like this, it will be even better. I couldn't help but say. But Pollyanna rejected it decisively. Disgusting. Hey! But if you beg me, I'm not afraid to accompany you. You wish, as long as Millicent comes, it's fine if you don't come. I deliberately pissed Pollyanna off. Unexpectedly, this girl really meowed and pounced directly, causing everyone to laugh. Aw, it hurts. When I was pounced, I happened to look up and saw the statue of Queen Marika. I couldn't help but secretly think, try harder. Try harder. A beautiful world full of flowers. Maybe it can really come true. You're right. Queen Marika. Chapter 476 Attack Giant. As the sky gradually brightened, the whistling wind stopped. The flying snow was like cherry blossoms in spring, floating. Looking up, it was like the white clouds floating in the blue sky, slowly dissolving. I led the Snowfield Expeditionary Army, started from the Church of Repose, and embarked on the final journey. Gah, I was shocked. A snowfield monster crow found us, and immediately flapped its wings with a loud roar, and ran over like an ostrich. Everyone immediately raised their vigilance. But just when the other party ran under a huge rock, it seemed that a large piece of snow slid down from it, and instantly crushed the monster crow into meat paste. It appeared, in the entire magic circle, the largest hand-shaped monster. It might be made from the hands of those giants. The original more than 10 fingers densely arranged together were already creepy enough, and now they are specially enlarged to make each finger 2 or 3 times thicker than a human. Slapping the crow to death is just like slapping a mosquito. The fear of dense and giant creatures are both terrifying in people's hearts. This is the snowfield. A world that is big enough and strong enough to survive. The next second, the huge hand turned around and rushed over like a truck, sending us to another world. However, this place is already another world for me. Everyone, get ready. Attack with the giant flame pot. I waved my hand and gave orders. It just so happened that I had just seized a one-eyed shield. I took it out of the blessing backpack, placed it directly on the snow, held the gun handle tightly, and injected rune magic into it. The giant hand, perhaps because of its large size, after Rodel's soldiers smashed a few flame pots, this guy actually continued to rush towards me despite the burning fire. But times have changed. Let me give you a taste of artillery fire. Boom! Rune's magic power was transformed into artillery grenades, and ejected from the mouth of the one-eyed shield, hitting the giant hand with one blow, forcing the opponent to turn over, and he could no longer endure the burning fire, and rolled on the snow. Wow! I couldn't help but sigh. The power is really strong. I didn't pay much attention to it before. In reality, the weapons directly seized seem to retain their original enhancement level. Of course, if they are not repaired properly, they should be more easily damaged. And the giant hand, when it was throwing a tantrum, the golden storm with lightning, the whirlpool of Siluria, the whirlpool of Otopes, the blasphemous magma flame, all greeted it at once. Under the bombardment, the hand had to turn into ashes and dissipate. Well, it seems that our firepower output is still quite sufficient. However, this guy is just an appetizer. The real big guy today is still behind. This guy is really big. Nephili suddenly whispered beside me. I nodded in agreement, right? When I first saw the strange hand, I was also shocked. And I took Tourette and ran back to the blessed point without looking back. No. I mean, the remains of the giant. Nephili corrected. Embarrassing, is that what you are talking about? Looking up, I saw that the place where the monster hand landed was indeed not an ordinary rock, but the face of a giant that had turned into a skeleton. In front of it, even the monster hand could barely cover its empty eyes. Perhaps, this is the size of the monster in the eyes of ordinary people in Ultraman special effects films. One tooth is bigger than a person, and it is indeed not enough to fill the gap between its teeth. Is the opponent we are going to fight today the same as this guy? Nephili asked. Why are you afraid too? Nephili? I asked back. How is that possible? Nephili raised her double axes. It just feels a little tricky, but since you are here, I just need to let go and fight. As for the countermeasures, I'll leave it to you to think about. This reminded me of the time when I fought against Greg with Nephili, and I couldn't help but smile. Yushalo Samir interrupted and said, a giant of this size is like an army of one man. He was the main force of the giants in the war that year. He has been wiped out long ago. If there are really giants left, they should not have such a physique. Otherwise, not to mention the huge threat to the Golden Clan, it is impossible that there has been no news on the snowfield for so many years. Well, the guy we are facing today should be as big as 2 or 3 mountain goblin giants combined. I followed. And the giant's weakness is the left foot. As long as we focus on attacking there, it is easy to knock him down. Zero. You really know everything. Nephili suddenly sighed with admiration. Where did you get all this information? Even the Samir tribe living in the snowfield like Yushalo didn't know about it. This made me pout for a while. Ahaha. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Nephili took the initiative to skip this topic. Today, as long as I can fight happily, it's enough. Under the leadership of Yushalo, we continued to move forward and soon found the last blessing point in front of the fire giant. On the other side of the chain, the snowy ridge looked like a gladiatorial arena. A towering rock wall blocked the perimeter, leaving only a few openings to welcome the warriors who were challenging. There seemed to be no other enemies nearby. I asked Rodel's soldiers to stay and guard the prisoner car of the mad fireman A Ling, and the others followed me. passing through the mountain chains together, and stepping into the last battlefield of the snowfield expedition. Whoosh whoosh. After walking out of the passage in the rock wall, the wind and snow gradually dissipated. Looking around, here was a wide snow slope, and a not-so-dense forest, with bare trees everywhere, which looked like they had been burned into charcoal. For the time being, I couldn't see the shadow of the fire giant. Everyone, be careful, especially the huge snow blocks. Every failure makes you wiser, I remembered. Frozen ice fog. Polelius, that guy, wasn't he covered with white snow at the beginning, disguised as a reef on the ice lake? Therefore, we soon discovered something. Letina, who was riding on the back of the White Wolf King, said to me, Master Zero, there seems to be an unusually large snowball at the location leading to the cauldron of fire. When I looked over, as she said, there was a large piece of ice and snow piled up near the chain connecting the cauldron. Is the fire giant still asleep? I thought about it for a while, then let us, the people driving horses, go and attack first. At that time, the others will disperse a little. Pay attention to the opponent's large-scale attack, and concentrate firepower on the giant's left foot. After receiving the order, Torit immediately rushed towards the direction of the snowball with me. Following behind on horseback were Nephili, White Wolf Wargos Bagram, Letina riding the Wolf King Fenlig, Leia and Yushalo Samir, relying on their excellent speed, also followed us quickly. Perhaps they also sensed the approach of the threat. Soon, the snowball began to shake, and a red giant emerged from it, like a blazing flame, melting the snow and rising. He turned around, and the next second, the fire giant picked up the big shield next to him that was also covered with snow and was like a pot lid, and lifted it towards us. Boom! If you say, in the game it just looks like a wave coming towards you. But now, rolling down from the top of the hill, it is an avalanche. Everyone, scatter! I roared loudly, because there was a guy whose roar shook the earth, and it directly hit people's brains and shook them. Roar. Chapter 477, Flying Snow and Galloping Shadows. The fire giant just lifted up the big shield that looked like a pot lid, and the impact turned into a rushing snow tide, like thousands of troops galloping from the top of the hillside. I hurriedly asked everyone to disperse, and at the same time, the Night Star fire in my hand also ignited a blazing red flame, prepared to save myself in case I was swallowed by ice and snow. But I heard Torit's loud cry, and there was no time to escape the range of the snow tide. It suddenly jumped up. The fine buds on its head lighted up a faint blue light. It jumped up again, and actually took me from the top of the avalanche to avoid the first wave of impact. Immediately afterwards, between the horse's hooves, it seemed that blue flying butterflies were floating one after another, allowing Toret to ride on the subsequent snow tide, and continue to rush towards the fire giant. Where are the others? A wolf howl resounded across the wilderness. A red shadow suddenly jumped out from the avalanche-covered hillside. Villager used the dragon's flame to clear a path for the others who were buried. And Leia also used the blasphemous holy sword to break a hole in the snowy ridge. Although I was injured to some extent, it seems that I am not seriously injured. After all, everyone who can come here is an elite, so I don't need to worry too much. Torit, let's charge. I pulled the reins, and Torit ran towards the fire giant with all his strength. Roar! Seeing this, the fire giant lifted the pot lid with one hand and put it on my head. The closer I was, the more I could feel that the fire giant just made a simple move, and it gave me a feeling that the mountains were falling down. The shadow of the pot lid was like a dark cloud covering the sun, and it was as if the sky was falling down. Torit, run to the right. My goal would naturally not change. I pulled the reins and Torit ran at full speed according to the command. There was a loud noise beside me, and then the fire giant took the pot lid and threw it, and with a wave of his hand, it set off a large wave of snow. Fortunately, Torit was fast enough to run under the opponent's arm and avoid the attack. The left foot, the weak point of the fire giant, was right in front of me. It seemed that it was injured in the ancient war and could not recover. He used his long red hair to tie his left foot to the bracket. Underneath, the exposed skin seemed to be burned by the flames, and a layer of black charred skin appeared. A slight comparison shows that the thickness of his left and right feet is completely different. Gathering runes on the blade of Night Starfire, blood surged in his mind. With the speed of Toret, he swung his sword with all his strength when he rushed past the giant's left foot. Combat skills, bloody combat skills. Roar! Sure enough, the attack on the left ankle of the fire giant was quite effective. He roared loudly and rolled forward along the mountain road, creating a distance between him and me. At the same time, he turned around and used the pot lid to lift a large handful of ice and snow and splashed it towards me. I had to drive Tourette back to avoid it. On the other side, the fire giant just ran into Finlich and his gang, who were left behind by Tourette. As I said, everyone also aimed at the left foot of the fire giant and continued to attack. Neferi's double axes carried golden thunder, and she galloped like lightning, passing under the opponent's feet. Then, Budram raised the hunting god's greatsword, burning with black and white flames, like a black holy sword, and chopped at the giant's ankle. The wolf king Finlich opened his mouth wide and bit it. However, the fire giant was not to be trifled with. He stamped his right foot hard, causing the ground to shake slightly. Thick snow and fog rose all around, making people afraid to move forward for a while. He leaned down and swept the lid of the pot forward. The horse under Nefeli was just a step slower, causing the ice and snow fanned by the opponent to drown the person and fall off the horse. I hurriedly caught up, and the Furnace Knights led the subsequent support team and also caught up. I am Alexander the Iron Fist, the descendant of the giants in the snowy land. Let me see your power. Alexander asked for interaction with his usual battle cry, and rushed forward bravely with big strides against the ice and snow. The sword and shield furnaces still moved forward in an orderly manner with their shields. The tree-crowned furnace picked up the tree spear in its hand, swirled a vortex, and shot straight at the face on the chest of the fire giant that seemed to have closed eyes. From time to time, a comet flashed across the night, and the fire giant, looking like the besieged King Kong gorilla in the movie, he even pulled up a tree with one hand and smashed and hit the bottom of his feet, and when it was almost destroyed, he threw it hard at the guy standing a little further away, like a torpedo explosion, and a large snowflake was smashed. Then, the fire giant would use the pot lid to shovel and fan, and the flying snow would spread all around. Even the wind would make people unable to stand steadily, and then the giant would hit them with his hat. However, King Kong has thick skin and flesh, and even machine gun bullets are difficult to deal with. But the disadvantage brought by the fire giant's left foot is too great. The old injury prevents the giant from moving as he pleases. In addition, like before, he has been motionless like a stone for many years. And the giant's thinking is obviously slow, and his movements are also quite slow, although the range is large. To be honest, it feels like thunder is loud but rain is small, as long as we don't get hit by the opponent's feet, or the pot lid hits us hard. The splashed ice and snow will only restrict our movements. We just need to get rid of them in time. Pray for the protection of Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder. While the giant's attention was on others, I took the opportunity to get under his feet again, and then with Red Thunder, I slashed at him with a knife. Roar the fire giant seemed to always be giving him a pedicure. We couldn't stand it anymore, so we suddenly raised the big pot lid high and jumped up violently. This move is not a big deal in the game, but I have a bad feeling. Everyone, retreat quickly. Boom, as expected. In reality, the huge body of the fire giant fell from midair, causing the entire snowy mountain to shake. Even Tourette failed to jump up in time to avoid the impact, and fell to the ground with me. Then, the thick snow fog, in an instant, engulfed all directions. For a moment, I couldn't tell east from west, south from north, let alone find where the fire giant was. Oh my god, is this a move I learned from those wandering temples? In the mist, two red ball shadows slowly rose up. Is it the sun? No, it was the prayer. Evil god flame. It was like an inflated balloon. Finally, it couldn't stand the internal pressure, and it burst with a bang. The red evil god flame was like a torrential rain, sprinkled on the ground. Luckily, I reacted quickly enough, and avoided the splashing fire. The ice and fire melted, and the explosion of the fireball also caused the snow fog to dissipate a little. Then, I saw the giant's big pot lid shoveled out from the ice fog, and it seemed to blow several figures away. There was even a furnace. But the next second, the opponent unfolded the wings of the furnace, and even had time to save others. Tourette, are you okay? The horse had already stood up and came to my side. It called loudly in response. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I rode back on Tourette and drove the horse to charge at the giant's feet again. But I saw many figures rushing out of the ice fog, and everyone came from all directions to surround the left foot of the fire giant. Those few furnaces had mastered the best method to deal with the fire giant. They used the furnace 100 wings in succession, and passed by the giant's feet lightly, so that even if he broke his legs, he would have no way to defend himself. Roar! The other party picked up the big pot cover in anger, and slammed it around frantically. Then, he found the direction where there were many people, and rolled suddenly, trying to use his body to crush our people, and then slapped them with the big pot cover. The hurricane mixed with ice and snow, and suddenly, it covered a large area. But I said, this trick is useless to me. Combat skills molten flame hurricane dance. The flames rolled up with the wind, forming a barrier, and easily dispelling the severe winter wind. However, the roar of the fire giant with extreme anger sounded in my ears again. Roar! 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 What is that guy going to do? Someone asked in surprise. I saw that the fire giant knelt on the ground, and he actually broke his rather cumbersome left foot with force, and then raised it high. The blood flowed on the snowy plain like a river, and soon after, it turned into a red flame, burning fiercely. At the same time, the left foot that was broken off by the fire giant was also burning. Then, his chest, which looked like a human face, slowly opened a bright red eye. The evil god has arrived. This is the second stage. Chapter 478, The Sacrificial Fire of the Evil God. It is said that every giant and his mountain goblin clan all have the power of the evil god in their bodies, which makes the Golden Dynasty fearful. The molten fire that is enough to burn the golden tree will burst out from the giant's chest and abdomen, turning the vast snowy area into a sea of fire. So, every giant corpse on the snowy top of the giant, their abdomen is hollowed out. And the mountain goblins, who have become captives, their stomachs are also replaced by a strange stone tablet. Roar! 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 Now, the last descendant of the giant broke his left foot, which he regarded as a burden, raised it to the sky, and sacrificed it to his supreme god. The evil god's eye awakened in the chest of the fire giant. In the huge pupil, the red fire rotated, like 9 different and charming flowers on the other side blooming. In the blink of an eye, the giant's entire left leg was sacrificed by him, and the pair of huge fists also burned with an inextinguishable red flame. This guy. It's even harder to move now. Take advantage of this moment, and attack with all your strength. After Nepheli finished speaking, she raised her long whip and urged her horse to rush forward. Of course, when the fire giant changed phases, many warriors had already rushed to him, and their swords slashed at the giant's legs and feet. I hurriedly reminded him loudly, "Don't be impulsive. Pay attention to his flames." Roar! The giant roared angrily, and slapped the ground with both palms. Suddenly, one ball of fire after another erupted from under the cold snow. Prayer, flame, devour everything. After the evil god came the prayers used by the fire giant, and the moves used by the head of the fire watcher, Aganti, were simply incomparable. In just a blink of an eye, the surroundings of the giant had turned into a boiling sea of red fire. The companions who were attacking the giants before were too close, and had no time to escape. Even Nepheli, who had just rushed forward on horseback, failed to notice the circle of red under her feet, and her horse was instantly engulfed by the flames, throwing her away. Or after seeing you, there's no time to dodge, after all. That circle. But it's a full 3 or 4 meters in diameter. Ah! Screams kept coming from the flames. The giant hears the sound and identifies the location. Raise your fist and smash it down. But fortunately, at this time, a figure rushed out of the flames. Its brother who? Alexander. It is worthy of being a warrior's pot that has been baptized by lava. As if I could swim in a sea of fire, he seems to be carrying Extopia and Alprich on his shoulders. But those 2 people were still burning with fire. He was only moving slightly. So he was probably seriously injured by the fire, unable to continue fighting. Hateful. Turning to look at the flame giant. The flames around him have not yet died down. I saw, the guy raised his body, looking up at the sky. He opened the big mouth on his belly with his hands. Like an active volcano erupting, molten flames burst out from the huge mouth, one after another. The fire-flowing stones flew up into the sky, smashed to all sides. Torek cried out, and hurriedly took me to avoid the flying flames. Moreover, at this moment, the flames at the feet of the fire giant finally died down. Toret, charge! I gave orders to the spirit horse. On the other side, Yushalo Samir was seen dancing in the flames, quite familiar with the way, and ran straight to the fire giant. Leia, who was born in a volcano, had a high tolerance for flames. The little snake directly crossed the sea of fire, raised the blasphemous holy sword, and slashed at the giant. It seemed that I couldn't fall behind. A little blood slid down the blade, and I charged on horseback, aiming at the thigh of the fire giant kneeling on the ground, and slashed with blood with all my strength. The fire giant was weak, and this knife caused him to split open a wound that almost cut through one side of his thigh. Hot blood splattered on my body. I turned the blade and slashed at the flame giant's thigh again. Roar. He finally couldn't stand it anymore, rolled on the snow, and distanced himself from me. I was going to chase him immediately, but suddenly, I felt my body getting hotter and hotter, like it was about to catch fire. Ahem. Ah. No, it was really on fire. I had no idea what was going on. I was suddenly completely engulfed by the fire. The burning heat was like a needle, like a blade cutting me. The pain all over my body suddenly alarmed, and my brain crashed. I couldn't help but groan, and fell off toward it. But even when I rolled on the cold snow, the fire didn't stop for a long time. What happened? What happened? I was clearly not stained by the prayer of the fire giant, or the fire. Could it be blood? Suddenly someone rushed over, tore my cloth armor with a knife, and forcibly took off my knight's helmet, and threw my helmet away. The burning heat on my body also slowly subsided. However, a gust of wind blew, and I was shivering with only my cloth clothes left. Be careful, after the evil god descends, the giant's blood will also burn with raging fire. Don't attack one position desperately. After one attack injures someone, you must change positions as soon as possible. Yashalua's reminder also verified my guess. Once you are infected with that fire, it will not be easily extinguished before the blood is burned out. No wonder the Samir people's attack method is light and swift. It turns out that it is not only to make it difficult for the clumsy giants to capture them, but also to avoid the opponent's counter-injury after being hit. And the blood is not exhausted, the flames are not extinguished. What is the alienated Amaterasu? I drank a mouthful of the red dewdrop Holy Grail bottle. Just as I thanked Yashalua, a little further away, I saw another fireman rolling on the snow. Pollyanna, it seems that she was also hit by the same trick. Yashalua and I hurried over and used the same method to undress her to put out the flames on her body. As for the blood on her face and hair, we could only use melted ice and snow to wipe off the blood. Pollyanna also fainted without saying a word. Seeing this, I also shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful, the blood of the giant will also cause the flames to burn, be careful to avoid it." Of course, in fact, there is no need for me to say more. The rest of the people have more or less noticed this. Therefore, everyone seems to be particularly cautious. Maybe, you can let everyone retreat first, Zero? Yushiluo suddenly suggested. The fire giant has already sacrificed himself, and let the evil god come. This action can be said to be the last desperate fight of the giants. There is no possibility of retreating. Look at the wound on his body. Hearing this, I looked at the giant's left leg. The blood that kept flowing out poured on the snow, and it really burned a raging fire. So that wherever the fire giant passed, there were flames of the evil god everywhere. Yashalo continued to explain, originally in the snowy area, the cold would freeze the wound quickly and turn it into a scar. But the high temperature of the fire would make the giant's wounds forever active, which means they would always bleed. He broke his left leg by himself, which was a very serious injury. If you think about it carefully, even if we leave the giant alone from now on, he will definitely destroy himself. Chapter 479 Warrior's Heart. Blood burning with fire, wounds that cannot be healed. In order to expel us from the Golden Dynasty, the fire giant has sacrificed all of himself to the fire of the evil god, and fought until the last moment when his blood was exhausted, winning without fighting. The strategy that Yashalo Samir said was a little beyond my expectations. But it is indeed the best way to deal with the fire giant at the moment, and we don't even need to waste any of our soldiers. Thinking of this, I loudly ordered everyone in the battle. The whole army retreats first. Furnaces and Alexander, please help cover the evacuation. Everyone heard it, and followed me in an orderly manner to the edge of the giant snow ridge. Paris was left to lead his companions, and Alexander, who had extremely high fire resistance, also maintained a defensive position against the fire giant, and the treetop furnace through the combat skill. Siluria's whirlpool. To contain the opponent more. Zero. What happened? Nefeli asked after she retreated. Each of them was burned to ashes. Their clothes and armor were all tattered, and there was even a faint flame burning on the hat of White Wolf warrior Ghost Bagram. I gave Yashalo a look, and he told everyone again about the exchange of power between the fire giant and the evil god's fire. And its price. In other words, we don't do anything now. Just wait until that guy is exhausted. And everything will be over. Nephili summarized. Yushalo nodded. And continued to add, moreover, the giants have not received the blessing of your queen Marika. So they cannot absorb runes from the grace of the golden tree to recover their injuries and strength. It will not take half a day for the giant's blood to run out, and he will fall down. After hearing Yushalo's words, everyone looked at each other. And their expressions looked a little complicated. Facing everyone's silence, I tentatively asked, what's wrong? If there is only half a day left. It seems that we have to hurry up. Nephili said something that sounded incoherent. Nephili, do you still want to fight? I guessed her intention. Well, I'm sorry, Zero. Nephili casually carried a battle axe on her shoulder, and the golden lighting not only danced on the axe blade, but also sparkled in her eyes. Since the opponent has risked his life to fight, then, as a warrior, there is no reason not to respond. As for other things, I can't think as much as you do, so let me pick the fruits of victory for you. After saying that, Nephili turned around and rushed towards the direction of the fire giant with big strides. Sure enough, this is Nephili. Our wild boar princess doesn't care about the tricks of waiting for the opponent to tire themselves out. She only has eyes for fighting. I also think what Nephili said is right. As soon as Leia opened her mouth, she actually made the same choice as Nephili. Although I can't say why, I always feel that. The roar of that giant is always full of sadness. Maybe he is also the last person of the same clan, so I want to respond to him with a fight. After all, everyone is fighting for their own beliefs. Since the language is different, they can only feel each other's obsession in the collision. The old-school round-table magician, Weiler, continued with Leia's words. It seems that they all chose the same answer. I couldn't help but sigh. It's clear that the winner has been decided. But you have to make it so complicated. Oh, okay. But as I have always said, I don't want anyone to fall here. If you are injured, retreat immediately. Don't try to be brave. Under this premise, fight with all your strength. Put out the flames that seem to be endless. And bring peace to the giant. Oh! Everyone responded to my order in unison. Even Yushalo, who proposed that idea, shook his head, but also chose to join our team. There is really nothing we can do about you. But, remember, we Samir are the mortal enemies of the giants. And I will take in the descendants of the giants. Then, as the halftime break was over, I summoned Tourette, led everyone again, and rushed towards the fire giant. Roar, roar, roar! I saw that the big mouth in the giant's belly, like a fish, spit out red bubbles one after another, floating around him. Groups of evil god flames kept chasing the locked enemies, expanding, and then bursting, splashing the flames all around. Not only that, his hands burning with flames, like two cannons, constantly releasing huge fireballs, blasting the snow and snow everywhere on the snowy ridge, and burning rotten wood. As usual, we will disperse and surround the giant, try to attack from behind him, but be careful of his rolling and large-scale fire attacks. After I gave the order loudly, I pulled the reins, urging Tourette, while the fire giant didn't notice us, to go around behind him. Go! Tourette responded immediately, and the spirit horse galloped, while the fire giant was waving his fists, and hammering, hitting, and grabbing others. We had quickly gone around behind him. Since blood will ignite flames when it gets on my body, I will use the wind to build a barrier for myself. And then I will strike. The moment I got close to the thigh of the flame giant, I suddenly jumped up from Tourette's back, and the hurricane wrapped me up. The blade followed the wind and swung freely, from top to bottom, and directly chopped from the root of the thigh of the flame giant to the knee. The flame giant roared angrily. The blood he spilled was also blown away by the wind, and fell on the snowfield, turning into flames. Then, when I landed, 2 floating evil god fireballs flew towards me. The Night Star fire converted the magic output, and the blue pyroxene on the hilt lit up. As I swung and chopped, I sent out a series of frost blades, causing the evil god fire to explode in advance. The next second, another huge black shadow came over. It was because Nephili and the others had also managed to get close to the fire giant, forcing him to roll over and adjust his position, in order to launch a new attack. Fighting skills, Hound Step. I quickly pulled away, as the wounds on the flame giant's body became more and more, and he could not heal the scars. Such a violent roll, also caused sporadic blood to fall. Accidentally, it fell on my shoulder, and the cloth clothes were also burning. I quickly took out the dagger, and tore off the whole sleeve with it. It seems that, if I don't deal with this guy, I will become a useless person again, and have no clothes to wear. Roar. 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 The flame giant was still roaring, but as Leia said, I seemed to feel that the voice contained a trace of unwillingness, a trace of sadness that he had no one to rely on, and was left alone in the snow and ice. Perhaps, this guy didn't come to completely stop us from approaching the cauldron of fire. It was just that for too long. He was the only giant living in a world that didn't like him. Not to mention his relatives and friends. Even the people he could talk to had all disappeared. Such a lonely life. So long that life is just a torture for him. That's why he sacrificed himself without hesitation, in exchange for strength to fight with us in the final battle. Roar. 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 The giant roared loudly, and his body, the red hair actually ignited flames. The wounds no longer bleed, but the flames burned directly from inside. The whole giant was completely engulfed by the flames. Even his original pupils were replaced by the blazing red. He completely became the synonym of fire. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, "Oh, it's already this time. Can we still change the stage?" Chapter 480. The fire burns out. Just like in the Norse mythology, in Ragnarok, the fire giant Surtur who destroyed the age of gods, now, the fire giant has entered the third stage that has never been seen in the Ring of Magic game, and his whole body is burning with vigorous red flames, making the snowfield under him, which had been frozen for thousands of years, also expose the original black soil. Is he crazy? That guy. Even Yushalo Samir's eyelids trembled slightly. He actually sacrificed his body to the fire of the evil god in exchange for endless power. However, this way, it won't last long, and he will fall down. Zero. Now you may not even be able to get close. What should you do? Nephili, who happened to be next to us, shook off the flames burning on the axe, and said firmly as always, "Then stay with him until he falls down. You are really crazy. Has your brain been burned by the fire?" Yushalo couldn't help but complain. Roar. Roar. The fire giant opened its big mouth on its belly, and blew out breath like an ancient dragon. In the raging fire, it seemed to carry his blood. Once it was stained, even the stones would burn, and those dead trees would turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. We could only disperse and avoid the opponent's attack. Luckily, the fire giant's left foot was broken, so it was difficult to move flexibly otherwise. He would spit fire and chase people at the same time, and there would be no way to deal with him. But at the moment, all the melee fighters were also a little dumbfounded. Just taking a step forward, the burning feeling made people dry their mouths and tongues, as if they were being burned into dry firewood, not to mention that the body was burning with fire almost all over, making it impossible to start. Even Nephili could only release the thunder-falling fighting skills learned from the Rodel Knights from a distance. The dark comet of Weller, the Silurian vortex of the treetop furnace, seemed unable to cause fatal damage to the fire giant. And even if that guy just threw a tantrum, it would be enough for us to resist. Of course, the fire giant would not just throw a tantrum. In the evil god's eye on his chest, the 9 strange pupils reflected us one by one. Then the giant shoveled his hands into the ground, grabbed the soil and stones, and threw them towards us one after another. The flames wrapped around the stones, as if they had turned into a meteor shower, and were about to drown us. The range was too large, and it was difficult to dodge. Nephili and I looked at each other, and hurriedly combined our hurricane power to form a barrier to resist the attack of these rebels. Seeing this, the fire giant raised his hand, and threw a huge fireball at us that was as big as the falling sun. The wind barrier alone could not stop such an attack. Should we dodge? But at this moment, a tall figure rushed out from the side. Paris raised his furnace shield and blocked us, actually blocking the attack of the fire giant, causing the flowing fire to disperse from both sides of him. However, the next second, the man knelt on one knee with difficulty. Fortunately, at this time, the fire giant was attracted by Alexander and the attack of the treetop furnace. I hurried over to help Paris up. "Are you okay, Paris?" "Zero. We must find a way to attack the evil fire eye on the giant," Paris suggested. "Only by closing the eye can we cut off his connection with the evil god. However, that position is a bit high." I looked at the giant. Even if the opponent was kneeling, his chest was estimated to be more than 10 meters above the ground. Even if Torrid jumped twice and I jumped on its back, I could only barely reach his waist. There was still a distance of 180,000 meters. By the way, where is your Furnace 100 Phases wing? If it flies, can it reach the height? I asked curiously. Paris sighed softly. The Furnace 100 Phase wings cannot be made like real birds or ancient dragons, freely controlling the wing feathers. We tried it before, but because the trajectory was too simple and the purpose was too strong, it was hit by the opponent and flew away. I can already imagine that scene. What can I say? We have also informed others of this news. In short, if we want to stop the giant's actions as soon as possible, we have to make him close the eyes of the evil god. Paris raised his shield again. Otherwise, we can only waste time and wait for him to perish. Although, I really want to just sit back and wait for the enemy to attack, but on the battlefield, no one gave up. For example, Nephili, I don't know when, had already run over and chopped the opponent twice with an axe in the blazing flames, but the flames immediately touched her body, which was completely hurting the enemy by 1,000, and hurting herself by 800. Suddenly, a red shadow rushed like lightning. Just when the fire giant supported the ground with his hands, it seemed to be planning to climb up along the opponent's arm. Combat skills water bird dance. Millicent actually used the sword to drive away the flames on the opponent's body, which really made her climb up quickly. But the fire giant didn't even mean to drive her away, just rolled on the ground, which made Millicent lose her landing point, like a bird with broken wings, and fell down. It still doesn't work. How can I attack the giant's evil god's eye? No matter what kind of long-range spell or combat skills, the fire giant can easily block it with his arms. I guess I have to attack him when he releases other moves. From under the giant's body, when he leans down, a sliding tackle, not to mention, the burning sensation of the opponent's whole body makes it difficult to approach. Even if the giant really lies down, if he opens the mouth in his stomach at that time and breathes out, I'm afraid he can turn people into charcoal in an instant. So what should I do? In addition to lying down, how can I reach the evil god's eye on the opponent's chest? I rack my brains, and suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. The reverse of prone is lying on your back. If I remember correctly, when the fire giant uses the volcanic eruption move, won't it fall backwards? Maybe. There will be a chance at that time. The way to make the fire giant use that move is everyone spread out. It's best to surround the fire giant in a circle, and then attack the opponent from a distance. I quickly rode on Tourette and shuttled through the battlefield, shouting, "Let the fire giant use the volcanic eruption move. Maybe Tourette can take the opportunity to jump on it." Everyone immediately understood my idea, and immediately followed my instructions and spread out. Well, although it was originally quite scattered, thunder, storm, spell, golden vortex, all rushed towards the fire giant from all directions. He roared angrily and rolled on the ground again. Then, the 9 pupils in the evil god's eyes spread out in all directions, but still failed to lock everyone. After all, those behind the giant couldn't see it. The opponent first used fire breath to force back some people in front, but I immediately used the combat skill Storm Blade to attack from behind. He spit out a ball of evil god fire from the big mouth in his abdomen, but it was directly offset and exploded by other people's magic or combat skills. Come on. Come again. When most attacks don't work, you will definitely choose that one. Right? Roar. Facing our dispersed formation that always surrounded us, the fire giant couldn't help but roar to the sky. On his belly, molten flames rolled. The next second, from his big mouth that was stretched open with all his strength, volcanic lava was gushing out crazily. Now! Tourette! Facing the scorching waves, I will pay attention to the meteorites in the sky, and immediately order Tourette to rush towards the fire giant at full speed. I saw that, not far from the fire giant. Iron Fist. Alexander was waiting for me. Zero, come on! Oh, thank you, brother Who. Tourette also used Alexander as a stepping stone without hesitation. The blue butterfly flew between the hooves of the spirit horse. It made a double jump in the air and sent me to the highest point. Combat skills. Storm Foot. I jumped off the horse again, riding the storm and jumping onto the chest of the fire giant with all my strength, just a little bit more. I have already reached the sidearm position, but can't I go any higher? I stretched out the Night Star Fire. If I can stab the opponent's arm with a blade, maybe I can still have a chance to use the force, but the distance is not enough. Is the jumping position wrong? Should I jump a little further, or is our height still too low? But it's useless to think about these things now. One move doesn't work, next time, the opponent will definitely. I will definitely be on guard. 0. At this moment, I could hear Paris' voice in the air, and then, I felt the ground under my feet. Keep flying. The wings of the 100 phases of the furnace? Is it a good relay? Then I won't be polite anymore. I stepped hard on Paris' shoulder, and used the storm feet to fly forward again. The Night Star fire was enough to cut the giant's arm with one knife, and let me roll forward with the force, and land directly on the opponent's chest. Wow! It's so hot! It's so hot! It's so hot! The intense burning made my eyes dizzy, but I gritted my teeth, and forced myself to stand up in the blazing flames. Hey, evil god, are you curious? Curious about why I am here? The evil god's eye on the fire giant's chest. He is indeed very surprised. All 9 pupils reflect my shadow. But now, close your eyes.